Like, share and subscribe Rabbit Fanfiction audiobook channel for more parts. Chapter 1. Daxia Country, Linchi. In a villa. At this time, the atmosphere was a little weird. Ye Tian looked at the sudden presence of an extra person in his family, feeling a little dazed. Looking at this person who was dressed a little bit sourly and had a very earthy clothes, although his appearance was somewhat similar to himself, Ye Tian still felt a little outrageous. Big brother? Have an extra big brother? Far from the original, far from the big spectrum. There is no reason for it. Just now, Ye Tian, who was still surfing the internet in the internet cafe, was suddenly called home by his father. It was said that there was an emergency, but as soon as Ye Tian arrived home, he saw that there was an extra person in his home. Listening to my mother, this is Ye Tian's eldest brother, Ye Xiu, who has been lost for many years. Listening to the conversation between his parents and his eldest brother Ye Xiu, Ye Tian learned from it that 20 years ago, because his parents were still on the way to start a business, and because they offended others, they had to secretly foster Ye Xiu in his old age. Mom's best friend's house. Later, after his parents' startup company was stable, when he went to his best friend's house to pick up Ye Xiu, he found that Ye Xiu had been lost. Although the parents searched hard, they could not find it. Of course, Ye Xiu knew that he had been living in the orphanage since he could remember. He was adopted by an old man when he was 7 years old, and he has been living in the countryside since then. It was not until his parents found him that he knew that he had a family. After understanding the cause of the matter, Ye Xiu looked at Ye Tian and the two with a puzzled look in his eyes. Ye Xiu, these are your younger brothers, Ye Xian and Ye Tian. You still have an older sister, and I will introduce you to her when she returns. Seeing Ye Xiu like this, the sharp-eyed Lin Qing immediately introduced Ye Tian and Ye Xian to Ye Xiu, who had just returned home. Big brother, I'm Ye Tian, you can call me Xiao Tian. Big brother, do you know how to play games? Do you want me to take you to the top? Seeing Ye Xiu looking in his direction, Ye Tian spoke to ease the awkward atmosphere. Then he pointed at Ye Xuandao next to him with his finger. He is Ye Xian. Although he has an extra big brother, Ye Tian doesn't think there is anything. After all, blood is thicker than water. He is still his own eldest brother, so Ye Tian spoke in a lively atmosphere. On the other hand, Ye Tian's second brother also briefly introduced himself. I'm Ye Xian. Seeing that the embarrassing atmosphere eased a little, Lin Qing, the mother, also showed a satisfied smile and said, Xiao Xian usually doesn't talk much, but your third brother, Xiao Tian, is very lively. By the way, Xiao Tian, just take your eldest brother out for a walk, just to buy some clothes for your eldest brother. Your dad and I have to go back to the company for some business. Guaranteed to complete the mission, just. Hearing his mother's words, Ye Tian immediately agreed with enthusiasm, and when it was said that it was just, Ye Tian paused and stopped talking. Stinky boy, no money again. Seeing Ye Tian's appearance, Lin Qing, who is a parent, doesn't understand, and knows his son Moruomu. Take out a bank card from the bag and hand it to Ye Tian. There are 100,000 in here, take your brother out for a good stroll. As for why Lin Qing didn't choose to give Ye Xiu the bank card, it was because he was afraid that Ye Xiu would refuse. After all, he gave him so much money as soon as he got home, and he was afraid that he would think too much, and Lin Qing also believed in his youngest son. Not going to mess around with this. After receiving the bank card, Ye Tian was very happy, and he had some extra pocket money. Although I want to arrange some outfits for my brother, but can I applaud my brother if he doesn't cheat on him? Of course Ye Tian wouldn't be too outrageous. Let's go, brother, let's go out to play. Pulling Ye Xiu, Ye Tian ran to the door as if he was afraid that his mother would go back on it. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and Lin Qing looked at each other, and then they smiled at each other. Seeing their two cubs like this made them feel a little better. They owed Ye Xiu too much over the years, so they could only make up for it slowly. On the other hand, Ye Tian was usually taciturn, and after speaking to the two of them, he returned to his room. Taking Ye Xiu and taking a taxi to the mall, Ye Tian also learned from his eldest brother. My eldest brother has been studying medicine with an old man in the countryside. The old man has good medical skills, but he has been living in seclusion. Seeing that Ye Xiu was talented and intelligent, the old man accepted Ye Xiu as his apprentice. The old man passed away not long ago, and his parents came to him later. Hearing the experience of his eldest brother, Ye Tian felt a little familiar, like a novel he had read in his previous life. Actually, Ye Tian is not from this world. To put it simply, Ye Tian is actually a transmigrator. As soon as he opens his eyes, he turns into a baby. In the past 18 years, Ye Tian, an orphan from the previous life, has felt the taste of home. He is also happy to have a family. So, big brother, have you come here all these years? Ye Xiu smiled lightly and said. Fortunately, it's good to come here. Ye Xiu saw that his younger brother, who he had just met, kept asking questions, which made him feel a little affectionate. It's a wonderful feeling, and a little, not bad. Ye Xiu didn't know how to describe it, but he felt very good, as if he had the feeling of family. It seems that I only have the feeling when I am with the master. Just thinking of his master made Ye Xiu feel depressed again. And Ye Tian didn't feel anything, and was still babbling non-stop. Then big brother, your medical skills must be very good? Big brother, do you know martial arts? Big brother, you. And at this time, Ye Tian, who was still chattering, suddenly heard a voice that sounded in his mind. Ding dong! The strongest luck treasure chest system is loaded, do you want to bind the system? Ye Tian was startled, a little unbelievable. Looking around, he didn't notice anything unusual. Looking at Ye Xiu next to him, he didn't seem to hear anything. System? Travelers must have gold finger. I'll just say, how could I, a traveler, not have gold finger, so it's only now. But why come now? Hearing the voice in his head, Ye Tian was suddenly dissatisfied. Ye Xiu on the side saw Ye Tian like this, he was a little puzzled how Ye Tian stopped suddenly. Little. Ye Tian, are you all right? Is there something uncomfortable? Ye Xiu asked suspiciously, a look of concern in his eyes. It's okay, let's go and sit in front, I'm a little tired after walking for so long. Hearing Ye Xiu's voice, Ye Tian also came to his senses and spoke to Ye Xiu perfunctorily. Seeing Ye Tian's appearance, Ye Xiu was a little confused. Okay. The two came to a cafe. Ye Tian carefully ordered something good for Ye Xiu, told Ye Xiu that he was going to the bathroom, and turned to leave. Coming to the bathroom, Ye Tian asked tentatively in his heart. System, are you here? Well, here we come. Then the sound of the system sounded again in his mind, and Ye Tian felt very dissatisfied and a little angry. 18 years. For 18 years, do you know how I have lived these 18 years? Every day, I have good food, games, and delicious food. Do you know how boring these days are? System. Excuse me if you want to bind the system. Do you still need to ask? Binding and binding. Chapter 2. Ye Tian just called out the binding in his mind when he saw a light curtain appear in front of him. What comes into view is exactly a numerical panel. The strongest luck treasure chest system is being bound. 10%, 20%, 80%, 100%. Binding succeeded. Soon the system indicated that the system binding was successful, and then Ye Tian saw the light curtain panel screen change again. The strongest luck chest system. Host, Ye Tian. Luck chest backpack, none. Seeing the panel, Ye Tian was thoughtful. But I still didn't understand, I just wanted to open my mouth and continue to ask the system, but I didn't expect the system to know what Ye Tian was going to ask. Then some information suddenly appeared in Ye Tian's mind. Moment. Ye Tian understood the introduction and function of this most powerful luck treasure chest system. To put it simply, Ye Tian needs to pick up the treasure chest. As long as he picks up the treasure chest and opens it, he can get the item. The treasure chests are also divided into levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, masonry, epic, king, and god. From low to high, bronze is the lowest and god is the highest. The items that are opened are also the corresponding levels of the treasure chest, which are further divided into 3 sub-levels: upper, middle and lower. Of course, the requirements for the treasure chest to refresh are not low. It needs to be refreshed on people with great luck, or in special places. System, I feel that this treasure chest is very difficult to find. After absorbing the information in his mind, Ye Tian's face turned pale. People with great luck, where to find them? Ding dong! Does the host open the novice gift package? Okay? And a novice gift pack? What are you waiting for? Hearing the system's voice, Ye Tian shouted in his heart, open it. Ding! The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of Fortune, grade. After waiting for a while, Ye Tian, who was still looking forward to it, was still waiting for the good things behind, but he couldn't help being a little stunned when he didn't hear the system's voice. No, gone. Well, gone. Ye Tian's expression condensed. The novice gift package is the same thing? Ye Tian, who has been with Fei Lu for many years in his previous life, has read countless novels, and the gift package for system novice is either rich or against the sky. May I ask if the host integrates the Eye of Luck? Immediately after the sound of the system sounded again, Ye Tian felt very helpless, so he could only open his mouth and said, Fusion. Ye Tian also sees far, although the novice gift bag is the same, you can still pick up the treasure chest in the future. It's the same, but it's better to talk than nothing. The Eye of Luck is merging. 10%. 20%. 100%. Fusion was successful. Then Ye Tian only felt a stinging pain from his own eyes, making Ye Tian couldn't help closing his eyes, just wanted to cry out, and then the pain slowly dissipated. Slowly opening his eyes, Ye Tian looked around the bathroom. Here's a mirror, a door, and a toilet. Okay? No difference, ah? Is this Eye of Luck a fake? Seeing in his own eyes, there is nothing abnormal, Ye Tian feels like he has been cheated. Return, I want to return. But the system did not answer Ye Tian. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the bathroom. Seeing Ye Tian blankly standing in front of the sink, he felt a little strange. And Ye Tian also noticed the person coming, so he could only pretend to wash his hands to hide his embarrassment. But when Ye Tian looked up and saw the middle-aged man through the mirror, something suddenly appeared in his eyes. Name, Wang Jun. Age, 42 years old. Occupation, General Employee of Lottie Company. Luck value, 50. Life resume, after graduating from university, I have been working as an ordinary employee in the company, and my life is too ordinary. This. Suddenly seeing the extra information on the top of the middle-aged man's head, Ye Tian almost bit his tongue. Shock. Shocked for 10,000 years. He quickly asked the system in his mind. System, what effect does this Eye of Luck have? Ding. The Eye of Luck, you can check personal luck, name, age, life history, etc. Soon the system was explained, and Ye Tian also knew the power of the Eye of Luck. Totally insane. If you find someone with a high luck value, you can pick up a treasure chest near him. Thinking of picking up the treasure chest and opening countless good things, Ye Tian couldn't help but start smirking at the mirror. The middle-aged man frowned when he saw Ye Tian staring at the mirror all the time. Deep in his heart, he murmured, isn't this person a lunatic? Smirking in the mirror. Of course, he only dared to slander in his heart, and dared not say it out. Don't look at Ye Tian's clothes, they are all luxury brand names, he looks like a rich second generation. I am just a small company employee, how dare I offend such a rich kid? But seeing Ye Tian's appearance, the middle-aged man couldn't help but be a little scared. What if this rich second generation giggling in front of the mirror had any special hobbies? In the news, there are many cases, such as those who like to peep, etc., just because they are bored and want to find excitement. Thinking of this, the man's body trembled, wanting to stay away from Ye Tian and leave the bathroom. Seeing the middle-aged man run away like he was running away, Ye Tian was still a little confused, but soon Ye Tian didn't think about it anymore. Because he saw that just now, something fell out of the man. Exactly a treasure chest. A bronze treasure chest. Bending down, his hand just touched the treasure chest. Ding dong! Pick up the bronze treasure chest ×1. Soon the sound of the system sounded, and Ye Tian saw that something similar to a backpack in an online game appeared in his mind. Thoughts in mind. Ye Tian saw that the backpack had dozens of small grids, and the first one was obviously the bronze treasure chest dropped by the middle-aged man just now. With a thought, Ye Tian opened the bronze treasure chest. Open the bronze treasure chest and get, workplace specialization, lower bronze, ... Soon there was something in Ye Tian's mind, like an old fried dough stick who had been in the workplace for many years. Go to work, have meetings, please the leaders, etc. In this regard, Ye Tian said it was very tasteless. Does a wealthy second generation of your own need these things? Not to mention that he is still in school, and he does not talk about the future after graduation, but he has a group worth billions of dollars. And now that the system has been awakened, Ye Tian said that this workplace specialization is really unnecessary. Regarding the things in his mind, Ye Tian said he chose to forget. Ye Tian went out of the bathroom and began to look at everyone in the cafe. Zhang San has a luck value of 10. Very common. Wu Li has a luck value of 20. Also very common. Ye Tian looked one by one, and soon saw Ye Xiu sitting in the corner. When he saw the numerical value on his eldest brother's head just now, Ye Tian was shocked by a series of numbers. Name, Ye Xiu. Age, 20. Occupation, ancient medicine. Abilities, body of extreme yang, 12 needles of Jin Xian, Xian finger, ancient martial arts bone refinement, Qi Yang technique. Luck value, 9,999. Life resume, lost since childhood, adopted by a mysterious ancient doctor, and then learned medical skills and ancient martial arts from the old ancient doctor. Chapter 3. I rely on. Shocked for 10,000 years. Ye Tian couldn't help but swear. When he saw his eldest brother Ye Xiu with the eyes of luck, he was shocked by the series of numbers. Looking at the following life history, Ye Tian felt familiar no matter how he looked at it. Return of the Ancient Doctor? Isn't this a novel you read in a previous life? It's exactly the same. Ye Tian looked at the eldest brother who was sitting on the sofa leisurely drinking coffee. Is this really the eldest brother who just met back home? This luck, Ye Tian is really envious, especially the luck value of 9999. Ye Tian didn't dare to imagine anymore. Ye Tian also saw his own luck value in the middle, only 500 points. This may still be based on the conditions of his own home. And Ye Xiu, who was savoring the coffee, was keenly aware that someone was spying on him, and when he raised his head, he happened to see Ye Tian's envious eyes. The two looked at each other, and Ye Tian was looking at his elder brother carefully at the moment. Old-fashioned dress, handsome face, and a height of about 1.8 meters, although several of them have inherited Ye Bufan's genes. But no matter how Ye Tian looked at this big brother, he felt that his temperament was different. Is this the proper life of the protagonist? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Ye Tian is close. Ye Xiu touched his face and asked strangely. No, no, big brother, let me ask you something. Hearing Ye Xiu's question, Ye Tian waved his hand. Although he envied Ye Xiu, he didn't have a system himself, didn't he? Ye Tian was simply envious, and had no other meaning. Of course, Ye Xiu had suffered a lot over the years. If you let yourself go, you may not be able to stick to it. Well, you can ask. Brother, do you know any acupuncture techniques, such as acupuncture or something? Although it was strange why Ye Tian asked such a question, Ye Xiu still nodded. Then he took out a cloth bag from a side pocket. Open it and show it to Ye Tian. There were exactly 12 golden needles inside, and Ye Tian saw that these 12 golden needles were indeed made of gold. Looking at the workmanship, Ye Tian knew the extraordinariness of this golden needle. Hammer it. My brother is the protagonist. Okay, big brother, put it away, be careful to lose it. Knowing that his eldest brother was the protagonist, Ye Tian also opened his mouth to remind Ye Xiu to put away the golden needle. Sitting on the sofa, Ye Tian was contemplating. My eldest brother is the protagonist, so according to the system, the value of the treasure chest dropped by the person with high luck value will increase. Then you can pick up the wool on the big brother. But the treasure chest drops from time to time, so I can't stay by his side all the time, can I? Thinking of this, Ye Tian suddenly felt a little distressed. When he was trying to figure out how to use Ye Xiu's wool to get the treasure chest. Ye Xiu also noticed Ye Tian, his expression was excited for a while, and serious again for a while. He was a little worried about Ye Tian, worried that there was something wrong with his younger brother. The middle finger and index finger of the right hand were brought together, and a transparent gas that was invisible to the naked eye condensed from the middle. Then Ye Xiu pointed at Ye Tian from an angle that Ye Tian could not observe, while Ye Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Ye Tian, who was still thinking, suddenly heard the sound of the system. Ding! It is detected that the host is being probed by an energy. Do you want to expel this energy? Okay? What? Ye Tian, who was still thinking, was interrupted by the system voice, puzzled. Look up! It happened that Ye Xiu closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. Soon Ye Tian knew what was going on. The way he looked just now might make Ye Xiu feel that something was wrong with his body. And that energy should be that his eldest brother is exploring his body. Don't worry about it. After all, he knew that Ye Xiu was doing it for his own good, so Ye Tian just let him watch it. Anyway, there is no problem with himself, if you want to do something unfavorable to yourself. Ye Tian said, it is very unlikely that the protagonist will be born to his own family. Although I have only just met, don't I still have a system? Ding dong! Drop the golden treasure chest, do you want to pick it up? While Ye Xiu was still investigating Ye Tian's body, the system's voice also rang. And Ye Tian also saw a golden treasure box falling from his eldest brother Ye Xiu's body, dazzling golden light. This is the golden treasure chest. Of course others are invisible, only Ye Tian can see the treasure chest. Brother, are you asleep? Ye Tian stretched out his right hand, shook it in front of Ye Xiu, and then touched the golden treasure chest. The dropped treasure chest Ye Tian doesn't need to pick up something, just touch it. Soon Ye Tian saw an extra golden treasure chest in the system backpack. And Ye Xiu also opened his eyes and saw Ye Tian looking at him strangely and doubtfully. He said, no, just got something in his eyes just now. Regarding Ye Xiu's answer, Ye Tian said that this reason was really lame. Ye Tian really wanted to say to Ye Xiu, brother, stop pretending, I know all about it. But Ye Xiu wanted to hide it, so he didn't ask too much. Anyway, he just wanted to pick up the wool. Oh fine. Ye Tian pouted, and then the system reminded that the energy disappeared. Taking Ye Xiu to buy a lot of clothes, Ye Tian said that people really rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. I have to say that Ye Xiu deserves to be the protagonist, with that sword brow, that height, and that face. It is no exaggeration to say that Ye Xiu can be a top star at this time. Although their genes are not bad. Mom can be a well-deserved beauty, and dad is also a handsome guy. How many of you will be bad? Carrying the things they bought for Yeshu, the two also took a taxi home. As soon as he got into the car, Yeshu closed his eyes and rested. And Ye Tian looked at the treasure chest in the system backpack. Looking at the golden treasure chest, Ye Tian is very much looking forward to what good things can come out. Open the treasure chest. Open the golden treasure chest and get medical proficiency, lower grade, 13 needles of Shennong, high grade, ... As soon as the treasure chest was opened, 2 glittering golden items appeared. Ye Tian almost couldn't help jumping up. Fortunately, he restrained his inner ecstasy. Proficient in medicine, Shennong 13 Needles. It sounds like a good thing, more than 1,000 times better than that bronze treasure chest. As expected of a golden treasure chest, what will be opened if the platinum masonry treasure chest is dropped? And the most advanced god-level treasure chest. Thinking of the treasure chest, Ye Tian felt that his future was promising. After accepting the Master of Medicine and Shennong's 13 Needles from the treasure chest, Ye Tian was like a great power. There are so many things in memory. Yeshu, who was at the side, was still closing his eyes, but suddenly he noticed something strange. Strangely, he looked at Ye Tian on the side, and saw that Ye Tian seemed very happy, as if he had won the grand prize. Chapter 4. Back at the villa and helped Yeshu take the things home, Ye Tian went back to his room without stopping. He also wanted to experiment with what he had just acquired. And Yeshu was led by the servant to the room that had been arranged. One afternoon, Ye Tian was proficient in experimental medicine and Shennong's 13 Needles. With these two things, Ye Tian felt that he could be comparable to the national elite doctor. It has to be said that he is proficient in medical skills. Just one glance at Ye Tian can tell if there is any disease, and he can also treat and so on. The most defying thing is the 13 Needles of Shennong, which was created by Shennong. Without any exaggeration. 1 needle to live, 1 needle to die. It is entirely up to Ye Tian to call the shots. If the 13 needles are used together, the power is self-evident. Ye Tian nodded with satisfaction, turned on his mobile phone, and found a silver needle shop from online shopping, and ordered 13 silver needles. It seems that I still have to get more wool from this cheap big brother. Ye Tian thought so in his heart. Dong dong dong. Xiao Tian, I went downstairs for dinner. I won't have your meal if I wait. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting Ye Tian who was still lustful. Then the mother Lin Qing's voice sounded, urging Ye Tian to go downstairs to eat. Coming. After answering, Ye Tian hurriedly opened the door. And Mother Lin Qing went downstairs early. Hurry up, I'll be waiting for you. Coming to the dining table, Ye Tian looked at the rich meal, and the corners of his mouth were about to drool. Usually the nanny cooks, but today, I didn't expect my mother to cook by herself, to celebrate the return of the eldest brother Yeshu. There were 5 people at the dinner table, Father Ye Bufan, Mother Lin Qing and Yeshu Ye Tian. Perhaps there was one more person in the family suddenly, and the scene was still a little embarrassing. Although he knew that he was not thrown away by his parents on purpose, but was lost by himself, Yeshu still had some grudges. Yeshu was silent, just sitting upright in the chair. Seeing this atmosphere, Ye Tian immediately broke the embarrassment and said, Brother, you have a good time today. Mom hasn't cooked for a long time. Picking up the bowl and chopsticks, Ye Tian picked up the vegetables and devoured them. Seeing that Yeshu still didn't move his chopsticks, Ye Tian took a dish and handed it to Yeshu's bowl and said, This tastes good, but Mom's specialty, try it. Seeing Ye Tian doing this, Lin Qing also said with relief. Yeah, try it, and if there's anything bad, just say it. Then she also put a lot of vegetables into Yeshu's bowl. This braised pork ribs is also good. Then she looked nervously at her eldest son who had been lost for many years, with some hope in her eyes. I hope Yeshu can accept his family. Yeshu, who was still silent at first, seemed to be moved by the scene, and the big stone that was pressing on the bottom of his heart seemed to loosen a little. He picked up the chopsticks, lowered his head and started to eat, but never said a word from beginning to end. Seeing Yeshu like this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yeshu didn't speak, everything was going well now. Take it slow and make up for it slowly. That, little. Yeshu, what are your plans in the future? Would you like me to arrange for you to go to Lindong University to go to school? Don't you like studying medicine, so you can go to Lindong University? At this time, Lin Qing spoke to Yeshu in a negotiating tone. Yeshu was still eating the rice with his head down when he suddenly heard Lin Qing's voice. As soon as he looked up, he saw Lin Qing's eyes with intense concern, without a trace of deception. After thinking about it for a while, Yeshu himself hadn't even gone to university yet, so he just happened to see how medicine was going in the university. He nodded and agreed with Lin Qing's opinion. Seeing Yeshu agree, Ye Tian and Lin Qing also looked at each other and smiled. And Ye Tian suddenly thought at this time that he didn't seem to have seen the luck value of his parents and Ye Tian. On the way home with Yeshu, Ye Tian closed his eyes of luck because he saw that the popularity on the street was too low and he didn't drop any treasure chests. What makes Ye Tian satisfied is that the eye of fortune can be used freely. Otherwise, it is not good for the eyes to keep looking at the big brother who is shining with gold. Ye Tian opened his eyes of luck and looked at his second brother, Ye Xian. Name, Ye Xian. Age, 19. Occupation, student. Ability, Set 5, Calligraphy. Air luck, 700. Life resume, I have lived in a wealthy family since I was a child, I love school, but I am just taciturn. Seeing Ye Xian's luck panel next to him, although he was a little better than himself, he still couldn't compare to Yeshu. Ye Tian turned his head to look at his father, and Ye Tian almost spit out the rice at a glance. Name, Ye Tian. Age, 45. Occupation, Chairman of Ye's Group, Professional Mercenary, Controller of the Cold Night Mercenary Group. Abilities, Firearms Proficiency, Fighting Proficiency, Marksmanship Proficiency, Assassination Proficiency, Disguise Proficiency. Air luck, 10,000. Life resume, he is the strongest soldier king Ye Tian, codenamed Langthorn, the king of mercenaries ranked first in the international dark world. He was used to seeing iron, fire, blood, and sand. He wanted to live an ordinary and comfortable life. I happened to receive a job as a bodyguard, and then handed over the mercenary group to my subordinates, and came to Daxia alone. I didn't expect that the employer was Lin Qing. Seeing his father's luck and life history, Ye Tian opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. Your dearest father is actually the king of war? After so many years, a few of them don't even know. When he looked at the mother next to him. Suddenly, Ye Tian didn't know what to say. Name, Lin Qing. Age, 43. Occupation, Vice Chairman and Financial Manager of Ye Group. Ability, Proficient in Distribution Ability, Proficient in Management Ability, Proficient in Language Talent, Master Chef. Air luck, 3000. Life resume, she is the first daughter of the Lin family in Dong Province. She chose to go out to start a business because she was tired of family struggles. Later, she was found out by a hostile family. She was assigned an assassin to assassinate her, the daughter of the Lin family, and hired a bodyguard, Ye Tian, for her own safety. Ye Tian. After reading the life history of the two, Ye Tian fell into silence. This F***ck. What's up with mom and dad? Isn't this familiar life story plot and routine just the soldier king in the novel pretending to be a force in the city? This proper soldier king and heroine. You are so arrogant, how could I not know? As for keeping it secret for so long? So my parents and the eldest brother who just came back are the protagonists, while the sister and the second brother are salted fish themselves. Seeing Ye Xian on the side, Ye Tian seemed to have a little balance in his heart, but he still had someone to accompany him. I don't know how my sister Ye Xingye's luck is. When my sister comes back next time, I'll have to see her luck. Ye Tian thought of this in his heart, and then he ate for himself. Chapter 5. A dinner is over. Ye Tian dragged Ye Xiu to his room, saying it was to play games together. The two Yebufan agreed very much, and they were very happy to see that the two brothers had a harmonious relationship. Brother, let me show you a game. I am Yasuo Thief 6 and Smooth. Ye Tian raised his eyebrows and said to Ye Xiu, and turned on the two computers in his room. This is what he uses exclusively to play games, and the configuration is top of the line. Why do you still go to the internet cafe if you have this computer? Ye Tian said that playing games alone is too boring. Wouldn't it be called kai-hei to have a few friends and friends sit in an internet cafe together? Especially when there is no one to accompany him at home, only Ye Xian, but Ye Xian only cares about studying and does not know how to play games. The secondary reason for calling Ye Xiu together was to play games together, and the main reason was the treasure chest. As for the parents, Ye Tian just waited for a long time and didn't see the treasure chest falling, so he had to pick up the big brother who just came back. Before Ye Xiu could answer, Ye Tian pulled him and sat in front of a computer. This is a headset, you can wear it on your head. This is a mouse and keyboard, which controls the game characters. Ye Tian introduced the hero to Ye Xiu and logged into an account for him. Brother, I will pull you, and we will double row together. Seeing that this younger brother was so enthusiastic about him, Ye Xiu couldn't refuse, so he had to say. It is good. Then he looked at the computer and the screen curiously. The picture above and the introduction by Ye Tian just now made him feel a little curious. Sounds kind of interesting, especially since the Yasuo road is smooth to the end. What? Pass to Acridine to pain. This is what he heard from Ye Tian, but he didn't know what it meant. It was also the first time that he heard this word, but it felt a little strange. The teacher who went to school had never taught what pain to give to pain. Brother, I'm playing Yasuo, you can play Stone Man, this. After playing 2 games, Ye Tian had to sigh that his big brother was really playing this hero for the first time. Although the two of them are only matching, but the 2 accounts are also in the silver rank, and the matching people will not be too low. The first Ye Xiu was still groping, but the second Ye Tian saw eldest brother's Stone Man hit 5. And he followed suit, winning the game with a perfect team battle. And Ye Xiu even single-killed the opponent in the early landing phase. If Ye Xiu had an idea, after a few days of practice, he would probably be comparable to a professional. Is this the life of the protagonist? Ye Tian said that it is good to have the aura of the protagonist. It's a pity that Ye Xiu didn't lose the treasure chest either. Brother, please help me choose a hero, remember to choose Yasuo. Ye Tian got up and said to Ye Xiu, then walked to the door of the room and explained, I'm going to get 2 bottles of drinks, how can I play games without fat boy happiness? What about the water? Okay. Ye Xiu, on the other hand, looked at the computer screen in high spirits, and gave a simple answer without looking back. Came downstairs, opened the refrigerator, Ye Tian took out 2 bottles of Fat House Happy Water from it. When he was about to return to his room on the 2nd floor, he saw a figure in the back garden outside the villa. The figure was somewhat familiar, as if it was his second brother, Ye Xian. What is he doing there? With some doubts in his heart, Ye Tian couldn't care to return to the room to play Yasuo. When I came to the back garden, I saw Ye Xian standing blankly at this moment, not knowing what he was thinking, like a statue. Coming to Ye Xian's side, Ye Tian patted his shoulder and asked, Xiao Xuanzi, what are you doing? Suddenly, Ye Xian's body trembled, and Ye Tian was taken aback by this sudden tremor. Hey, isn't it, what are you doing, startle me. Patting Ye Xian's shoulder, Ye Tian said comfortingly, although we are salted fish, you don't need to do this. Where is this place? Shouldn't I go through the calamity again? Does it seem like a failure? And many more? Is this home? Did I get home? What salted fish? Who is salted fish? He was still comforting Ye Tian when he suddenly heard Ye Tian's murmur, but because he was so close, Ye Tian could hear it clearly. Tribulation? Why does this line sound so familiar, immortal emperor reborn? Ye Tian frowned, looking at Ye Tian in front of him while thinking. At the same time, Ye Tian also turned around and saw Ye Tian. The two looked at each other. Ye Tian didn't feel anything out of the ordinary, it was almost the same as usual. It's just that Ye Tian's heart set off a shocking wave. His eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Xiao Tian. Looking around again, looking at the familiar environment, Ye Tian murmured, "Am I dead? How can I still see that Xiao Tian still has a home? Could it be, this is the reason of the demons let me successfully cross the illusion created by the robbery? Heart demon? Fantasy?" Hearing Ye Tian's voice, Ye Tian was shocked again. Opening the Eye of Luck, Ye Tian was dazzled by a burst of golden light. Then exclaimed, "FK!" When Ye Tian opened his Eyes of Luck, what he saw was Ye Tian's luck and life history. Name, Ye Tian. Age, 19. Occupation, student. Abilities, Baichuan Emperor Zhu, Extreme Emperor Heart Technique, Alchemy Master, Artifact Refiner. Luck value, 19,999. Life experience, in the past life, the immortals were brought into the world of immortal cultivation by chance, and they reached the immortal emperor all the way through their own opportunities and their own qualifications. Seeing this, Ye Tian was speechless. But his face was still confused, and he thought in his heart, "We agreed to salt fish together, but you are actually reborn as an immortal emperor. Dad's king of soldiers, mom is the heroine, and the elder brother who just came home is an ancient doctor? What about sister Ye Xingyu?" Ye Tian was thinking wildly, while Ye Tian squinted slightly. "Feel the aura of this world." After a while, Ye Tian stretched out his hand and shook it in front of Ye Tian. "Xiao Xuanzi, are you broken?" Just when Ye Tian just stretched out his hand, a treasure box suddenly appeared from Ye Tian. Ding! Diamond Chest. Chapter 6. Ding! The host has picked up the diamond treasure chest. At this time, the system prompt sounds. There is also a diamond treasure chest in the system backpack. Ye Tian was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. At the moment when he just stretched out his hand, a treasure box wrapped in diamonds suddenly fell from Ye Tian's body. And Ye Tian just happened to touch the treasure chest. You know that scene where a big diamond falls out of a person? Ye Tian met, just now. Looking at the treasure chest in the system backpack, Ye Tian resisted the urge to open it now, because he saw Ye Tian opened his eyes. Sure enough, Mercury's spiritual energy is still so scarce. The first time he opened his eyes, Ye Tian whispered, as if he was talking to himself, and he seemed to be talking to Ye Tian. "Reiki? Why didn't I feel it? Is it really the rebirth of the immortal emperor? Hey? What? What did you say?" Ye Tian pretended to be puzzled to show that he didn't understand, and pretended not to know anything. Ye Tian took a deep look at Ye Tian, the deep eyes seemed to be looking at Ye Tian, and after watching for a while, he felt nothing abnormal and then said, "Nothing." Oh, Ye Tian snorted in dissatisfaction, thinking in his heart that if you want to pretend, then I will accompany you to do it, and then asked, "Xiao Xuanzi, why did you go to the garden all night? What else? Tribulation or something? What do you mean? It's okay, come out and breathe." Ye Tian. The air was quiet for 3 seconds. The corner of Ye Tian's mouth twitched, looking for a reason. Doesn't need this reason. Is it still raining outside now? Come out to breathe? Ghosts believe you. And Ye Tian suddenly stretched out his hand, drooping on Ye Tian's shoulder, his palm exerted a little force, and suddenly Ye Tian felt a warm current in his body. Then the system prompt sounded, and this warm current happened to come from Ye Tian's hand. Ye Tian, who was still frowning, slowly opened his brows. Hey! Ye Tian said happily after exhaling, fortunately, it hasn't been poisoned yet, fortunately, I came back in time. It seemed that he was too nervous, and Ye Tian said everything in his heart. Ye Tian thought to himself that it was March 11th, 3 months before his parents disappeared and his family was destroyed. After his parents disappeared, his eldest brother, who had just returned home, took him and Ye Tian to escape. Afterwards, because Ye Tian was poisoned with a strange poison, in order to help Ye Tian detoxify, his eldest brother Ye Xiu went to find the elixir alone. But unexpectedly, Ye Xiu had just left when those mysterious killers came to the door, and the brothers who were incapable of power were reduced to fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping block. Ye Tian died tragically, and he was forced to commit suicide by jumping off a cliff. Later, he met the immortal Zixuan and took him to the Xiaoxian world. And with his own aptitude, talent, and opportunity, he broke through to the immortal emperor realm in less than 1,000 years, and was called Bei Xian Emperor Zun in the immortal cultivation realm. It was he who was investigating Ye Tian's body just now, but fortunately, he was not poisoned yet. 3 months is too late. This time, I will never let my family suffer any more damage. I, Immortal Emperor Baixuan, swear that I will find those people one by one. Letting go of his palm, Ye Tian thought firmly in his eyes. Of course, Ye Tian didn't know anything, but he could vaguely guess what, especially when he looked at Dai Xian's eyes. Ye Tian guessed that it was similar to a novel called Immortal Emperor Rebirth that he had read in a previous life. After being reborn and returning to Mercury, he began to pretend to slap his face along the way, and there were countless beauties. Of course, Ye Tian didn't want to worry too much, he just wanted to put more wool on Ye Tian. Knowing that in my family, only myself and my sister are not the protagonist's life, if one day is killed by a villain, it will not be worth the loss. Especially the elder sister, thinking of Ye Xingyu, Ye Tian decided not to let anyone hurt the person who was extremely gentle to his younger brothers. Ye Tian decided that he must put more wool on his parents and 2 older brothers to protect Ye Xingyu. The two were thinking differently in their hearts. Walking on the stairs back to his room, Ye Tian couldn't help but want to complain about Ye Tian, and just 2 words sent him away. Just now, Ye Tian said that he had something to do and left the house. Of course Ye Tian wanted to accompany him, knowing that Ye Tian might be going out to pretend, and wanted to be able to lick a wave of wool, but was rejected by Ye Tian. Ye Tian was really dissatisfied, but when he thought of the diamond treasure chest he had just picked up, he felt a lot more balanced. Xiao Xuanzi didn't take me when he tried to pretend, just to see what the diamond treasure chest could open. Open the treasure chest. The diamond treasure chest has been opened and obtained. Xianling Dao Body, High Grade, Xianling Ju, High Grade, Hiding Ring, ... Seeing that the treasure chest has opened 3 good things in a row, especially the last hidden ring, then the last 3 question marks will know that this ring is extraordinary, and perhaps its value is higher than the first 2. Ye Tian knew that the treasure chest would have a chance to open this item, and the system called it a mysterious item. Soon Ye Tian accepted what came out of the treasure chest, an ancient black ring that looked a little ordinary. There is also a practice method, which is the Xianling Ju. In the end, Ye Tian's body became hot, and then his body began to fuse with that energy. That is the Xianling Dao Body. Xianling Dao Body, there is no Dao Body in the world of immortality, and it can be said that it is like a fish in water to have this physique to cultivate. Coupled with the Xianling Ju, the cultivation is more effective. Of course, this was the system's explanation to Ye Tian, and Ye Tian had to wait for it to try. Although it is not as good as his elder brother Ye Tian's extreme emperor immortal physique, it is not bad. Ye Tian said that he could only envy the life of the protagonist. Soon Ye Tian successfully merged with the profound spirit Dao Body, and then looked at the ring in his hand curiously. The most amazing thing is this ring, which can hide one's own constitution, cultivation base, and so on. It can be said that it is the biggest weapon of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The most important thing is that it can be forced. When others think you are just an ordinary person, suddenly all your cultivation bases are exposed, which can definitely scare people to death. Thinking of this, Ye Tian had some expectations. With a thought, Ye Tian opened his personal attribute panel. Ye Tian. Occupation, student. Repair, none. Exercises, Xianling Ju, Shennong 13 Needles. Item, Ring of Stash. Abilities, Eye of Fortune, Beginner Game, Proficiency in Medicine, Workplace Specialization. Physique, Mysterious Spirit Dao Body. Because the cultivation has not yet started, Ye Tian's cultivation base is none. It's just to compare the abilities of a few perverts, but no matter how you look at it, you can't compare. There are 4 protagonists in the family. Ye Tian said that it is fortunate that he has a sister to accompany him. When I think about it, I feel a lot more balanced. Chapter 7. Why did it take so long to come back? You've been hanging up for a few minutes. Hearing the door opening and knowing that Ye Tian was back, Ye Xiu stared at the screen and said, "It seems to be addicted to this game. There was something downstairs just now." Ye Tian explained casually, and then heard that he had hung up for a few minutes, and quickly ran to his seat and said, "The game has started? Did you help me choose Yasuo?" Choose. Having just integrated the Dao body, why did Ye Tian not choose to cultivate to become stronger, but indulge in the game? To this, Ye Tian wanted to say, "Practice? Cultivation is not as important as the game. The most important thing is not to pit teammates. This is called the world pattern. The pattern should be opened, and the horizons should be opened. Understand the applause? It hurts. Originally, I wanted to finish a few games with Ye Xiu, but tomorrow Ye Xiu will go to Lindong University to go through the admission procedures. And I have to go to school tomorrow. So I have to play it again next time I have time." And Ye Tian just had time to practice at this moment. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ye Tian began to practice according to the records in Xianling Ju. Slowly, soon Ye Tian felt the fluctuation of the spiritual energy of the world. It is slowly pouring into his body, but this spiritual energy is too thin. Ye Tian doesn't feel much. It's just that the body feels a little better and the mind becomes relaxed. The next day, early in the morning, Ye Tian woke up early from the practice and felt the changes in his body. It seems that he has become stronger, his eyes have become brighter, and looking at his personal panel, his cultivation base has changed from nothing to the early stage of foundation building. This is thanks to the Xianling Dao body and Xianling Ju. And even though he practiced all night, Ye Tian didn't feel a trace of fatigue at this moment, and he was still very energetic. Now, he felt that he could kill a strong cow with one punch. Okay? What is the taste? Suddenly Ye Tian smelled a stench in his nose, as if he had fallen into an old toilet. Looking at his body again, it is now being wrapped in dirt and black unknowns. And this stench came from these unknowns. FK. After more than 10 minutes, Ye Tian came out of the bathroom and looked at his clean body. The skin turned white and there were a few more abdominal muscles. Of course, the important thing is that there is an extra temperament in him. The temperament that is exclusive to immortal cultivators, anyway, has a hidden ring. Ye Tian doesn't want to expose himself so quickly. Simply tidy up some rooms and bed sheets. Ye Tian disgustedly lifted the sheets and threw them into the trash can outside the door. The servants at home had already prepared breakfast. Ye Tian, who had been practicing all night, was already hungry, and he devoured himself without waiting for others. "Aunt Wu, help me cook another bowl of noodles." Ye Tian and Ye Xian were sitting in the special car to the school, and the father and mother had already gone to the group, and the elder brother was also led by the mother's secretary to report at Lindong University. Ye Tian was still very curious about where Ye Tian went last night. But no matter how he asked, Ye Tian either perfunctory or simply didn't answer, and then closed his eyes and rested. For this, Ye Tian also has no good solution. Linchi No. 1 Middle School. When they arrived at the school, the two went to their respective classes. Ye Tian is in the second class of high school, while Ye Tian is in the third year of high school, and the two are not in the same grade. When he came to the class, Ye Tian saw that most of the classmates in the classroom were frolicking and reading books. And he saw a man. Beautiful, pure, full of youthful atmosphere and some cold girls. Li Yawei, his roommate. It is also one of the school flowers of Linchi No. 1 Middle School. At this time, Li Yawei was reading the book seriously, and it seemed that the cacophony beside her had nothing to do with her. Quiet appearance, do not have a flavor. Pulling out the chair, Ye Tian sat on it. And Li Yawei, who was still reading carefully, noticed the movement and frowned. She was most annoying when she was reading quietly when someone disturbed her, especially when Ye Tian was so close. Li Yawei, who originally thought it was coming to send a love letter again, raised her head a little and saw that it was Ye Tian, and her frowning frown gradually relaxed. As a table mate, Li Yawei can be considered to know Ye Tian. When she first saw Ye Tian, she felt that this person was different from others. Unlike other people who see themselves, they will stare at themselves all the time, especially some bold people will reveal wretched eyes in their eyes. Although this rich second generation Ye Tian usually likes to make fun of himself, it is not too much, and he will usually help him drive away some people. Yo, I haven't seen the big school flower for 2 days and become beautiful again. Ye Tian jokingly said to Li Yawei. People who were not familiar with him would think he was a local ruffian. Li Yawei rolled her eyes at Ye Tian, and then suddenly saw that Ye Tian seemed to have some changes. It seems that the skin has become whiter, and he asked suspiciously, "Did you go to the beauty salon to whiten it?" Ye Tian raised his eyebrows and said shamelessly, "Have you become handsome?" Li Yawei, Okay, stop teasing you, I'll tell you that I didn't go to whitening, but there are other reasons that made me like this. Hearing that Ye Tian's skin turns white is another reason. Regarding the matter of skin whitening, Li Yawei said that if you want to talk about this, then I won't be sleepy. Then Li Yawei hurriedly asked. What reason? It's a long story. Say it. Okay, don't tell anyone else after I tell you. Seeing Li Yawei nodding seriously, Ye Tian pretended to be profound and said. Actually, I was reborn. Li Yawei, do you think I believe it? You read the novel and saw the devil? Why didn't you say that you are the immortal emperor? Seeing Li Yawei's face full of disbelief, don't say that there really is an immortal emperor at home. Looking at Li Yawei's cute appearance again, Ye Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. Hearing Ye Tian's laughter, Li Yawei knew that she had been tricked by Ye Tian again. Okay, I won't listen to your nonsense, let's go to class. One morning's class was passed by a few friends in the back row of Ye Tian's meeting. As for studying, Ye Tian has lived 2 lives, not to mention that his academic performance ranks in the top 3 in the grade, the top 10 can still be easily managed. Therefore, the teacher also indulged Ye Tian with one eye and one eye closed. After all, he was still a rich second generation. At noon, Ye Tian found his elder brother Ye Tian, and the two went to the cafeteria to eat together. Why don't you go with Li Yawei? It wasn't that Ye Tian didn't want to, but Li Yawei didn't eat in the cafeteria at all, but went home. You can't follow other people's little girls to eat at her house. On the way to the cafeteria, Ye Tian has been observing this old brother of the immortal emperor, and he is expecting the treasure chest to fall. It's just that there are no treasure chests along the way. After the two finished their meals, they found a place to sit down at will. Not long after sitting down, several people suddenly appeared in the line of sight of the two. The people who came were a few girls, and there were some other students who looked like sports students. They seemed to belong to brother Ye Tian's class. Several people looked around, as if looking for someone. One of the slightly better-looking girls suddenly looked at the position of Ye Tian and the two, and walked in their direction imposingly. And this girl Ye Tian also knew, it was Ye Tian's class flower, Lu Wanwan. Ye Tian, don't think that you are a rich second generation. If you study well, I will like you. Take your love letter back. Hearing Lu Wanwan's voice, Ye Tian suddenly thought of something, and then became excited again. He thought to himself. I'm coming. The plot is here. Xiao Xuanzi is going to pretend. The first stepping stone of Xiaoxuanzi's forcing Wang's growth has come. Chapter 8. Snapped. Lu Wanwan slapped a letter in her hand on the table. Coax. Immediately. The entire cafeteria was attracted by Lu Wanwan's voice, and everyone looked here. Isn't that a class girl from the first class of the third year of high school, and that Ye Tian is a great talent? I didn't think he would write love letters. Yes, I thought it was a high-definition talent, but this operation is so six. And Lu Wanwan looked at Ye Tian proudly. Like a proud little swan, it seems to be looking down at Ye Tian, the little toad. Holy crap, I didn't expect Xiao Xuanzi to be so arrogant before, and even write a love letter? Ye Tian, who was watching the play on the side, muttered inwardly. And Ye Tian, like the protagonist is not him, still eats his own food. From beginning to end, she didn't even raise her eyes to look at Lu Wanwan. As if seeing through Ye Tian's inner thoughts, Ye Tian said plainly. This is not mine. And everyone around heard it, especially Lu Wanwan. But Ye Tian originally only said it to Ye Tian, others? He didn't pay attention. Originally, she came to question and reject Ye Tian so eagerly, because she wanted to see Ye Tian make a fool of himself, and also wanted to see Ye Tian flustered and embarrassed after being exposed and writing a love letter to herself. I laughed so hard at Ye Tian, who made him study so well, and robbed him of many opportunities to perform every time. The main thing is that she wants to take this opportunity to become famous in the school, that is, to step on Ye Tian's position. But seeing Ye Tian's appearance without caring, made her little swan a little embarrassed and ashamed. If Ye Tian knew Lu Wanwan's inner thoughts, he would definitely not hesitate to give a thumbs up. This wave of green. Flying green, a proper green TBCH. It's not yours or someone else's. I found it in my book as soon as I was in class, and there's your signature. Boom. Everyone was shocked again. Is this a love letter refusing to admit? Below is the signature. Hearing Lu Wanwan's questioning tone, Ye Tian frowned slightly. The old monster who has lived for nearly 1,000 years does not want to be involved with this secular woman. He said coldly. I said, it's not mine. Hearing Ye Tian's words, the people behind Lu Wanwan were suddenly unhappy, especially a girl with heavy makeup. Don't dare to admit it, I didn't expect that Ye Dake is such a person, timid as a mouse. Looking at this person who looked exactly like a monster, Ye Tian wanted to see what his brother would do. When I read novels before, I didn't think there was anything, but now Ye Tian, who was in the place, found it very interesting. On the other hand, Ye Tian raised his head and looked at the monster with heavy makeup, his eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately, everyone present felt as if they were in an ice cellar, bitingly cold. What's the matter, why is it so cold? Is the air conditioner broken? I heard some people talking and said that the air conditioner was broken. Ye Tian really wanted to say, where did their brains go? This is obviously to force the king's aura, but these people will not understand. After all, they have never practiced. And the heavily make-up monster stared at by Ye Tian seemed to be in the 18th hell at this time. Just looking at Ye Tian and feeling like facing a terrifying existence that kills countless people. She couldn't help but shudder. But as a high-ranking green tea and boxer, she couldn't be frightened by Ye Tian's look. You, what are you staring at? Don't you want to beat me, a weak woman? Puff! Ye Tian, who was drinking water, spurted it out. Fortunately, I didn't spray in Ye Xian's direction, otherwise I would have influenced Xiao Xuan's pretense. Looking at the monster who claimed to be a weak woman again, Ye Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, weak girl? You can't wait to get the strong guy next to you down with this punch. And everyone also looked at the sports student next to the monster. He was 1.8 meters tall and looked strong and powerful, but he was still weak compared to that weak woman. About 1.5 meters tall, with a big round face, and a body that weighs at least 200 pounds. Tisk tisk. If I get punched by her, it's estimated that I'll have to lie down for 10 days and a half months. 10 days and a half months? How dare you brag about such a small injury? Did you know that when we used to play the Spring Festival, the teacher played a classmate trust game, that is, a group of people held hands, and then another person fell from a height and let the classmates catch her, so as to increase the newcomers of the classmates, but this Wu Li almost crushed a classmate who was 1.8 meters tall. Tisk tisk. That's a miserable one. And this matter? I'll go, can this be tolerated? Hearing that someone uncovered her dark history, this monster Wu Li's face turned black and red for a while. Seeing that her best friend was being bullied, Lu Wanwan glared at Ye Tian, and then angrily pointed at Ye Xuandao. Then explain to me, what's going on with this love letter? It seems that he was disturbed by eating. Ye Xian felt a little irritable, and said in a cold tone. Why do I have to explain? Who are you? And I want Immortal Emperor Baixuan to explain to you. Lu Wanwan was taken aback. And everyone present was stunned. How arrogant! What other gods are there? Could it be that he was stunned by reading the novel? You! Lu Wanwan was a little angry, and you didn't say anything for a long time. At this time, a pale man suddenly appeared and patted Lu Wanwan on the shoulder. She comforted Lu Wanwan with a voice she thought was very gentle, let me come. Seeing the person coming, Lu Wanwan also relaxed. Prince Jun. Isn't it rumored that he is chasing the school beauties? How did he hook up with Lu Wanwan? Damn it, you don't want to die, dare to say it. He's the only son of the deputy mayor. Be careful if he hears you and troubles you. Ye Tian saw the person coming, his face was pale and looked like he was empty, and his thin body, although he looked a little better, but no matter how he looked at it, it seemed like he had come to give experience. The person who came was Wang Zijun, the son of the deputy mayor of Linqi, and one of the four major evils of Linqi. He came to Ye Xian and the two of them, raised his head, squinted his eyes and looked down at the two of them proudly. You are Ye Xian? I told you that Lu Wanwan is my woman, you'd better stay away from her, otherwise. Wang Zijun threatened Ye Xian with a strange voice, and stopped talking when he said otherwise. The threat is indescribable. After all, as the only son of the deputy mayor of Linqi, a rich second generation like the Ye family usually fawns over him like a dog. Of course, he doesn't look down on a rich second generation like Ye Xian. On the other hand, Lu Wanwan's face flushed, and she gave Wang Zijun a shy glance. Seeing Lu Wanwan like this satisfied Wang Zijun's sense of vanity. But hurry up and eat, the food will be cold later. When Ye Xian faced Wang Zijun's threat, as if he hadn't heard him, he completely regarded him as an airman. Chapter 9. FK. Wang Zijun was angry. From childhood to adulthood, he was regarded as a star holding the moon, and when others saw him, they flattered him. Unexpectedly, Ye Xian would be ignored here. And at this time, Ye Tian suddenly saw a treasure chest dropped from Wang Zijun. A bronze treasure chest appears. Is this Wang Zijun also a lucky person? Ye Xian unconsciously touched the treasure box dropped by Wang Zijun with his feet. Pick up the bronze treasure chest ×1. Ye Tian is puzzled, this kind of experience-giving little guy will also drop treasure chests? But when he opened the treasure box, his expression froze. Open the bronze treasure chest and get 10 special Viagra. The effect is 10 times that of ordinary Viagra. Note, use with caution. Ye Tian. System. I'm speechless. Why are you speechless in the system? System. Well, Ye Tian really doesn't know what to say. I thought there was something good, but I didn't expect to open a special Viagra. And no one noticed Ye Tian's small movements. Everyone was attracted by the furious Wang Zijun. Ye Tian also opened his eyes of luck and looked at Wang Zijun. Name, Wang Zijun. Age, 19. Occupation, student, manager of foot bath with nightly rhythm, client of W.Re. Abilities, proficient in prodigal family, proficient in spending money, extremely confident, 3-second man, Inoki mushroom. Air luck, 200. Life experience, I have lived in a world full of money since I was a child. Because I was an only son, my elders loved him only. I often relied on the deputy mayor's father to wipe his for him. Since I was a child, I won an award for an essay about my mayor's father. After reading Wang Zijun's luck panel, Ye Tian was also shocked. He had rarely heard of this Wang Zijun before. Although he was a student of Linqi No. 1 Middle School, he had nothing to do with him. Not to mention having heard of any of his glorious deeds. And this time, boy, you have a kind. Wang Zijun showed gloomy eyes, and then said to Ye Tian viciously, you wait for me after school. Hearing Wang Zijun's harsh words, Ye Tian really wanted to complain. Speaking harshly and then being slapped in the face, this is a proper experience. Sure enough, the protagonist will be demoted. Ye Tian still wanted to wait for Xiao Suanzi to take action, and then pick up the treasure chest. After several times of picking up treasure chests, I learned that when my eldest brother and Xiao Suanzi made a move, they would most likely drop the treasure chest. Of course, Ye Tian mainly wanted to watch a play. Afterwards, Wang Zijun left with someone. Yes, that's it. Of course, when those people left, there were still gloating expressions on their faces. As if to say, boy, you two are miserable. As for why the two of you are mentioned, it is because Ye Tian is Ye Tian's younger brother, so why not clean up together? He both offended Wang Zijun, and he was afraid that he would suffer. Wang Zijun is a well-known figure who will pay revenge. You are worried, they are the second generation of the rich, wouldn't it be better to let the family solve it? 2. Listening to the discussions around, Ye Tian felt a little helpless. He was shot while lying down. Sure enough, the family members of the protagonist are a high-risk group. If you don't move, you will be harmed by the central people. But Ye Tian is not worried at all, not to mention what kind of people his family is. In addition to myself and my sister are the protagonists, but I still have a system, but I feel sorry for my sister. I feel sorry for my sister Yezingya for 3 seconds. Ye Tian thought so in his heart. You wait for me after school in the afternoon, and we'll go home together. At this time, Ye Tian suddenly spoke. And someone happened to be passing by, and heard that Ye Tian was still pulling his brother into the water. Couldn't help but rant. FK, is this going to trick my brother? Ye Tian was about to agree when he heard a passerby complain. Small. The layout is small. Ye Tian really wanted to say this to this complaining passerby, not to mention that Xiao Suanzi was an immortal emperor with a powerful strength. Although I don't know how Ye Tian has recovered his strength now, it shouldn't be too bad. And he is also a person who has been practicing for a day. Teammate Wang Zijun and Ye Tian said that he could easily die without Xiao Suanzi's shot. But for the treasure chest, I still have to watch Xiao Suanzi pretend to be forceful. Immortal Emperor pretending to be forceful, no matter what he thinks, he feels excited, why is he still looking forward to it? Ye Tian was teasing Li Yawei all afternoon. What imported sugar, what Bobo silt milk tea should I take Li Yawei to drink? As long as Bobo doesn't want silt milk tea or something, Li Yawei's face is flushed. Use all means. When the bell rang after school, Li Yue glared at Ye Tian, grabbed her school bag and ran out of the classroom. I have to say that flirting with little girls is fun, especially Li Yue. Leisurely came to the downstairs of the classroom. Ye Tian was waiting for Ye Xian. Soon Ye Tian saw Ye Xian appear, and after the two met, they walked towards the school gate. As soon as they reached the gate, the two saw Wang Zijun waiting there for a long time. Wang Zijun also noticed the two of them, and raised his chin grimly, motioning to follow the people next to him. Boy, come with us. One of them had hair like a pot lid, and the red hair spoke to the two of them arrogantly and domineeringly. Tights show off your thin body. After he finished blocking the road, it was as if the two of them had been blocked here if they didn't go with him. Seeing the appearance of this person in front of him, Ye Tian couldn't help but smile and said, "How many babies are you empty, spiritual boy? Okay? What's the meaning?" Hearing Ye Tian's words, Hung Mao didn't understand what it meant. He said suspiciously, "What do you mean by spirit boy?" Ye Tian held back his laughter, with a serious expression. "Praise your spirit, it means you are very spirited." "Oh, that's what it is, so dasn. Then I'll be called Spirit Boy from now on." Hong Mao suddenly realized, and then was very satisfied with this title. "Although I like this title, you still have to come with me." Then he stretched out his hand to drag Ye Xian and the two. "No, we'll go by ourselves." Chapter 10. The red hair looked at Ye Xian like a fool. I thought to myself, this person is not a fool, is he? Take the initiative to get beat up? But after all, he is still Wang Zijun's subordinate, and he is happy to see this. Saved some effort. The two of them went to a place surrounded by a few red-haired people. A dead end. The dead end not far from each school is also an indispensable place in the school. This is the location for students to exercise. Simply put, a great place to settle personal grievances. Go in. The red-haired spirit boy raised his chin at the two of them extremely arrogantly. Signal them both into a dead end. Wang Zijun and Hung Mao and other subordinates surrounded the outside, not letting the two have a chance to escape. Wang Zijun showed a cruel smile. He spoke softly to the person next to him who didn't know what to say. "I want them both to have one leg, you know what it means." Wang Zijun said it easily, as if the two of them were like two chickens that could be slaughtered at will. "Don't worry, young Master Wang, you can rest assured when I do things." Both of them were cultivators, especially Ye Xian, who could hear clearly what Chu Zijun said. His originally dull eyes turned cold. Dragons have inverse scales, and they will die if touched. And his family is the inverse scale of his immortal Emperor Baixuan. Hearing that these people still wanted Ye Tian's leg, he was considering whether to send these people to hell. Just remembering that it's a legal society, I'm afraid it's a little troublesome. But not long after, Wang Zijun nodded. Several people will understand. All gathered around. Two of them even took out from their waists and threw sticks out. "Boy, it's not good to offend anyone, but it's the young Master Wang. My buddy also works for others, so don't blame them for their lack of seriousness. Of course. I advise you not to resist, so as not to suffer. Brother promises that you will only hurt once you hit it with a stick." The red hair spoke to the two of them ferociously, and without waiting for Ye Xian and the two to react, he was ready to go up to hold the two of them, so that his companions could attack. "Humph!" Ye Xian snorted coldly. "Release the aura." Moment. The air seemed to be frozen, becoming extremely cold. "I'm coming. Start pretending." On the other hand, Ye Tian next to Ye Xian looked excited, with an undisguised look of contempt in his expression. As if saying to the red-haired people, "You are finished." Of course, Ye Tian didn't take these people in his eyes, not to mention that he is a cultivator now, so he can easily kill a few people at will. And there is an immortal Emperor Xiao Xuanzi next to him. Just wait for the show to be good. And Ye Tian simply raised his feet and put his hands in his trouser pockets. Cool look. Just a moment. I saw that Ye Tian had come to Hong Mao. With a speed like a bullet, none of the people present could see how Ye Tian was standing in front of the red hair in the blink of an eye. You. The red-haired eyes were wide, and his face was full of disbelief. How do you? Pang. Hong Mao opened his mouth and said only 4 words, and before he could finish speaking, he heard a huge roar. Like the sound of being hit by a big truck. Then the red hair flew upside down. Pang. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded again. Hong Mao only felt that his stomach was shredded by a meat grinder, and it was extremely painful. What? My stomach exploded, it hurts, and my tattoo, faded, ah. After the red hair fell to the ground, Ah screamed, and then cried out in pain. Everyone didn't react yet, only to see Ye Tian raised his foot, just kicked it lightly, and the red hair flew out. Several meters away. Mama, what kind of fairy is this? Is this still human? The rest of the accomplices thought so in their hearts, and then their faces showed panic. On the other hand, Ye Tian looked like he had known for a long time. With his hands on his hips, he looked like he was watching a good show. Of course, he walked to the position where Ye Tian was standing just now with his unknowing movement. Ye Tian looked at Wang Zijun behind him, with biting coldness in his eyes. Next, it's you. The plain tone and the plain words made Wang Zijun fall into hell. He looked at Ye Tian in disbelief. Then look at the red hair lying on the ground in pain. He was a little scared. The body involuntarily took a few steps back. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that nothing came out. Like a weight stuck in his throat. Ye Tian raised his feet again and walked like an ordinary person. And the others saw that Ye Tian's prenatal education was so ordinary that it really caused shocking waves in their hearts. Here he comes again. Just before the solace of the feet hit the ground, a roar was heard. Stop! How dare you, kid! Suddenly, a bloody roar came, making people deafening. I saw a strong man who should be nearly 2 meters tall suddenly appeared. The sturdy body is like a strong cow. And that roar came from his mouth. Looking at the red hair lying on the ground, the strong man pondered for a while, and then said. The Peak of Mingjin? Are you also a warrior? Bright? Is it the cultivation realm of Mercury? Ye Tian felt a little curious when he heard the word Mingjin for the first time. I have never heard of it in the immortal cultivation world. Moreover, the qi and blood of this strong man is stronger than that of ordinary people. Soon Ye Tian could probably guess that this was the realm of a warrior. And he just shot, let this strong man think he is a warrior. Coming to Wang Zijun's side, the strong man opened his mouth and comforted. Don't be afraid, young Master Wang, no one here dares to do anything to you. As soon as the strong man appeared, Wang Zijun immediately changed from fear to surprise. Continue to arrogantly say. Uncle Niu, help me abolish him, I want him to have a leg. Niu but the legendary ancient warrior, listening to my father said that it is still dark in the middle stage. Although he didn't know what an ancient martial artist was, he only knew that Niu was very powerful. Boy, where did you learn from? Why didn't I know there were warriors like you in Linchi? Seeing that Ye Tian was silent, the strong man asked in an angry voice. What does the Peak of Mingjin mean, and what realm is behind? The first time he met a warrior, Ye Tian also wanted to know some of the strength and realm of these people. Oh? Boy, you don't know? Didn't your master tell you? Niu was puzzled, this person has already cultivated to the Peak of Mingjin, but he still doesn't know what Mingjin means. Regarding Niu's doubts, Ye Tian said that his master really hadn't said anything to him. Only know the realm of cultivators. Of course, Ye Tian didn't want to explain to these mortals, and mortals didn't accompany him to explain. I also don't want him to be the dignified immortal Emperor Baixuan, who can be the strongest boss in the world of immortality, with the ceiling of combat power. And he just wanted to know some information about the warriors. Chapter 11. Ye Tian frowned and said impatiently. You have a lot of words, you just need to answer my question, why do you need to talk so much nonsense? Good boy. Niu Er sneered, then clenched the fist in his hand. Didn't your master teach you respect? Forget it, let me teach you how to be a human being. I saw a rattling sound coming from Niu Er's sandbag-sized fist, and then Niu Er rushed towards Ye Tian at a very fast speed. The speed was faster than that of Ye Tian just now, rushing out like a tiger and leopard, and punching out with his right fist. Ye Tian's face changed slightly, but he was only thinking about it. I thought that warriors were just a little more powerful than ordinary people, but I didn't expect to feel a trace of spiritual energy from Niu Er. This is what Ye Tian did not expect. It seems that the warriors on Mercury are not simple, right? There was coldness in Ye Tian's eyes, he simply raised his hand and opened his palm to meet Niu Er's fist. Seeing Ye Tian so underestimated the enemy, Niu Er's expression showed disdain. He is in the middle stage of dark power, and he can punch 1000 Jin with all his strength. I didn't expect that this careful and bright peak kid would delusionally catch his full power punch. Ridiculous. I see. Niu Er's punch just hit Ye Tian's palm. Pang! Niu Er imagined that he punched with all his strength, and Ye Tian either broke his arm or was blown away by himself. But the reality was a little different from the imagination, and Ye Tian was still standing firmly in place. And he was still attacking. And his fist did not touch Ye Tian at all. Rather, it hit the air, like hitting a wall. Sweat could be seen on Niu Er's forehead. He trembled, and then looked at Ye Tian in disbelief. Let the qi go out, you are the master. Everyone was shocked, especially Ye Tian. According to his estimation, Xiao Xuanzi just raised his hand slightly, and there should be a late stage of foundation establishment, or a peak. On the other hand, Wang Zijun was different. He was confident that Niu Er might be pretending to be cool. After all, the speed that ordinary people didn't have just now shocked him. He shouted loudly, Uncle Niu, hurry up. Abolish him. I'll give you 1 million later. Hearing Wang Zijun's voice, Niu Er was startled. Then he turned his head and glared at him. Shut up. And Ye Tian ignored Niu Er and Wang Zijun when a leaf suddenly fell from the sky. And Ye Tian waved his palm again, only to see this one-finger leaf flying towards Niu Er at a speed invisible to the naked eye. There was also a sonic boom in the air, as if this ordinary leaf had smashed the air. Niu Erji, who was still throwing punches, felt a pain in his fist, and then his arm did the same. When he turned around, he saw a trace of blood on his sandbag-sized fist. The fist that was clenched tightly was loosened a little. Click! With a soft sound, Niu's second middle finger and ring finger broke. It fell to the ground, and there were wounds on his fingers that were flattened by sharp blades, and then blood spurted out like he didn't want money. There is so much nonsense, why didn't this immortal emperor ask you why you didn't answer? Niu Er's expression was painful, and he opened his mouth slightly to say something, but his eyes were black, and he leaned back and passed out. Xiao Xuanzi is better than pretending. The full score is 100. I will give Xiao Xuanzi 99 points. 1 point less is because I am afraid of Xiao Xuanzi's pride. On the other hand, Wang Zijun was dumbfounded, and his only current dependency, Niu Er, also fell. And Ye Tian was still standing there safe and sound. He was a little flustered, and the red hair could have been crippled by him just now, and he was still lying on the ground. He was afraid that he would also suffer Ye Tian's kick. You stop him, and I'll give each of you 100,000. Wang Zijun spoke to the others in a panic, and his body involuntarily stepped back, as if he wanted to escape from this place. I want to never see Ye Tian again. You take us for fools? Who can stop this kind of fierce people? Several younger brothers thought so in their hearts. They were also scared by Ye Tian just now. Their legs were weak. Have you ever seen a finger cut? See it often in movies. But have you ever seen a finger cut out of a leaf? This *CK is so scary. Without thinking about it, a few gangsters turned around and ran away. It seems that they are afraid that Ye Tian will bring a leaf to each of them, but they just saw several leaves falling down. In the panic, another person bumped into Wang Zijun. FK, you dare to hit me, you don't want to live anymore. Wang Zijun, who was hit, got up from the ground angrily and scolded the little brother who hit him. Of course, several people are running for their lives. Who can manage this? Their lives matter. At this time, it seemed that Wang Zijun had just woken up and looked at Ye Tian in fear. He stammered, "Yeah, Ye Tian, you, don't come here, I'll give you 1 million. Today, it doesn't happen, just make a friend." Ye Tian said nothing, as if he was looking at a dying person. Just as he was about to kill the ant who dared to threaten him, he heard a dull voice. I fainted again? Bleeding is really troublesome, every time I fight, I faint. And this sound was exactly the sound of Niu Er, who fell into a coma. Ye Tian. Prince Jun. Together you fainted and fainted? Seeing that he slowly opened his eyes, he suddenly remembered something after seeing Ye Tian, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Not to mention the wounds and severe pain in the hands. For those who practice martial arts, this pain is nothing. Niu Er immediately got up, knelt in front of Ye Tian and said, "Grandmaster, spare your life, it's because I have no eyes, I don't know you are the Grandmaster." Chapter 12. Master. Hearing the new term again, Ye Tian suddenly became interested. "Tell me, what is a Grandmaster, and what is dark and bright?" And Ye Tian on the side seemed to be in a daze. He didn't hear Ye Tian talking to Niu Er who was kneeling on the ground. In fact, it wasn't because Ye Tian dropped the treasure chest when Ye Tian shot just now. A silver treasure chest. He was looking at the treasure chest at this time. Open the treasure chest. Open the silver treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining, Yulongbu, top grade silver, top grade spirit stone times 10,000. Yulongbu. Sounds like a footwork. Ye Tian thought in his heart, and then received Yulongbu and the top grade spirit stone. Ye Tian is no stranger to the spiritual stone. After stepping into the path of immortality, he also knows this kind of stone that is rich in spiritual energy. Like beautiful jade, each piece is the size of a baby's fist. Soon, Ye Tian's mind came up with the dragon step technique, and he learned from it. This dragon walk was created by a certain cultivator out of boredom, and it can break the teleportation of space when it is perfected. Of course, it can only teleport 300 kilometers at most, which is like a tasteless cultivator after the tribulation period. But for Ye Tian, who would despise too many exercises, especially the 10,000 spirit stones, which can assist in cultivation. I see. Listening to Niu Er's explanation, Ye Tian also knew the division of martial artist realm and strength. Ming Jing, Dark Jing, Grand Master, Great Grand Master and Land Immortal. Ye Tian guessed that Ming Jin should correspond to the early stage of foundation building, and dark energy should correspond to the middle stage. Of course, the martial artist cannot be compared with the immortal cultivator. The power of the cultivator is many times stronger than that of the martial artist, especially the control of spiritual power. Instead of being like a martial artist, he will only absorb spiritual energy in his body and will not digest his powerful self. After listening to Niu Er's explanation, Ye Tian was thinking. In the previous life, he and his younger brother Ye Tian seemed to be forced to jump off the cliff by a master warrior. How did the family in the previous life provoke those warriors? Parents are just ordinary businessmen. Although there is some money in the family, they will not cause disaster, right? Big brother who just came back? Although the contact time was short, Ye Tian still knew a little bit in the previous life. It's just some medical skills, although Ye Tian has never seen that kind of medical skills. Sister Ye Xingyu is even more impossible. Ye Tian thought in his heart, only his younger brother Ye Tian he chose to ignore. In his perception, Ye Tian is just an ordinary person. He likes to play games as a hobby, and also likes to shout pain in front of himself. Thinking of Ye Tian, he suddenly looked back. I saw Ye Tian was laughing at the air stupidly, as if he had encountered something happy. Ye Tian frowned, thinking that something had happened to Ye Tian. He was a little worried. The figure disappeared, and then came to Ye Tian. Raising his hand and touching Ye Tian's forehead, he released the power of his soul to probe Ye Tian's body. But the power of the soul just entered Ye Tian's body but found nothing unusual. Ye Tian, who was still happy at first, felt his forehead being gently pressed by Ye Tian, and he also woke up. What's the matter, Xiao Xuanzi, why are you touching my forehead? Noticing that there was nothing unusual, Ye Tian felt relieved. Then there was some doubt in my heart. He asked Ye Tian and said. Don't you wonder why I'm so good now? Ah! Ye Tian was stunned. He knew for a long time that Xiao Xuanzi was the rebirth of the immortal emperor, and he possessed the eye of luck and the system. Of course, Xiao Xuanzi didn't know. You concealed it from me, of course. Ye Tian would never tell others about the system, even his family. Ye Tian pretended to cooperate and said with a shocked and unbelievable look. Ah yes, Xiao Xuanzi, how did you become so powerful, like a Superman? Ye Tian. Why does it feel weird? It doesn't seem like Xiao Tian is too surprised. He wanted to pretend to be forceful in front of him. Who made him so foolish before? Ye Tian thought to himself, but soon stopped focusing on Ye Tian. He is the immortal Emperor Baixuan, and he has nothing to hide from his family. Of course, he will not tell his family that he is the reborn immortal emperor. But in terms of strength, it can be revealed that it happens that he has some exercises that are suitable for family members to practice. As long as you find a spiritual vein or a place containing spiritual energy for your family, you can let your family practice, so that you have the capital to protect yourself. Ye Tian didn't want the tragedy of the last life to happen again. Now the main thing is to solve the two ants in front of you first. Of course he didn't want to be too brutal to be seen by Ye Tian. After all, what would he do if he was born and scared Ye Tian? He didn't want Ye Tian's weak heart to be traumatized. Said to Ye Tian. You go home first, I have things to do later. Hearing Ye Tian drive him away, Ye Tian, who still wanted to watch the play, shriveled, and said with some dissatisfaction, what else can you do? It's not a tryst with that beautiful woman, right? Forget it, then I'll go home first and leave you alone. But I'm just complaining. According to the plot, after Xiao Xuanzi has dealt with these two people, he should be ready to go to a place rich in spiritual energy. Then he must meet an old grandfather with a strong background, and then the old grandfather has a dark disease. Xiao Xuanzi pretends to be forceful, and the operation convinces the old grandfather. Ye Tian was also very satisfied with the silver treasure chest he had obtained just now, and two good things were opened. I chose not to follow Ye Tian anymore. If Ye Tian noticed something, it would not be worth the loss. After all, I still have wool, especially Xiao Xuanzi's 19,999 luck value. Not long after walking out of the alley, Ye Tian heard Wang Zijun scream. Then there was no sound. Ye Tian shook his head and muttered, it's not good to offend anyone, but if you want to offend Xiao Xuanzi, this is the big boss of the immortal emperor. And in the alley, Ye Tian saw Ye Tian walking far away, and slapped it with a palm, directly turning Niu Er into ashes. Seeing this scene, Wang Zijun let out a scream, and then turned into grey. For Ye Tian, it was just two ants, just kill them casually. Chapter 13. Just after leaving the dead end, Ye Tian found his exclusive car opposite the school gate. That is, the car that Zioxwenzi and Zioxwenzi took to go to school in the morning. This was arranged by my mother, Lin Qing, to pick up the two of them to school. A 3 million business black SUV Benban. Opening the car door, Ye Tian sat in the back row, and Geu was lying comfortably. The driver was named Li Jun, a veteran in his 30s, and a bodyguard hired by his mother to protect him as a driver. Li Jun saw that Ye Tian was the only one, but he didn't see Ye Xian, and asked suspiciously. "Little master, what about the eldest master?" Because Li Jun didn't know Ye Xiu's existence, he still called him young master Ye Xian as always. Ye Tian said nonchalantly. Xiao Xuanzi went to the old grandpa to pretend to be coercive. "Let's go home by ourselves, he will come back by himself later." Looking for grandpa to pretend? Li Jun was stunned, not knowing what to say. But as a bodyguard, he still decided to ask and find out where Ye Xian is now. He wants to ensure the safety of the two of them, and now only Ye Tian is alone, he is very worried about Ye Xian. Is the eldest young master still studying? Shall we wait for him? Ye Tian raised his eyebrows and said to Li Jun with a mature look. It's really okay, in fact, Xiao Xuanzi went to flirt with his sister, and he won't be back for a while, so we can't disturb his good deeds. But it's nothing to worry about. Brother Jun, you still don't know my person. Will I lie to you? It's, well. Hearing that Ye Xian was going to flirt with his sister, Li Jun expressed his disbelief. Who is my eldest young master, a straight man? But there is no doubt that he loves learning, so he pretends that Ye Xian is still studying at school. It was not the first time to pick up Ye Xian after sending Ye Tian back. This has happened many times before. Sometimes he waited for Ye Xian, and then he waited until night fell. He couldn't help but sigh, his eldest young master really loves learning. Just like your own daughter. Ye Tian, who was sitting in the back row, was very bored, so he took out his phone to scan the video. But suddenly he saw a treasure box suddenly drop from Li Jun, who was driving seriously in front of him. A bronze treasure chest. This made Ye Tian a little surprised. Is Li Jun also the protagonist? Soldier king or what? After picking up the treasure chest, Ye Tian was not in a hurry to open it, but opened the Eye of Luck and looked at Li Jun. Name, Li Jun. Age, 35. Occupation, retired special forces, bodyguards, drivers. Abilities, fighting mastery, marksmanship mastery, suggestion, driving specialization, natural eagle eye, using a sniper rifle, 100% hit. Air luck, 1200. Life resume, enlisted in the army when he was young, and was later selected to join a special force because of his excellent grades. After failing a mission, he was injured and had to be discharged from the army. He chose to sit in a security guard. Later, there was an accident at home. With a lot of money for surgery, Lin Qing found him at this time, employed him as a bodyguard with a salary of 1 million a year, and paid half a year's salary in advance, and then was extremely loyal to the Ye family. Great effect! Guess which protagonist he is? Are you loyal to my family? Then you can train him well, and maybe it will be a big help in the future. Ye Tian looked at Li Jun's luck panel and thought. He couldn't help but admire his mother a little, and the means were really powerful. Instead of icing on the cake, it's better to send charcoal in the snow. When Li Jun was in the most difficult time, his mother showed up to give him a high commission job, and also advanced his salary for half a year in advance. When he opened the treasure chest he had just obtained, Ye Tian saw the screen in the system interface. Get, advanced driving skills. The advanced skills were integrated into Ye Tian's memory, and he felt like a seasoned old driver. You can drive freely and smoothly with any running on the ground. Such as cars, motorcycles, armored vehicles, etc., the most important thing is to ride a horse. Thinking of driving a Ferrari with one hand, soaring to 180 yards, with a beautiful woman sitting in the co-pilot. He said to the beautiful woman coolly and philosophically, "What is the meaning of people living in the world? Can a person be reborn after death? Thinking about it makes me a little excited, especially if the co-pilot is Li Yue, it will be more interesting." "You mean bad fun? What kind of fun? Please drive a Ferrari one-handed, especially if you can say such philosophical words at 180 yards, it's cool." Of course, one day in the future Ye Tian will actually do it. Li Yue? I thank you. After returning home, Ye Tian found no one at home. His parents are still in the group company, and his eldest brother Ye Xiu should still be at Lindong University. He was the only one, and he was a little bored when he was idle. Ye Tian also locked himself in the room. He also needs to practice hard. It was not until night fell that Ye Tian stopped cultivating. With the spiritual stone cultivation, Ye Tian also found that the cultivation speed was much faster. The cultivation base is also close to the peak of the foundation building, and only one step can be advanced. You can also train to the primary level in the dragon step. Walking out of the room, Ye Tian felt a little strange. Normally, my parents should be back at this time, but now I am alone at home. And his servants are not there either. Just walked down the stairs and came to the villa lobby. Ye Tian suddenly and keenly sensed a cold aura, and a murderous aura. It seems that the owner of this breath is behind him. Ye Tian pretended not to know and shouted loudly. "Mother Wu, is the meal ready? I'm hungry." Ye Tian just shouted, and saw that murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. It seems to be coming for himself. And in a corner behind Ye Tian, a masked person in a night suit appeared. He took out a silver needle from his pocket. With a strong hand, he threw the silver needle and shot it in the direction of Ye Tian. He shot at Ye Tian's back with a thunderous momentum. Ye Tian, who sensed the danger, immediately evaded with a dragon-footed dodge. And this mysterious person only saw Ye Tian's body flash. I saw Ye Tian's phantom, and then appeared behind the man. "Okay. Where have you been?" The mysterious man hummed unexpectedly. And Ye Tian who was behind her heard the voice and seemed to be still a woman. And Ye Tian also noticed that the silver needle was highly poisonous, and it was a chronic poison. Ye Tian's eyes turned cold. It was obvious that this mysterious person was coming for him, and he said depressedly, "Are you looking for me?" What? The woman's body froze. When did he run behind him? Chapter 14. Ha! The woman couldn't believe that Ye Tian's voice could be heard behind her. I saw Ye Tian disappear in front of my eyes and suddenly appeared behind me. She was a little frightened. Ye Bufan's youngest son was not an ordinary person. The information is wrong. 1 second, not long. But she thought a lot in her heart, and she was thinking more about whether she could beat Ye Tian with her own strength. But thinking that it was just a moment ago, Ye Tian came behind her, breaking the mentality of wanting to compete with Ye Tian. Soon she made the best move. As a professional killer, it is also the most important to leave a way back, and of course she is too. She wanted to hold Ye Tian back, and use her beauty to charm this innocent little injustice. While Ye Tian was relaxing, he was running away. A little boy like Ye Tian, her teammate, she was confident and sure enough to hold it. Pretend to be calm. Turning around and looking at Ye Tian said, "Interesting, little brother is not a common man." And seeing Ye Tian's handsome and slightly immature face, especially the expression on his face, he was calm and somewhat cool. She couldn't help but praise in her heart, "People are much better looking than photos, what a handsome little brother." She took off her mask, revealing an extremely beautiful face, and said in a pitiful and irresistible way. The Lun family said that the Lun family went the wrong way and came to the wrong place, believe it or not. Wrong way? Wrong place? What about when I'm 3 years old? Ye Tian looked at the silver needle that was originally shot at him but missed because of the dragon step. I saw that the silver needle had hit the position where Ye Tian stood just now, on the sofa in front. The original luxury leather sofa now shows a black spot with the size of a bowl. And it's still spreading. He made a move on himself, but set it in the wrong place. This reason is lame enough. Opening the Eye of Luck again, Ye Tian saw the information of the Oni-san killer in front of him. Name, Lang Qingyu. Age, 26. Occupation, killer, owner of Xinyu Foot Bath Shop. Abilities, Poison Master, Assassination Mastery, Stealth Mastery, Fighting Mastery, Movement Mastery, Sneak Attack, Charm, Ventilator. Air Luck, 1299. Life resume. I was adopted by a killer organization since I was a child, and was trained to become a senior killer. The killer organization arranged to open a foot bath shop in Anqi, East Province as the secret base of the killer organization. Because of its good at charm, many executives and nobles were pulled into the water. After reading this Oni-san killer luck panel named Lang Qingyu, Ye Tian was a little surprised. Especially when you see one of her abilities. Ye Tian shrugged and said, "Sister, do you think I believe it?" Hearing that Ye Tian didn't believe in himself, Lang Qingyu smiled charmingly, and then put on a charming appearance and figure and said, "That's a pity, my brother doesn't believe my sister." Ye Tian made an expression of continuing to perform, no longer answering, and quietly looked at Lang Qingyu. Seeing Ye Tian's appearance, Lang Qingyu's eyes narrowed, and she quietly squeezed a small bag of things in her palm. This is the lime powder specially made by their killer organization, which is used for sneak attacks or no martial arts. Abbreviation, Wood powder. Although this kind of thing is rarely used, it is widely circulated within the organization, and there are many praises, but it has been tried and tested, especially Ye Tian seems to have relaxed his vigilance now. Then, Lang Qingyu paused when she said this, and then pretended to be very surprised and pointed at Ye Tian's back as if she saw something. "Look! Baboon!" After finishing speaking, without waiting for Ye Tian to look back to see if there are really baboons, the special martial arts powder in the palm of his hand was sprinkled directly on Ye Tian's face. "What the FK?" Ye Tian, who was watching Lang Qingyu's performance quietly, was taken aback for a moment, and he was also startled when he saw the white powder coming towards him. Lang Qingyu's eyes showed a successful conspiracy and looked at Ye Tian. But let Lang Qingyu disappointed. I saw Ye Tian tightly closed his mouth and nose, and quickly escaped with his dragon-footed walk. He was afraid that the white powder was poisonous. After all, in the ability of the Oni-san killer Lang Qingyu, there was one ability that belonged to the master of poisoning. Seeing Lang Qingyu still stunned in place, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Shouldn't you run away?" Still standing there waiting for the baboons. Hearing Ye Tian's reminder, Lang Qingyu was stunned. Originally, I wanted to wait for Ye Tian to be recruited, so I could take advantage of the dangers of others to complete the task, but I didn't expect him to hide. But it's not too late to run away now. Thinking like this in her heart, she kicked her body hard with her legs and flew backwards. With just one stare, it flew several meters away. When the deserted moon moved, Ye Tian also moved. I saw Lang Qingyu, who had just landed and was about to continue to take out something from her arms, was strangled by Ye Tian's neck and lifted like a chicken. The other hand also tapped Lang Qingyu's arm that was going to take out something. I saw Lang Qingyu's hand froze in her arms and holding something. This is acupuncture, learned in obtaining Shennong 13 Needles. Lang Qingyu, who was picked up by Ye Tian's neck, was suddenly unable to breathe, and a grunting sound came out of her throat. His eyes were full of fear and regret. Why didn't he escape earlier, but waited for Ye Tian to be recruited? It's all about this broken mission. If she can go back safe and sound, she must torture the person who provided the information to death, and drain it to death. Lang Qingyu struggled to use the other hand that could still move, trying hard to break Ye Tian's hand that was holding her neck. But no matter what I tried, it didn't work. And Ye Tian used a lot of strength to grab his neck. Her face turned from red to pale and purple. This was a symptom of difficulty breathing. She felt that if Ye Tian continued like this, she would die within a minute. His mouth was wide open, and saliva flowed out. Her eyes changed from panic to despair, and she slowly stopped struggling. Sudden! The door of the villa was opened. I saw a person entering the villa. Ye Tian looked over his head, just looking at the person who came. Ye Tian saw a trace of shock and embarrassment in his eyes. The person who came was Ye Xiu, his eldest brother. From Ye Xiu's point of view, Ji saw that his lively younger brother was holding a beautiful woman by the neck. The woman has a hand on her chest. There are still some corners of her mouth, cough. He thought he had disturbed Ye Tian's good deeds, and said embarrassingly. Cough, sorry, you continue. Ready to turn around and leave. But his heart made waves, and he thought in his heart, sure enough, the rich second generation is a flower for play, especially his younger brother Ye Tian. Chapter 15. Seeing the strange postures of himself and Lang Qingyu and what Ye Xiu said, Ye Tian knew that he had been misunderstood. He hurriedly spoke to Ye Xiu who was about to leave. Brother, listen to my sophistry. Bah, listen to me explain. Things are not what you think. Ye Xiu raised his eyebrows and said with an expression that I understand. I understand, the excitement in the novel, I understand it, you don't have to explain it. They're all people from the past, and they're full of energy. I have a friend who likes this too. Ye Tian. Do you know a thread? It was darkness Chenkeng just now, but now it is something out of nothing. These 8 characters are played clearly by you. Although Ye Tian said that he was speechless, he still explained. Brother, it's actually like this. Cough, cough. Lang Qingyu, it's okay for you to explain, but can you let me go first? I'm about to suffocate to death. Ye Tian had just finished speaking when he heard the cold and dry cough in his hands. Then he let go. He didn't want Lang Qingyu to die so early, and he still had something to ask. After giving her an A-cup ointment to prevent her from escaping, Ye Tian hurriedly explained to Ye Xiu. It's like this. Yes. Then I subdued her with ka. That's right. Then Ye Tian explained to Ye Xiu the origin of Lang Qingyu and why he treated her like that. Ye Xiu also became serious and looked at the large black stain on the sofa. He thought for a while, then pondered. Destroying Yang San. Extinguishing sun? Hearing Ye Xiu say these 3 words, Ye Tian immediately searched for the information of these 3 words in his mind. However, he couldn't think of any information about the 3 words Mi Yang San. I had no choice but to ask myself, this ancient medical elder brother. What is this sun extinguishing powder? It's a chronic, highly poisonous. Ordinary people's body will turn black after being exposed to this poison, and it will return to normal after 7 days. After that, this highly poisonous poison also absorbs the yang energy in the human body. The symptoms of this poisoning will feel weak limbs, impotence, short and weak, etc., until the yang qi is exhausted after the day and you die in pain. The most important thing is that if you want to cure, you can only find the Millennium Sui-Yang essence as the main medicine. Ye Xian, so you know why I jumped off the cliff. After hearing Ye Xiu's explanation, Ye Tian couldn't help trembling. Sui-Yang Jing knew that this drug might be difficult to find even if it was searched all over Mercury. What a ruthless poison, it is indeed the most poisonous than a woman's heart. Looking at Lang Qingyu lying on the ground, Ye Tian's eyes also showed a vicious look. This person came to find him specifically, and guessing from Xiao Xuanz's life history, maybe he was poisoned by this kind of poison. Then, Ye Tian didn't dare to imagine it any longer. Especially when I think of my body turning black, like a black slave, but impotence, short and powerless. Seeing Ye Tian's expression turning black and white for a while, Ye Xiu said that he understood him very well. After all, how can a normal man accept this kind of thing? Especially this poison is specially aimed at Ye Tian. Of course, he still had some doubts, listening to Ye Tian say that this woman is a killer, but it seems that the strength is not weak. Just why was he captured by his younger brother? After thinking about it, everyone has their own secrets, and he doesn't want to go deep into Ye Tian's secrets. What's more, he also hid them. Curiosity stopped. Brother, how can you make someone die painfully? Ye Tian glanced at Lang Qingyu and asked Ye Xiu. In fact, he asked this on purpose, just to scare this woman. Who made her prepare to poison herself with such a vicious, insidious, an orphan? Ye Xiu hummed, then thought for a while and said, I know about 70 kinds of painful deaths. Which one do you want to know? As soon as Ye Xiu said that there are more than 70 kinds, Ye Tian immediately became interested, and then asked. The kind that is so painful that it will not die for a while, such as itching people. Ant goo, the blood vessels of the person who is gold are like being covered with ants, and the skin will become extremely itchy. The stronger person can live for 7 or 8 days. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his bag, opened it and said to Ye Xiu, I just happen to have it here. Ye Tian only saw that in the small porcelain bottle, there were countless black little ants, but they were bigger than normal ants, and could feel a strange aura from them. Is there any way to make people's heart hurt and be eaten every day? The main thing is that they won't die in a while. Hearing Ye Tian talk about this, Ye Xiu Rula immediately became interested. If you want to talk about this, then I'm not sleepy. Ye Xiu thought so. Then he took out a small porcelain bottle from the canvas bag. Heart Devourer, the effect is similar to what you said. Are there any special ones that eat brains? Have that. Then Ye Tian asked more than a dozen questions in a row, and Ye Xiu took them out from his worn-out canvas bag one by one. What kind of ant goo, heart-devouring worm, marrow-washing leech, etc., of all kinds. It made Ye Tian wonder if his big brother was specializing in raising goo? And his canvas bag, just like Doraemon's treasure bag. Ye Tian and Ye Xiu had a good conversation, but Lang Qingyu, who was on the side, was really scared to death. Just now Ye Tian looked at him with an unfriendly look, and asked Ye Xiu if he wanted to use it for himself. She only thought in her heart, and then looked at Ye Tian with begging eyes. Ye Tian doesn't want to eat this woman still wants to make him impotent, can he let her go? Obviously not. Then if these are used together on one person, how long can that person live? Ye Tian asked Ye Xiu in a flat tone, while Lang Qingyu's heart throbbed and almost stopped beating. Just now, she could clearly hear the effects of those things, if all of them were used on herself. She dared not think about it any longer. She was frightened, and she instantly had the urge to commit suicide. As professional killers, they actually have suicide potions in their mouths. But she originally thought that this task was easy, and she did not bring any medicine. This. Hearing Ye Tian say this, Ye Xiu was a bit tongue-tied, but he answered truthfully. It should be half a day, but with some life-sustaining drugs, it should last for 3 days. After speaking, he took out a small bottle of medicine from the all-purpose treasure bag and said, this is the life-sustaining pill. Cold Moon. If you want me to die, just say it directly, why do you have to be around the corner? To torture to death? Chapter 16. She was speechless because of the acupuncture point by Ye Tian. I can only think so in my heart in despair. Seeing her eyes, Ye Tian felt threatened. It is time to ask questions. He squatted down and held more than a dozen bottles and jars in front of Lang Qingyu and said. Now I ask you something, and you answer. As long as you say something wrong once, I will put a worm. Of course, if you answer truthfully, I will not let it go. Then he looked at Lang Qingyu with a playful smile. Lang Qingyu? The name sounds pretty good. Hearing Ye Tian say her name, her eyes became more desperate. He actually knew his name. Is the action already exposed? Or is there a ghost inside? In just a few seconds, she thought of countless things in her heart, and then she blinked and agreed with Ye Tian. No way, everyone already knows where he is. And she is still in the hands of others. She was wrong, and she was wrong all the time. It turned out that she was the prey, and this little boy was the real hunter. Seeing Lang Qingyu's promise, Ye Tian showed his white teeth and put his fingers on her body. Seeing that Lang Qingyu can move, but in order to prevent this woman from making any more moths, he still restricts the movement of the woman's limbs. Just after the acupoints were removed, Lang Qingyu took a deep breath of fresh air greedily. He opened his mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Who sent you to poison me? At this time, Ye Tian asked Lang Qingyu doubtfully. He wanted to know which protagonist of his family was to blame. To actually send a killer to assassinate him, especially such a sinister trick. I am a member of the serious killer organization. As for the hired person, I don't know who it is. I only know that it is a task sent from above. Knowing that she can't run anymore, Lang Qingyu explained truthfully, although as a professional killer, she was trained by torture. But F***ck who has been tortured by dozens of mysterious bugs all at once? Still a different bug. She had no doubts that the bugs Yeshiu took out were really as effective as he said. Looking at these strange bugs, I have never seen them before. Can you believe it? A crystal clear and lovely little bug actually likes to eat brains. Grandma Li's. Then Ye Tian asked a lot of questions, and also knew that this deserted moon was just a mysterious killer in the serious killer organization. Not much information was known, but Ye Tian still knew some information from her answer. It seems that someone is starting to target their own home. It should be the enemy that his own soldier king father provoked before. Now comes revenge. Just logically speaking, his father is also a protagonist, the super soldier king. The plot should be over. What enemies will be left? Ye Tian thought quickly. But I didn't think about it for a long time. After comparing countless novels of the King of War in previous lives, I didn't expect any of the plots to have plots in which the protagonists were all in their 40s. And Yeshiu on the side was the same, looking at Ye Tian and the two as if he was wandering outside. Okay. Big brother, Xiao Tian? What are you doing? Suddenly there was a voice outside the door. The owner of the voice was obviously Ye Tian. He had just stepped into the door when he saw Ye Tian squatting in front of a beautiful woman, while Yeshiu clasped his hands and looked like he was watching a good show. He couldn't help but have some doubts. Ye Tian, who was still thinking about it, suddenly heard the voice and turned his head to see that it was Xiao Suanzi who came back. Xiao Suanzi is forced to come back after pretending. Ye Tian looked at Ye Tian with a mysterious smile and said. After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the deserted moon on the ground, stood up and joked. Have you met any mysterious old man? Or the granddaughter of the mysterious old man? Ye Tian was a little confused. Hearing what Ye Tian said, he said in surprise, how do you know? But after saying that, he regretted it. Is Xiao Tian following him? But he didn't detect any aura from Ye Tian along the way. Although the cultivation base of his immortal emperor is completely lost, his soul power is extraordinary. Is there something wrong with your soul power? He thought in his heart. When he thought that there was a problem with his soul power, he quickly sensed the sea of his soul. But nothing unusual was found. Different from Ye Tian is Yeshiu. He heard that Ye Tian actually called him eldest brother. Although Ye Tian called him like that was no problem, after all, the two of them were still friends, and he had a better relationship with him when they came to this house. But just now when he heard Ye Tian calling him that, he felt a little warm. Yes, it just feels warm inside. Of course, Ye Tian didn't know what he was thinking about in his heart, and what he was thinking about was the current problem. Especially when my parents haven't come back yet. And my sister Ye Xingyu. Just now, he was just teasing Xiao Suanzi, and then he told Ye Xian what happened. After understanding everything, Ye Xian looked at Lang Qingyu on the ground with a cold look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the person who poisoned Ye Tian in the previous life was actually this woman. Ye Xian felt very angry when he thought of the tragic situation of Ye Tian in his previous life. Lang Qingyu met Ye Xian's eyes, like a terrifying devil. She still wanted to explain something. But she just opened her mouth, and before Ye Xian finished speaking, he slapped her on the forehead. Then Ye Xian used his soul to search Lang Qingyu's memory. Soon he finished the search, exactly as Ye Tian said. Humph! Ye Xian snorted coldly, and then said in a bland and biting tone, if you dare to think about taking action against the Emperor's family, then you don't even want to exist in this world. Like a messenger from hell, he gave Lang Qingyu the death penalty. After he finished speaking, he gathered spiritual power in his hands and rushed towards Lang Qingyu. Lang Qingyu stared blankly at this scene. A golden light appeared in Ye Xian's hand, and then the golden light slowly became bigger in his eyes. Then, I myself don't know anything. What the hell? Watching a delicate and beautiful Oni-san disappear in front of his eyes like ashes. Ye Tian couldn't help but groan. Xiao Suanzi, you are so cruel, kill if you say it. This is a Oni-san. Don't you know she's good at ventriloquism? Ye Xian. Chapter 17. Ye Xian can't control this, and if he dares to touch his family, even if it is 30 million swordsmen in the sky or whoever, he will kill them one by one. Then he remembered something and said to Ye Tian. You make a phone call and ask why mom and dad haven't come home yet, and you also make a phone call with your sister. Ye Tian would do the same without Ye Xian's reminder. Take out your phone and call your parents. But Ye Xiu was watching the scene just now and thinking in his heart. It seems that these two younger brothers are not simple, although I heard Ye Tian say that subduing this killer is very easy, not too detailed. But he can feel that this person who can be a killer will not be weak. And Ye Xian made it even more difficult for him to see through, especially the small group of golden light he had just shot, which he had never seen before. It seems to be much stronger than the heavenly doctor he inherited. But who can't have a secret? Even he himself has a secret. Although he was just curious, he didn't want to ask. Soon Ye Tian dialed the phone, but the voice of his mother, Lin Qing, rang on the phone. Book, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Can't get through. Ye Tian called Ye Bufan again, but they couldn't get through. Ye Xian and Ye Xiu also heard the voice from Ye Tian's phone. Both of them felt a little nervous in their hearts. Did something happen to your parents? Especially Ye Xiu, he finally has parents, but he must not have an accident. As for Ye Xian, he was finally reborn to change his family's destiny. He was very worried when there was no news from his parents. Called several times, but couldn't get through. Ye Tian changed the number again and called out. This is the phone number of his sister Ye Xingyu. Drop. Hello? What's the matter, Xiao Tian? Ye Xingyu's gentle voice came from the phone, which made Ye Tian's worried heart a little better. He was not like Ye Xiu, who would worry too much about his parents. What kind of person is dad? King of soldiers. Mom is also the heroine. Neither of them are ordinary people, and dad and mom are very sweet. They are almost inseparable. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that my mother is staring at my father Ye Bufan. After all, his father used to have a lot of fun, and there were a lot of romantic encounters. Ye Tian also doubted whether he had any half-brothers, sisters, brothers, and sisters. What he is more worried about is his elder sister Ye Xingyu. She is an ordinary person without the life of the protagonist. It would be dangerous if he also suffered the same assassination as himself. Ye Xingyu's voice rang from the phone, and he immediately asked with concern. Hey, ma'am, are you all right? On the other end of the phone, there was a standard melon seed face with delicate facial features like pink and jade carvings, which was very stunning and moving. With slender and fair hands, holding the phone in one hand and resting on his chin in the other, he sat lazily on a boss chair. But his eyes were full of tenderness and he listened to the phone. If others see this scene, they will definitely be attracted by this beauty and can't help drooling. And she is Ye Tian's elder sister, Ye Xingyu. At this time, it was strange for her to hear her lively and naughty brother asking worriedly if she was okay. Subconsciously said, "Just eat sour plums." Ye Tian listened to the old sister's voice from the phone, and his face was astonished. "Sister, that's not what I mean, I'm asking if you are in any danger." "Danger? What danger can I encounter?" Ye Xingyu was even more stunned. Wouldn't her brother commit another crime? "Hey? My lovely brother, did you tell the old lady that something happened? Or did you make mother angry again?" He sighed and said helplessly. "I'll tell you all, I'll pass anyone to Xiao Xuanzi and let him take the blame. Anyway, he's a good baby, and my mother won't do anything to Xiao Xuanzi. Also, you're going to be in the 3rd grade soon, study." "Ye Tian." Then Ye Xingyu's rambled voice came from the other end of the phone. "My old sister is fine with everything, and she is even more gentle with herself and Ye Xian. But it's just too chatty. Ye Xingyu can still nag. Ye Tian knows that his old sister is not in any danger. It is estimated that the enemy only shoots a killer to find himself." He also gradually let go. "Stop, stop, stop." Knowing that without interrupting the old sister's nagging, she can always say that the phone is turned off when it is out of power. Then Ye Tian said helplessly, "Sister, you still don't know me, I'm a good baby too." "Pfft! Are you still good baby? Do you want me to help you relieve your past?" Ye Xingyu on the other end of the phone burst out laughing, and then spoke to Ye Tian teasingly. One day Ye Xingyu wanted to talk about her past embarrassment. Ye Tian blushed and said quickly, Don't, old lady has nothing to do, go to bed earlier, I'll hang up first." Said and immediately hung up the phone. He didn't want to hear Ye Xingyu talk about his past, such as wetting the bed, smashing the good wine that his father had kept for many years, painting with his mother's makeup, etc. At that time, Ye Tian felt that although he had become a child, he still had to relive his childhood. After all, he was an orphan in his previous life. Of course, Ye Xiu and Ye Xian could hear the conversation between the two clearly. Especially Ye Xian, when he heard that the old sister asked Ye Tian to get into trouble and push the matter to himself, his complexion also changed. But it just changed back to normal in an instant. He suddenly remembered that before, he had not been pitied by the younger brother Ye Tian. And when I heard that my elder sister Ye Xingyu actually instigated Ye Tian, he wanted to say to his sister, "I am also your brother, why should you treat me differently?" Of course, what I get most is the answer from my sister with a smile, "Xiao Tian is the youngest in our family, you have to be more tolerant of him." But he also put his mind at ease. Now his sister is fine, and now the main problem is his parents. He said to Ye Xiu and the two, "Brother Xiao Tian, wait for me at home, I'll go find my parents." Chapter 18. Ye Xian chose to go out alone because his soul power was strong and he could find his parents faster. So he chose to let the two wait at home. After thinking for a while, he took out 2 jade pendants with rough carvings and not very beautiful from his clothes pocket, and handed them to the two of them respectively. "You must take it with you." Ye Tian looked at this rough jade pendant, which corresponded to a novel in a previous life. It seems that there was such a plot in the book The Return of the Immortal Emperor. The protagonist bought some of these things at the street stall, and then injected himself with spiritual power, which gave him a strong protective barrier. That's what Xiao Xuanzi should do. Ye Xiu didn't think like Ye Tian. What he was wondering was this ordinary-looking jade pendant, what's the use? As for letting his mysterious second brother hand over to him and Ye Tian, Seeing the two looking at the jade pendant in confusion, Ye Tian explained the confusion for the two. This jade pendant can withstand 3 attacks from me just now. 3 times. That's good stuff. He could see clearly when Ye Tian shot just now, although he could also use ancient medicine to make people go to pieces. But it is definitely not as easy as Ye Tian. If you have this thing, you can also have a life-saving treasure in the future. Ye Xiu took the jade pendant, received it with a serious look, put it in his pocket and said, "Okay, thank you." And Ye Tian just took over the jade pendant and noticed that it contained powerful aura fluctuations and a soul power. "That's right. That's right. That's it!" he shouted inwardly. Seeing that the two received the jade pendant they had given, Ye Tian was just about to turn around and go out to find Ye Bufan and his wife. But suddenly heard Ye Tian's cell phone ringing. Wang Wang. If I was young and didn't feel inferior and knew what was precious. Ye Tian, who was still investigating the jade pendant, was suddenly startled by the vibration and ringing of his mobile phone. And his body trembled like an electric shock. The two looked at Ye Tian one after another, their strange expressions not concealed at all. Seeing the reaction of the two, Ye Tian said embarrassingly. After he finished speaking, he took out his phone and saw that it was actually a call from his mother. He didn't care about anything else, and quickly swiped his finger to answer the call. "Hey, little god! What's the matter? Hey, Mom, where are you? Why couldn't the phone get through just now?" The voice of my mother Lin Qing came from the phone, and then Ye Tian hurriedly asked about the whereabouts of the two. The other end of the phone was full for 3 seconds, and then I heard my father Ye Bufan's voice ringing. "Hey, little god, it's like this. There is something in the company. Your mother and I are going on a business trip to deal with it. We should be back in more than half a month at most. Tell your brothers." "Okay, that's it, we're going to get on the plane. If there is anything that can't be solved, go to your Auntie Lan. She will help you. Hang up first." Listening to the familiar voice on the phone, it was the voice of Ye Bufan. But there was some urgency in the voice, as if he really wanted to catch a plane. Then Ye Tian was about to say something when he saw that the phone had been hung up. "Dad! Dong dong dong!" The hang-up prompt came from the phone. Ye Tian was stunned, and murmured. "Anyway, let me finish my sentence. Ye Tian. I was just about to find you, but you just happened to be calling? What to do? Don't let me pretend to be in front of you, right? Can't afford to play? The tube must be pulled out. Okay, it seems that Mom and Dad are all right, you don't need to go looking for it, Xiao Xuanzi." Ye Tian reluctantly said to the two of them that he and others were worried and feared here, but the two of them treated him like this. "Hey!" Ye Xiu sighed and continued, "In this case, Ye Tian doesn't need to go out, and it saves some trouble." But at this time, Ye Tian refused. "No, I still have to go out. You don't need to worry about your safety because you have a protective jade pendant, but what should I do with my sister? What if someone shoots at her? So I still go to my sister's place. Want to stop me pretend? Impossible. Contempt JPG." After speaking, he looked at the two seriously. The three were silent for a while, and they agreed 200% with Ye Tian going to protect his elder sister Ye Tian. After all, Ye Xingyu is only one person, especially since she has no means of life-saving. He also said to Ye Tian seriously, "I will help you to go to school to ask for leave, you can go with confidence." "Yeah." Ye Tian nodded, then said to Ye Xiu, "Brother, I know you know some strange medical skills, so please take care of Xiao Tian, you two are better together, and you can take care of each other. As for Lindong University, it's not too late for my eldest brother to report in later." "Okay." The three of them quickly negotiated, Ye Tian went to protect Ye Xingyu, while Ye Xiu and Ye Tian stayed together. Before leaving, Ye Tian also handed over 2 exercises and a few pieces of precious jade to the 2 of them. One is physical exercise and the other is called Qi Gathering Art. Both are exercises that Ye Tian obtained by chance in the world of immortal cultivation in the previous life, and they are both basic cultivation techniques. What Ye Tian thought was that the 2 ancestors had laid a solid foundation, washed the tendons and cut the marrow. Later, more advanced cultivation techniques will be taught. As for the few pieces of jade, they were given to him by the old man he met in the afternoon. It is a deposit used to refine medicine for the old man. The 7 pieces of top-quality glass jade, he tested, contained ore no less than a low-grade spirit stone. He also left $4 for the 2 of them. After walking out of the villa, Ye Tian had a haze on his face. Why is Xiao Tian being poisoned today? And where are the parents in a hurry? In his previous life, he remembered that the accident at home happened 2 months later. Suddenly everything today disrupted his plans. Is it because of the butterfly effect after being reborn? At this time, Ye Tian's head was a little messy, and everything that happened today was beyond his expectations. The important thing is that Xiao Tian can actually catch the killer? Could it be that Xiao Tian was taken away by someone? But he has also investigated, Ye Tian is still Ye Tian, or his younger brother. He was starting to get a little confused. Maybe, just the butterfly effect. He muttered uncertainly. Chapter 19. Inside the villa. Ye Xiu watched with relish while holding the 2 exercises that Ye Tian left behind. But unlike him, Ye Tian was wandering outside. In fact, he was checking the diamond treasure chest in the system space. It was dropped when Ye Tian shot and wiped the killer to ashes. Open the treasure chest. Ding! Successfully opened the treasure chest, and obtained, a Wanyan Zion Z, special item, a 9-turn soul formula, top grade, a lucky storage ring, grade, dot. Okay? Ye Tian was very surprised. Open 3 items in a row. Looking at the name, Ye Tian knew that Wanyan Zion Z should be a kind of elixir, and the Juzwen soul art was a cultivation technique for the soul. But what puzzled Ye Tian the most was that lucky ring. He asked the system. System, what is this lucky storage ring? Order. Wanyan Zion Z, growing in a region rich in spiritual energy, mortals can use a single plant to increase their soul power 100 times, and cultivators can achieve twice the result with half the effort when they use the combination of soul exercises. Lucky ring, after recognizing the owner, you can turn on the lucky turntable, store the items and turn the inner turntable, and the pointer corresponds to the place. After listening to the explanation and introduction of the system, Ye Tian also understood these 3 things. One is an elixir for cultivating soul power, the other is a soul cultivation technique, and the last ring is awesome. Of course, the last lucky ring is like gambling, betting on a bicycle and turning it into a motorcycle. As long as you place an item in it, you can open the wheel of fortune. There are 16 small grids on the turntable, which are times 0, times 10, times 100, times 1000, and times 10,000. And times 0 occupies 7 of the 16 small squares, which are still separated from the other numbers. The others are 3-4 times 10, 3-4 times 100, 2-4 times 1000, and 1-4 times 10,000. The meaning is also very simple, as long as the dial pointer points to that position, Ye Tian can get the multiple of the corresponding number. That is to say, Ye Tian puts $1 into the lucky ring, and after turning on the turntable, the pointer points to times 10,000, and Ye Tian can get 10,000 yuan. On the contrary, referring to times 0, then Ye Tian will get nothing, and storing my items will also disappear. This is the lucky storage ring. It's all about luck. After receiving all the items in the treasure chest, Ye Tian looked at the golden ring in his hand, which was the lucky storage ring. Said to Ye Xiu, who was still watching the exercises with gusto, and he returned to his room. Taking out a high-grade spirit stone from the system space, Ye Tian tentatively threw it into the lucky ring. I saw a big lottery-like turntable in Ye Tian's mind, just as the system explained. Ye Tian thought a move. I saw that the turntable began to turn, and the speed was extremely fast. Then Ye Tian kept staring at the turntable. He had some anticipation in his heart, expecting the pointer to point to the 10,000 times grid. But after waiting for a few minutes, Ye Tian noticed something was wrong. Why doesn't the turntable slow down and stop? It can be seen that the turntable is still spinning rapidly as always, and there is no sign of slowing down and stopping at all. Ye Tian was angry and roared at the system. System? What's going on? This isn't a fake, is it? Ding! The host only needs to stop thinking. Warm reminder, the treasure chest is produced, and the old man is not deceived. Ye Tian. Well, it seems that I missed the system myself. Stop silently. I saw that the turntable began to slow down slowly, and then Ye Tian could clearly see the numbers and pointers on the turntable. Times 0. Times 100. Times 0. Looking at the numbers, Ye Tian couldn't help but read it out nervously. Finally, the turntable started to stop, and the pointer stopped at a number. Times 1000. Ye Tian's eyes widened, and then he could clearly feel a small Lingxi mountain bag appeared in the corner of the lucky storage space. Done. I didn't expect it to be true. A piece of spiritual stone has become 1,000 pieces, what if it is 10,000 pieces? Ye Tian had a bold idea in his heart. He used 3 of the 10,000 high-grade spirit stones he opened from the treasure chest yesterday. He just used one in the lottery, and there are 9,994 left. If you take all of them into the lucky wheel, even if you draw times 10, you will still make money without losing. He did what he said. Ye Tian quickly took out the remaining spirit stones and threw them all into the lucky ring. Open the wheel of fortune. The turntable starts to turn. Stop. Another silent chanting, and then the turntable began to slowly stop. Ye Tian stared at the turntable with anticipation. 1,000 times. Skipped over. 100 times. Slowly the turntable started to speed like a turtle, and Ye Tian also saw that the next grid was the only one times 10,000. The pointer slowly points to the times 10,000 grid. 10,000. What the hell? Post it. Ye Tian was so excited that he almost jumped up. Let me count how many spirit stones I can get. 1 0, 2 zeros. Originally still calculating how many spirit stones he could get, Ye Tian suddenly saw the pointer jump again. Points to the next grid times 0. That is to say, more than 9,000 top-grade spirit stones were lost. Then I saw that the 9,994 spirit stones in the lucky space disappeared. Ye Tian was stunned, then his face darkened, he felt like he was going to faint. More than 9,000 high-grade spirit stones have all been lost? He couldn't believe it. F***ck. He couldn't help screaming up to the sky, and Yeshu, who was still immersed in the practice in the hall of the villa, suddenly heard Ye Tian's scream. He looked at Ye Tian's room upstairs curiously. Is there another killer? Thinking of the killer, he got up quickly and ran upstairs in a panic. He was afraid that something was wrong with Ye Tian. Little Tian, what's wrong? Ye Tian with a sad face also heard Yeshu's worried voice. As if he had lost his soul, he walked to the door and opened the door. Yeshu, who had just rushed outside the door of Ye Tian's room, saw Ye Tian opened the door with an expression like he had run away from 8 wives. Yeshu frowned and said. What's wrong with you? It's nothing, just 5 kills and robbed. Ye Tian answered Yeshu perfunctorily. FK, there's such a thing? Report the address. You must report the address, and all 5 kills will be robbed. Is it still a human? Hearing Yeshu's answer, Ye Tian nodded in agreement. Well, that's what I thought too. 5 kills are all robbed, how many heads did that person rob you? 4. Yeshu. Suddenly the scene was a little awkward. Cough cough. Yeshu coughed awkwardly, then looked at Ye Tian with a strange look in his eyes, and then asked worriedly, have you reported your address to others? Reported, that person told me to wait. He is on his way here, and he also said that he would bring me 2 watermelons that are guaranteed to be ripe, and split 2 for me to taste. Yeshu. Chapter 20. After a few perfunctory words, the two returned to their own rooms. The thought of Lingxi made Ye Tian look constipated. Look at the remaining spirit stones in the lucky storage space. Sudden. Ye Tian had a bold idea. Swallow my spirit stones, right? If I come one by one, I won't believe it. Then Ye Tian took out all the spirit stones and put them into the lucky ring one by one. Open the wheel of fortune. Stop. The pointer stops at times 100. Throw in another spirit stone. Open the wheel of fortune. Stop. Go to 0. Then I will come again. I can't believe it. Turn on. In the 2 hours after that, Ye Tian repeatedly put in the spirit stone and opened the lucky wheel. It started by throwing pieces one by one, and when there were more spirit stones in reserve, Ye Tian started throwing 10 or 100 pieces into the lucky ring. That skilled movement, like an assembly line, was completed in one go. Let you swallow my spirit stone, Lao Zi won't kill you. At this time, he looked at the tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones that had come out of his own space. Ye Tian is very satisfied. Then he calmed down and suddenly found that he seemed to have found a bug in the lucky ring. At first, I just cast cautiously one by one, although there is a high probability that the pointer will turn to times 0. But I just cast one piece, and when the spirit stone accumulated to 3,000 pieces, I invested 10 pieces and 10 pieces. It has gradually accumulated to more than 40,000 yuan now. As long as one hit is basically a real no loss. In the end, as long as you hit the spiritual stone, you can take it out and cast it again. I was so angry just now that I didn't notice this detail. Ye Tian, who insisted that the wool must be smashed to the extreme, decided to pursue the victory. Can't let lucky ring out of breath. After that, Ye Tian repeated the actions just now, like a nesting doll, one after another. 5 hours later, Ye Tian rubbed his sore hands. Although feeling a little tired, Ye Tian is enjoying himself. There is no other reason, but the millions of high-grade spirit stones in that space. A total of more than 5 million yuan, a fraction of Ye Tian is too lazy to calculate. Anyway, looking at the hills in the space, no matter how you look at it, it is so pleasing to the eye. Excited heart, trembling hands, tired, millions of spiritual stones ask you if you have any. Ye Tian returned to normal from the mood of obtaining a huge amount of spirit stones. Then he looked at the 9 revolutions soul art and the 10,000 years immortal qi. It is time for him to calm down and practice hard. After all, he will definitely meet stronger opponents than today in the future. Or maybe in the future, he and Xiao Suanzi will go to the world of immortality. Cultivation is the kingly way. Xiao Suanzi is the protagonist, but he is not. What if one day something unexpected happens? Thinking of Ye Tian, he immediately opened the 9 revolutions soul art in his mind. Soon he mastered how to cultivate. According to what was said in the 9 revolutions soul art, he took out some spirit stones and sat cross-legged on the bed. Close your eyes. Sit quietly. Let go of distractions. Start meditating. Like falling asleep, Ye Tian slowly felt his soul. Turn the soul. This is the first cultivation of the 9 revolutions soul art. The purpose is to condense the soul, and then consolidate it until the power of the soul can be used. Ye Tian opened his eyes and sighed at the power of the 9 turning soul art, but he felt that it was a little slow to rely on spiritual energy alone. A thought moves. Then I saw a glass next to the bedside table flying out of thin air. This is the power of the soul. The more powerful he is, if he encounters an immortal cultivator of the same realm, he can easily defeat him with his soul power alone. And in Ye Tian's soul sea, he clearly appeared a transparent baby-like villain. This is the transformation of his soul power, and the baby is himself. Ye Tian looked at the 10,000-year-old Xianzi in the space, thinking in his heart what would happen if he cooperated with this Xianzi to cultivate. He took out Wanyan Xianzi, broke apart a small piece, and swallowed it without thinking. If people in the Xiuxian world saw Ye Tian being so cruel, they would be shocked and drop their jaws. This kind of heaven and earth treasure is not used for alchemy, but it is used like this, only a fool is willing to do it. Of course, there are still fools. The first person is Ye Tian, his second brother, Ye Xian. The second should be him. Boom! Just after swallowing Wanyan Xianzi, Ye Tian heard a loud noise coming from his body, and his soul began to frantically absorb Xianzi in his body as if he had encountered something good. Moment! The soul has absorbed all the medicinal effects of Xianzi. The soul of Ye Tian just now was still a baby, but now he is like a 12 or 13-year-old child. If you finish using this 10,000 years immortal orchid, your soul power should break through to the early stage of the profound soul realm. Soul level, mortal soul realm, mirror soul realm, profound soul realm, earth soul realm, heaven soul realm, divine soul realm, Dao soul realm. But I still feel that it is not enough, especially not comparable to Xiao Xuanzi's divine soul realm. Suddenly Ye Tian thought of a good idea. Correct. Isn't there a lucky storage ring? Then he hesitated for a while. If he switched to ×0, he wouldn't even be able to reach the profound soul realm. Then made up his mind, Ye Tian said like a warrior ready to die. People die and birds face the sky, and they won't die for 10,000 years. Bet. Put Wanyan Xianzi into the lucky ring. Open the Wheel of Fortune. After a silent recitation, the Wheel of Fortune began to spin. With an uneasy heart, Ye Tian said firmly, "Stop." Putting his hands together, he closed his eyes tightly and said with love in his mouth, "Be sure to hit it, Bing Wang's father bless. The heroine's mother blesses. Ancient doctor brother and immortal emperor Xiao Xuanzi bless. I can't exchange 5 kills for 1 × 10,000 with my brother Ye Xiu in my life. Nail." At this time a voice sounded. Ye Tian, who squinted silently, knew that the turntable had stopped. He slowly opened his eyes nervously and looked at the turntable. He was overjoyed when he saw that there were numbers in the small squares pointed to by the pointer. 1, 10, 100. Inward calculation is silent. Thousands, thousands. FK. Seeing the numbers in the small grid, he couldn't help exclaiming. He was very happy, but he thought of something and said embarrassedly, "That big brother, don't blame me. The 5 kills are really not as important as Xianzi." In another room of the villa. Ache. Ye Xiu, who was still watching the exercises seriously, suddenly sneezed, and then he felt as if something had left him. It made him tremble. Chapter 21. As if you felt something was leaving you. Ye Xiu murmured, feeling a little uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, he shook his head again, and set aside his miscellaneous love, "Forget it, I don't want to. After studying for so long, I can try how to cultivate this body training exercise and qi condensing art." Soon his attention returned to the exercises, and he also began to try to practice. Ye Tian's room. At this moment, he was looking at the 10,000 years immortal orchid in the space with great joy, and took out one. He picked it up and looked at it for a while, and found that a corner of this Wanyan Xianzi was missing. It seems to be the small piece that he broke apart and used. Looking at other Xianzi, Ye Tian was surprised to find that every pearl was like this. A little corner is missing. Is the lucky ring just a copy? He came up with such an idea, then took out a few banknotes and experimented a few times in the lucky ring. Okay? This money has the same number and number. Looking at the coins that had just been transferred, Ye Tian checked them one by one, but found that the numbers on the coins were the same. It's all about copying. He was thoughtful. Is this the law of conservation of energy? It should be. Forget it, don't worry, the family is not short of money anyway. After owning the system, his vision is also far-reaching. He now sees money as dung, and only his own strength is everything. With a thought, he took out more Xianzi. Picking up one, he gnawed it like a radish. Then he began to practice the 9 revolutions soul art. There were frequent gnawing and chewing sounds in the room, and Ye Tian did not neglect his cultivation at all. After all, the young man does not work hard, the boss is Kakashi. Ye Tian is still very clear about this truth. Only one step faster than the enemy can strategize. While eating the 10,000 years immortal Ji, he ran the soul art. There is a big difference between using Xianzi to cultivate and using Lingxi. As soon as Xianzi entered the body, it was quickly absorbed by the Sea of Qi in the soul, and was nourished by the villain in the Sea of Qi. The villain is growing rapidly like a big tonic. It didn't stop until the body shape was about the same as Ye Tian himself. This is the power of the soul breaking through to the soul realm. Isn't it enough? Feeling the change in the soul's energy clearly, Ye Tian muttered to himself, then grabbed another Xianzi, and started eating again. If it's not enough, get more. 1. 2 plants. 100 plants. Soon, Ye Tian gnawed on 1,010,000 year immortal qi. And his soul power is like a river flowing, without any obstacles to break through. The speed is dazzling. The early stage of the soul realm. Midterm. Peak. Midday soul realm. After breaking through all the way to the middle stage of the heavenly soul realm, it stopped, and the villain in the Sea of Qi also became a giant as big as a mountain. In conjunction with the heaven-defying 9-turn soul art, Ye Tian's soul power broke through very quickly. In contrast, his perception ability has also become stronger. As long as he wanted to, he could sense that no life or object within 10 miles could escape his perception. For example, the eldest brother Yeshu who cultivated next door. And in the yard. Okay? At this time, Ye Tian suddenly sensed that there was a person in a corner of the villa yard. Like a caterpillar, it crawls with its body bowed, but at a very slow speed. The breath is somewhat familiar. It seems to be her own nanny and cook, Aunt Wu. At this time, Aunt Wu, her hands and feet were tied with strings, unable to move, and a towel was stuffed in her mouth. She was knocked out by Lang Qingyu. When she woke up, she found herself lying in a very hidden place in the yard. Her eyes were panicked, and she was struggling to crawl towards the villa, with a whimper coming from her mouth, hoping that someone would notice her. It's too cold outside, especially it's dark. Her aunt, who is in her 50s, really can't stand it. I'm in my 50s, who offended someone, and I actually did this to myself. Especially the courtyard in this villa. It's so big. It took so long to get here. Aunt Wu thought with a broken heart. She regretted it very much. She didn't apply for the job if she knew that the villa was so big. If Ye Tian knew what Aunt Wu was thinking now, he would definitely put his hands on his hips and Sundara said. Rich, big yard, no way to be arrogant. It's just a pity that he doesn't know what Aunt Wu thinks. Sensing that Aunt Wu was still outside, Ye Tian remembered that it should have been done by Lang Qingyu. It was her who had troubled her. Get up quickly and go downstairs. Ye Tian walked out of the villa door and went in the direction of Aunt Wu, who was still wriggling. Soon he found Aunt Wu. Although Ye Tian was some distance away from him, Aunt Wu could still vaguely see a figure. Her broken eyes seemed to usher in spring, and she looked at the figure with surprise. Woo-hoo! There was a humming sound in his mouth, reminding Ye Tian that she was here as if asking for help. Hearing Aunt Wu's whimper, Ye Tian pretended to look around and said, Who? Who is where? He pretended not to see for a reason. How could he purposefully come out to find her? What if she thought too much? I still want to hide my strength. And when she heard Ye Tian's familiar voice, Aunt Wu was even more excited. Finally someone noticed her. She was so excited that she was about to cry, and then she whimpered louder. Woo-hoo-hoo! Aunt Wu, why are you here? Who did it to you? Ye Tian hurriedly ran to Aunt Wu, knelt down beside her and helped her loosen her ties while talking. Do you know how traumatizing this is for a man in his 50s? Woo-hoo! I just got home when I was shopping for groceries, and a big guy beat me up and knocked me out. Back in the villa, Aunt Wu whispered, and the old tears couldn't stop flowing. Tears flowed as she vomited to Ye Tian about her suffering. Seeing Aunt Wu like this, Ye Tian couldn't bear it. Squatting in front of Aunt Wu, he stretched out his hand to grab Aunt Wu's hand and injected a trace of spiritual energy into her body. Aunt Wu, who was still talking, suddenly felt a warm current in her palm, and then the warm current slowly began to flow through her body like blood. And her mood stabilized. She looked at Ye Tian curiously, with an incredible look. I will tell Dad when he comes back, I must give you justice. Before Aunt Wu could speak, Ye Tian quickly comforted her, and then said sympathetically. At that time, I will propose to my mother to ask her to pay Aunt Wu more for you. You are suffering. Chapter 22. After comforting Aunt Wu, Ye Tian also returned to his room. It is now more than 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and there are still more than 4 hours before dawn. He still wants to spend more time practicing cultivation. Now that the power of the soul has broken through to the middle stage of the heavenly soul realm, there is no need to improve it for the time being. But his cultivation is still very low. Only foundation period. For those who are destroying the world at every turn, he is like an ant. It can be pinched to death casually, no matter how strong the soul force is, that is an advantage for the same realm in alchemy. Thinking of this, Ye Tian didn't dare to slack off. What if one day Xiao Xuanz's enemy in the Xiaoxian world came to Mercury and slapped him to death? I don't want to travel again, especially now that he has very strong feelings for his family. When it comes to practicing, Ye Tian took out countless spiritual stones and started to practice. Early the next morning, Ye Tian woke up from the practice. Although it has only been practiced for a few hours, the effect is still very good with the help of the swollen spirit stone. Now he has reached the early stage of nascent soul, from which he has crossed 2 great realms. Relying on the power of Xianling Dao body and Xianling Ju, and using terrifying spirit stones. Otherwise, Ye Tian would not be able to break through the nascent soul stage in just a few hours. After cleaning up for a while, Ye Tian walked out of the room in high spirits. As soon as he went out, he met Yeshu with 2 dark circles under his eyes. Looking at his appearance, he seems to have stayed up all night, with sleepy eyes, messy hair, and big pants with flip-flops. A proper DK. But he looks really handsome. As expected, he is the protagonist, and even this does not affect his temperament at all. Ye Tian thought in his heart. Then he greeted Yeshu. Morning, big brother. Morning. Eldest brother, you have to be a little bit more restrained, see what you look like when you are sluggish. Ye Tian raised his eyebrows and said to Yeshu, and then said, would you like me to prepare more tissues for you? Hearing Ye Tian teasing himself, Yeshu didn't react, nodded, and said. It's strange that the practice method is so charming, I have sunk into it. Yeshu yawned before he realized what Ye Tian said after that. His face darkened, and he couldn't help but patted Ye Tian's head. I know how to make fun of your big brother and me. Suddenly he was startled, what did he just do? To pat Ye Tian's head subconsciously? But looking at Ye Tian, there is nothing unusual, nor does he refuse to be so unreasonable. Instead, he looked at him with a mocking smile. That feels pretty good. Yeshu thought so in his heart. But what Ye Tian thought in his heart was that it was normal for the 2 brothers to be like this. The two came to the school in a special car. Since they had to ask for leave for Ye Tian, they asked Ye Xiu to take the place of their parents. As the saying goes, the elder brother is like a father. So this important task was left to Ye Xiu. On the way here, Ye Xiu also gave Ye Tian the 2 martial arts secret books left by Ye Tian. He has already written down all of them and started to try to cultivate, so he doesn't need to keep them in his hands, and Ye Tian left these 2 secret books for him. Of course, Ye Tian didn't even need it at this time, he was now a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Where is the need for this basic technique? After arriving at the school, the two found Ye Tian's head teacher, and after giving him a good leave, Ye Tian also returned to his class. And Ye Xiu said he wanted to go out for a walk. It is said to be shopping, but Ye Tian knows that this is not to pretend to be slapped in the face. Ye Tian didn't want to stop Ye Xiu when he wanted to go out and pretend. After all, according to the plot, this forced Ye Xiu to pretend. There is a very good chance that there is still a chance to hold the beauty back. Hey, did you hear that? What did you hear? Our class has a new head teacher. Ah? What about Teacher Wang? Your news is behind. Yesterday, Teacher Wang was found out for bribery and was fired. What? Why? Have you forgotten that young Master Ye from our class? It was because he won an award for an essay about my father, the chairman of the group, and it was later found out that the award was a bribery. Hey, I'm envious of being a super rich second generation. Why don't I have such an old man? Okay, don't say it, Ye Tian is here. As soon as he arrived at the door of the class, Ye Tian heard the voices of his classmates discussing. There are male and female voices, and it is the classmates of his own class. With his sensitive hearing, Ye Tian could hear clearly. Your class is about to have a new head teacher? And what happened to my father's composition, the face of my group chairman? Obviously well written. Bribe? When did I bribe? Ye Tian walked into the classroom with a gloomy expression on his face. He glanced at the few classmates who were discussing him just now. He had an idea. He felt that he should punish those who had just discussed him. Especially the guy who spread the rumor that he was bribing. Must be severely punished. A little bit of soul power was released and flew towards those people. Into their bodies respectively. Of course, other people could not see the power of the soul released by Ye Tian. This is just his small punishment for those few people. It's not that Ye Tian is narrow-minded, it's just who can endure being rumored? Of course, at most, they will only let them fart in class and have diarrhea, it will not be too serious. After casting the spell, Ye Tian returned to his seat as if nothing was wrong. You know you bribed the teacher. Ye Tian, who had just sat on the seat, heard Li Yawei's curious voice. Looking at her big eyes, she was full of curiosity. Ye Tian couldn't help but patted her little head and pretended to be angry. Do you think I need a bribe? Do you even think so of me? Li Yawei, who was patted by Ye Tian on her small head, was taken aback for a moment, and when she looked at Ye Tian's appearance, she seemed a little angry. As if she had done something wrong, her face was slightly red, and she lowered her head and said softly. No, I didn't think that way, I was just curious. That's right, others don't know Ye Tian, but she does. My own table mate, although seemingly unskilled on the surface, has exceptionally good academic performance. Especially the score control. That's right, it's score control. It was the time of the final exam again, but he clearly saw that Ye Tian had several big questions on his answer sheet that he had not done, and he was just barely able to pass. And she pondered and found that, regardless of each subject, this was the case. Just got a passing grade. Seeing Li Yawei like this, Ye Tian couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, stupid, I won't tease you anymore. Chapter 23. Drip Bell. Li Yawei, who reacted, just wanted to say something, but she heard a class bell ringing. The words that came to the mouth were not spoken. Li Yue pinched the small fan circle and deliberately raised it in front of Ye Tian. It seems to be threatening Ye Tian. Ye Tian said that he just smiled and did not speak. When the bell rang, the classroom fell silent. The students also returned to the classroom, found their seats and waited quietly for the teacher to arrive. In the classroom, needles can be heard falling. Tread. Tread. At this time, the sound of footsteps came from the door of the classroom. Moment. Everyone was attracted by the sound and looked towards the door, waiting for the owner of the voice. Soon, everyone saw the entrance of the classroom. A tall and strong young man appeared. He looks like he is 23 or 4 years old, he wears a pair of gold wire glasses, his hair is of medium length, the breeze blows gently on his handsome face, his bangs are gently lifted by the wind, and everyone sees his face. Holding a few lesson plans in his hand, he walked into the classroom from the door confidently and with a smile on his face. When he came to the podium, he put the lesson plan in his hand on the podium table. "Hello, classmates, I'm your new head teacher, Ye Tian." After speaking, he turned around and picked up a piece of chalk to write 3 large characters on the blackboard. Ye Tian. Immediately, some female students were attracted by this handsome new head teacher with a nice name. There are stars in the eyes. The male classmates had expressions of envy, jealousy, and hatred. On the other hand, Ye Tian looked preoccupied, he looked at this Ye Tian and seemed to be a little familiar. And the powerful aura just now made him excited. The surname is Ye, the name is Tian? And he looks a bit like his own father. Suddenly Ye Tian seemed to remember something, his eyes widened in disbelief. He remembered. The facial features that Ye Tian is familiar with are not exactly what his father looked like when he was young. Just like the same person. Especially Ye Tian had seen the photos of his father when he was young, and this Ye Tian was nearly 80% similar to the father in the photos. Although he wears gold-rimmed glasses, which hides some of his face. But Ye Tian can still compare it, this is exactly what his young father looks like. Could it be that the young old man has traveled across time and space? He thought to himself, but felt it was unlikely. Open the eyes of luck. Since I can't think of the reason, I might as well investigate it with the eye of luck. Ye Tian just opened the eye of luck and looked at Ye Tian. But when he saw Ye Tian's luck panel, he was also surprised. Name, Ye Tian. Age, 24. Occupation, teacher. Abilities, profound magic, vertical ladder, proficient in tea ceremony, proficient in language, unforgettable, proficient in piano, proficient in firearms. Luck value, 19,999. Life experience, he is a descendant of the ancient and mysterious Ye family. He was gifted and intelligent since he was a child. He has the ability to never forget it. Because he was arranged for a family marriage, he liked freedom and decided to escape from the marriage. Because he had no extra money, he had no choice but to come to Linqi No. 1 Middle School to apply for a glorious class teacher. Ye Tian was stunned after reading the new head teacher's luck panel. Is this another person who has the life of the protagonist? And looks, as well as surnames and their own family. Ye Tian, who noticed that things were not easy, frowned and stared at Ye Tian's face. It seemed like something was coming out of his face. And Ye Tian, who was still on the podium, was also keenly aware that someone was spying on him. Searching for a sense of prying, he also saw Ye Tian, and then the two looked at each other. The air seemed to freeze. When Ye Tian saw Ye Tian, he was also stunned. The student sitting below looked so inexplicably familiar. How do you look a little like yourself? He thought to himself. Although it was strange how Ye Tian looked a little like him, but there were more than 8 billion people from Mercury, and it was not surprising that there were 1 or 2 people who looked exactly the same. He didn't think too much, avoiding Ye Tian's staring eyes. Looking at the students in the center of the classroom, he said. Since you already know my name, let's introduce yourselves to the teacher. After talking about the direction of his hand Ye Tian, he said with a smile. Then let's start with this classmate. Seeing Ye Tian pointing to himself, Ye Tian also recovered. He stood up and continued to maintain a lively and cheerful voice. Hello, teacher, my name is Ye Tian. I like to play video games, watch movies, and exchange life philosophy with female classmates. I also like to play a game called Alliance. I like the character Yasuo the most, especially because I am a thief. 6. The thief is Silky. Ye Tian started to introduce himself, his hobbies and so on. Ye Tian, who was still interested, looked at Ye Tian and seemed unwilling to stop, and he was also confused. Then quickly interrupted Ye Tian and said. Okay, Ye Tian, right? I know, you don't need to introduce it in such detail, leave the time to other students. Without waiting for Ye Tian to sit down, he motioned to Li Yawei next to him and said. What about this classmate, what's your name? Ye Tian, who originally wanted to introduce all his hobbies, also felt very sorry to see Ye Tian like this. After all, I still have a lot to say. For example, what do you like about foreign languages, European and American styles? All I can say is, it's a pity. My legacy, I regret a lot. He thought to himself, thinking that he would meet an interesting soul, but he didn't expect that he would not let himself finish. Hello teacher, my name is Li Yawei, I like reading books and listening to some light music. Chapter 24. This is how a class ends when the students introduce themselves. After class, Li Yawei asked Ye Tian curiously. Have you noticed that teacher Ye Tian looks a bit like you? And what alliance Yasuo you said? Yasuo is Silky, what do you mean? Li Yawei doesn't usually play games and doesn't understand the content of games, so she doesn't understand what Ye Tian said about Yasuo Thief 6. Thief Silky. She thought Ye Tian was talking about heroes in history. Li Yawei expressed her doubts, she never knew which hero in history was named Yasuo, and then searched hard for the two terms alliance and Yasuo in her memory. Yasuo, what do you say? Put your ear close to me and I will whisper to you. Hearing Li Yawei say this, Ye Tian suddenly became interested in teasing this little girl. Ah! Oh! Li Yawei, who had been searching in her mind for a long time, also tilted her head when Ye Tian said this. Get close to Ye Tian. Then she only felt that her ears were gently blown by Ye Tian, and she felt a little strange. Moment. Her face was as red as an apple. But driven by her great curiosity, she still wanted to hear Ye Tian tell her the story of the hero Yasuo. That's a fiction in the game, idiot. Li Yawei's body froze for a while, and then he realized that he was being teased by Ye Tian again, and he angrily raised his small fist to hit Ye Tian's waist. You! Ye Tian easily escaped by relying on his excellent movement, and then joked. Can't fight, bye-bye. After speaking, he ran out of the classroom. Seeing Ye Tian like this, Li Yawei was angry and annoyed, her teeth rattling. I can't wait to scratch Ye Tian with my little claws. Don't be angry or angry, he is this BD, there is no need to be angry with him. Li Yawei patted her chest and comforted herself. And these Ye Tian didn't see, he ran out of the classroom long ago. Puff. After finally reassuring her anger, Li Yawei suddenly heard a loud noise. The sound was like an explosion, thundering through the classroom. And everyone in the classroom was attracted by the sudden sound. They all looked at each other, and then someone said loudly. FK, who farts? This sound is eating firecrackers. No, someone throws gas bombs, run. Everyone looked for the source of the sound, but saw it in a corner at the back of the classroom. Several students are gathered around. These people are the people who spread rumors about Ye Tian. One of the boys blushed. The loud noise just now was made by himself, and he could feel the vibration himself, like an earthquake. He himself was startled. Then the whole face quickly turned red. F***ck. What a shame. Look at his classmates looking at him with strange eyes. His shame grew stronger. Now he can't wait to find a hole to dig in, and never come out like that in his life. But he was also very puzzled, how could he do this? They don't know, it's all because of Ye Tian. Because it was close, a girl pointed at this classmate and said with a gloomy expression. FK, Wang Bing, put your hidden weapon. Then they smelled a foul odor. Disgusting suffocation. Puff 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 puff. FK, are you still coming? Is this a poison gas nest? Go, go, go. The female classmate who originally wanted to accuse Wang Bing suddenly heard the familiar voice. And the source of the sound seems to be. It looks like it came out by myself. Pfft. Before she could react, several people next to her also made such sounds. Like lit firecrackers, they exploded one by one. And those who just ran to the door also heard the sound of firecrackers. They pushed each other and left the classroom as if they were running away. Again. Let's go, go, let's go again. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to vomit. Vomit. Li Yawei walked out of the classroom and wandered on the playground with no purpose. When the firecrackers sounded in the classroom, she had already fled the classroom. Fortunately, she was very close to the door, so she was one of the first to escape. Now the entire classroom is full of the roar of firecrackers. I won't be able to return to the classroom for a while. She found a place and was just about to sit down and rest for a while. But found a familiar figure. It was Ye Tian. In fact, Ye Tian knew about the situation in the classroom for a long time, and that was what he did. So in order not to be hurt by the poisonous gas, he had already run away. At this time, he was holding 2 bottles of drinks, one was soapy water and the other was juice. The juice was prepared by him for Li Yawei. He also just bought a drink and came out when he saw Li Yawei on the playground. Handed the bottle of juice to Li Yawei and said. Does it taste bad? Would you like to try it? Taking over the juice in Ye Tian's hand, Li Yawei glared at Ye Tian viciously. Unscrewing the cap with her hand, she raised her head and drank the juice. Ye Tian saw Li Yawei's appearance, and a thought came up in his heart. If you marry this girl back home in the future, life will definitely not be too boring. Of course Li Yawei didn't know what Ye Tian was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely use her Julian white bone claw to kill him. The morning ended with Ye Tian and Li Yawei fighting. Of course, Ye Tian was lying on the table and sleeping. Where are the classmates who set off firecrackers? They are in the school infirmary at the moment. Ye Tian estimated that they should not be able to go to school today. Better to estimate it in the afternoon. Ye Tian still knows in his heart that the torture will not be too serious. Just a little punishment. Time comes to afternoon. Since Ye Wuchen only came today, the teachers of several subjects are also very respectful. All the afternoon classes were given to Ye Wuchen, and he arranged them all. And they are comfortably blowing the air conditioner in the office. Come to the classroom. Ye Wuchen pretended to be heavy and said. Today, there are several students in our class who are absent from class due to physical reasons. This shows that the physical fitness of the students still needs to be improved. Ye Wuchen was talking on the podium, while Ye Tian was very bored. Soon Ye Wuchen finished speaking. To put it simply, Ye Wuchen felt that his physical fitness was too poor to learn something, so he prepared all afternoon classes for the students to exercise outside. Or play games like that. When he finished speaking, the whole classroom was full of roars. Some said that Ye Wuchen was fine, and some discussed what to do after leaving the classroom. But Ye Tian is different, he has fallen asleep on the table. Soon Ye Wuchen also noticed Ye Tian. He frowned, grabbed a piece of chalk on the table and smashed it on Ye Tian's head with great precision. Chapter 25. The chalk thrown by Ye Wuchen just hit Ye Tian's head. Suddenly, a beautiful and somewhat depressing bell rang. If I was young and didn't feel inferior, tasted regret, money status. At this time, Ye Tian also opened his eyes, and subconsciously took out the mobile phone in his pocket. There was a tap on the phone screen, and the music stopped. This is the ringtone of the alarm clock on his mobile phone, and somehow it actually rings now. Obviously the depressing music just now came from Ye Tian's cell phone. The whole class looked at Ye Tian, while Li Yawei was a little worried. She was worried that Ye Tian would be punished by this new teacher. It can be said that the new official takes office 3 fires, she still understands this truth. Especially Ye Tian, who came to kill himself. Come to whatever you want. Seeing that Ye Tian was stunned for a while, then he pretended to be concerned with a cold smile and said to the sleepy Ye Tian. Student Ye Tian, did you sleep soundly? Did you have a good dream? Ah? Sweet dreams? Yes. Ye Tian lowered his head and looked at the phone, subconsciously answering Ye Tian. Immediately after, he reacted, and he is still in the classroom. He raised his head just to meet Ye Tian's eyes and that weird smile. It looks like caring, but it's like the cat is happy after catching the mouse. Ye Tian secretly said, damn it. Seeing that Ye Tian's original smiling face changed, it became very serious, and then he shouted. Then please ask Ye Tian to talk about the dream and share it with everyone. When it comes to sharing the word, he deliberately put it very seriously. Knowing that he seemed to have hit the muzzle, Ye Tian was silent for a while. Seeing that Ye Tian didn't speak, Ye Tian became even more angry and said loudly. Stand up and wake up. Ye Tian's voice suddenly amplified, which shocked everyone in the classroom. I originally thought that Ye Tian was a kind of very gentle teacher, but I didn't expect that people really couldn't look at the surface. They looked at Ye Tian with pity in their eyes. And Ye Tian stood up obediently. In fact, he was not afraid of Ye Tian at all, although everyone else was frightened by Ye Tian. But he knew that Ye Tian was just doing this for his prestige, and he just hit his gun. Suddenly he thought of a good way. Ye Tian showed a mysterious and confident smile and said. Teacher, do you want to know what I dreamed just now? Okay? Originally thought that Ye Tian would be frightened by himself, but he did not expect him to speak to him like this. Let Ye Tian have some doubts in his heart. Today is his first day in office, but he can't handle such a student. He said without any expression. What did you dream about? Teacher, don't believe it when you say it. Say it. Actually, I dream of me 10 years from now. Oh. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ye Tian became even more puzzled, he didn't understand what Ye Tian was going to do. Before he could ask anything, Ye Tian's voice sounded again. There are some vicissitudes in the voice, it seems to have experienced a lot. In my dream, I dreamed of the college entrance examination, and I made an appointment to go to Washington University with a beautiful little girl. But, my grades were not ideal and I fell out. She had to go to an unknown university, but that beautiful little girl was admitted to Washington University. We haven't seen each other since then. Having said that, Ye Tian paused. Then he turned his head and looked at Li Yawei next to him. And Li Yu also happened to be looking at Ye Tian, the two looked at each other like this, but Li Yawei saw countless loneliness and vicissitudes in Ye Tian's eyes. She groaned inwardly, a little uneasy. Later, I spent 4 years in the university indifferently, and after graduation, I returned home and inherited the family business of my group chairman's father. After that, I spent every day in a daze. Every day was full of big fish and meat, fine clothes and jade food, countless servants, delicious food and spicy food, and it was like this for several years. Until one day, I fell asleep on the desk pretending to be 100,000 in my luxurious office, and when I opened my eyes, I suddenly found that I was back in high school, back to, now. Having said this, Ye Tian paused for a while, as if he was very excited. But when others listened to what Ye Tian had just said, they could indeed clearly feel a very strong sense of loneliness and loneliness. There was an inexplicable sympathy in their hearts. I sympathize with Ye Tian, but when I think about Ye Tian returning home to inherit the family business after graduation, it still feels a little weird to be a big fish every day. But they have been infected with emotions by Ye Tian's tone. Thinking that there is still 1 year left, they will also have to go through the college entrance examination, and they will be separated from their classmates and friends for 3 years. A strong sense of loneliness rose in my heart. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Tian closed his eyes and sighed deeply. That year, whose college entrance examination results were not ideal. Then he made a look of grief and said to Ye Tian, "Teacher, I know I'm wrong, I shouldn't sleep in class, I should study hard, and can't live the life in my dreams anymore." Ye Tian. Woohoo teacher, Ye Tian is so right, we should study hard, there is no medicine for regret in life, what Ye Tian said today, I understand. Youth shouldn't have regrets, so I'm going to be bold today. At this moment, a boy sitting in the back row suddenly stood up and spoke impassively. After speaking to a girl full of sincerity, he said, "Qiwa. I like you, and I don't want to leave regrets in the future, so I decided to be bold." FK, brave enough. Real man, Buddy admires you. In an instant, the whole classroom began to riot again, just for the brave warrior. And the girl who was confessed looked at the man in surprise. The female student named Qiwa was struggling, slowly. She seemed to have made up her mind a lot, and said to the boy with affection, "We are childhood sweethearts. In fact, I have liked you for a long time, but I thought you didn't like me. But I've been waiting for you to confess to me. Really? Blame me for being too timid before, then let's be together." Hearing what the boy said, Qiwa nodded heavily and said with a smile, "It is good." After the girl agreed, the two hugged together in public. Ye Tian was also very surprised, he just suddenly broke out, but he didn't expect that there would be such an effect. "Student Ye Tian, thank you for enlightening me, and I wish you and your little girl can enter a university together." After speaking to Ye Tian, the boy looked at Li Yawei intentionally or unintentionally. It made Li Yawei's face a little hot. The boy then looked at Ye Tian and said, "Teacher, I will write a review. I hope you don't stop me from being with Qiwa." Hearing what the boy said, the girl immediately didn't want to. She stood side by side with the male protagonist and said to Ye Tian seriously, "Me too, I'll write a review too." Ye Tian. This. The sudden scene made Ye Tian seem to be sitting under a dazed tree. Confused about the fruit on the tree, under the tree, you and me. Ye Tian opened his mouth to speak, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing the serious attitude of the two, he nodded helplessly. It's the default. He also thought very clearly, what is the use of blocking himself? Not at all. It's better to fulfill others. The big deal is that I have the remaining time to help the two of them make up more classes and improve their grades. Chapter 26. All that happened quickly ended like a farce. Then Ye Tian also brought the whole class to the school playground to prepare for a group activity. After all, he had previously promised not to go to class in the afternoon. Of course, the school knew what Ye Tian did, and they also took this new teacher seriously, so they turned a blind eye to Ye Tian's absence from class in the afternoon. After playing a few group games, he indulged the students to move freely. And he was also happy and relaxed, finding a shady place to sit comfortably. Looking at his students again, they were young, active, lively, and cheerful, which reminded him of the past. I used to stay at home all the time, and even the teacher who taught me was specially invited from home. I have never experienced this kind of high school life. When he came to this class and became the head teacher, he still felt some life that he had never experienced before. Especially look at these students, slapstick, playful frolicking, and fall in love. Ye Tian, who was still smiling at first, suddenly thought of something, and his smile gradually condensed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. He saw that there seemed to be several more couples in the class. For example, the pair who bravely confessed in the class before, or privately. These couples are all together today because of one person. Ye Tian. Ye Tian felt very helpless and began to search for Ye Tian's trace. Soon he found Ye Tian. And he saw that Ye Tian was surrounded by several students, as if they were exchanging something. But at this time Ye Tian was a little distressed. Worry about what? That's because of the classmates who surrounded him. Ye Tian, is that dream you had real? Then what am I doing 10 years from now? And me, will I become a big adventure singer in 10 years? This is my dream. Don't worry, let Ye Tian speak one by one. Looking at their expectant eyes, Ye Tian wondered if he would give them a white lie. And these people are his friends, and usually like to surf the internet together in 5 rows. There are 4 people in total, they are Mr. Mighty Fat Tiger, the wretched 4 Eyes, Li Ping, who robbed the poor and helped the rich, and the last one was Zhang Fen who shouted. Then he pointed to the Fat Tiger who asked the first question. Fat who, after you graduated from high school, you were assigned by your father to manage your family's coal mine. Hearing that after graduating from high school, he went home to help manage the coal mine, Fat whose face suddenly condensed with anticipation. He doesn't want this, he wants to play for a few more years. What? A little discouraged. Then Ye Tian said again. But then something big happened, and the trajectory of your life changed after that. Having said that, Ye Tian paused for a while, then pinched his throat and slapped his tongue a few times. What's the change? Say it quickly, it's so frustrating. Fat Hu asked eagerly, but Li Ping, who was attentive next to him, knew that Ye Tian was thinking dry mouth. Knowing what Ye Tian meant, he quickly stood up and said. I'll go buy you water. 2 bottles, 1 bottle of happy water, 1 bottle of juice. Go, go, go. Soon Li Ping bought water and returned, and Ye Tian, who had taken a sip of water, said in a mysterious tone. Later, Fat Tiger, you told me that something very big happened in your house. After he finished speaking, he raised his eyebrows at Fat Tiger, and then stopped talking. Immediately. The mentality of the Fat Tiger was a little broken by Ye Tian, and he could not wait to strangle Ye Tian and said. I'm going, what kind of plane are you doing? I bought you all the water. Tell me now, it's killing me. Okay. Ye Tian shrugged helplessly, and then his expression became very serious and serious. After I said it, Fat Tiger, you must be steady, don't think about committing suicide, and don't go to the wild to survive, let alone conspiracy to kill your father. The most important thing is not to drink poison, cut your wrists, jump off a building after failing to kill your father. The 3 of Li Ping. Fat Tiger. Is this a fairy pointing the way? The 4 of them came up with such an idea. And Fat Tiger's heart was beating wildly. He felt some bad premonition. Then everyone heard Ye Tian's voice. 10 years later, the Fat Tiger told me that he was not actually his father's biological father, but his biological father was a majestic miner in the mine. FK, Ye Tian, can you be serious? Isn't Fat Tiger his father's biological son? Brother, next time you make up a story, remember to make a draft. You can write an outline if you really can't. Hearing Ye Tian's irresponsible answer, no matter how he looked at it, everyone expressed their disbelief and wanted to strangle him. Only the Fat Tiger jumped up, his face full of disbelief. You say my father is a majestic miner. Subconsciously saying such a sentence, Fat Tiger felt like a bolt from the blue. Then he started thinking about some strange things that had happened before. He had also been to his own mine before, and there was a tall and majestic miner who liked to wink at him. I seem to look a bit like that person. And now my father is indeed a little thin and a little gentle. Thinking of this, Fat Tiger seemed to have discovered a new continent, but he was not happy at all. Several people were stunned when they saw Fat Tiger like this, especially Ye Tian. Originally it was just a joke, but I didn't expect Fat Tiger to have such a big reaction. What's wrong with you, Fat Tiger? Ye Tian is just joking, you won't believe it, will you? Yes, Ye Tian is not serious anymore. It's not like you don't know him. Several people asked or comforted Fat Tiger one after another. And Ye Tian also had some doubts when he saw Fat Tiger like this. It seemed that Fat Tiger believed what he said. But he looked at Fat Tiger as if he was stupid, dumbfounded. No matter how everyone persuaded him, it was as if he hadn't heard this. Ye Tian didn't know what to say, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. He opened the eyes of luck and looked at the Fat Tiger. But when he just saw Fat Tiger, he couldn't help exclaiming. FK. I saw that he saw a line of words in Fat Tiger's life resume. Since childhood, he has been placed on high hopes by his father who has no blood, and he has been favored and cultivated. It seems that he has discovered some big secret, and it seems that Fat Tiger knows it like this. Ye Tian thought so. In the afternoon that followed, Fat Tiger was in the midst of self-doubt and an explosion of mentality. It's the same as Soulless. But this is only a small episode. Chapter 27. Hearing Ye Tian's nonsense, several people realized that they had been tricked. After cutting it out, Ye Tian didn't care anymore. I asked if we would like to go to the secret base together and have a cigarette. But after Ye Tian refused, a few people left, of course Fat Hu was not included. Now he is still doubting his life, sitting alone in a daze. After everyone left, Ye Tian also shook his head and sighed. Fat Tiger, I made it up, don't take it to heart. But Fat Tiger still ignored Ye Tian and kept silent. To this, Ye Tian didn't have a good idea. He took the 2 bottles of water that Li Ping bought, patted the Fat Tiger on the shoulder and stood up. He was looking for Li Yawei's position, and one of the 2 bottles of water that had come from the pit was for Li Yawei. Soon he found Li Yawei's position. At this time, Li Yawei was leisurely reading a book on the playground seat, and the breeze blew gently on her face. Today, she has a high ponytail, and her delicate and fair skin is as flawless as jade. Ye Tian walked in the direction of Li Yawei. Well, for you. When he came to Li Yawei, he handed out the drink in his hand to Li Yawei. Li Yawei looked up and saw Ye Tian. He also took the water that he handed over, and there are some complex colors in the color. After Li Yu took it, he also sat down beside her. Student Ye Tian, I have something to tell you when I come here. Before Li Yawei could speak, she heard a voice. It was Ye Wuchen's voice. And at the moment, he still had the same handsome smile that he never changed, and was sitting comfortably in the shade and watching Ye Tian. Hearing Ye Wuchen calling him, Ye Tian was still a little confused, but he was still a little curious what Ye Wuchen asked him to say. He just sat down and stood up again, smiled helplessly at Li Yawei, and said, "Wait for me." Without waiting for her answer, she turned around and walked towards Ye Wuchen. Looking at Ye Tian's back, he said softly in a voice that only he could hear. "It is good." Just when I came to Ye Wuchen, I heard him say again. "Find a quiet place to talk." Looking around, there are still classmates around, although he doesn't know what Ye Wuchen is going to do, Ye Tian still nodded. "Follow Ye Wuchen to a secluded corner." "Just arrived here," Ye Wuchen said. "How old is Ye Tian this year? Do you have any sisters or brothers?" 18, the virtual age is 18, the actual age is only 17, and there are 2 older brothers and 1 older sister. Teacher Ye asked what's the matter. Although Ye Wuchen didn't know what to do when he asked himself these questions, Ye Tian answered truthfully. "Oh? That's fine." Ye Tian felt even more strange. What's good, isn't it normal to have brothers and sisters? Touching his nose, Ye Tian answered with some embarrassment. "I feel pretty good too." Ye Tian looked at Ye Tian like this, and he thought excitedly in his heart, like, really like. It looks more and more like it. Is it the old man's leftover? Or the illegitimate son of his own brothers? When he saw Ye Tian for the first time today, he had doubts. But he couldn't find any evidence at all. Although he looked alike and had the same surname, he had wanted to test him for a long time, but he hadn't had the chance yet. Then he cautiously and tentatively asked. What about your parents? Are they still alive? After asking him, he regretted it a little. No one asked if his parents were still alive. Cough cough. He coughed awkwardly, and then explained. Because I just arrived, I don't know much about the family situation of many students. In order to better serve as the head teacher and integrate with you, I will ask every student again. Ye Tian, who was still a little angry at first, heard Ye Tian's explanation. His anger was also slightly reduced, but his face was still not good looking, and he said in a cold tone. That teacher Ye is really well-intentioned. My parents are definitely still here, but they're not at home now. Ha, I'm sorry, classmate Ye Tian, the teacher really didn't mean that, it's all for teaching. Okay, I understand, then I'll go back first if I have nothing to do. Hearing Ye Tian's answer, Ye Tian was also a little helpless, and he was still too abrupt. Looking at Ye Tian's attitude now, he doesn't seem to be able to ask anything, or he was too excited to ask that your parents are still alive. He has some regrets. But still nodded and signaled Ye Tian to agree. Ye Tian turned around and left without looking back, as if he didn't want to stay here for a second. He passed by Ye Tian, and before leaving, his body still moved a little beside Ye Tian. But Ye Tian didn't notice the slightest difference. He thought in his heart, the school should have Ye Tian's file, maybe he can start from there, if he can find out some clues. Or it can be said that Ye Tian is his old man or the son of his elder brother, so he can threaten them and help him escape from marriage and keep it a secret. I am a genius. But unlike Ye Tian, what Ye Tian heard in his ears was the sound of the system. Order. Found a special treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for discovering a new type of treasure chest, a special treasure chest. Special treasure chest? Is this boxy treasure box surrounded by countless question marks? Is it a special treasure box? Hearing the system's voice, Ye Tian thought a little strangely. He had never heard the system say a special treasure chest. The treasure chest dropped from Ye Tian just now, unlike other treasure chests, has the characteristics relative to the name, but an obsidian color with countless small question marks outside. Ye Tian was also taken aback when he saw that treasure chest. Special treasure chest, the drop probability reaches 0.0001%. Opening the special treasure chest can unlock mysterious special items, skills, etc. After listening to the system's explanation, Ye Tian suddenly realized. It turns out that it is possible to issue special items. When he thought of the special treasure chest, Ye Tian thought of Wanyan Xianzi and Lucky Storage Ring, as well as his own Eye of Luck. Although the three items are all special grades, the effects are high and low. For example, Wanyan Xianzi is very ordinary, people in the immortal world, God is very ordinary, while the Eye of Luck and Lucky Ring are against the sky. Ye Tian began to look forward to something good. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded again. Ding dong! In view of the fact that the host gets a special treasure chest, the system will start to upgrade after 3 seconds, time, 12 hours. Note, during the system upgrade, the host can still use the system functions normally without affecting the use. The system starts to upgrade. 3, 2, 1. Okay? Can the system be upgraded? Is it because of this special treasure chest? Ye Tian was a little surprised when he heard that the system was about to be upgraded. Although it took 12 hours to upgrade, the functions could still be used normally, and Ye Tian said that there was no problem. Look at the special treasure chest in the system backpack. Ye Tian couldn't help but want to open it now. He thought about it and exclaimed softly. Open the treasure chest. The special treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Luck Clone level. Note, you can view it after the system is upgraded. Luck Mirror level. Note, after the system is upgraded. Chapter 28. Okay. Order 2 special items. What are all the good things? Ye Tian clicked on the introduction of the 2 items. I saw text appear in the system light curtain. They are under the Air Luck Clone and Air Luck Mirror, respectively. Air Luck Clone, the host only needs to extract the soul and use the Luck Clone to be reborn as an adult. The clone and the host are one body, so the host can sense the clone's every move. Until the host and the clone are fused, they will get everything of the clone, memory, kung fu, cultivation, and so on. Note, the stronger the power of the soul, the more clones there are. Air Luck Mirror, through the mirror, the host can see the pictures, people, objects, etc. that he wants to see in real time. As long as the host wants to, there is no problem in peeking at the grandma taking a bath. Note, the power of the user's soul is low and used with caution, and it is broadcast in real time when using it. After reading the explanation of the 2 special items, Ye Tian also understood the extraordinariness of these 2 items. Especially the Luck Avatar, it is against the sky. Just need to extract some souls of Ye Tian, you can be reincarnated as an adult and become your own clone. And if the avatar can cultivate, in the future, the avatar can also obtain all the cultivation bases of the avatar. It's simply a great weapon, especially since you don't have to practice hard. Although he had practiced twice in total, Ye Tian had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to cultivate. The Luck Mirror is not weak, just like an enhanced version of the satellite, but it is countless times stronger than the satellite. Although it is not as good as the Kunlun Mirror in Hong Huang novels, it can travel through time and space and explore the future. But you can see any picture in real time, although both treasures use souls, but for Ye Tian who is currently in the heavenly soul realm. Like drizzle, it will not affect the use at all. Soon Ye Tian received 2 things, the Luck Avatar was like a small doll, and the Luck Mirror was a bronze mirror. As soon as it received the Qi Luck Clone, it merged into Ye Tian's soul Qi Sea. Ye Tian also easily probed the sea of soul energy, and came up with an extra doll. This is the Luck Clone. The Luck Mirror was kept in the system backpack by him, and he could take it out at any time if he wanted to use it. Ye Tian suddenly felt itchy and wanted to start experimenting with 2 things now. But thinking that I'm still in school now, I'll let it go, and it's not too late to go home. When Ye Tian finds Li Yawei again, he saw that Li Yawei was still reading, as if there was something good in the book that had always attracted her. Quietly came to Li Yawei's side, Ye Tian also saw what book Li Yawei was reading. Alliance Textbook Level Operations and Hero Analysis. He was also taken aback. Will Li Yawei still read this kind of book? Isn't this the historical operation record and analysis in the Alliance game? Ye Tian was a little puzzled, the previous Li Yawei never cared about the game. Why are you reading this game-related book now? Suddenly he had an idea. Is it because of me? She likes me? Although the buddy is handsome, he is the type of handsome guy who sees flowers when he sees flowers while driving and sees a flat tire. But it's just a hobby of mine, I didn't expect her to be so attentive. Ye Tian came up with the idea that one of the big delusions in life is that she likes me and is confident and thinks she is handsome. He raised an eyebrow. Reach out. Picking up Li Yawei's book, Ye Tian closed the book and said, Do you like songs? Li Yawei, who was still reading books in self-study, suddenly saw that the book was taken away, and she looked up angrily at the person who took her book. In particular, I have seen the most exciting place, how to use the blind monk Li Qing to play 5 at a time. But when he looked up and saw that it was Ye Tian, his originally angry mood was completely gone. But when she heard Ye Tian's sentence, "Do you like the song?" she was stunned and didn't understand. Seeing Li Yawei like this, Ye Tian took out a pen and paper and wrote 5 big characters on it and handed it to Li Yawei. Promise. Li Yawei, who was not aware of it, took the note and realized it when she saw the big characters on it. Then he thought about it seriously and said, "I like it, and light music." Hearing Li Yawei's serious answer, Ye Tian smiled and then teased. "Actually, my brother likes you too." "What? What song?" Li Yawei hasn't reacted yet. She is pure and I am a song. But she wasn't stupid either. After thinking about it, she knew that she was being molested by Ye Tian again. Her face started to turn red slowly, then she stared at Ye Tian and said, You trick me. Hey, let's go. Brother, take you to the waves." Said that Ye Tian, regardless of whether Li Yawei agreed or not, grabbed her little hand and ran away with her. And Li Yawei, who was caught by his small hand, looked at a loss and said weakly, "Where are you going? What does the wave mean?" "Skip. I'll take you to the race car." "Li Yawei, the speed is too fast, I can't keep up." "Everyone, I didn't get in the car, I didn't get in the car." With pictures. On the playground, I saw 2 people running. Do not. It was one person who was running with another person, and the person behind seemed to be unable to keep up and was gasping for breath. This scene quickly attracted everyone who was still on the playground. "FK, I just said they have to be together sooner or later. I also said that there was a certain beautiful little girl, and it would be Li Yawei if she didn't." I already guessed which one Ye Tian was talking about was Li Yawei. Regardless of the people who were discussing, although Ye Tian could hear clearly with his sensitive ear, what he cared more about now was Li Yawei. Because Hoo. Being led by Ye Tian to run, she was panting all the time and seemed to be unable to run. "Hey, Ye Tian! Slow down, I can't run anymore." Ye Tian had forgotten that he was an immortal cultivator now, so how could the physical quality of ordinary people compare to him, especially Li Yawei, a delicate girl? Slowed down and released some spiritual energy from Li Yawei's little hand to her body. This is exactly the aura that Ye Tian helped Li Yawei to recuperate. It's only a little bit, but it's enough. Soon Li Yawei felt that she could breathe normally and stopped panting. She felt very puzzled and surprised, and looked at Ye Tian unexpectedly. Chapter 29. Escaped from the school with Li Yawei. Originally, Li Yawei refused very much, but Ye Tian was forced to follow Ye Tian to play truant. Li Yawei belongs to the kind of good student who studies well and is obedient. She felt that this feeling was really exciting when she skipped class for the first time. As soon as the 2 left the school gate, they saw that Li Jun had long been waiting opposite the school gate. In fact, Ye Tian had already asked Li Jun to drive here. Originally, he was bored at school, so he thought about taking Li Yawei to drag racing. His older sister's Ferrari worth more than 8 million. But it made him drool for a long time. It was the birthday present that Ye Bufan gave to Ye Xingyu on her 18th birthday. But Ye Xingyu was a low-key person, and she didn't want to be too ostentatious, so she kept it in the villa garage. Of course, Ye Tian's family has this kind of character and doesn't like to show off. Even Xiao Xuanzi, in addition to studying, is also very low-key in school. Except myself. The previous life was originally poor, but this life is the second rich generation, how can we not experience life? But because he was not yet 18 and had no driver's license, his mother, Lin Qing, did not let Ye Tian drive. First, he was afraid that Ye Tian would be dangerous to drive, and second, he was afraid that Ye Tian would affect the traffic or something. "Little master, I'm driving over here, where do we want to go?" Li Jun quickly ran to the 2 of them. He first glanced at Li Yawei, and then said to Ye Tian, "Give me the key. Brother Jun, take a taxi home. You don't need to pick me up at night." I'll give you a holiday today. Ye Tian said to Li Jun, then stretched out his hand to ask for the car key. What? Hearing that Ye Tian asked for the key and asked himself to take a taxi home, Li Jun snorted and felt very puzzled. My young master asked me to come to pick him up, why would I want to drive by myself? He immediately refused and said. This, young master, I'm afraid I can't give you the key. The chairman has explained that you can't drive before you are an adult. Hearing that Li Jun didn't give him the key, Ye Tian was a little irritated. Then he used a trace of his powerful soul force to hit Li Jun's body, and then said. Give me the keys now and take a taxi home by yourself. Suddenly Li Jun shivered, feeling as if his soul had encountered some terrible existence. Unbearable trembling, and then heard Ye Tian's magic sound like a magic voice. More like hypnosis, he couldn't help nodding his head, and then he took out the key and handed it to Ye Tian. A machine-like answer, okay, then I'll go home first. After taking the key, Ye Tian didn't care about Li Jun anymore. Anyway, the trace of soul power just now would only make him obey his own words. Except for stopping himself from driving, everything else is like a normal person. And all this was watched by Li Yue next to her with tears, especially this big man in his 30s didn't want to give Ye Tian the key just now. But then Ye Tian just said one sentence, and actually agreed again. This face-changing speed is too fast. Looking at the dumbfounded Li Yue, Ye Tian waved in front of her and said. Let's go, I'll take you racing. What? Hearing Ye Tian's voice, Li Yue came back to her senses, and then Ye Tian took her hand and walked away without waiting for her to say anything. Li Yue's eyes were full of doubts, and she asked. How dare you drive without a driver's license? I have it, who told you I didn't? But Ye Tian, who was holding Li Yue's hand in front, spoke casually. This made Li Yue even more puzzled. Can he get a driver's license if he is not over 18? But thinking that Ye Tian is a super rich second generation, I am afraid she can get it after spending a little money. But then Ye Tian spoke again, but it made her feel like her scalp was tingling. The old driver's exclusive driver's license, I am afraid that I am the only one who has a full mercury. On the expressway around the city, Ye Tian carried a pair of ink marks, the corner of his mouth raised slightly, and one hand stuck out of the car window. Feel the wind speed comfortably. Another hand on the steering wheel, one-handed driver's license worth 8 million Ferraris. The co-pilot sat Li Yue. Ye Tian looked like a playboy and said to Li Yue. Little girl, this sports car is comfortable to sit on. But it made Ye Tian a little disappointed, and did not hear Li Yue's praise and worship of her voice. He turned his head and glanced at Li Yue. I saw that her face was pale at this time, and her lips were purple. There was still some fine sweat on his forehead. He seemed nervous and scared. All this was 10 minutes ago. Ye Tian drove her all the way from school to here, listening to the roar of the sports car engine. She had some hunch. A hunch that something bad will happen. Ye Tian suddenly accelerated when driving on this road. She could clearly see the numbers on the dashboard of the sports car. 360. 360 yards. Originally, there was me, Ye Tian, who just wanted to drive in the city, but I didn't expect that I would actually take me to the car. And when Ye Tian stepped on the accelerator to the end, his mind was heavy and his expression became incomprehensible. Say to yourself, what do you say people live for? Does it really go to hell after death? Is a person very lonely? It frightened her to the core, followed by a 10-minute drag racing without even a little speed cut in the middle. Several times she even thought she was going to hit the guardrail. She couldn't help but scream. It was only then that she suddenly realized what Ye Tian meant by the old driver's exclusive driver's license unique to Mercury. Ye Tian, can you drive slower? Li Yue said something weakly. It seems to frighten this little girl, have you done too much? But it was really cool to hear her scream. Ye Tian thought so in his heart, but looking at Li Yawei's fearful appearance, he still slowly reduced the speed to normal. Although it's cool, it's not good if it scares Li Yawei out of the psychological shadow. He didn't want to feel any guilt in his heart. Chapter 30. After comforting Li Yawei for a while, Ye Tian drove her home in that supercar Ferrari after sending her home. After parking the car, Ye Tian found that there was an extra car in the garage of his villa. Taking a closer look, it was the Benben that his old sister Ye Xingyu often drove. Madam is back. Suddenly Ye Tian was a little excited and happy. I haven't seen my old sister for half a year. He did miss her a little too. He hurried back to his villa. As soon as I arrived in the hall, I saw two people sitting on the sofa. It was the old sister Ye Xingyu and Ye Xian. But looking at Ye Xian's face, it was a little unsightly. But he couldn't control that much now, and hurriedly shouted to Ye Xingyu excitedly. Sister, you're finally home. You want me to die? Hearing Ye Tian's voice, both of them looked back. And Ye Xingyu said with a smile on her extremely beautiful face. Yo, my good brother is back. But the smile on her face gradually changed, and she continued. Where did this go? I heard that I was still racing with a little girl. Seeing that the old sister's expression gradually became a little wrong, Ye Tian secretly said that it was not good. Anyone who is familiar with her old sister Ye Xingyu knows that she is obviously angry now. Especially when you are angry with yourself, you may not be able to escape today, and you will definitely be educated by the old sister. Ye Tian cursed inwardly, Li Jun, you old sixth, I really convinced you. Then he smiled and took a step back, slowly approaching the door. As if ready to run away. Sister, I'm very good. I've been at school all the time. Ye Xingyu, who had clearly seen through Ye Tian's thoughts, gave Ye Tian a look. His eyes seemed to say, do you think I believe it? Then he said without any emotion. Stop, where are you going? Ye Tian, who was slowly retreating, felt that he could not escape today, but continued to smile at Ye Xingyu and said. Ah, no, I just want some fresh air, hee. And Ye Xian on the side looked like he was watching a good show and raised his eyebrows at Ye Tian. It seems to be saying to Ye Tian, you are finished. He knew very well how powerful his old sister was, especially because he had been educated in a cruel and inhumane way for a whole day. Otherwise, his face wouldn't be so ugly. Although he is immortal Emperor Baixuan, he can't bear that the other party is his own sister. Especially his ears, which are still a little sore now. You can't knock it down with 2 moves, you can only bear it helplessly. And Ye Xingyu rolled her eyes and said to Ye Tian. Come back, I have something to tell you. Hearing that Ye Xingyu said there was something to talk about, Ye Tian said weakly. That old lady, you said you wouldn't pull my ears again. For this younger brother, Ye Xingyu expressed helplessness, but still said. Okay, I promise you, I won't pull your ears. Then you swear. I send for. No, you didn't spell it clearly, you have to say you swear, it's the 4th tone. You swear. Ye Tian. Ye Xian. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Okay, don't tease you, really don't pull your ears, your sister, I am very gentle. Although he didn't believe what Ye Xingyu said, Ye Tian still stopped his backing body. Come to the hall. But he was still far away from Ye Xingyu. This is his predicted safe distance. As long as Ye Xingyu made a move, he could immediately turn around and run away. Seeing Ye Tian like this, Ye Xingyu's idea of waiting for him to get close and grab his ear again was shattered. It is also a pity. But then she took out a few books from a bag and said. This time home, I brought you something. Putting the book on the coffee table, she said seriously again. There is still a period of time. You should stay at home with peace of mind. As for the school, I will help you ask for leave. Recently, our family will not be very peaceful. Ye Tian and Ye Xian looked at the books on the table. This is Gongfa? When the two of them saw the books on the coffee table, such thoughts came to their minds. Seeing the two of them like this, Ye Xingyu seemed to enjoy the surprise of the two younger brothers. She said very satisfied. This is the cultivation secret book I got by accident, and it is also the legendary cultivation method of cultivators, not ancient martial arts. It is just suitable for your cultivation. Got it by accident? Cultivator? Is it the practice before ascension? There were people who practiced before Mercury? Ye Tian thought to himself. He opened a Kung Fu cheat book on the coffee table and read it. And Ye Tian is a little weird. Is your old lady lucky? Otherwise, such a good thing can also be encountered by her? He opened the Eye of Luck and looked in the direction of Ye Xingyu. Name, Ye Xingyu. Age, 24. Occupation, President of Xingyu, Boss. Abilities, Xingyu Emperor Sutra, Mountain Turning Palm, Spirit Gathering Art, Item Refining, Pill Refining, Proficient in Distribution Ability, Proficient in Management Ability, Proficient in Language Talent. Luck Value, 39,999. Life Resume, the daughter of Ye Bufan, the chairman of the Ye Group. She was smart from a young age. After graduating from college, she founded Xingyu Beauty Studio by herself with 5 million provided by her father, and later grew into a listed company. 3 days ago, she awakened the memory of her previous life. And she herself is also the Empress of the 10th reincarnation, the Xingyu Empress. This life is the 10th, and she used to be in the world of cultivating immortals. After reading Ye Xingyu's luck panel, Ye Tian was a little stunned. It's more of a bummer. What about ordinary people? Well, wait until I become stronger to protect you? We agreed to salt the fish together, but I didn't expect you to be the Empress. I'm so worried about you before. *CK, the whole family is the protagonist, so I am a salted fish. One soldier king, one heroine, one doctor, 2 emperors, and a little salted fish? What are some monsters in my house? Ye Tian felt that if the whole family was exposed in the future, if he created another crowd of protagonists who loved each other on a blind date, he might not be eligible to enter. Or if you sneak into the group, you will also be kicked out of the group chat. Thinking that the protagonist's family would persuade him to quit the group in the future, Ye Tian looked constipated. Chapter 31. To her Xingyu Empress, these exercises are not even garbage. But this is also the best basic technique that she can rack her brains to search for in her memory. For these 2 younger brothers, it is just right for them to lay the foundation. When the foundation is solid, I will give them a better one myself. She thought so, especially when she saw the adoring eyes of her 2 younger brothers. She enjoyed it. For example, Ye Tian, who was looking surprised at the moment. Besides, Xiao Xuanz's dull eyes. Why is Xiao Xuanz's eyes so flat, as if he is looking at something useless? When she saw the changes in the expressions of the two, she did not see Ye Tian's surprised look. She was suddenly puzzled. Well, I'm good at praising old lady, how about 666? Why are you so stable as an old dog, Xiao Xuanzi? Sister, your exercises may be useless to me. A spiritual energy condensed in his palm, and he spoke to Ye Xingyu expressionlessly. Ha! Suddenly she felt aura fluctuate, and looked at Ye Tian's hand again. Obviously, this aura fluctuation was caused by Ye Tian. Immediately, she was a little surprised. Xiao Xuanzi can cultivate? You, this is Jindan period. She couldn't believe it. Regarding Ye Xingyu's question, although Ye Tian was a little curious, he answered truthfully. Yes. Although he was a little curious about how Ye Xingyu knew his cultivation, he hid most of his cultivation and only showed a little. But I didn't expect Ye Xingyu to say it all at once. He was suddenly a little puzzled, coupled with the few exercises that Ye Xingyu had just taken out. He thought for a moment in his heart, and then he seemed to think of something. He secretly murmured inwardly. Watching Ye Xingye vigilantly, she looked very serious, like a cheetah. As long as there was a little movement, he would quickly take action. And Ye Xingye is here. Xiao Xuanzi is now in the golden stage? After awakening her memory, she knew about Mercury. There is a lack of spiritual energy, and in the era of the end of the law, it is not impossible for cultivators to cultivate normally, only some ancient martial arts. But I didn't expect Ye Tian to actually reach the golden core stage. Could it be that he started cultivating before, but he didn't realize it? Or... Thinking of this, she frowned. There was a haze in Ye Tian's eyes. This life can be said to be a complete family with parents and dear brothers. In this life, she will not allow anyone to hurt her family. Especially my two younger brothers. It can be said that I have grown up since I was a child. Now that something happened to her brother, she instantly became furious. She moved. He rushed towards Ye Tian at a very fast speed. Angrily shouted. Let's go, Xiao Tian, your brother has been taken away. Just when Ye Xingye moved, Ye Tian also moved. With the powerful soul power, he clearly felt that Ye Xingye was actually in the middle of the golden core stage, a small realm higher than himself. He also shouted angrily. Xiao Tian, elder sister, she was taken away, my strength may not be able to match her, you go. The voices of the two overlapped, making it impossible to hear what the two were saying. But Ye Tian could hear clearly. Take home? What, aren't you both immortal emperors? But Ye Tian didn't think about anything, just listened to the two people's angry voices continue to come. How dare you take over the body of this emperor's younger brother? When I strip out your soul, I must let you experience the consequences of provoking this emperor. Look at my Xingye palm. The evildoer dares to take away the body of the emperor's sister, and you dare to move the emperor's family. Prepare to bear the wrath of the emperor. The finger of silence. What the hell? Fight together. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire villa hall changed, and a total of two powerful auras appeared, and then seemed to be confronting each other. Ye Tian clearly saw two rays of light appear. One was shot from the palm of the elder sister's palm, and the other was condensed from the middle of one of Xiao Xuanzi's fingers. Then Ye Xingye patted her palm, and Ye Tian also pointed at Ye Xingye. The two rays of light quickly bombarded together. Just listen. Pang! A loud bang came. This is the loud noise of the two rays of light bombarding together, and it is also the first tentative attack of the two Jindan stage powerhouses. Although it was a tentative attack, the anger of the two could still be felt, especially the vases and jars around the hall were shattered. Ye Xingye looked at Ye Tian for a while, and praised with a cold look in her eyes. In the early stage of Jindan, you have such strength, it seems that you have an extraordinary origin. Humph! Hearing Ye Xingye's praise, Ye Tian snorted coldly and said mockingly. You're not bad, but you're a little short of facing the emperor. After he finished speaking, he began to gather spiritual power in his fingers and pointed to Ye Xingye. Come again. Okay, let this emperor see what other tricks you have. Silence fingers. Xingye palm. Ye Tian listened to the conversation between Ye Tian and Ye Xingye. No matter how you listen to it, it feels like a middle school. That sentence of the emperor and the emperor, and why do you want to call out moves? Most importantly, what are you going to do next? See how good this salted fish is? No matter how I listen to it, I feel very, pull across. But Ye Tian didn't have time to think about it. Seeing that the two were about to start shooting again, he hurriedly shouted. Stop, stop, stop fighting. You can't kill anyone by fighting like this. The two originally wanted to continue to shoot, but when they heard Ye Tian's voice, they all looked back. No, Xiao Tian is still here, and another shot from terror will accidentally hurt him. What he wants to do will make him feel like leaving. The two of them felt a little bit in their hearts, they were all thinking like this, and they were both worried about Ye Tian's safety. Ye Xingyu looked at Ye Tian a little dazed, she showed her identity and quickly went in the direction of Ye Tian. She wanted to use Ye Tian's trance time to protect Ye Tian. But Ye Tian also noticed. The person who took away his sister actually wanted to shoot Ye Tian. He also used his body technique and shouted angrily. You dare! Chapter 32. Ye Tian thought that Ye Xingyu was going to shoot Ye Tian. And Ye Xingyu thought that Ye Tian also wanted to use Ye Tian to threaten herself. The two of them came to Ye Tian at an extremely fast speed. Both of them grabbed Ye Tian's left and right hands. Little Tian, don't be afraid, the old lady will protect you. Xiao Tian, you will be fine with your brother. Said Wan, and the two stared at each other viciously, while Ye Tian was still stunned. Only to hear Ye Tian speak again. He said in a cold and stern tone. Let go, or this emperor will let you be wiped out. Hearing Ye Tian's threatening voice, Ye Xingyu was also not to be outdone. You also let go, dare to hurt him, no matter who you are, this emperor will make you regret it in 9 days and 10 places. Ye Tian. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed, thinking inwardly. It seems that the person who took away his sister is not willing to back down. Now my sister must have been annihilated by her soul. My elder sister is no longer here, so I must protect Ye Tian. Can't let him do anything more. But the person who took away her elder sister is not weak, he is a little stronger than himself, what should I do? Thinking of this, Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. He decided that no matter what happened today, how powerful the person who took away the elder sister was, he must protect Ye Tian well. Even if the immortal emperor's source, which is not much used, still protects Ye Tian's safety. With a thought, he began to adjust the origin of the immortal emperor in his body. This is the only trace left after his rebirth, which is used to save his life. After using it, one's own strength will immediately increase to a great realm, although it is only a temporary improvement, there will be side effects later, ranging from 10 days and a half months to being unable to be born again, and serious injury to oneself and the body. But I can still practice again in the future. If my brother is gone, it will be gone. In an instant, Ye Tian's aura skyrocketed, and so did his cultivation. Countless worlds and auras began to quickly gather into the villa, and then entered Ye Tian's body. Early Jindan period. The middle period of Jindan period. Early Yuan Ying. In just a split second, Ye Tian's cultivation reached the early stage of nascent soul. Ye Tian and Ye Xingyu looked at all this. Especially Ye Xingyu, her eyes widened. And there are countless crises in my heart. Is this using the original source to temporarily improve the cultivation base? Would you do anything to hurt Bendai's family? Is it his previous enemy? Thinking of this, she asked fiercely. Who are you? Which immortal emperor's subordinate? Is it immortal emperor King Yu or immortal emperor Tian Lang? But Ye Tian did not answer, and his cultivation was still improving, as if nascent soul was not satisfied in the early stage. And the two immortal emperors that Ye Xingyu proposed were her enemies before reincarnation. Unexpectedly, after his reincarnation, his enemies would not forget to seek revenge for him. But it's not the family's fault, don't they understand this truth? That's right, the dignified immortal emperor would care about ordinary mortals. Thinking of this, she was also cruel and began to mobilize the source of her body. You have the origin, so do I, and mine is the origin of the immortal emperor. The two of them started to use the source to improve their cultivation without letting them down. Soon the two people's cultivation bases were upgraded to the peak of nascent soul before they stopped. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue to shoot, Ye Tian couldn't sit still anymore, and hurriedly opened his mouth to discourage. Sister, don't beat Xiao Xuanzi, you really can't kill anyone. There's still a house that's going to be demolished by you. Ye Tian felt that if he didn't stop the two of them, the villa would collapse. This is your own home. He heard the conversation between the two just now and knew some reasons. Both of them suspected that the other had been taken away. The two looked at Ye Tian puzzled. Ye Xingyu was also a little uncomfortable when she heard that the house was going to be demolished. This is the villa where I have lived for more than 10 years. Then she lowered her breath slightly, and didn't seem to want to see her home destroyed. And Ye Xian also felt that Ye Xingyu's breath was weakening, and so did he. But the vigilance of the two did not weaken at all. Seeing the two of them like this, Ye Tian also breathed a sigh of relief, and then said helplessly, "Sister, Xiao Xuanzi, can you sit down and talk?" Ye Tian originally thought that he only needed to persuade to be effective, but then the two began to quarrel again. "Let go of Xiao Tian. Let go first." Ye Tian felt his brain buzzing. He shook off the hands of the two of them, and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up and said, "Xiu. Didn't the two of them notice anything wrong?" Both sides were suspicious of being taken away. Ye Tian really wanted to ask about his IQ? But one of them is a female emperor and the other is an immortal emperor, so how can they think so much? They only stand firm on their own ideas. But the two of them were still very surprised that Ye Tian could shake off his hand. I was surprised that Ye Tian got so much energy. Both of them are at the peak of nascent soul stage. How could Ye Tian be thrown away so easily? Actually not. Ye Tian still used some cultivation bases just now, otherwise, what should he do if he accidentally hurt himself when the two of them fight again? After all, their cultivation bases are higher than him now. Have a good talk. Ye Tian helplessly revealed some cultivation bases. Although he possessed the hiding ring, he still revealed his cultivation in the early stage of the golden core stage. In an instant, the two were also shocked. Especially Ye Xian, he only taught Ye Tian the exercises yesterday, but he didn't expect it to be the early stage of the golden core stage. Chapter 33. After the three calmed down. Also sit down and talk. As for how to calm down, that's what Ye Tian pointed out, that the two of them made a lot of mistakes. You said you weren't taken away? Then how did you cultivate? And your cultivation? What about you? My good sister, aren't you also in the Jindan period? Listening to the conversation between the two, Ye Tian expressed that he was really helpless. Originally, everyone and I faced it calmly, but unexpectedly, they began to question each other. And Ye Xingyu was a little flustered by Ye Xian's question. You can't reveal your true identity now. Especially when he is the reincarnation of the Empress. One is for fear of bringing disaster to the two of them, and the other is for fear that the two brothers will have a quarrel with themselves in the future. She stammered and explained. I am. This is an adventure, do you know the adventure? Just like in the novel, I met a mysterious grandmother, and she taught me to practice. Ye Xian. Ye Tian. No matter how the two of them listened to Ye Xingyu's rhetoric, they couldn't believe it. It's an adventure, only a fool will believe it. Especially Ye Tian, he has seen the life history of the old sister. That is a proper queen. Ye Xingyu didn't care about the bizarre eyes of the two, there was a trace of undetectable cunning in her eyes, and then she deliberately changed the subject and asked Ye Xuandao. Then what about you? Don't say that you also encountered any chance. Me too, I dreamed of an old man with immortal style in my sleep. He said that I was extremely talented, so he accepted me as an apprentice. Ye Xian also gave a serious explanation. He also doesn't want to reveal himself too early, at least he won't reveal a little about himself until he has strong strength. To this, both Ye Xingyu and Ye Xian chose to keep it secret. Well, so that's the case, that little Xuanzi, your luck is not bad. Ye Xingyu nodded and said thoughtfully, apparently believing in Ye Xian. Ye Tian looked at the two with a dazed expression. Pack? Dress up? And sister, aren't you known as Bingxiu Smart? Believe it? But the two are not as powerful as Ye Tian, it can be said that they have ghosts in their hearts. Of course, both of them knew that it was a misunderstanding just now, and they were relieved to know that neither of them had been taken away. Then the two of them tacitly agreed not to mention their own affairs. After the misunderstanding was resolved, immediately the scene fell silent again. Then, as if to break the embarrassment and change the subject, Ye Tian curiously said to Ye Tian, "What about you? My good brother, which immortal did you meet? You pretend he pretends, then I pretend too." Hearing Ye Tian's question, Ye Tian thought in his heart. Then he replied as steady as an old dog without changing his face. "It's a long story. Then keep it short. Well, that was one day, I called my good brothers to go out together to prepare to surf the internet. Talk about the point." Ye Tian was interrupted by the two in a row, and he was also a little embarrassed, and then seriously said, "It was a night where the dark winds set fire to the mountain, in the night, I met a mysterious old man who told me that only 998 was needed, and the important task of maintaining world nuclear peace was handed over to me, and then I painful tears, I didn't expect my grandfather to believe me so much, he paid 998, and he passed on all the inheritance to me. After that, the old grandfather became a light and disappeared." "Light, you know? It's Tiga." Both were silent. Ye Tian said more and more vigorously, wishing to say it in the dark. Seeing that Ye Tian wanted to continue speaking, Ye Tian hurriedly interrupted. Okay, you also have adventures, we know, don't talk about it." Suddenly the scene became unusually quiet and awkward again. The three of them were somewhat tacit. Everyone is acting stupid and not willing to tell the truth. To this end, it's not easy for a few people to go deep into these, who doesn't have a secret. Ye Tian pretended to yawn, then rubbed his eyes and said, "I'll go upstairs to sleep first, you remember to leave a door for eldest brother." After speaking, without waiting for the two to answer, he got up and went upstairs. Ye Tian and Ye Tian looked at each other. Silence fell again. Back in his room, Ye Tian immediately regained his energy. Because there are 2 more treasure chests in his system backpack. 2 golden treasure chests. With a thought, he opened 2 golden treasure chests. Open the treasure chest and get, top grade spirit stone x 1000, long mu ginseng x 10, and a copy of 10,000 years snow chalcedony. It's just that the luck doesn't seem to be very good this time. There are only 3 things in the 2 treasure chests. Although it's pretty good, there are spirit stones and 2 kinds of heaven and earth treasures, but Ye Tian is still a little disappointed. After taking out the 3 items, Ye Tian stored it in the lucky ring, but he did not turn on the turntable. Just pure storage. Now he has important things to do. Sensing the little doll in the sea of soul energy, Ye Tian injected a trace of soul into it, and soon he could sense that the little man doll seemed very excited, as if he had eaten something delicious. Then he could clearly sense that the little man doll seemed to be asking him for soul power. He smiled knowingly, and then increased the power of his soul and injected it into the villain. The power of his soul now has reached the middle stage of the heavenly soul realm, and its power is indescribable. It is like the power of the soul of ordinary people is a small ant, and his current soul power is like the Yangtze River. And after the power of the soul is missing, it can be supplemented by cultivation. Soon he injected countless soul powers into the little man doll, and the little man burped as if he was full. Then Ye Tian saw a body emerge from the little man doll. It was something smaller than a villain doll. If Neo didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find this thing. A small round thing, smaller than a ping-pong ball, floated in the air, and its color was still transparent. Soon Ye Tian knew what it was. Self-split blastoderm. Now you just need to be reincarnated. He didn't think any more, his mind moved. Then the cloned blastoderm began to slowly dissipate until it disappeared. Chapter 34. After the avatar blastoderm disappeared, Ye Tian felt in the sea of soul chi that the avatar of air transport seemed to be sending a message to himself. Then he saw that in the sea of soul energy, a light curtain suddenly appeared in front of that villain doll, that is, the avatar of luck. In the light curtain, some small characters appear, and below are some pictures. Your avatar was born in the parallel world, Zhaoguo, Han. Your doppelganger knows you exist. He is now 0 years old, you can check the avatar information at any time. You can choose to accelerate the growth of your clone. In the picture, what Ye Tian saw was a picture of a baby being born. And the surrounding environment, ancient style? Is this ancient? When seeing the environment around the clone, Ye Tian was a little surprised. He thought that the clone would appear on Mercury, but looking at the decoration of the environment and the clothes of those people, it seems to be in ancient times. Yes, Master, the reincarnation of the doppelganger will be unknown from time to time, or in modern times or in another world, etc. Sensing Ye Tian's question, then the luck clone explained in Ye Tian's mind. Okay? Listening to the tender and childlike voice in his mind, Ye Tian asked curiously. You can talk. Yes, Master. Wisdom has been turned on since the fate of the avatar, so it is not surprising that I can speak. Okay. Soon Ye Tian accepted all this, and then he looked into the light curtain. Own avatar. He was just born, and he didn't know that he would have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse when the avatar and the main body merged. By the way, it seems that there is still time to speed up. Suddenly Ye Tian thought of something, and said to the luck clone. Isn't it possible to speed up time? Speed up. Okay, Master. Then Ye Tian saw that the picture in the light curtain was fast forwarding, and it started playing at an accelerated rate. The text and pictures above have also begun to change. Your clone has a name, named Zhao Zheng. Your doppelganger is 1 year old. Your doppelganger. Suddenly Ye Tian was taken aback when he saw a name. Zhao Zheng? Why does this name feel familiar? Qin Shi Huang Ying Zheng. Suddenly, Ye Tian seemed to think of something, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Parallel world, Zhaoguo Handan, Zhao Zheng. With these 3 nouns, Ye Tian would soon think of something. It turns out that his clone has actually become the Ying Zheng of the parallel world. He then looked down. Your doppelganger is 2 years old and has his first playmate. Your doppelganger is 3 years old, but the doppelganger's father left his wife and children and fled from Zhao state, and the doppelganger was imprisoned. Your avatar is 4 years old. He was bullied for the first time and complained that he was not strong enough to protect his mother. The doppelganger starts to miss you. Looking at the experience in his avatar, no matter how you look at it, it looks like the history you are familiar with. Exactly the same. Your clone started to learn martial arts, and with his strong aptitude, he made rapid progress in martial arts. Ye Tian looked at the picture, the immature child was practicing swordsmanship and training hard. From the thin body, Ye Tian saw a ruthless force. In order to strengthen their own ruthlessness, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel a little moved. This is his clone. It is equivalent to his own child, although the two are originally one. He opened his mouth and said to the luck clone. Can I communicate with the clone now? Of course, the master only needs to call the clone in his heart. Ye Tian was also very satisfied after receiving a positive response. Then he called the clone in his heart according to what the luck clone said. Zhao Zheng. Zhao Zheng. And this time. Okay? Xiao Zhao Zheng, who was practicing swordsmanship, heard a voice in his mind. He couldn't help but be a little suspicious, but then he was full of joy. From birth, he knew why he existed. It was because of the master who called his voice just now. He hadn't gotten a response from Ye Tian all these years, and now he suddenly appeared, making him a little excited. He hurriedly bowed in a state of respect and said. Is that you? My father. Soon Ye Tian heard the respectful voice of the clone, and the clone called him my father. Ye Tian was greatly surprised. Although the clone has an independent consciousness, Ye Tian knows it, but why does it still feel a little strange? Well, you worked hard. But Ye Tian still spoke to comfort the avatar. After all, the avatar was working for himself. I dare not call it hard work. At this time, Xiao Zhaozheng was flattered. In his heart, Ye Tian is like a sacred and inviolable existence. Looking at his avatar like this, Ye Tian thought about it, and then said to Zhaozheng, "You wait a moment." After he finished speaking, Ye Tian asked the air luck clone again. "Can I give the clone some things, such as exercises or treasures of heaven and earth?" "Of course, as long as the master opens the clone channel and establishes a space-time channel with the clone." The luck clone answered Ye Tian with certainty. Then another option appeared in the light curtain. Whether to open the clone channel. Ye Tian was also a little excited when he heard that he could give his little clone some good things. The clone is strong, and after fusion, it can become itself. This is beneficial and not harmful. Ye Tian chose to open the clone channel, and now it only needs Zhao Zheng's approval. With a thought, he called Zhao Zheng again. As for Zhao Zheng, just now Ye Tian asked him to wait for a while and then he lost his voice. He was still puzzled, but his respectful attitude did not change at all. Just when he thought that Ye Tian would not come back, he heard Ye Tian's voice in his mind again. "Zhao Zheng, now I will open the passage, you choose a safe and secluded place." "Okay, my father." Chapter 35. Zhao Zheng quickly found a quiet place. Then opened a channel with Ye Tian. In fact, this channel is in the minds of the two of them, and only they can open it with a single thought. Ye Tian re-engraved some martial arts secrets from memory and took out a small amount of high-grade spirit stones, Wanyan Zian Zi, and so on. All of a sudden, it was sent to Zhao Zheng. It's not that Ye Tian doesn't want to give more, but that Zhao Zheng doesn't have much storage space either. He couldn't let go of too much. Now he is only a few years old. These are things that Ye Tian has thought about, and there will be a storage space in a while, so he must get one for him. You should keep these things well and practice hard. Got it, my father. Seeing the sudden appearance of many things, Zhao Zheng was also very grateful to Ye Tian. After answering, Ye Tian also ignored Zhao Zheng. Now that things have been given to him, he still has to rely on himself for cultivation. After Zhao Zheng's matter was settled, Ye Tian also instructed some matters, so he bid farewell to Zhao Zheng. In the room, the somewhat bored Ye Tian suddenly thought of his eldest brother, Ye Xiu. I don't know what the big brother is doing. He took out the luck mirror and moved his mind. I saw a picture in the mirror. There are two people in the picture. Ye Xiu and a strange woman. An extremely good-looking beauty with extraordinary temperament, very like a professional woman, she feels like a female president. Just seeing the picture just now, Ye Tian was a little surprised. Have you hooked up with a beautiful woman so quickly? It's really enviable. It's really the protagonist. Original. Ye Xiu is in the park. After he sent Ye Tian to school, he was bored and wandered the streets. And then I came to the park unknowingly. He was wandering aimlessly, thinking about something in his heart. With a lot of preoccupation, he didn't pay much attention to the person in front of him. And he was very bloody and was bumping into someone. When he came to his senses, he had bumped into the man. A beautiful woman was knocked down by herself, squatting on the ground and screaming in pain. "Beauty, are you all right?" Ye Xiu, who knew that he was wrong, immediately squatted down and said to the woman with an apologetic face. After that, I wanted to check the woman's feet. "What are you doing? Bull hooligan!" Just as Ye Xiu stretched out his hand, just as he was about to take off the shoe that he bumped into the beautiful woman. The woman suddenly exclaimed. "Beauty, I'm just looking at how your feet are doing, it's not interesting, and I know a little medical skills." Ye Xiu quickly explained what he had done and took off the woman's shoes forcefully. On the side of the luck mirror, Ye Tian could see clearly, and he was stunned for a while. Looks like I've learned a new skill. Soon Ye Tian figured out the reason. Brother Yeshu's story begins. Yeshu is online. Ye Tian continued to look down. It was exactly the same as he thought. The beautiful woman who was hit by Yeshu first scolded Yeshu for being a hooligan. Later, Yeshu said that he was good at medicine, and that his feet were really painful. In desperation, she had to ask Yeshu to help her take a look. Just looking at it, both of them felt a little ambiguous. Afterwards, the female beauty asked Yeshu to take her to the company because she had something to do. The two began to know each other. Tisk tisk tisk, coach, you haven't taught this before. Seeing this scene, Ye Tian is really envious. The two came to Wu Minjiahu's company. Because of Yeshu's miraculous massage technique, Wu Minjiahu was also impressed by Yeshu's miraculousness. Then the two got to know each other's names. Be acquainted. As soon as he came to the company, Wu Minjiahu went back to his office non-stop. It turned out that she was running a beauty pharmaceutical company, focusing on beauty. Just because I had to rush to the company just now was because some of my company's goods had problems. Just when she was distressed, Yeshu suddenly spoke up in the office. I just heard that there was a problem with your shipment. Hey! Wu Minjiahu pinched her sore brows, sighed, and then said helplessly. Because of the formula, this batch can only stay in the warehouse, and now I am very busy with this. Oh? Can I see your recipe? Wu Minjiahu was silent for a while, then stared at Yeshu seriously, looking at his expression. She now had a slight suspicion that Yeshu was an undercover agent sent by the rival company to approach her. Especially for their own recipes. But she also thought that it was impossible, and her formula had gone wrong. Which opponent is so foolish to spend so much thought on a formula that has gone wrong? She opened the cabinet and took out a document from it. It's okay for you to take a look, but there is a big problem with this formula now. Yeshu opened the file and looked at it carefully. Looking at him, his brows became more and more frowning. He quickly discovered the problem with the recipe. This formula is rubbish. What do you mean? I spent more than 2 million for this recipe. I have a better recipe that costs less to make, but the effect is several times better than this crap. Under Wu Minjiahu's shocked and disbelieving gaze, Yeshu also pointed out the problem with the formula. After listening to the question, she just wanted to experiment here. But soon Wu Minjiahu thought of what Yeshu said just now, that he wanted something better. Sure enough, with Yeshu's proof, the two came to the laboratory and found the recipe maker. Yeshu also began to slap his face and pretend to be coercive. Kaka slapped his face, and under the disbelief and admiration on the beautiful president's face, he started the first way to pretend. Help the beautiful president approach the crisis. See here. Ye Tian smiled mysteriously. My elder brother Yeshu is about to start pretending. Then I will slap the recipe maker in the face, flirting. Ye Tian, who was familiar with what would happen next, turned off the luck mirror, because maybe his older brother was going to flirt with his sister again. That female president Wu Minjiahu might be her sister-in-law in the future. Chapter 36. He thought again. I saw that the picture had come to the hall of my villa. At this time, Ye Tian and Ye Xingye were discussing something. Only when they were close, Ye Tian could hear the conversation between the two. Sister, do you have anything that can help you in your cultivation, such as spiritual stones, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures? I want to have it. I can replenish some of the sources I just consumed. Hearing Ye Tian's question, Ye Xingye's beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely. It was because of the misunderstanding just now that both of them used the source. At this moment, they are still trying to find a way to supplement their cultivation. The side effect of using the source is that the body is weak, and it is impossible to use a little cultivation strength without 10 days and a half. Weaker than an ordinary person. Upon hearing that Ye Xingye did not have any way to assist her cultivation, Ye Tian was a little anxious. Seeing that his parents disappeared, he just said that he would never be able to contact him again after he went on a business trip. And yesterday, the killer had already attacked, although Ye Tian easily subdued the killer. But now he and Ye Xingyu couldn't use any more strength. What if another strong enemy comes? This is the consequence of using the source. At this time, he regretted a little. Why did he take action without asking clearly at that time? There is also the old lady, if you don't ask clearly, you will shoot at yourself. And Ye Xingyu is the same. She also knew what happened yesterday and was a little distressed. I finally woke up my memory, but I didn't expect that as soon as I met my younger brothers, I would be gone. Or 10 days and a half months. She looked at Ye Tian with more and more dissatisfaction. It's all Xiao Suan's fault. If he doesn't agree, he will act without asking clearly. Both of them started to get angry, especially Ye Xingyu started to get sullen. Humph! Ye Xingyu snorted dissatisfiedly, as if reminding Ye Tian to coax her old sister. Ye Tian, who was still thinking about how to restore his origin and cultivation as soon as possible, suddenly heard the voice of his elder sister. He felt very strange. What's wrong with this? Humph! Seeing that Ye Tian didn't understand what she meant, she snorted coldly from her nose again. But when she heard Ye Tian's answer, she almost got mad. Sister, do you have rhinitis? Or are you uncomfortable? Ye Xingyu. Ye Tian. Ye Tian, who saw this scene in the room, was also a little speechless. Xiao Suanzi is really a big straight man, and he is still an old virgin after living for 1,000 years. Ye Xingyu, who was getting more and more angry, stood up directly and pinched Ye Tian's ear with her last strength. Twist hard. Ye Tian only felt the familiar pain coming from his ears, and then he couldn't help crying out in pain. Sister! Sister, what are you doing? If you have something to say or not, I really can't figure it out. I'm so clear, how can I say it clearly? Hearing Ye Tian's answer, Ye Xingyu, who was out of anger, increased her strength. Ye Tian expressed that he felt sorry for Ye Tian for 3 seconds. Seeing this, Ye Tian didn't feel a little funny. It is not easy for the two to regain their strength. He now has millions of top-grade spirit stones and thousands of 10,000-year immortal Ji. It's not that simple to restore their cultivation to them. Thinking of this, I took out a part of Lingxi and Wanyan Zi. Then Ye Tian felt that something was missing. He took out the things he just opened from the golden treasure chest. Turn on the gas wheel. He's about to start scooping wool again. After an hour. Look at the top-quality spirit stones and long mu ginseng piled up into mountains. Of course, only one portion of the Wanyan snow chalcedony did not succeed. Go to ×0 the first time. But now there are millions of top-quality spirit stones. Long mu ginseng is slightly less, but there are also 10,000 beads. He also sighed with satisfaction. As a senior wool man, I will never let go of a single wool. In the hall of the villa, Ye Tian's screams kept coming out. Let Ye Tian also hit a shock. Quickly put away his things, he walked out of the room in order to save Xiao Suanzi. Let him go. Sudden. Ye Xingyu, who was still tormenting Ye Tian, heard Ye Tian's voice. The hand holding Ye Tian's ear was also a little slower. She raised her head suspiciously and looked at Ye Tian on the second floor. And Ye Tian is the same. But the look in his eyes towards Ye Tian was as if he had seen a savior. Xiao Tian is a real brother, he is really up when something happens. It's just that what Ye Tian said next made them stunned for a second, especially Ye Tian. And Ye Xingyu thought that Ye Tian was dissuaded from deepening the relationship between her sister and brothers so friendly and dissuaded herself. Ye Tian was looking forward to waiting until Ye Tian came to save himself. But Ye Tian shouted loudly. Let me do it. Okay? Okay? The two were stunned. What's the meaning? Let you come? What about the savior? How about my brother? Hey, Xiao Suanzi is so daring, how dare to make a gentle and lovely sister angry to look at me. The farce is over. The three of them were also sitting on the sofa, while Ye Tian covered his ears with a look of excruciating pain. He is the dignified immortal Emperor Baixuan, and he did not expect to be defeated by such a move. If you let those old guys in the Xiuxian world know, where would you put your old face? Old sister, Xiao Suanzi, do you want to restore your origin and cultivation as soon as possible? Why don't you want to, but now there is no good way. Ye Tian covered his ears helplessly and said casually. After speaking, it was very strange that Ye Tian asked what it meant. Then if I say that I have a way to restore your strength as soon as possible, how should you repay my lovely brother? Ye Tian's mysterious and pretending to be a master made Ye Xingyu and the two of them stunned. Do you have a solution? Ye Tian and Ye Xingyu looked at each other, and then the two replied in unison. Tell me what's the way. Ye Tian sat on the sofa as if he didn't hear it. My good brother, what do you want your sister to do before you say it? Do you want to stop playing with Xioxuan's ears? Ye Tian, I'm not a dog, but you are a real dog. Seeing that Ye Tian was unmoved, Ye Xingyu asked tentatively. A sports car? And Ye Tian shook his head. Chapter 37. The two talked several times in a row. Such as sports cars, mansions, and beauties, but Ye Tian shook his head and refused. Especially for Ye Tian's ears, he even expressed that he was not interested in Xiao Suanzi. The two of them couldn't think of a good way, silently thinking about Ye Tian who could tempt them in their minds. Suddenly, Ye Tian seemed to have thought of something. He asked again. Take you to gold. He knows Ye Tian who is familiar with Ye Tian, but Ye Tian has always wanted to make his own alliance rank gold. It's just that the previous Ye Tian was too disheartened. He was the type who had to roll his face on the keyboard and stayed in the silver rank all the time. Okay? As soon as he heard what Ye Tian said, Ye Tian's eyes lit up, as if he was interested. But it was only a little interest, and it didn't impress him. Now that he is a master of the nascent soul, isn't this kind of game easy to handle? On the other hand, Ye Xingyu was confused. She was thinking in her heart, what does it mean to go for gold? And when Ye Tian thought he could seduce Ye Tian, he saw him shaking his head again. The scene fell silent again. Looking at the contemplative appearances of the two, Ye Tian also felt that it was now. He slowly opened his mouth and said. I want some exercises, some offensive and defensive exercises, and a storage ring. After Ye Tian finished speaking, the two of them were stunned for a moment, and then they raised their spirits again. Gongfa? They have this thing, there are many more, no matter what type. After pulling for such a long time, it turns out that it is just a practice. So you put it here and put it here for me? Both of them thought like this, but before they could say anything, they saw Ye Tian move. And Ye Tian also took out some top-quality spirit stones and placed them on the table, a total of 10 spirit stones. Lingxi? $10 left? And just storage space? Both of them were taken aback when they saw this scene, especially the spirit stone. The two people who are well known know that this is a top-quality spirit stone. Although they were still immortal emperors before, they might not look down on this kind of spirit stone. After all, they used immortal crystals for cultivation after ascension. But they are only at the Jindan stage now, and the top-quality spirit stones are really precious to them now. Not to mention top-grade spirit stones, they are also very drooling. It is really difficult to find this kind of spiritual stone on Mercury. But then Ye Tian doesn't seem to be finished yet. Take some out again. $10. $20. $100. Soon Ye Tian placed the best spirit stones on the table one by one. The two of them were beating wildly and excitedly. A full 100 top-quality spirit stones are enough to restore their origin and improve their cultivation. The expressions of the two were all caught in Ye Tian's eyes, and he said astonishingly. I still have a lot of this kind of spirit stone. As long as the old sister and Xiao Xuanzi exchange some exercises with me, I will never be stingy. As soon as Ye Tian finished speaking, Ye Xian replied excitedly. Change, change, I will give you whatever exercises you want. I have a lot of exercises here. Ye Xingyu also nodded in agreement. Knowing the attitude of the two, Ye Tian also smiled with satisfaction. Although this kind of thing is a bit shameful, they are their own sister and second brother. But picking wool should never be avoided because of family members. If you don't lick yourself, there will be others to lick it. The most important thing is that the fertilizer and water do not flow into the fields of outsiders. After picking up the treasure chest for the past few days, Ye Tian found that as long as Xiao Xuanzi and the old sister were strong, the chance of dropping the treasure chest would increase, and the level of the treasure chest would also increase. Especially if he wants some exercises, he is prepared to give it to Zhao Zheng. After all, if he is good, there is no good cultivation method, and he can't cultivate if he cultivates by himself. Ye Xian hurriedly asked. What type do you want, Xiao Tian? I have both attack and defense, but the storage ring has no material and can't be refined now. I also have it here, and the grade is not low. Then the two scrambled to talk, as if they were afraid that the spirit stone would be gone if it was too late. The three of them soon agreed. Ye Xian gave two exercises, the main attack and the main defense. On the other hand, Ye Xingyu gave Ye Tian a martial arts practice, the god of war slaughter. And this god of war slaughter is what Ye Tian is going to give Zhao Zheng to let his soldiers practice in the future. After all, according to the well-known history, Zhao Zheng soon ascended the throne and became king, and then he destroyed the 6 kingdoms and ruled the world. Don't let his subordinates be weak, although he is only a few years old now. But plan ahead. And Ye Tian was not stingy at all, and directly took out 100,000 top-quality spirit stones and 100,000 thousand-year-old celestial rhizomes. The two share half of it, of course. After the storage ring and other materials are available, the old sister will help him refine it. Yes, Ye Tian suddenly took out so many spiritual stones and immortal medicines, and the two were too shocked to speak. Especially the 10,000 years immortal orchid, but it is very difficult to find a single one in the immortal cultivation world. But looking at Ye Tian's bland appearance, it seems that this 10,000-year immortality is like a candy radish. This also made the two of them unable to see through their own younger brother. But the two of them didn't ask much, they just knew that Ye Tian had his chance. But Ye Xian was still very confused in his heart. Remember that in the last life, Ye Tian died in front of him after being poisoned. And the old lady also disappeared. Could it be that the butterfly effect brought about by his rebirth is too great? But it doesn't make sense. But thinking about it made his head hurt. He stopped thinking about it, and his eyes lit up when he looked at the top-quality spirit stone. After obtaining the exercise, Ye Tian also returned to his room. Called Zhao Zheng again, and gave him those exercises and some things. These kung fu are suitable for you to practice, and you can practice for the warriors under your command in the future. The government is grateful to my father and will never let my father down. Ye Tian had a headache when he heard that childish voice and called out to my father. You're not married yet, you have kids? After thinking for a while, Ye Tian said seriously to Zhao Zheng. Remember, don't eat any elixir in the future. What? Zhao Zheng, who was still respectful at first, was stunned. He didn't understand what Ye Tian was saying, and he said doubtfully. What elixir is my father talking about? It's a kind of pill that doesn't slip out of the dark, and it contains highly poisonous. Oh, Zheng understands, I will follow my father's teachings. Don't call me father. But you are my father. If you don't call me your father, what should I call you in politics? At this time, a big question mark appeared on Zhao Zheng's small head. Then call it whatever you want. After thinking for a while, Ye Tian found that he couldn't refute Zhao Zheng, and after saying something casually, he ignored Zhao Zheng. Okay, Father. It's just that Ye Tian didn't hear what Zhao Zheng said at the end. Chapter 38. After Ye Tian dealt with Zhao Zheng's affairs, again he found he had nothing to do. Bored, he just lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling like he was wandering outside. I don't know what happened to Mom and Dad. Are you eating and drinking spicy food there? He muttered to himself, suddenly remembering something. Jump off the bed at once. FK, I almost forgot my parents. He quickly took out the luck mirror and began to look for his parents. A thought moves. I saw that pictures began to appear in the luck mirror, which was originally an ordinary bronze mirror. Ye Tian saw at first sight that the father at this time seemed to be in the wild. Next to him was his mother, Lin Qing, and a large group of followers. There are about 100 people behind the parents, all of them look very strong, and those who are equipped with equipment like teeth. It looks well equipped, like an army. There are also a few female guards, but Ye Tian can still feel the breath of these people through the mirror of luck. Murderous look. It's the kind of breath that has killed countless people. If ordinary people looked at these people, they would definitely be deterred and suppressed. Some people with small mental capacity are estimated to be scared to pee. And they seem to be on their way right now. Looking at the scene, Ye Tian probably guessed that this should be somewhere in Southeast Asia. Bufan, how are the little brats in our family now? Is Xiao Tian eating on time? Is Xiao Xian still studying? And how is Zioxia getting along with the two younger brothers? I'm a little worried about a few. Child. In the picture, Lin Qing worriedly said to Ye Bufan next to him. Hey, don't worry, I've asked Lao He to take someone to protect them, it'll be all right. Well, how long until we get there? Lin Qing asked tiredly, wiping the sweat from his forehead after calming down a little. Come on, I said long ago that I wouldn't let you follow, now I know it's hard. Ye Bufan joked easily. Then his face sank. Ye Bufan was a little helpless, in fact, he was also worried about a few children. Although the old black belt person secretly protected Ye Tian and the others, he thought of his own enemy. There was an unconcealed worry in his eyes. But Lin Qing didn't notice all this, and when he heard that someone was protecting his child, he also relaxed a lot. In order to stabilize his wife, Ye Bufan had to pretend to be relaxed and indifferent. Bell bell. Suddenly, a strong man's cell phone rang behind Ye Bufan. He just glanced at it and ran to Ye Bufan's side seriously. Langthorn, there is new news. The strong man handed the phone to Ye Bufan and said hesitantly. Hey? What's wrong? Ye Bufan glanced at the mobile phone handed over by his hand. On his mobile phone, he saw several keywords. Ye Tian, assassinated. He quickly took the phone and looked at it carefully. Ye Tian was assassinated, but the assassination failed and the killer disappeared. The text message was just a dozen or so words. After Ye Bufan read it, he felt very angry, but he still suppressed it in his heart, so that Lin Qing next to him would not notice it. Of course, Lin Qing still asked suspiciously. What's wrong, what happened? No, it's the message that Lao He just passed on. He has now arrived at Ye Tian and the others. You can rest assured. Ye Bufan pretended to be relaxed and comforted Lin Qing with a smile on his face. Looking at Lin Qing, he was still a little puzzled. He held Lin Qing's hand, as if to reassure Lin Qing. Well, with Lao He, I believe a few children will be fine, let's hurry up. Looking at Ye Bufan's firm eyes, Lin Qing quickly believed what Ye Bufan said. Then she also relaxed and calmed down. As long as my children are safe and sound. After Lin Qing finished speaking, he walked forward. On the other hand, Ye Bufan showed a very strong coldness in his eyes. Dare to touch his son Ye Bufan, those people must let them smash into pieces. He nodded to the subordinate who reported to him. The strong man also knew his boss very well, and walked back silently. He knew what Ye Bufan meant. If he dared to touch the eldest son, then there was no need for that killer organization to exist. It's just that a small killer organization dared to offend their cold night mercenary group. Then it will be doomed. And all this was seen by Ye Tian. Ye Tian couldn't help thinking in his heart. Those people are my father's cold night mercenary group, and at this moment they should be following my father and mother to perform some task. It seems that it's a big deal. Looking at Dad's serious look, maybe there will be something going on. It's just that I don't know such a dangerous thing. What is Mom doing? And that old black, who was also arranged by Dad to protect a few people, don't accidentally hurt Dad's men. Just who did our family offend? How dare you let Dad come forward in person? Thinking of this, Ye Tian also had a very serious expression. But he also thought that he was already a power in the nascent soul stage, and that his sisters and brothers were not easy. It can be said that several of them are already invincible on Mercury. According to the strength of Mercury, Jindan period is already a land god. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies will be destroyed. Thinking of this, Ye Tian also felt relieved. As long as his father protects his mother, he has nothing to worry about. Not to mention that the father Ye Bufan has so many people and is well equipped, his own methods are not simple. I really don't need to worry about my parents now. The big deal is that next time I know the location, I can just teleport to my parents directly. After cultivating the dragon walking, Ye Tian has come to Dachan, but he feels that there should be follow-up exercises after the dragon walking. And what he got now is only the first book. Of course, it is not extraordinary, but it can teleport hundreds of miles in just a moment. Although he consumes spiritual energy, his realm is high. Chapter 39. After knowing that his parents were all right, Ye Tian also felt relieved. He was thinking, he didn't have any intelligence information on Mercury. There is no organization. Do you follow your father's example and start a mercenary group or a killer organization to play with? Or cultivating some talents, it is not so boring. What is it like to be a behind-the-scenes boss? Thinking about it, Ye Tian felt that this idea was a little difficult to implement. I can't catch some cats and dogs on the street and tell them to join me. Do you give your own resources to practice exercises, and let them maintain world nuclear peace in the future? It seemed that he was really dumb. Would you like to learn from the two protagonists and go out to try your luck? Let's see if there is an old man with a background in NB, and I will also pretend to be forceful. Ye Tian thought. No, bro, they have the aura of the protagonist, but I don't. But then he rejected the idea. My two older brothers are the protagonists, one is an ancient doctor and the other is an immortal emperor, how can I have such good luck? Why don't you go find that family, expose your powerful strength, and cultivate it in secret? After thinking about it, Ye Tian felt that his luck was not too bad, and he was even robbed of 5 kills in the game. It is better to find a family with strong strength and let them surrender to him. But just to be on the safe side, Ye Tian decided to ask her sister tomorrow if there is any way to make people afraid of herself. Or surrender to being slaves by yourself, such as the life and death talisman of Tian Shan Tong Mao in Jin Yang's novels. That is it. After thinking about it, Ye Tian calmed down and started to practice. It was still inhumanely taking out a large number of spiritual stones and treasures from heaven and earth, and Ye Tian sank into the state of cultivation. Early the next morning, just as Ye Tian was about to wash up, he found his elder brother Yeshu yawning in the hall of the villa. As if he had just returned home, he couldn't help but jokingly said to Yeshu, "Big brother, it's not the younger brother who told you that you should be restrained. Look at what you have become." Ye Tian pretended to be distraught and said, "Ha! You're saying something that I don't understand." Yeshu yawned, then said listlessly. After speaking, he lay down on the sofa again, but he was very sleepy now. Yesterday, after helping Wu Minjiao prepare the formula, Wu Minjiao excitedly dragged him around to experiment. Later, to celebrate, he also took him to drink. He hasn't slept all night, and he really doesn't have any energy now. Just want to get some sleep. Facing Ye Tian's jokes, he really wanted to say to Ye Tian, that kind of singing every night, bah, can anyone understand the feeling of exhaustion? It feels like the body is being hollowed out. Brother, go back to your room and sleep, I'll go to school later. Shaking his head, he warned Yeshu, then he went to the bathroom and washed himself. Originally, Ye Xingyu didn't plan to let her two younger brothers go to school last night, but after knowing Ye Tian's strength, she stopped worrying about it. After all, there is no one on Mercury who can hurt Ye Tian now. Of course, he and Ye Xian are not counted. At this time, Ye Xingyu and Ye Xian's rooms were closed. Ye Tian felt that it was a bit boring to go to school alone. Came to Ye Xian's door and knocked on the door. Xiao Xuanzi, get up and study. Sitting in the special car, Ye Xian's face was full of helplessness. The reason was that Ye Tian felt that there was no one to accompany him on the way to school, and he was bored, so he insisted on pulling himself with him. He originally wanted to refuse, but Ye Tian forced him with the spirit stone, and he wouldn't give him the spirit stone if he didn't accompany Ye Tian to school. Of course, it is also beneficial to accompany him to school. For example, I just got some medicinal materials and spiritual stones. Ye Xian, I originally refused, but he gave too much. It's inhumane. A full 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Ye Tian said goodbye to Ye Xian and came to his class just after arriving at the school. It's still the same classroom as always, the same classmates as always, and that Li Yue. Looking at the scene in the classroom, Ye Tian couldn't help sighing in his heart. It's just that when he looked at Fat Tiger's seat, he was a little stunned. Fat Tiger didn't come today? Could it be that he was the sixth again and asked for leave to go to an internet cafe? Ye Tian thought so in his heart, and then he returned to his seat without thinking any more. As everyone knows, the Fat Tiger at this time is planning a shocking event. Bell bell. Soon the familiar bell rang. Then came the sleepy math class. The math teacher is a bald middle-aged man with a pair of glasses with high myopia. After coming to the classroom, he first coughed symbolically, and after the classroom was quiet, he said, "Classmates, today we continue to come to yesterday's formula." Looking at the teacher on the podium, Ye Tian suddenly felt sleepy. As soon as he was lying on the table, he suddenly felt as if his soul had escaped from his body. The long journey began. In fact, he fell asleep. For Ye Tian, the bald middle-aged teacher on the podium has nothing to do. Who told people to be the second generation of the rich? There is no good way to do it. He also turned a blind eye to Ye Tian's approach. Ye Tian, who was sleeping, suddenly heard someone calling him, and that person shook his arm. After listening carefully, Ye Tian realized who was calling him. Ye Tian, wake up, teacher Ye is here. It was his roommate, Li Yue, who was quietly waking him up. Just when Ye Tian opened his eyes, he felt a small thing flying towards him before he raised his head. He casually grabbed a book file from the table and put it down. It was only after he saw the pebble that he found out that it was chalk, and when he was wondering. Suddenly I heard Ye Wuchen's voice. What did Ye Tian Thing dream about this time? Would you like to tell everyone about it again? When he opened the book, he saw that Ye Wuchen was smiling and looking at himself on the podium with a playful expression. At this time, the fiery eyes of the whole class were also looking at Ye Tian, and they were still a little interested. Ye Tian thought for a moment, his brain was running fast, and then he said seriously. Originally, I was good at screwing in the factory, but I fell asleep on the assembly line, and then a piece of chalk from your teacher brought me back to 10 years ago, which is now. Chapter 40. Ye Wuchen, who was on the podium, was stunned with his original smile, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Forehead. Class is over, stop talking nonsense. Ah! I haven't finished yet. Ye Tian said unhappily after hearing Ye Wuchen say this. Where did I just say it? There is still a long way to go. Seeing Ye Tian like this, Ye Wuchen continued. Next time. Alright then. Ye Tian shrugged. Ye Wuchen breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at all the classmates. Class. If it wasn't because he was still in class and he was the head teacher, Ye Wuchen would definitely slap Ye Tian to death. There is no other reason, because this Ye Tian is too arrogant. But it seems that this Ye Tian family still has some relationship with their own. Just yesterday, after communicating with Ye Tian, although the two of them were a little unhappy, Ye Wuchen went to check Ye Tian's file. When he saw the photo of Ye Tian's parents, he was also taken aback by Ye Bufen's appearance. Because Ye Tian, his elder brother Ye Xian, Ye Bufen and others looked too much like him. Especially Ye Tian's father, Ye Bufen, and his elder brothers. For a while, Ye Bufen had a bold idea. Ye Tian's family may be of the same clan as his own, or perhaps Ye Tian's father is a lost son of the old man. It's just that he hasn't found any evidence to prove that Ye Tian's family is related to his family, so he doesn't dare to startle the snake. After all, he has escaped from marriage now. Anyway, as Ye Tian's head teacher, there are many opportunities to contact him. Take your time. This morning's class ended happily. Of course Ye Tian was not happy. Because as long as it was Ye Wuchen's class, he would be stared at by Ye Wuchen all the time, as if coveting his beauty. It made him wonder if Ye Wuchen had any good in Long Yang. Otherwise, why are you staring at yourself from time to time? After finally getting through the morning class, Ye Tian grabbed Li Yawei's little hand and ran out of the classroom just after class. Without letting Li Yawei have the slightest idea of rejection, he grabbed her little hand. It's developing so fast, I can't wait to get intimate after school. NB. I'm so envious. I had known that I would follow Ye Tian's example and talk nonsense about a daughter-in-law. Seeing this scene, everyone in the classroom expressed their envy, jealousy, and hatred. Ye Tian slowed down as soon as he left the classroom and went to the corridor, and said to Li Yawei while walking. Come with me to the cafeteria for dinner, don't go home today. Ah? That won't work, I have to go home, or my brother will be worried. Then why don't I drive you home? Don't worry, I drive fast. Ye Tian's tone was generous and powerful, and he also meant to make fun of him. Hearing what Ye Tian said, Li Yawei's blushing face was flushed, and then her body trembled. She still remembered what Ye Tian said yesterday, saying that he was really racing with himself. Some were afraid and waved their hands quickly. No, no, I'm not going home. The corners of Ye Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing an innocent smile. That's fine, I'll treat you to a big meal today. Just brought Li Yawei to the cafeteria, Ye Tian found a familiar person. Ye Xian. At this time, Ye Xian was still eating his meal slowly and gracefully in the corner of the cafeteria as always. And sitting next to him was a figure that made Ye Tian feel a little strange and familiar. Mu Yu Han? The school flower of Muda? It seems that he is still a little close to Ye Xian. But how did they hook up? The person next to Ye Xian is the first-ranked high school flower. That is the person that the former deputy mayor's son, Wang Zijun, has been pursuing. It just made Ye Tian feel a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Sunzi to hook up with a school girl so quickly. The two also went to the cafeteria to eat together, but there was something wrong with their expressions. The relationship also doesn't seem to be like a couple, but a little more delicate. Ye Xian, how did you become so powerful? And where did you go yesterday? Didn't come to class yesterday? Something happened. Oh okay. Although it is far away, Ye Tian is an immortal cultivator now, and he can clearly hear what the two are talking about. After the two of them had some meals, Ye Tian took Li Yawei to Ye Xian's place. Xiao Sunzi has hooked up with a beautiful woman so quickly. When Ye Tian came to the table, he couldn't help making fun of Ye Xian. Ye Tian also discovered Ye Tian long ago, so he expected Ye Tian to come to him. He didn't say a word, just kept his head down as he always ate. The one who is different from Ye Tian is Mu Yuhan. She looked at Ye Tian very curiously, and then at Ye Tian. Soon she remembered that Ye Tian also had a younger brother. There is a high probability that the two are so similar that this is Ye Tian. She thought inwardly. Ye Tian took Li Yawei and sat opposite Ye Tian and Mu Yuhan. The four of them sat at a table like this, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Of course it was the embarrassment of the second daughter, Ye Tian, and Ye Tian were nothing. Anyway, they have always been like this at home, and they have long been familiar with each other. Xiao Xuanzi, why don't you introduce the beautiful woman next to you? Ye Tian raised his eyebrows, looked at Ye Tian and asked, then looked at Mu Yuhan and said, is it my new sister-in-law? Mu Yuhan was a little shy when he heard Ye Tian calling him a beauty, but he was a little stunned when he heard the following sentence. Sister-in-law? New sister-in-law? She frowned slightly. Could it be that Ye Tian was very concerned before? But she knew Ye Tian well, and she had never heard of him falling in love. Why does Ye Tian ask this? Suddenly, her mind was a little confused, and there was a strange emotion. Like angry, like angry. Her extremely beautiful eyes glared at Ye Tian fiercely. Have a play? Seeing Mu Yuhan's reaction, Ye Tian thought to himself, looking at Ye Tian with a strange look. Chapter 41. Feeling Mu Yuhan's mood changes clearly, Ye Tian said to Ye Tian without showing weakness. What about you? Is this your new brother and sister next to you? Li Yawei opened her eyes wide, her face full of incredulity. Originally she was watching a play. But I didn't expect it to come to me. She hurriedly shook her head and waved her hand. I'm not. The head is shaking like a rattle, and there is no shortage of people who feel a little cute. Of course, this is your younger brother and sister. Ye Tian looked at Ye Tian with a smile and said to Li Yawei. This is my second brother, Ye Tian. Oh, my name is Li Yawei, Ye Tian's classmate. Hearing Li Yawei's explanation, Ye Tian nodded and hummed. And then Mu Yuhan next to him reacted. It turned out that Ye Tian and the two were like this, joking with each other. But when Ye Tian called her sister-in-law, she felt a little satisfied in her heart. But she was quickly suppressed by her. After understanding, Ye Tian also knew how Mu Yuhan met Xiao Xuanzi. It turned out that Ye Tian wanted to buy some medicinal herbs to cooperate with his practice after solving Wang Zijun before. But she didn't expect to meet Mu Yuhan, and she also ran into trouble and was entangled by a group of hooligans. Ye Tian, on the other hand, jumped out, and appeared very pretentious and upright to those hooligans. Let go of that girl. Then Ye Tian solved those people with 2 moves, a very perfect scene of a hero saving beauty. That's how the two got acquainted. And today Mu Yuhan is also to thank Ye Tian, so he is going to have a meal with Ye Tian. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, since ancient times, the most successful hero is saving beauty. The 4 of them got to know each other. But unexpectedly, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived at this time. Where are Ye Tian and Li Yawei? Ye Tian was also taken aback when he heard the familiar voice. Looking at the source of the sound, several people quickly discovered that the person who made the sound was Ye Tian. At this time, he still looked at a few people with an unchanging smile. Seeing the person coming, Li Yawei greeted awkwardly, Mr. Ye, what a coincidence. Yes, it's really a coincidence. In fact, Ye Tian was already in the cafeteria. When he was worried about how to find out the details of Ye Tian's family, he suddenly saw Ye Tian and Li Yawei appear. In order to get close to Ye Tian and also to find out a little bit of information, he just appeared at this time. Only when he and Ye Tian looked at each other, he found that Ye Tian had been staring at his face. And Ye Tian was indeed a little surprised in his heart. He looked at Ye Tian a little surprised. Ye Tian obviously knew what Ye Tian was thinking and explained. This is our new head teacher, Teacher Ye Tian. Oh! Ye Tian snorted, his voice dragged for a long time, with some unknown meaning. But it's just weird, nothing else. Time comes to afternoon. Ye Tian's office. Since Ye Tian and several people met in the cafeteria, his inner thoughts became stronger. I really want to know the details of Ye Tian's family and whether it really has anything to do with him. After explaining to Ye Tian that he would visit Ye Tian's house at night, he also left. For a whole noon, he was inquiring about the news of Ye Tian's house. Also used some of the power of the family. Jingle bell. Ye Tian, who was still thinking at this time, was suddenly interrupted by a ringing phone. Taking out his phone, his eyes lit up, and he swiped the phone screen to connect the call. Uncle Fu, is there any news? Little master, you want me to check everything, it's just a little strange. An old, hoarse voice came from the phone. After listening to this, Ye Tian felt strange. Fu Bo is his own housekeeper, and his strength is not weak in Mercury Xia Xia. But the Ye family, one of the 4 mysterious families in Washington. Listening to Uncle Fu's voice, it seems that he asked him to check the details of Ye Tian's house and some problems came up. Is there anything strange? He asked the phone in confusion. You should read it yourself, young master, I have already sent you the information. Okay, hang up first, don't tell the old man that I contacted you. After Ye Tian hung up the phone, he saw an additional message on his phone. It was Faber who sent it. He opened it and looked at the detailed information about Ye Tian's family. Ye Tian, 45. He was an orphan since he was a child. After he became an adult, he joined the army. He excelled in all aspects of performance and physique in the army, and became one of the kings of soldiers. Later, he was discharged from the army for some reason and went abroad to develop. In less than 5 years, he formed his own mercenary group, and then returned to Daxia again to become a couple with Lin Qing, chairman of Lin Shiyi's group and controller of Lang Ye Mercenary Corps. There are 3 sons and 1 daughter. Lin Qing, 43 years old. Soon Ye Tian read the detailed information of Ye Tian's family. If Ye Tian was a little bit shocked by this information again. Because this information is really too detailed, even the identity of the master of the mercenary group that has been hidden for many years by the father Ye Tian was also found out. But for Ye Tian, it was very easy for his family to find something. If he wanted to, he could also find out when Ye Tian wet the bed, when he went to the internet cafe, etc. But he can't be so boring, and use his family to send some useless things. Thought for a moment. Ye Tian felt that it was time to go to Ye Tian's house, even though his parents were not there now. But several children are still at home. At that time, wouldn't it be good if you could talk yourself out a little bit? Thinking of this, Ye Tian showed a confident smile. If it turns out that Ye Tian's family is directly related to the old man, he can use it to threaten the old man. Don't force yourself to marry the little princess of the Ling family. Master, don't blame me for being ruthless, I really don't like Miss Ling. As if talking to himself. He deleted the information just sent by Forber. Stand up and walk towards the classroom. Now he has to go to class. Chapter 42. Daxia Huafu. One of the 4 major families, the Ye family. At the same time, what Ye Tian didn't know was that Uncle Fu, who was talking to him just now, was standing respectfully in front of a person. Simply put, it is standing in front of an old man. The old man had grey hair and seemed very old. But his face was very young, as if he was in his 40s or 50s. It is no exaggeration to use Tong Yan Hefa. Master, just now the young master asked the old slave to check the information of a small family. According to the old slave's reasoning, the young master should be in Linqi now. This old man is Ye Tian's father, who is now the head of the Ye family. Ye Basian. And Ye Tian was his youngest son who was born in old age, and he was the most favored. especially since he is now in his 70s. Hearing what Uncle Fu said, the leader Ye Bawang was silent for a while. Then he said in a deep voice. Oh? Has Wuchen escaped to Linchi? Yes, sir. The following Fu Bo still respectfully answered. I see, Wuchen is still so naughty. Ye Basian said cheerfully. Judging from his appearance, it seems that there is no trace of anger about Ye Wuchen's escape from marriage. But full of love. Master, this. After Fu Bo finished speaking, he looked a little hesitant. And Ye Basian was very familiar with Fu Bo and knew what else he had to say. Anything else? You can just say it. Master, I want to say whether to send someone to bring back the young master. No, he can play as he wants. Ye Basian waved his hand to reject Fu Bo's proposal. Then he thought of something, and said to Fu Bo. By the way, what is Wuchen asking you to do with a small family? The old slave doesn't know, the young master didn't elaborate. Okay. Show me the information. After receiving the information, Ye Basian casually opened it and looked at it. In his eyes, a small family is like a small ant that can be pinched to death at will. If this small family offends Ye Wuchen, he can help Ye Wuchen destroy this family. Just opened the first page of the information, he was attracted by a name and a photo on it. Ye Bufan. Also S*X leaves. Okay? Why does this photo look familiar? Then his eyes widened. Somewhat absent-minded, he murmured, extraordinary, extraordinary. This is. And Fu Bo, who was below, felt very strange to see Ye Basian's such a strong reaction. What did my master see? After he got the information, he hadn't seen it, so naturally he didn't know Ye Bufan's photo. Only know Ye Bufan's name. If he sees the photo, he will definitely be startled, because the person in the photo looks too young like his own master. Flirtatious and unruly is what this old man, who has been with him for many years, looked like when he was young. Ye Basian, on the other hand, trembled slightly, and looked at the information very seriously. Until I saw Ye Bufan's experience, there was still that photo. Inside the photo is a piece of jade pendant with 3 characters engraved on it. Ye Bufan. When he saw the photo of this jade pendant, he was even more sure of his thoughts. That's right. That's right. Extraordinary, extraordinary, this is extraordinary. And Ye Basian was a little excited at this time, and then felt sad. This Ye Bufan may be his son who died in childhood. This is a thorn in the bottom of his heart, a thorn that can never be pulled out. When he was out with his pregnant wife, he suddenly encountered an assassination. Although he was not afraid, his wife was pregnant and was about to give birth. Worrying about his wife's problems, he had no choice but to lure away the assassin and ask a peasant woman to help his wife deliver the baby. But when he came back after finishing the assassination, the son he had just given birth had died. Because he had to take his wife for treatment, he could only bury his deceased son hastily, leaving a jade pendant that had been prepared a long time ago, and left it beside his son as a burial, and then fell to the ground. The jade pendant is engraved with the name he took for his son. Extraordinary. But when he arranged for his wife and prepared to come back for a proper burial, he found that his son's grave had been dug out by a wolf. The baby inside was also missing, leaving only a mess and bloodstains. Knowing that his dead son might be devoured by wild wolves and wild dogs. On the same day, he slaughtered all the wolves and wild dogs in the whole mountain in a rage. In the mountains there was only the wailing of wolves and wild dogs, but his legend was left there at that time. Afterwards, in order not to make his wife sad, he chose to hide it and only told his wife that he had buried his deceased son. But no matter what, this thorn could not be concealed, and it was stabbed in the hearts of the husband and wife. I haven't let go of my heart for many years, and I only got better after knowing that Ye Wuchen was born. But just now, he suddenly saw a photo of a person with the same name and surname as his dead son who looked exactly like him. Let him have a very strong feeling inside. Ye Bufan may be his own child who died. How to prove it? That's because he saw the orphanage where Ye Bufan was before and the picture of his exclusive jade pendant. Make him very sure that this is his child. It turned out that the child did not die before, but just kept living outside. It made him feel depressed and self-blame all of a sudden. Why didn't you look for it in the first place? Why do you think your own is still dying? He regrets, he is cruel. Hate yourself for being incompetent. And when he saw the profile photos of the people behind him, he was a little choked up and said, Bufan, my child, it's suffering. Over the years, I have only a few billions of property, and now I'm still suffering in Southeast Asia. How many billions are enough for several children? Uncle Fu, who was on the side, looked at it for a while. What happened to his master? How can there be such a big emotional reaction? Ye Bufan? Fu Bo frowned, and then thought of a name. He also knew what happened back then, but didn't the young master die? Then he cursed to himself. He was negligent and forgot about the young master who died young. He actually showed that document to the master. Isn't the name of the person above Ye Bufan? This reminded the old man of the sad thing again. I'm guilty of my own guilt, let the master think of the past again. Knowing that he made a mistake, Fu Bo cautiously said. Damn this old slave, you shouldn't let the master see this information, master. Actually, you don't need to take it to heart. The third master doesn't want to see you sad in heaven, so don't be too sad. Chapter 43. Hearing Fu Bo's comforting words, Ye Teng, who was originally sad, stood up in a flash. His eyes lit up and he laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, Wuchen is not dead, he is still alive. This made Uncle Fu even more confused, and Ye Tian's current appearance made him feel scared. Is my master crazy? Didn't the third young master die long ago? He thought to himself, and then flicked the phone in his pocket in an imperceptible motion. He was thinking that if the master really had a problem, he would immediately call the mental hospital. Let someone come to the rescue. If there is a problem with the master, the Ye family will be in danger. The other three clans who were staring at the Ye family from the outside would not easily pass up this opportunity. So there can be absolutely nothing wrong with the master. He thought so. If Ye Tian on the side knew what he was thinking, he would definitely want to slap this old immortal to death. It's a pity that Ye Tian didn't know what Fu Bo was thinking. Now he is ecstatic. Uncle Fu, hurry! Hurry, bring Bufan home! No, 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 send someone to Southeast Asia to protect Bufan, I want to see him in person. 4B was even more stunned. Going to Southeast Asia to find the third master? Didn't the third young master die long ago? Is heaven in Southeast Asia? Or? When he thought of this, the thoughts in his heart became stronger. He took out his phone and made a call. Dr. Wu, come quickly. Master is crazy. Ye Tian, who was originally excited, suddenly saw Fu Bo's strange behavior and voice. He was also stunned, and then the whole old face turned black. Crazy yourself? This immortal is crazy. After following me for so many years, I'm still so old and rude. Uncle Fu, don't make trouble, take a good look at what this is. Although helpless, Ye Tian still handed the information in his hand to Uncle Fu and motioned him to continue reading. Fu Bo, who was still on the phone, also stopped. I know that Ye Tian is not crazy, and he is still serious now. He laughed, then took the information and read it carefully. This is the case with the two of them. They can be regarded as growing up, and they usually like to joke. And Fu Bo was obviously calmer than Ye Tian, and didn't make any strange movements. Just kept staring at the information of Ye Tian's family in his hand. A long time. He slowly put down the information. The eyes that looked at Ye Tian were full of incredulity. I didn't expect the young master to ask him to check the information of a small family, but he didn't expect that the one who was slapped in the face would be. He and Ye Tian looked at each other, and they could see shock in each other's eyes. Soon Fubo spoke, and he said dully, "Master, what do you want the old slave to do? Don't make it public first, send someone to Southeast Asia to find Bufan first." "Okay, any other orders?" The two quickly agreed, and Fu Bo left the Ye family after that. No third person knows what the two discussed. And here in Ye Tian, he is still sleeping as always. Of course, his thoughts were all within the sea of soul energy. At this time, he was looking at Zhao Zheng's picture. As the day goes by, add time to speed up. Now Zhao Zheng has returned to Qin state. It just made Ye Tian a little surprised that Zhao Zheng was sitting in the first place in the picture. And below, there are many people with gorgeous clothes. It seems to be upside down. Inheriting the throne so soon. Ye Tian couldn't help being a little surprised. He didn't expect that Zhao Zheng had become the king of Qin in just one day. Looking at Zhao Zheng's strength, Ye Tian was shocked again. The peak of Yuanying period. Zhao Zheng is at the peak of Yuanying period. If the body is integrated, what will happen to your own cultivation? Ye Tian suddenly had a bold idea, but was quickly interrupted by the voice in the picture. "Your Majesty, this year there have been constant natural and man-made disasters near the Qin country, and this year's harvest is even more than we can make ends meet. Your Majesty, there is no money in the treasury to support disaster relief. Your Majesty, the Huns are attacking." Hearing the bad news one by one, Zhao Zheng only felt a headache. "Not long after I ascended the throne, there are so many things, what about the future?" There was simply no time to practice. For the attack of the Huns, he had a good solution at this time, relying on the god of war slaughtering technique provided by Ye Tian. He had already secretly trained 3,000 soldiers, all of whom had practiced the god of war slaughter. Later, Zhao Zheng also discovered that the world he was in also had cultivators, but they were few and weak, and it seemed that more of them were warriors. It's like he has met one before, but his strength is only worthy of the initial stage of foundation building. And he may be the only one in the world who is at the peak of the nascent soul period. But after listening to the minister's reports, he also felt a headache. He can easily solve the foreign enemy's attack, but he really can't do anything about the food problem. But when he was distressed, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that he had missed for many years. "Zhao Zheng, no, you should be called Ying Zheng." This. He was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He thought that Ye Tian had left him alone for so many years, so he couldn't contact Ye Tian. "I thought I was abandoned. Father!" He shouted excitedly in his heart. "Well, grown up." Ye Tian responded. Hearing Ye Tian's voice again, Ying Zheng felt very excited and wanted to cry. "I just learned about your predicament, do you need my help?" This. Hearing Ye Tian's words, Ying Zheng hesitated, but when he thought that there were still so many old Qin people in Qin country who were still hungry, starving and freezing, knowing Ye Tian's strength, he still prepared cheeky question. Thinking of this, he also said to Ye Tian with a cruel heart. "Father, I don't know if you have any crops that can increase the grain yield. There is no way, if you don't ask Ye Tian to help, Qin will kill a lot of people. Especially when winter is coming, and as the king of Qin, how can he bear to watch his people suffer?" After listening to Ying Zheng, Ye Tian thought about it for a while. He should be able to send some seeds or food to Ying Zheng through the channel. "Yes, there are many." He agreed nonchalantly. In Mercury, many high-yield crops have already appeared due to the development of technology. It will not make people hungry like in ancient times. Such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and the like. Buying some seeds or food for Ying Zheng was like a drizzle to Ye Tian. "Really? That's great." Hearing this, Ying Zheng slapped the case in front of him with excitement. The ministers below were also taken aback by Ying Zheng. "Your Majesty, what's the matter?" Could it be that you just succeeded to the throne, and your excitement hasn't eased yet? Chapter 44. In this way, the two started chatting with their thoughts. And Ying Zheng also dispelled the ministers, so he chatted with Ye Tian in the hall alone. It also made Ye Tian not so boring in class. Although he is lying on the table sleeping at the moment. Through chatting with Ying Zheng, Ye Tian also found that his clone son seemed to be the same as ordinary people. It seems that he respects and worships his father. And he will have his free and independent thoughts, completely unlike other clones. All actions are controlled and ordered by the ontology. It seems that the avatar from the lucky avatar is really like his own son. But Ye Tian didn't think about it anymore, and even he thought that in the future, even if his clone Ying Zhenxiu became stronger, he would not merge. Instead, treat him as a big help, or even a real person. During the chat with Ying Zheng, Ye Tian learned that Ying Zheng's cultivation progress has been very fast over the past 10 years with the resources he provided. But now he has been stuck at the peak of nascent soul for more than 2 years, and he doesn't know the reason, but he just feels that the progress is very slow. Although Ying Zheng was still a teenager, he was only 13 or 14 years old. After receiving Ye Tian's help, he also worked hard to cultivate and did not slack. But it seems that because of the blood relationship, the cultivation base has stayed in the nascent soul stage. He can feel that perhaps his greatest achievement has reached the stage of spiritual transformation. Cultivation realm, foundation establishment, Jindan, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, fit, Mahayana, transcend tribulation, cultivation of sanctuary immortals can be chosen if transcendence tribulation fails, ascension, immortals, immortal monarchs, immortal kings, immortal venerable, immortal emperor. After learning about Ying Zheng's situation, Ye Tian called out the Qi Luck clone. Do you know what happened to Ying Zheng? Master, this is caused by the weak bloodline of the biological parents and biological parents of the cloned blastoderm. It can also be understood as the bloodline inheritance qualification. After listening to the explanation, Ye Tian frowned slightly. In other words, is it a matter of Ying Zheng's bloodline? But doesn't he possess a trace of my soul power? Although Ying Zheng possesses the power of the Master's soul, coupled with the effect of Luck's avatar against the sky, it comes to adulthood, but the arrival of the avatar's blastoderm contains an element of luck. It was Ye Tian's turn to be a little stunned again, and he couldn't understand what the little man doll was saying. Seeming to know Ye Tian's thoughts in general, the luck clone continued. The master can understand that Ying Zheng has bad luck, and has only obtained a small amount of the master's soul power, but has not obtained the master's bloodline, so his future achievements will not be too high. After listening to the explanation, Ye Tian was thoughtful. It turned out that it was only for the experiment, and only gave Ying Zheng a trace of soul power. Immediately, Ye Tian regretted it a little. Why didn't he draw some soul power? The master doesn't have to worry too much. It's not impossible to solve it. Any solution? Ye Tian couldn't wait to ask quickly. The master only needs to give Ying Zheng a drop of blood essence. The current master possesses the mysterious spirit Dao body. As long as a drop of blood essence is passed to Ying Zheng through the channel of the air avatar, then he can fuse and derive a new mysterious spirit body with a high probability. Ye Tian hesitated, but he knew the advantages and disadvantages of blood essence to the body. In the novels I read in my previous life, the protagonist would either take a drop of blood essence for a few days, or his cultivation would be lowered or something. He didn't want to lose his cultivation for a few days or lose his cultivation, that would be a loss-making business. It's just that Ye Tian has been thinking too much. In fact, taking a drop of blood essence will not be a big problem, and it will recover after a few days at most. Seemingly aware of Ye Tian's concerns, the luck clone continued. Master, have you forgotten the dragon eye ginseng? Long eye ginseng? Yes. How could I forget this thing? Ye Tian clapped his hands and suddenly remembered the long mu ginseng from the golden treasure chest. This is a good thing, a holy medicine for nourishing qi and blood. If you lose some blood essence, you can make up for it by eating one, and there are no side effects. Longmu ginseng is a very special and powerful fairy medicine, the biggest effect of which is to replenish qi and blood, especially for people with qi and blood deficiency. Although for other powerful big players, it may be a bit tasteless. After all, when they reach that realm, who will be deficient in qi and blood? But Longmu ginseng is also ranked in the elixir because of its degree of cherishment. Although it is only a first-level fairy medicine, it is not an ordinary thing. Even the 10,000-year elixir is only a high-level elixir. Levels: yellow, human, spirit, earth, heaven, immortal. Each level is divided into beginner, intermediate, high, and superior. In particular, some medicinal herbs need to be refined with Longmu ginseng. It can be said that a drug is hard to find. Thinking of this, Ye Tian seems to have a good solution, and now he has a lot of ginseng. Lost blood essence was replenished with just one strain. It's simply inhumane. Ding dong. Please be careful with the host. If you give a clone of blood essence and blood, the probability of deriving a mysterious spiritual body is very low, and after failure, the clone may lose all cultivation bases, and it is very likely that the soul will be scattered. Hearing the system's voice suddenly, Ye Tian was taken aback, and then said strangely, "System, aren't you still upgrading?" The system was successfully upgraded 3 hours ago. The upgrade was successful. You've been diving. Do you know how I've been through this time? 15 hours, do you know how I lived these 15 hours? Every day, I'm dressed in fine clothes, games, and eating delicious and spicy food. Do you know how boring these days are? Ah! The system was silent again. Obviously the best way for Ye Tian, the host, was to be silent. Seeing that the system didn't answer for a long time, Ye Tian also felt bored. Then he asked, "By the way, what did you mean by the system just now?" Literal meaning. Chapter 45. Ye Tian ignored the system's reminder. Instead, a drop of his own blood was condensed from his body and sent to Ying Zheng through the channel. "You have a solution to your problem." Suddenly Ying Zheng heard Ye Tian's voice again, and saw a drop of blood essence from the passage. Just when he was still puzzled, he heard Ye Tian's voice again. "This is a drop of my blood essence, you fuse it. Only after the fusion of blood essence, there will be a chance to inherit my physique, so that the practice will be multiplied with half the effort. Of course, it's just a chance, not necessarily a success. If you fail there may be problems, and maybe you will too." Having said that, Ye Tian paused for a while, and then said solemnly, "The soul is scattered." Ye Tian stopped talking, he waited for Ying Zheng's choice. It doesn't matter if Ying Zheng doesn't want to merge blood essence, anyway, he will have 500 lifespans when he reaches the nascent soul stage. When he breaks through to God transformation, he will increase his lifespan by 500 years again, and he will be able to live to 1,000 years old. He has already explained that everything depends on Ying Zheng's choice. And when Ying Zheng heard Ye Tian say this, his originally excited and joyful mood also became dull. He is well aware of the pros and cons of this, but he is also very eager to become stronger. If you fail then you will cease to exist, but if you succeed? "Father, I'm willing to give it a try," Ying Zheng said seriously. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to be cautious, it's just that whoever wants to be cultivated has been stuck at the peak of nascent soul. Who doesn't want to be stronger? What's more, the path of cultivation is against the sky. He is only a clone of Ye Tian, and he can survive in the world because of Ye Tian's existence. He also didn't want to disappoint Ye Tian. "Actually, you don't have to worry, maybe there will be a better way in the future." Seeing Ying Zheng's expression, Ye Tian chose to comfort him. "No, I've already thought about it." However, Ying Zheng was a very firm refusal. As long as he cultivates fast, he will have the opportunity to meet Ye Tian in the future, and he will be able to help Ye Tian in the future if his strength is strong. Although Ye Tian didn't say it, he might be able to merge with Ye Tian in the future and help his father become stronger. So timing was everything, and he couldn't be hesitant about it. Hey! Ye Tian sighed, and then said earnestly. Everything is up to you, it's your choice. Ye Tian certainly knew what Ying Zheng was thinking, and at this moment he also regarded Ying Zheng as his own son. Just like an old father. His mentality has also undergone some changes, and he no longer regards Ying Zheng as a tool person. Ying Zheng picked up the drop of Ye Tian's blood essence and swallowed it directly. Moment. He just felt as if something was burning in his belly. The pain is unbearable. It made him tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But he gritted his teeth and didn't hum a pain. He knew that this was the fusion of essence and blood in his body. The pain was so unbearable that he grabbed his thigh. Pinch it so hard you can see it if someone is there. At this time, his thighs have become very strange and black. All pinch marks. Of course, Ye Tian saw everything in his eyes, but he couldn't bear to see the painful Ying Zheng. After leaving the Sea of Soul Energy, he didn't want to see this tragic situation again. Now it's all up to him, only himself. He also offers little real help. When Ye Tian woke up, it seemed that the get out of class was over now. Just haven't finished school yet. Thinking that Ying Zheng still has problems that he needs to help solve. He also knew that staying at school was a waste of time. He had a daring idea. That's truancy. But Ye Tian might not agree to let him skip class. What should we do? Even a dignified nascent soul emperor would be imprisoned by this small school. When Ye Tian was thinking about how to skip school, he suddenly thought of a good way. The tried and true pretending to be sick. He stood up and walked towards the classroom office. Arriving at the door, Ye Tian first took a breath, and didn't stop until his face turned pale. Then he knocked on the door of the office like a very weak one. Dong dong dong. Come in. Soon there was a sound of letting Ye Tian in, but it was not from Ye Tian, but a chemistry teacher. He also taught Ye Tian their class. Stepping into the office, Ye Tian was about to speak, but he saw that Ye Tian was discussing something with the chemistry teacher. Just glanced at him without asking Ye Tian why he came here. If you connect the test tube E to the F tube, what will you find? Then what will a test tube be connected to? And where will the R test tube be connected? At this time, the chemistry teacher asked Ye Tian seriously. Ye Tian stroked his chin, thinking about something. But Ye Tian, who was on the side, became more and more confused the more he listened. What FR? I don't understand it at all. But when he saw that in the office, Ye Tian and the chemistry teacher stood in front of a pile of test tube equipment, he seemed to know something. It turns out that the two are discussing the experiment. Experiment? I understand. This is my forte. Suddenly Ye Tian also became interested, and continued. A followed by W followed by Q outer ring scraping, followed by ruthless iron hand, followed by a to fight bloody rage and then R Roxas guillotine, perfect solo kill. The two who were still thinking at this time were suddenly stunned by Ye Tian's words. What is this? What ruthless iron hand? Is there a new element? And what does a perfect solo kill mean? I don't understand. But it feels so deep. Chapter 46. In the end, under Ye Tian's nonsense, he added a pale and powerless look. Ye Tian still let Ye Tian go home, of course, the home visit at night is still going. Holding the fake note signed by Ye Tian strode towards the school gate. When approaching the gate, Ye Tian suddenly found a familiar figure. Ye Tian. At this time, he happened to come to the gate alone, and was talking to the uncle who was watching the gate. It was only when Ye Tian got closer that he knew that Xiao Xuanzi had also asked for leave. He was also preparing to leave the school with a fake note. On the other hand, Ye Tian is different from Ye Tian, he is a fake article obtained by honesty and strength. And Ye Tian is pretending to be sick. The two looked at each other, and Ye Tian saw a little embarrassment in Ye Tian's eyes. But he didn't think much of it. In this way, the two walked out of the school gate with the envy of others. Just arrived at the door, Ye Tian greeted. What a coincidence, where is Xiao Suanzi going? It's a coincidence, what about you? Where are you going? Hearing Ye Tian asking himself, Ye Tian shut up and didn't speak. Good guy, Xiao Suanzi is going to pretend. I don't know what the plot is this time. Ye Tian thought in his heart, while Ye Tian looked as if nothing had happened. Then the two were very tacit and did not ask any more questions. They just said hello and left. Now the two have their own secrets, and it is not good to inquire about the secrets. Especially the matter of pretending, if it is exposed in advance, it is not called pretending. No spoilers. After Ye Tian and Ye Tian said goodbye, they wandered aimlessly on the street. Originally, I wanted to buy something to send to Ying Zheng. But he suddenly thought of something embarrassing. That is, he has no money. There are only tens of thousands of pocket money. According to his inference, Ying Zheng should need a lot of food and seeds. Tens of thousands of dollars is not enough at all, maybe not enough to support a small city for one day. He thought about it for a while and decided to keep some money in his hands now. Only coins can be copied in the fortune ring, so it cannot be used on Mercury. And my parents haven't come back yet, my sister should still be in retreat. Do you want to imitate Xiao Suanzi and find an old man with a strong background to act as a force? Or gambling stones? Buy lottery tickets? But it feels too cumbersome and tiring. But suddenly Ye Tian's eyes lit up. Suddenly he thought of someone. Lan Ji, Aunt Lan. That is, his father's secretary, or a part-time lover. Lan Ji has followed Ye Bufan since before his rise. He is also the person parents trust most in the company. And now the group is also her agent in control. Just ask her for some pocket money yourself. After all, he is also a rich second generation, how can money be stumped? Thinking of this, Ye Tian randomly took a taxi on the side of the road and drove towards his own group building. As for the special car, Li Jun probably hasn't come yet, maybe he won't come until the school is over. After getting off the taxi, Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh when he saw the bustling scene of this high-rise building in the city center. The location chosen by the group company is really good. At this moment, he was standing under his group building, and he raised his head to look at the large characters on the building. Ye's group. And at the gate, Ye Tian also saw several acquaintances. It was Lan Ji and several elders from other groups waiting there. Ye Tian knew these people, and they were all capable men under his father Ye Bufan. Especially Blue Jay. They were waiting here because Ye Tian called Lan Ji in advance. Aunt Lan, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang. Ye Tian stepped forward and greeted everyone enthusiastically. Everyone also responded to Ye Tian happily. Then, under the respectful and envious eyes of the security guard, he followed a few people to the elevator. In the elevator, Ye Tian also explained the reason to Lan Ji. After learning that Ye Tian wanted some pocket money, one of the people directly stated that he did not need to go to the finance room. You can give Ye Tian some pocket money now. Little god, your uncle Li has a little money in this card, take it and spend it. Some people started, and as Ye Tian's uncles, they were not stingy at all, and they were not to be outdone by taking out a few bank cards. I have them here too, take them to spend. Does my brother usually give Xiao Tian and the others little pocket money? As an uncle, I can't be stingy. You can also take this card and spend it as you like. Several people took out their bank cards and stuffed them into Ye Tian's hands. Of course Ye Tian didn't understand how much money these uncles were talking about. But he guessed there should be a lot. After a casual stroll around the company, he left. I still have things to do. I also want to help Ying Zheng with food. Fortunately, he adjusted the time flow to normal before, otherwise, wait for him to go back and have a look. Maybe Ying Zhengwei has all, and he likes to be a grandfather again. Taking the pocket money provided by several uncles, Ye Tian took a taxi to the Linqi crop wholesale market. This is the largest crop wholesale market in Linqi. There are many vendors selling it. Ye Tian swept the market, and there are corn, rice, etc., which can be said to have everything. Soon Ye Tian came to a store that looked bigger. Ye Tian said plainly, "Boss, I want to buy high-yield seeds and grain." The middle-aged man who was still wandering outside suddenly heard Ye Tian's voice, and it was also a shock. Looking at Ye Tian's dressing temperament, it instantly felt like a big business. He flattered, "Boss, what do you want to buy? As long as the boss wants it, I'm here to answer your request." However, after he finished speaking, Ye Tian's frivolous words almost made him soften. "First, get a handful of 1.8 million caddies of rice." Immediately, the boss froze in place, unable to tell the truth for a long time. Just when Ye Tian was puzzled and thought there was not so much time, he saw this middle-aged man suddenly howling. There was a loud bang in the sky, and the old slave appeared. Soon Ye Tian negotiated a good price, although Ye Tian wanted a large amount. Especially seeds and the like, but every day in the market, there are also people like Ye Tian, but most of them buy cooked grains. Chapter 47. After negotiating, Ye Tian provided an address. In the outskirts of the city, there are several large warehouses of his family. It can hold so many things completely. Ye Tian spent a total of pocket money from a certain uncle. A total of 1 million caddies of rice and seeds, potatoes and sweet potatoes were bought. A total of 3 million was spent, which was a drizzle for the current Ye Tian. Especially what the funny boss said. It made Ye Tian more comfortable. It's just that the delivery will take some time now, and it is estimated that it will be ready tomorrow. Ye Tian also left the market after saying hello to his warehouse. It has only just come out of the market gate. Ye Tian felt something was wrong. He seems to be being followed, with his powerful agility. Ye Tian found that several people looked like passers-by, but his eyes would glance at himself from time to time. There is also a big golden cup parked not far away. Ye Tian could feel that there seemed to be some danger coming towards him. He pretended not to see it, and walked across the road, towards a corner. He wanted to see what strange thoughts these people had about him. Is it because he is too handsome to provoke right and wrong? And those passers-by gave a wink to the others after Ye Tian left. Several people followed him in the distance. Interesting. The corner of Ye Tian's mouth rose slightly and muttered. He could feel that these people came for him. It's just a little strange, is it a killer again? But I feel these killers are so unprofessional. Just after reaching the corner, several people quickly followed and surrounded Ye Tian. It surrounded Ye Tian in the middle. "Boy, come with us," one of them said to Ye Tian with a fierce and arrogant face. Ye Tian also knew that these people were ordinary people, just stronger. He pouted in disdain. "That's it? That's it? Why is it still so old-fashioned? Are all killers like this?" Although Tuko returned to Tuko, Ye Tian also wanted to know who sent these people. He confidently said, "Okay." "What?" I said yes. Hearing that Ye Tian agreed so readily, several people were a little surprised. He thought Ye Tian was going to struggle, but he agreed? But when I think of myself so many people, if I am a smart person who knows the times and affairs, it should be the same. The leader of several people also reacted, and then said with a smile. "Boy, you are still smart, so you can save yourself from the pain of flesh and blood. Please." He waved his hand to signal Ye Tian. "Let him follow the big gold cup." After Ye Tian left, several people surrounded him, as if they were afraid of him running away. Until Ye Tian got on the big gold cup. As soon as he got into the car, Ye Tian found that there was a thin man in the car. He looked like he was 26 or 7 years old. But Ye Tian could feel some evil spirits from him. Or slaughter contamination, or practice some exercises that come with it. It doesn't look like a good person anyway. Especially his gloomy expression, as if he was going to swallow his life. This person is the senior brother who was slapped to ashes by Ye Tian before. Wang Ling. Of course Ye Tian doesn't know the information of these people yet. He also got into the car to know who was targeting him. If you let him know, you will have to complain again. Sending experience without any brains, after playing the small one, the old one comes back. Isn't this a plot to force the king? After Wang Ling saw Ye Tian, he glanced at Ye Tian disdainfully. Because he did not feel a trace of ancient martial arts from Ye Tian. Obviously an ordinary person. And the person who agreed with Ye Tian just now nodded to Wang Ling and said. Master Wang, someone has brought it here, let's go. Well, let's drive. After gesturing for the driver to drive, he closed his eyes very forcefully and recuperated. It seemed to him that Ye Tian, a student, couldn't make him take it seriously. If it weren't for the younger brother, maybe he wouldn't come here. Fortunately, Ye Tian was only invited to the Golden Cup, and the others were not too embarrassed. According to his inference, these people seemed to be not targeting him first, but someone else. In this way, the big Golden Cup staggered to the suburbs, an abandoned factory. Just after getting off the car, Ye Tian's mouth twitched. Abandoned factories, kidnappings, big Golden Cups. Aren't these three the plots of immortal Emperor Ye Tian? The little villain caught Xiao Xuanzi's confidant, and then told Xiao Xuanzi that he wanted to save his confidant to come to a certain abandoned factory. You can't call the police, you can only come by yourself. Then Xiao Xuanzi pretended to be forceful, and the operation was as fierce as a tiger, and finally captured the heart of the beauty. But why did you come here? Shouldn't it be Mu Yuhan or someone else who should have been kidnapped? Ye Tian was suddenly speechless. But Ye Tian can also guess, whose subordinates these people are. Wang Zijun's father, Wang Fugui, the deputy mayor of Linqi. If it was Dad's hostile force, it should be done without saying a word, rather than kidnapping himself to threaten Xiao Xuanzi. Because the plot of Dad has already ended, and the plot of Xiao Xuanzi has just begun. The important thing is that when Xiao Xuanzi was born one day, he fired at the little gangsters. Knowing that Ye Tian has strength, he kidnapped himself, an ordinary person, out of caution. Okay. Sure enough, the family of the protagonist is a high-risk occupation. Fortunately, I have the strength now, otherwise I don't know how to die. Come on, someone wants to see you. Chapter 48. I followed a few people to a warehouse in an abandoned factory. Ye Tian found an acquaintance. Mu Yuhan. He looked stunned. Even more confirmed the thoughts in my mind. Sure enough, it was aimed at Xiao Xuanzi. At this moment, Mu Yuhan was tied to a chair. Even though she had a good class, she was tricked out of school by a phone call about an accident at home. When she was about to rush home, a few men in black appeared. And those people didn't give her a chance to speak at all, and just fainted. It's just like a trick to destroy flowers. When she woke up, she found that she had come here. And she was also very desperate, there were tears in the corners of her eyes, but suddenly she saw Ye Tian again. Made her excited again. He thought that Ye Tian was also there, and he looked forward to Ye Tian to save him. Like the hero who stepped on colorful clouds to save her. But looking at Ye Tian's appearance again, it seems that he was also kidnapped. She was very aggrieved at this time. I didn't provoke anyone, why did this happen? Could it be that the parents are hidden bosses with strong family assets? Just to cultivate yourself from an early age, you have to pretend to be poor as a writer? But it's not right to think so, my parents have always been workers. Conscientiously get up early and stay up late, How can you be like that kind of person? She couldn't speak because her mouth was covered with tape. Just a whimpering sound. The familiar plot makes Ye Tian feel interesting. He was waiting to see what these people would do next. It's also nice to add some fun to ordinary life. You are Ye Tian's younger brother Ye Tian, don't panic, I know your parents, and I invited you here today just for your brother Ye Tian. At this moment, a voice sounded in a dark corner. The sound was a little strange, like it was weak. Because the power has been cut off in the abandoned factory, there is no light support. Neither of them saw who was speaking. Ye Tian and Mu Yuhan could see clearly when the man got close. It was a rich and graceful middle-aged man. It looks a little like Wang Zijun. It should be said that Wang Zijun resembles him. The most important thing is that face, although it is full of oil, but if you look closely, you can see that it is pale. Like kidney failure. After Mu Yuhan saw the person coming, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Because of this person she can often see on TV. Vice Mayor. But why, as a public figure, did he kidnap himself? Because of Ye Tian? Are you threatening Ye Tian with yourself? But why choose yourself? Mu Yuhan thought to himself. The person who came was Wang Fugui, his deputy mayor father. After his son disappeared, he learned from the gangsters who followed Wang Zijun. The last time Wang Zijun appeared was in the dead end of the school. He also adjusted the monitoring and found that in the end only Ye Tian left the dead end. And his son and Niu Huang Mao disappeared out of thin air. Disappeared. Forced to worry about his son's safety, and under the urging of his wife at home, he did not care about his status as the deputy mayor, so he had no choice but to make such a rude method. Especially thinking of the poisonous woman at home, who is a side branch of the Huang family. It is also because of his wife that he can be promoted to the deputy mayor. The important thing is Niu Er, who is an ancient martial artist, especially Niu Er's master, who has a great background in the Huang family. If he can't find his son, the poisonous woman in the family will definitely kill him and Niu Er. Although he didn't care about Wang Zijun, it was a big deal to have another one. Anyway, Wang Zijun is usually very playful, not as stable as him at all. But that's just his own imagination. Under the pressure of the two, he had to go out in person. Of course, Niu Er's senior brother also came, which made him less stressed. After Wang Fugui approached, he respectfully greeted Wang Ling, and then said to Ye Tian, who admired Yuhan. Now I want you to cooperate, as long as you cooperate well, it won't hurt you. After speaking, he nodded to the other big men, and then said respectfully to Wang Ling. Master Xiao Wang, let's go over there, it's clean. On the other hand, Wang Ling gave Wang Fugui a cold look, nodded with some dissatisfaction, and walked in front of the place where Wang Fugui pointed. He had said before that he could just grab Ye Tian and ask, but his master told him to be cautious. In case Ye Tian is also an ancient martial artist, there may be an accident, or he may startle the snake. And now, a dignified ancient martial artist, actually went to this place to suffer. Dissatisfaction is the place to be too cautious with the master and pick with Wang Fugui. Facing Wang Ling's lack of face like this, Wang Fugui had no choice but to follow him in a flattering manner. After the two of them left, the rest of them also forced Ye Tian to press him onto a chair. Of course, Ye Tian also had the intention of watching a good show, and did not object to these people's actions. Soon Ye Tian, like Mu Yuhan, was tied to a chair by a rope. Of course, the mouth was not wrapped with tape, even Mu Yuhan was the same. The tape was torn off, and she was able to speak. Please let us go, we are just students, we have no money. Just after tearing off the tape, she immediately begged a few people pitifully. This is what she said subconsciously, and she did it because she was too scared. Shut up, wait for what I say, just do as I say, otherwise you will have good fruits to eat. The big guy at the head, the one who told Ye Tian to ask him to go, spoke viciously. After speaking, he took out Mu Yuhan's mobile phone and took a photo of Ye Tian and Mu Yuhan. Click to send to Ye Tian. As everyone knows, after the photo is sent, his fate will change. Of course all the people there. But Dahan didn't seem to think it was enough, so he turned on the video recording function. Video recording to the two, talking while recording. Ye Tian, right? If you want them to be safe, you'd better not call the police. Come to the southern suburbs now, we will wait for you here. Hearing the big man's voice, Mu Yuhan also calmed down. The panicked expression on her small face was condensed, and then she seemed to be struggling. As if she had made up her mind, she shouted to the camera. Ye Tian, don't come, call the police. There are 13 of them. Shut up. If you talk nonsense, I'll kill you both. Chapter 49. The big man roared. Immediately, Mu Yuhan was frightened by this fierce big man. The body trembled slightly. And it seems that seeing Mu Yuhan like this, the big man feels very useful. His words made a woman tremble silently for him. Doesn't that make you look arrogant? Afterwards, seeing that Mu Yuhan stopped talking, he raised his mobile phone to Ye Tian and made a vicious expression. Boy, ask your brother for help, or I will break one of your legs. After speaking, one of his younger brothers took out a baseball bat very cooperatively. He raised it in front of the camera, obviously to show Ye Tian. On the contrary, seeing the big man like this, Ye Tian couldn't help but laugh. Pfft! Ye Tian burst into laughter, still grinning like that. Showing her white teeth, her red lips showed her arrogance. Looking at a few people as if watching a clown. Moment. The big man felt as if his majesty had been offended. He stared at him and made a brutal expression. Taking the baseball bat from his younger brother's hand, he walked forward. Pointing at Ye Tian's thigh with the front end of the baseball bat. Boy, what are you laughing at? Are your legs itchy? Would you like to help you loosen your muscles and bones? Laughing at you like a fool. As soon as Ye Tian said these words, the scene suddenly became extremely cold. Mu Yuhan also looked at Ye Tian in disbelief. At this time, they were still in the hands of others, Ye Tian actually dared to anger them. Do you really want legs? She hurriedly made a few gestures to Ye Tian as if reminding Ye Tian. However, Ye Tian continued to put on that extremely arrogant expression as if he hadn't seen it. You're fine, kid. The big man was like an irritated cat, his whole body was blown up. Seeing that he raised the baseball bat, he was about to smash down Ye Tian's leg. Ah, no. Seeing that the big man was about to hit Ye Tian's leg, Mu Yuhan screamed. And the big man's original plan to smash Ye Tian's leg was also a meal, and he was also startled by this scream. Is this a normal human voice? It made his ears tingle. And although Mu Yuhan was afraid, she still pretended to be calm and said to the big man. You, don't hurt Ye Tian, he's just a student. Hearing Mu Yuhan's weak words, Ye Tian was also taken aback. Originally thought that Mu Yuhan would say something to tell Ye Tian not to come, or threaten the big man, etc. Ye Tian came, how powerful it is. Because Mu Yuhan knew that Ye Tian was very powerful. What he didn't expect was that Mu Yuhan told the big man not to hurt himself. He turned his head dazedly and looked at Mu Yuhan next to him. Looking at her trembling body, she looked like a weak woman. No matter how she looked at her, she never thought she would say such a thing. And Mu Yuhan also felt that Ye Tian was looking at him. She pretended to be okay, showing a bleak smile and said to Ye Tian. Don't be afraid. She originally wanted to comfort Ye Tian, after all Ye Tian was younger than her. It is Ye Tian's younger brother again, just like her younger brother. Of course it's just a simple relationship. But don't be afraid to say only 2 words, and she can't say the next words again. Because she is not sure of her own safety, how can she dare to guarantee Ye Tian? In her eyes, Ye Tian is just like an ordinary person. Both of them are in their teens, especially Mu Yuhan, who has never experienced any big storms. Even the voice that comforted Ye Tian was trembling. Seeing Mu Yuhan like this, Ye Tian also comforted. Sister-in-law, it's okay, Xiao Xuanzi will come to save us. In fact, it wasn't that Ye Tian didn't want to solve these people, he only needed a thought to turn these people into ashes in minutes. But for the happiness of Xiao Xuanzi, he decided to give Ye Tian the opportunity to pretend. After all, maybe in the future Mu Yuhan might really be his sister-in-law? You can't steal the limelight yourself. After speaking, Ye Tian also said a few words to the camera very cooperatively. Xiao Xuanzi, urgent. Help. Although I said it, no matter how I look at it, I don't feel so panicked and scared like being kidnapped. But very bland. But seeing Ye Tian's cooperation, the big man didn't embarrass them anymore. After sending the video, I found a corner to chat with a few other people, and also drank beer and scrambled. Ye Tian was speechless about this. Don't these people know what's going to happen? Sister-in-law, how did you get kidnapped by them? Besides. And Ye Tian didn't care anymore. Instead, he chatted with Mu Yuhan, which also stabilized Mu Yuhan's fear. At the same time, settling down in the city. In a quiet room, there are two people here. An old man and a young man. The old man was lying on a bed, and the boy's hand was on the old man's arm. It looks a little weird. The old man was the largest family in Linqi, the head of the Yin family, and the young man next to him was Ye Tian. He is now settling down for treatment for An Jiangguo, the head of the settling family. A long time. Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief. After parting with Ye Tian that day, he helped Mu Yuhan solve some minor troubles and went to a park on the way. There he found that there was a place in the park where the aura of heaven and earth was stronger than usual. Ben is ready to practice. But I didn't expect to meet an old man and a girl here. In the middle of the practice, he also had a dispute with the girl because he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth too quickly. After that, he was completely convinced by his hand, and then the old man, An Jiangguo, invited him to have a meal together. After that, the two knew each other as if they had passed away. Today, he is treating An Jiangguo's inner disease. And just happened to help An Jiangguo get rid of the dark disease in his body. Ye Tian smiled faintly and said to An Jiangguo lying on the bed. An old man, you can sense your body. Hehe, I can feel it. I am very grateful to Ye Xiao for your help. From now on, as long as Xiao needs it, the Yin family will go all out. Hearing Ye Tian's words, An Jiangguo also laughed. During the treatment, he had already sensed changes in his body. Especially the dark disease that has plagued him for many years seems to have been completely cured. He had no doubts that Ye Tian had been completely cured. And also stated his commitment. It's just a small matter, and Lao doesn't have to take it to heart. Ye Tian said calmly. At this moment, Ye Tian's cell phone rang suddenly. He took out his phone strangely and looked at it. When he saw Ye Tian and Mu Yuhan, his expression froze. In an instant, the entire quiet room was like ice and snow. How brave! Chapter 50. An Jiangguo, who was on the side, did not know why. Just saw Ye Tian took out his mobile phone to check something, and then snorted coldly. Although he is also an ancient warrior himself, and has also reached the middle stage of the dark force. But he was still shocked by the aura released by Ye Tian. Especially the kind of soul that feels like a fallen nine secluded hell. Biting cold. Little friend, did something happen? It's okay. Hearing An Jiangguo's voice, Ye Tian also put away his angry aura, and then faced An Jiangguo seriously. An old man, I'm going to do something. I'll visit again when I have time next time. What's the matter? As for letting Xiao go in person? Do you need An Jia to take action? As someone who had lived for decades, and Jiangguo quickly realized that something was wrong with Ye Tian. He cleverly told Ye Tian that the Yin family could help Ye Tian, and he was right behind Ye Tian. After thinking for a while, Ye Tian told An Jiangguo the reason for the incident. After listening to it soon, An Jiangguo was also furious. You dare to touch Xiaohu's family? You can rest assured. I will help Xiaohu properly resolve this matter. It's just a small deputy mayor. I will let him kneel in front of you and explain it in person. After An Jiangguo did not wait for Ye Tian to refuse, he took out his phone and dialed. Hey, I'm An Jiangguo. Seeing An Jiangguo like this, Ye Tian couldn't refuse his kindness. Of course, he also knew that An Jiangguo did this to recruit and tie himself to the Yin family. If there is any problem with the Yin family in the future, he must take action. But for Ye Tian, these cautions are not important. What matters now is the safety of Ye Tian Mu Yuhan. But then he thought that Ye Tian's strength is not weaker than himself. It seems that his worries are unnecessary. And in the video he watched, Ye Tian seemed to be ready to watch a good show. Thinking of this, Ye Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Ye Tian is there, then Mu Yuhan will not be in any danger. But since Ye Tian wants to see himself pretending, how can he be absent? Soon An Jiangguo finished the call, and then he said to Ye Tian. The matter is settled, the Yin family also has a helicopter, why don't you send someone to pick up your little brother and the others? No, I'll go myself. Ye Tian shook his head and then said that he would go there in person. Soon An Jiangguo made arrangements. There is a dedicated heliport in the home. It can also take off now. Wang Fugui was in a cold sweat at this time. Because just now, he suddenly received a call. That was his old leader, a mysterious figure. On the phone, the old leader said that he had offended someone who should not have offended. And he scolded him badly. After that, the old leader said that he couldn't keep him, so he hung up the phone because he did it for himself. And someone will take his place tomorrow. But his old leader didn't say who he had offended. But thinking of Ye Tian and Mu Yuhan, a bold idea popped up in his heart. But then he felt it was impossible, so he investigated Ye Tian's family. Just a little rich, and no background. And Mu Yuhan is even more so, his family is poor. Just when he was confused, the phone rang again. He glanced at it, it was the poisonous wife of his family. His face was ashen, and he answered the phone feebly. Hey! Wang Fugui, I tell you if you can't find your son again, don't go home. The sound of a vixen scolding the street sounded on the phone, which immediately made Wang Fugui feel very annoyed. I was dropped. What? What was taken down? What do you mean, make it clear. On the other end of the phone, the woman was a little strange, not understanding what Wang Fugui meant. Then Wang Fugui roared. I said that I am no longer the deputy mayor, and someone will replace me tomorrow. The other end of the phone was silent for 2 seconds, as if frightened by Wang Fugui's roar. Immediately afterwards, the vixen voice familiar to Wang Fugui rang again on the phone. You yell at me? You're so skilled, how dare you yell at me? Wang Fugui felt that the phone was about to explode, and his hands felt numb. Then there was a 10-minute shrew-like scolding, and Wang Fugui's brain almost exploded. On the other hand, Wang Ling, who was next to him, could hear it clearly, and he showed pity to Wang Fugui. Of course Ye Tian was the same. He also heard the exchange between Wang Fugui and the woman on the phone. Saying that it was an exchange was actually a one-sided crushing, and the woman who scolded the street crushed Wang Fugui. He was thinking, what would happen if he married such a daughter-in-law in the future? Thinking of this, his body shuddered. So torturous. But this time Wang Fugui was different from usual. He hung up the phone directly. This was the first time he had disobeyed his wife, and it was also his bravest time. Then he sat down on the ground. After so many years, I finally climbed to the position of deputy mayor, but I didn't expect that I would fall to the bottom after a phone call. For this, he gave up a lot, the beloved girl in the village and the old parents at home. Abandoned and beloved Xiao Fang chose to marry Huang Ru. Marry that 180-pound woman. Just to step up to the top, but now the bamboo basket is empty. He murmured in despair. No, no, everything is gone, decades of struggle are gone, no one knows how I came here, how did I come to the days when I was drained and even ate a box of Viagra? Forward. Wang Ling on the side was speechless. He took a deep look at Wang Fugui. He cursed inwardly in his heart. Although Wang Fugui is like this now, he still has to wait for Ye Tian for the whereabouts of his junior brother. Chapter 51. Soon. Everyone in the warehouse heard Wang Ming's sound. Everyone raised their ears to listen. After listening carefully, I could hear it clearly, it seemed to be the sound from the engine. There are also some windy sounds. Apparently this is the sound of the helicopter's propellers. Soon the sound got closer and closer until it stopped outside the abandoned factory. Everyone was stunned, especially the big man who threatened Ye Tian just now. Through the window, he could see clearly that a helicopter was parked in the open space outside the factory. And soon a few people got off the helicopter. It was Ye Tian and a few people from the Yan family. Mr. Ye, this is the address provided by the gangsters. Your brother should be there. Well, I know. Ye Tian nodded and said to the hot beauty next to him. When he just arrived here, he had already sensed that Ye Tian and Mu Yuhan's breath were right in front of him. Do you want me to let someone rush in directly? Those people should have no real weapons. And Wei said disdainfully. Before coming, Grandpa let himself bring 3 elite bodyguards with him. The 3 bodyguards were the elites of her Yan family, who were originally the elite of the army, and were recruited by the Yan family after they were discharged from the army. She is very confident and feels that it is easy to deal with those people inside. You don't even need to do it yourself, especially for someone like yourself who has been practicing martial arts since childhood. Now she is a mid-level Mingjin martial artist. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to Ye Tian, the evildoer, but he is also considered a genius. In particular, his own bodyguards also have some guns and equipment. Thinking of Ye Tian's enchanting talent, she had no choice but to envy. At a young age, he has already reached the realm of a master. The future must be promising, and her grandfather and Jiangguo also asked her to try to have a good relationship with Ye Tian. And Grandpa also revealed that he could use some means to tie Ye Tian and the Yan family tightly together. Like some kind of beauty plan. She glanced at Ye Tian out of the corner of her eye, and when she saw Ye Tian's handsome profile face, she couldn't help but feel a little moved. Thinking of this, her little face turned a little red. Immediately turned back to the angle of view, and then in order to hide the embarrassment, he ordered to the other 3. Go, let's act, we must ensure the safety of Mr. Yi's younger brother and friends. Yes, miss. Several people answered, and then they took out their pistols and assumed a combat posture, walking towards the warehouse where Ye Tian was being held. Ye Tian and Wei followed behind. Seeing that Ye Tian and the others were about to get close, the big man who was watching from the window was also sweating out of his forehead. He clearly saw that those people were carrying weapons with terrifying lethality. Pistol. Although he and others are helping Wang Fugui to do things. But no guns either. Just some stick machetes or something. And it's okay to have others bully the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, but you have to really meet those people outside. In minutes, he was stunned by others. Immediately, his entire back was wet with cold sweat. He is afraid. However, the other younger brothers didn't know it yet, they just saw their boss sweating all over. Just when he was at a loss. Suddenly Wang Ling's voice came. You watch them, I'll deal with these people. He also knew the arrival of Ye Tian and others for a long time. He has enough confidence in himself, he feels that as long as he hides in the warehouse before these people enter the warehouse, then a sneak attack at a lightning-fast speed can definitely kill the 3 gunmen in seconds. Finally, I will slowly solve Ye Tian and the hot beauty. In the eyes of ordinary people, guns are indeed dangerous, but in front of warriors, they are not eye-catching. As long as the speed is fast enough, you can basically dodge bullets. Not all powerful weapons. And as long as you reach the Grandmaster realm, you can also use your body to resist some bullets. As a warrior, he has enough pride. Too bad he didn't know who he was dealing with. Ye Tian is a cultivator, and a slap might kill him. Wang Ling thought very well, and he also hid his figure at the eaves above the warehouse. As long as everyone comes in, he can jump down and kill a few people in seconds. But at this moment, he, who was still counting seconds in his heart, suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because he seemed to hear a very small breathing sound behind him. He stiffened and turned his head stiffly to look behind him. However, before he could see what it was, he felt himself in the dark. Just don't remember anything. This is also his last remaining consciousness in this world. It was Ye Tian who shot. He had long known what Wang Ling was thinking, and had also heard their conversation. Now that he has a stable cultivation base, he is already the strength of the cultivation base in the early nascent soul stage. To deal with this kind of ants, just gently squeeze to death. There is no need to foolishly negotiate or fight with ants like ordinary people. It's not fighting the landlord, you come and I go. Just crush it to death. He just came to Wang Ling's back in a flash, and with a simple finger, this ancient warrior who was just so proud was vanished into ashes. Even the soul is annihilated. This is his immortal Emperor Baixuan, who never explained anything to anyone in his life. And when dealing with enemies who hurt family and friends, he will also destroy them with thunder. In fairyland he is like that. For 1,000 years in the immortal world, many enemies were wiped out by his single finger. Even some people have been overtaken by him without even seeing his appearance. But no one could see Ye Tian's shot, except Ye Tian. After dealing with Wang Ling, he flashed again and came directly to Ye Tian and the two of them. First, with the stroke of his hand, the rope tied to the two of them was broken. Both of them can move freely. Are you all right? He asked Ye Tian indifferently. In fact, it was only Mu Yuhan who asked. How could something happen to Ye Tian? It just happened so quickly. Before Mu Yuhan could react, he saw Ye Tian appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. When she heard Ye Tian's voice, her original grievances all leaked out at once. Before Ye Tian could react, she hugged Ye Tian and cried bitterly, choked up while crying. Chapter 52. You. Ye Tian, you're finally here. Ye Tian, who was on the side, was taken aback for a moment. And he also saw very carefully that Mu Yuhan's tears were all wiped on Ye Tian's clothes. What made him even more strange was that Ye Tian actually hugged the little girl. What Ye Tian said next made his eyes widen. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Hearing Ye Tian's sudden gentle and somewhat gentle voice, Ye Tian couldn't believe it. What about the ruthless immortal Emperor Wang Baixuan? Faced with a little girl, you can't hold your heart? But what Ye Tian didn't know was that Ye Tian was like this for a reason. Before Ye Tian was reborn, it was when the two brothers were being hunted down. Mu Yuhan gave Ye Tian a lot of help. Later, Mu Yuhan also suffered because of helping Ye Tian. Even later, her whole person was disfigured. Ye Tian still felt a lot of guilt towards Mu Yuhan. At that time, the two were not familiar with each other, just classmates. But on the road of escape, he met Mu Yuhan by chance, after learning about the plight of Ye Tian and his wife. She also chose to help them without hesitation. That is why Ye Tian treats her like this now. It's such bloody shit. After comforting for a while, Mu Yuhan finally calmed down. There were also several gunshots from outside, followed by several screams. Soon Wei brought people to subdue those men in black. And also brought Wang Fugui to the front of several people. Ye Tian, what do you want to do with this person? Seeing Wang Fugui, Ye Tian just looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. And Mu Yuhan in his arms was still trembling slightly. She also heard gunshots just now, and she is still a little scared now. Missin, send someone to take my friend home first, and deal with it later. Feeling the abnormality in his arms, Ye Tian said to Wei. He didn't want Mu Yuhan to see the bloody side, nor did he want Mu Yuhan to leave any psychological shadow. Injecting a bit of spiritual energy into her body, he nodded to Mu Yuhan to signal her not to worry. And all this was seen by Wei. Suddenly, she felt a little sour in her heart, and soon realized her abnormality. After calming down, she beckoned to a subordinate and said, "Listen to Mr. Ye, send his friend home." Yes. Soon, under Mu Yuhan's reluctant eyes, she was taken out of the warehouse by a bodyguard. I got into a black Benban and headed home. Humph! You are really brave. When Ye Tian saw Mu Yuhan leave, he snorted coldly. Then the fingers condensed a burst of energy again. Just when he was about to go to Wang Fugui who was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly interrupted by Ye Tian. Wait, don't kill him yet. Why? I want to ask something else, Xiao Xuanzi, wait a moment. Hearing that Ye Tian wanted to ask questions, Ye Tian also stopped. Quietly watched what Ye Tian was going to do next. Wang Fugui right? Ye Tian said with a grin. Hearing Ye Tian say his name, Wang Fugui, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head and looked at Ye Tian without answering, as if he had acquiesced. Seeing that Wang Fugui is now like a dead dog, Ye Tian has no mood. Then he asked. Is there any powerful family behind you? Or a terrifying background? Hearing Ye Tian's question, everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, Wei replied to Ye Tian. We have already found out his background. His wife is just a side member of the Huang family. And the Huang family, like Mayan family, is also one of the 4 major families in Eastern Province. After speaking, she looked at Ye Tian puzzled. I don't know what Ye Tian is asking about. Hearing Wei's explanation, Ye Tian thought about it and said to Ye Tian. We must eradicate the roots, and we must not give any enemy the slightest chance. Then I will remove the Huang family. Ye Tian also nodded, expressing his agreement with Ye Tian's idea, and also wanted to go to the Huang family to resolve this matter. This made Wei next to her even more stunned. The 2 brothers were more ruthless than the other. They are all cruel. But soon she figured it out again, who can be a family member of a grandmaster, who would be weak? Who will be merciful? Do you want me to help you settle down? She was still enthusiastic as always, but in fact she just followed her grandfather's instructions. You can't offend Ye Tian, you have to make good friends. What's more, now that the trouble has reached this point, the Yin family has been tied to Ye Tian. Any loss, all loss, and one glory. But Ye Tian refused. Because he can do this alone, and it is really unnecessary to ask the Yin family to help. Not to mention the fact that it may be a bit more cumbersome when it comes to action, but it can be destroyed with just one hand. There's no need to make it too complicated. In this regard, Wei felt that Ye Tian was still too arrogant. How about the master? Can it withstand high-fire weapons? The Huang family is not a vegetarian, although they are afraid of the strength of Grandmaster Ye Tian. But all fear comes from lack of firepower. The Huang family took out a few gatlings casually, and there was a burst of thuds in front of Ye Tian. Can he handle it? Ye Tian didn't understand this reason. And the Huang family also has some ancient martial artists who are guarding the Huang family. She decided to persuade Ye Tian well. Mr. Ye, I think it's better to let the Yin family provide some help. The Yin family also has many warriors and armed forces. I don't think Grandpa will let you take the risk alone. What's more, the relationship between Njia and Mr. Ye is a relationship of prosperity and loss. Chapter 53. Although Wei kept talking about the pros and cons, Ye Tian still rejected her. And said that he could destroy the entire Huang family by himself. Madman! Wei couldn't help but scolded Ye Tian. Seeing that Ye Tian was still so persistent, she rolled her eyes at the two of them, then angrily waved her hands and led them out of the warehouse. Xiao Xuanzi, how can you do this? A beautiful woman has said that, how could you ruthlessly refuse? At this time, Ye Tian said angrily. He looked at the backs of Wei and the others, shook his head and sighed. It seems very regrettable. Then he said dissatisfiedly. The important thing is that I want to go home by helicopter. Come on, it's really cool to go home in a helicopter, okay? Ye Tian was silent. Instead, looking at Ye Tian's expression, I knew that. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? You're right, let's deal with these people first. In this way, the poor laborers and Wang Fugui were all turned to ashes by Ye Tian's silent finger. Not even a scream was made. On the contrary, before Wang Fugui died, there was a relaxed look in his eyes. Or maybe death is now the best place for him to belong. After all, who can bear a 180-pound shrew every day? Who is happy? When the two walked out of the warehouse door, they saw Wei still waiting in place. Although she was angry that Ye Tian was unwilling to help the family, that's how women are. 1 second is still angry, and the next second it becomes cloudy and cloudy, or sunny to cloudy, cloudy to rain, rain to storm. Changeable, can be described as extremely cunning. Finished? Let's go. Wei glanced at Ye Tian, and walked towards the helicopter after speaking without emotion. Ye Tian and Ye Tian looked at each other, both of them looked at each other. Some do not understand this woman's mind. Then Ye Tian shrugged and said. Come on, don't you think it's cool to take a helicopter, go home. Sitting on the helicopter, Ye Tian saw the city below. Really prosperous. He thought in his heart that he had reached the nascent soul stage, why didn't he do some kind of flying with the sword? Look at the scenery, it's also very awesome, okay? In the future, when you travel by yourself, you must fly with the sword. The kind that is full. On the contrary, Ye Tian closed his eyes and regained his senses. Ye Tian also found that people with a little strength like to close their eyes and rest. It seems that as long as you close your eyes, your cultivation will increase. Of course, he would not be like Ye Tian, but looked at the scenery outside with relish. Soon the helicopter arrived at Anne's house, originally thinking that Wei was going to take her home. I didn't expect it to go straight here. Ye Tian was a little surprised. There are still some unknowns. And when Wei saw Ye Tian like this, she also explained. Grandpa said he wants to invite you to dinner at Anne's house, and by the way, I will introduce some people to you. Ye Tian certainly had no opinion on the matter of eating. Ye Tian frowned slightly. He had already treated Jiangguo for his dark illness, and he wanted to go home and practice hard. But now that he came back to settle down again, he felt a little uncomfortable. But when he thought of how Jiangguo helped him just now, he was relieved quickly. Seeing that Ye Tian didn't object, he didn't say anything. Instead, he followed Wei towards the compound. Soon, several people came to the hall where Enji especially entertained VIPs. See this resplendent and elegant hall. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. It's a nice decoration, it's going to cost a lot of money. Pfft. It's still Ye Tian's younger brother who sees it, unlike some people who can't despise such a mundane place. Wei burst out laughing, teasing Ye Tian and looking at Ye Tian when talking about some people. And the 4 words of mortal land are bitten very hard. Ye Tian raised his eyebrows, but looked at Wei and said. What are you talking about, sister-in-law, but there are a lot of people here. Hearing Ye Tian calling her sister-in-law, Wei immediately blushed and felt a sense of happiness. It's just that she glanced at Ye Tian from the corner of her eye, but found that Ye Tian continued to put on that indifferent look. Suddenly she was a little annoyed, but when she was about to speak, she suddenly heard a yin and yang female voice. Yo, what is my cousin doing here with two little white faces? Could it be that my cousin is going to raise some male slave? The three looked at the source of the sound, but saw a woman who was somewhat similar to Wei, but not half as good as Wei. At this time, he was looking at Ye Tian and Ye Tian with disdain. And the yin and yang strange words came out of her mouth. Immediately, Wei was burning with anger. When she saw her cousin who was coming, she shouted angrily. Angela, what do you mean? Hee hee. And Wei's cousin Angela laughed lightly and continued to look at Wei with a mocking color. Oh, your sister. Hee hee. Immediately, Wei was very angry at that sentence. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. And Ye Tian thought of something strange when he saw Angela. Are you here for experience? Then the king of coercion is about to start pretending to coerce again. He came out looking like he was watching a good show. And Wei was so angry that she was about to make a move. Ye Tian stopped her. Just listen to Ye Tian said lightly. Noisy. After he finished speaking, he glanced coldly at Angela. I saw Angela's arrogant and domineering expression changed. The whole person stood there blankly, as if stupid. There was no movement for half a sound. And Ye Tian's eyes widened, looking at Ye Tian in disbelief. A long time. 2 words came out of his mouth. FK. Chapter 54. Originally, Ye Tian thought it would be a tedious personal pretense show. Angela mocked Xiao Suanzi first, and then mocked the heir again. Then the old man of the Yin family appeared and revealed Ye Tian's identity and strength. Then everyone at the scene looked at Ye Tian in shock and admiration. They all respectfully faced Ye Tian. I have seen master yet. In the end, Angela's parents appeared and gave her a big bag to ask her to kneel down and apologize to Ye Tian. In the end, Angela knelt in front of Ye Tian and apologized. The little girl has eyes and does not know Mount Tai, and I do not know you, master yet, please let the master let go of the little girl. Even Angela's fear of trembling and apologizing scene and lines Ye Tian helped her figure it out. But unexpectedly, the story has only just begun. People are just starting to laugh. On the other hand, Xiao Suanzi did not follow the routine, and immediately started. The soul was directly annihilated, and now there is only a body standing there. Too cruel. The corner of Ye Tian's mouth twitched, he didn't know what to say. In the hall, everyone also saw this scene. Although I don't know that Angela is now just a corpse with residual warmth. But he knew that Ye Tian was intimidated by the indomitable, arrogant, and domineering Angela at a glance. Standing dumbfounded. The master is here. At this time, Jiangguo is also suitable for admission. He also quickly noticed Ye Tian and others. He walked towards them with a smile, and he didn't stop when he passed his children and grandchildren on the way. These people were even more shocked. The owner of the house actually walked towards the inconspicuous little boy with a smile on his face. It seems that he is very familiar with Ye Tian. Some of the people present were not fools. After all, when Jiangguo invited them to the banquet today, he revealed that he wanted to introduce a big man to them. The most important thing is the Anjia people. The old man said before that the Anjia savior would come today. And he is also a strong master. Think of Wei's performance again, and Wei's company. Those smart people quickly guessed something. It's just that some mindless people are different. For example, Angela's parents, the Angkeng couple, who mocked Ye Tian and others just now. Seeing that their baby girl was frightened by Ye Tian, they were also a little angry. And saw Jiangguo appear and walk towards Ye Tian. An idea popped into his mind. His father was going to stand up for his granddaughter Angela, and this yellow-haired boy was going to suffer. There is also in Wei. After all, Ye Tian was brought by her. And the middle-aged man, Angela's father Enkang, stepped forward and faced An Jiangguo Road. Father, An Wei is too naive. Bring all cats and dogs home. What should I do if I collide with the master? The master splattered 3 feet in anger. He couldn't pass up such a good opportunity to scold An Wei, especially even though An Wei's parents had both died. But he is very favored by An Jiangguo, and there are not many opportunities to belittle him. This is about future family property disputes. He had a good calculus, especially using the Grand Master An Jiangguo mentioned before to belittle An Wei's ignorance. According to An Jiangguo's grand banquet invitation to the master, he imagined that An Wei would definitely be severely reprimanded by An Jiangguo. After that, I left her in the cold, and then I did something by myself to get An Wei expelled from the An family. This leaves one less competitor. He looked at An Wei with a schadenfreude smile, waiting for An Jiangguo to do what he imagined. But he imagined it beautifully, but the reality was cruel. I saw that after he just finished speaking, An Jiangguo's stride that was originally a meteor stopped for a while. Then stood there. And when An Jiangguo was still blushing, but when he heard Enkang's voice, his expression froze, and he seemed a little embarrassed. He showed an apologetic expression to Ye Tian and the two. Because An Jiangguo turned his back to him, he didn't see An Jiangguo's gloomy expression. And the smart brothers and sisters next to him looked at him strangely. Like looking at a fool. Suddenly, the whole hall had a strange atmosphere. I saw An Jiangguo slowly turning around and looking coldly at his incompetent son. He didn't speak, but his hand moved. Snapped. Ah! Father, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me? A crisp sound of hitting the face sounded. Followed by Angela's father's screams and confused voices. This is exactly what An Jiangguo gave to his unworthy son, a big pocket. Presumptuous, Master Ye is also the one you dare to provoke. Whoa! An Jiangguo shouted angrily. In an instant, the entire hall was so quiet that needles fell. Especially the person just now felt very fortunate and guessed Ye Tian's identity. Fortunately, he didn't ridicule and provoke Ye Tian. Fortunately, I and others are smart, not like that stupid 250. Simply insane. Ah! Yet. Master Ye? Is this the yellow-haired boy? Enkang pointed at Ye Tian with disbelief. Snapped. I saw that An Jiangguo slapped Enkang on the face again. Nizai, how dare you point at Xiao Ye? Father, did you take the wrong medicine? How could the master be a yellow-haired boy? Enkang still couldn't believe it, and said stubbornly. He was expecting An Jiangguo to respond to him, all this was a joke. However, he saw An Jiangguo raised his hand again. As if to slap him again. Father, I was wrong, don't hit me. Snapped. Shut up, you pervert. There was a crisp sound again. 3 slaps in a row made Ye Tian look dumbfounded. The development of this plot is simply unexpected to him. Completely off track. Chapter 55. Ye Xiao, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect this idiot to have a convulsion today. Fine. After fanning Enkang, An Jiangguo also said apologetically. Then I was just about to invite Ye Tian and myself to the main table and introduce them to everyone. But then Ye Tian pointed to Angela and continued to speak in a flat voice to An Jiangguo. An Lao, that person is already dead, please let someone clean up, eat and watch him respond. After the banquet was over, Ye Tian and Ye Tian sat in the special car specially arranged by An Jiangguo to send them home. What happened at the Anjia banquet was really twists and turns. First Angela taunted, Ye Tian annihilated her soul. Besides, her father jumped out and performed a ferocious operation, but the 3 slaps became silent. After, Ye Tian even broke out that Angela had died, and even bluntly said that he had destroyed her soul. Afterwards, in the face of Anjia's doubts, he even said that sentence, I, Ye Tian, immortal Emperor Baixuan have been doing things all my life, why do I need to explain to others? The perfect pretense ended. Although Jianghua was also dissatisfied with Ye Tian's killing of his granddaughter Angela. But after knowing the reason, he actually said it like a dog, he dared to provoke the master, and he died in a proper place. And it was announced on the spot that the Angkang family was expelled from their home. Even Angela's grave was not allowed to be built on the Anjia cemetery. There is only one word to describe it. Awful. Terrible. Sitting in the car, Ye Tian glanced at Ye Tian, who closed his eyes and rested. He slandered in his heart, sure enough, he provokes people who can't provoke the life of the protagonist, especially the kind who shouts all day long. Drop bell. Because you don't dare to slack off and pretend to be tired no matter how tired you are for the admiration in your eyes. At this moment, the phone rang. And it's also a DJ version. Ye Tian opened his eyes and said unexpectedly. Did you change the ringtone? Ah, yes, inferiority complex is too easy to dream, let's be a loving and dedicated handsome guy in the future. Ye Tian touched his nose, a little embarrassed. He glanced at his cell phone, but saw that the caller ID was actually a call from Yezingyu, his hometown. Clicking on the phone screen, Ye Tian connected the call. Why haven't you gone home yet? Li Jun has been waiting for you at school for a long time, what's the matter? What? Ye Tian was taken aback when Yezingyu said that Li Jun was still waiting for him and Ye Tian at school. Subconsciously said to Yezingyu on the other end of the phone. Are we on our way home? I'll tell Li Jun, and, forget it, let's talk about it when you get home. Dudu. Ye Tian heard a beep on the phone, obviously Yezingyu had hung up the phone. Is there anything you can't say on the phone? Ye Tian dazedly turned his head to look at Ye Tian. But Ye Tian did not answer Ye Tian. He also couldn't understand what Yezingyu was selling. Just go home and watch it again. Soon the two returned to the villa in the car. And the two also noticed that there seemed to be a few more people in the family. As soon as the two opened the door, they saw a total of 3 people in the hall of the villa. And Yezingyu was entertaining someone at the moment. A woman, looking at the back, Ye Tian felt a little familiar, but she still couldn't remember who it was. When Ye Tian got close, who did they see coming? Little sister. Why are you here? Ye Tian was a little excited in an instant, he didn't expect his sister-in-law to come to the house. The person who came was his aunt, Ye Meng. She is the younger sister that Father Ye Bufan recognized at the orphanage. But a few years ago, the aunt Ye Meng was found by her family. There has been very little contact since then. I didn't expect Ye Meng to come to the house today. Ye Tian and the two were a little surprised. I saw that Ye Tian had just called out the word little aunt, and Ye Meng turned his head to look at the two of them. She also smiled gently, and then said to the two of them. Xiao Xian. Then he got up from the sofa and looked at the two of them. When I grow up, I'm taller than my sister-in-law. Little aunt, why are you back, and how have you been in the past few years? Okay, it's okay, you little aunt and I have a good time. A few people chatted for a while, and Ye Tian knew that Ye Meng was taken home by his parents while chatting with his sister-in-law. Also nice to her, especially not changing her first name, last name, etc. The aunt Ye Men's biological father's surname was Zhang. Everything followed her original intention and mood, and it was also to make up for Ye Meng. Later, Ye Meng accepted a small company from his parents, and was with their uncle, Long Yueshan. And have been married for more than 2 years. This time I came to Yi's house because of one thing, that is, to invite her brother's family to attend the banquet at their own house. Participate in my grandmother's 80th birthday. Little aunt, is it tomorrow afternoon? Yes, I will arrange a car to pick you up tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 56. Aunt Ye Meng said goodbye and left after telling the car to pick up a few people tomorrow afternoon. And before leaving, he also told a few people to do some homework. Although Ye Meng was reluctant, after all, my aunt still had things to do. These few days are also very busy, all for the 80th birthday of the old lady of the Zhang family. Especially in order to choose gifts, but Ye Meng was too busy. After sending Ye Meng away, Ye Tian also told Ye Wuchen that he should come to visit the house. To this, Ye Xingyu was very interested. If her parents are not at home, then her eldest sister is in charge of everything in the house. She also wanted to know how naughty Ye Tian was at school. Seeing her elder sister Ye Xingyu like this, Ye Tian also felt speechless. After speaking, he returned to his room. Now he has work to do. At this time, in the Qin State Hall, Ying Zheng seemed a little excited. As if something very happy happened. Ying Zheng, how's it going? At this time, Ye Tian's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. I have merged your blood essence, I can feel the changes in my physique, and if I go back to the training session, I will be able to break through soon. Only. Ying Zheng was very excited to talk to Ye Tian about the change, but he was a little hesitant afterward. Is there no cultivation method suitable for the Xianling Dao body? I will teach you a suitable cultivation method later, so you don't have to worry. Knowing what Ying Zheng was hesitating about, wasn't it derived from the exercises that the Xianling Dao body did not match? He has Xianling Ju, and Xianling Ju just happens to be a training method that matches the Xianling Dao body. Tell him not to worry too much. By the way, I have prepared what you said for you, and I can send it to you tomorrow. You mean, grain and seeds? Right. That's great. After chatting with Ying Zheng for a while, Ye Tian also taught Xianling Ju to him. Ye Tian also came out of the sea of soul energy. And Ye Tian also heard some movement in the hall. It seems that Ye Wuchen has come to visit his home. It was also his elder sister Ye Xingyu who entertained him. Walking out of the room, Ye Tian saw Ye Wuchen downstairs sitting on the sofa and drinking tea leisurely. It was a good chat with Ye Xingyu. Is that so? Is Xiao Tian really like this at school? Yes, Ye Tian is still very smart, but he doesn't focus on studying. By the way, isn't Ye Tian uncomfortable today? Where is he now? Ye Tian, who was still on the second floor, suddenly heard Ye Wuchen asking himself. Immediately, he was a little flustered. If Ye Xingyu knew that she was feigning illness and skipping class today, she might suffer again. He quietly geared back to his room. However, Ye Xingyu had discovered Ye Tian long ago. As if she knew his careful thoughts, she saw her slowly facing Ye Tian on the second floor. Xiao Tian, come down quickly, your teacher is here. Ye Tian's movements froze, and then he felt helpless. Slowly turning around, he looked at the two downstairs with a smile. But no matter how you look at that smile, it's a bit weird. Sister, I'm a little uncomfortable, go back to have a rest first. But obviously Ye Xingyu would not believe Ye Tian's rhetoric. She took a sip from the teacup and continued. Come down. Oh. Ye Tian slowly walked down the stairs dissatisfied. Obediently walked into the hall and sat down on the sofa a little farther away from Ye Xingyu. Soon, it was Ye Wuchen's 10-minute friendly explanation of Ye Tian's situation at school. Abbreviation, the care from the head teacher, that is, the complaint. Hearing Ye Wuchen's words, the more Ye Tian's face became darker. And Ye Xingyu glared at Ye Tian after Ye Wuchen said Ye Tian's performance in school. Ye Tian shrugged, saying that it doesn't matter. But what Ye Wuchen said next made Ye Tian dumbfounded. Ye Tian's dream today is a bit strange, but I don't know what interesting dreams will be tomorrow. I see, Mr. Ye, don't worry, I'll teach this kid a good lesson later. As parents, you can't hit your children, and we as teachers don't advocate such behavior. Of course, it's still okay to apply strict punishments, such as doing more questions, signing up for a remedial class, etc. Fairies guide the way? Suddenly, Ye Tian had a bad premonition in his heart. There's no problem with doing the questions, but isn't the remedial class killing him? How can I waste so much time on this kind of thing? Haha, I think teacher Ye can give some advice, we will consider it carefully. Seeing that it was almost over, Ye Tian coughed, and then asked tentatively. I wonder where Ye Tian and your parents are now. This is a purposeful question. He originally came here to investigate whether Ye Tian's family has anything to do with his family. Parents. When Ye Tian mentioned his parents, Ye Xingyu was a little wary. When Ye Tian came to the house, she saw his appearance. He looks a bit like his own family, and looks more like his father Ye Bufan. It seems like the relationship between father and son. Originally, she was puzzled, and thought it was just a resemblance. But when she heard Ye Tian's question, a bold idea came to her heart. After all, there are precedents for this kind of thing. For example, Ye Xiu, his younger brother who just returned, is the best example. They are on a business trip. I don't know what teacher yet asked my parents to do. It's nothing, it's not to care about Ye Tian's study. And Ye Xingyu and Ye Tian obviously did not believe Ye Tian's words. Because the goal of Ye Tian's inquiry is too clear, for Ye Tian's study? So what do parents do? Soon, Ye Tian reluctantly bid farewell to the two of them. Although they are tempted, they are too strict with their parents. Basically nothing. Especially at the end, you are still a little wary of yourself. Knowing that he couldn't stay any longer, he also chose to leave and investigate later. Then I'll go back first and visit again next time. Chapter 57. After sending Ye Tian away, the two also returned to the hall. Xiao Tian, do you know the details of your head teacher? Also, have you noticed that your head teacher seems to be very interested in your father and mother? For example, you just asked about your father and mother's whereabouts and some things intentionally or unintentionally. As soon as he sat down, Ye Xingyu said suspiciously. Well, he did the same at school, and he would ask about our family from time to time. Ye Tian responded, and then was puzzled. He also knew something about Ye Tian's situation, the mysterious family. Or someone with a strong legacy. He also linked Ye Tian's affairs with his parents. But I didn't find anything, and it didn't look like the illegitimate son of my father who was romantically lost outside. There can only be one bold idea, and that is that the mysterious family behind Ye Tian has something to do with his father. It's just that I haven't heard Father Ye Bufan mention it before. Even they knew that his father Ye Bufan was an orphan since he was a child. Later, he met his mother Lin Qing, and it was only through the hard work of the two of them that he built his current family business. If Dad has a family, apart from their children, there is only one aunt, Yan Meng, who was adopted before. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't think of any signs. Just don't think about it anymore. Anyway, when your parents come back, you can ask these things. Don't be in a hurry now, the main thing now is the strength of your own cultivation. After continuing to ask Ye Tian for some spiritual stones, Ye Xingyu also returned to her room to continue cultivating. I had been practicing well today, but my sister-in-law Yan Meng came to her home. Later, Ye Tian came to visit again, interrupting her practice. Now that she has time, she has to hurry up and practice. What if someone disturbs her again? Early the next morning, Ye Tian continued to repeat the bland school trip. But this time Ye Xian didn't go to school, he said that he still has practice. And the eldest brother Ye Xiu went out early in the morning, as if something had happened. Only Ye Tian went to school alone. Fortunately, Li Yawei was there to accompany him, otherwise Ye Tian would really be bored to death. The morning class ended with Ye Tian sleeping and picking Li Muwei. And after school at noon, Ye Tian also came to the grain seed warehouse prepared yesterday. With the cultivation of Yulongbu and nascent soul, he soon came to the warehouse on the outskirts of his home. Looking at several full warehouses, Ye Tian nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, his mind moved. For Ying Zheng passed the past, a full several million caddies of food. Ye Tian also prepared some books on seed introduction and cultivation precautions for him. After the work was done, it was time to finish school in the afternoon. Just after walking to the school gate with Li Yawei, Ye Tian saw that Li Jun was waiting for him there. After saying goodbye to Li Yawei, he also got into the special car. This was agreed yesterday. After school, Ye Tian will be driven by Li Jun to attend the 80th birthday banquet of his aunt Ye Nianmen's grandmother. And Ye Xingyu and the others were already on their way. Sitting in the car, Ye Tian was a little bored. Just follow Ye Xian's pretentious look and close your eyes. But as soon as he closed his eyes, Ye Tian felt that nothing strange happened, and Li Jun, who was driving in front, saw Ye Tian's appearance through the rear-view mirror. He asked with concern. "Young master, didn't you have a rest?" "No, I just want to pretend." After 2 hours, they arrived at a luxurious restaurant in Jiangxi City. This is the hotel where Mrs. Zhang's 80th birthday banquet was held today. For the 80th birthday, the Zhang family has spent a lot of money to contract this luxurious hotel. Ye Tian got out of the car and just walked outside the hotel when he saw his sister-in-law Ye Nianmeng and Ye Xingyu waiting for him here. "There is a man next to my aunt, Ye Nianmeng." He looked like 27, but Ye Tian thought he was a bodyguard looking at his sitting posture. Later, through Ye Nianmen's introduction, Ye Tian knew that this man was his little uncle, Long Yueshan. He looks handsome and has a special temperament. Unlike the temperament that ordinary people can possess, Ye Tian felt that it was the kind of temperament exclusive to high-ranking people. It seems to be the kind that looks down on the number one in the world. But the clothes are a bit poor, and he looks like he is selling goods on the spot. I am afraid that the whole body will add up to less than 1,000 yuan. "Xiao Tian is here, let's go." Ye Nianmeng smiled lightly. Then took a few people to the 8th floor of the hotel by elevator. That is, on the first floor where Mrs. Zhang held the banquet today. Following a few people behind, Ye Tian looked at his little uncle Long Yueshan strangely. "Little uncle, how did you meet the little aunt?" Ye Tian opened his mouth to face Long Jiahu Tiandao on the side. "What?" And Long Yueshan didn't seem to react. He was obviously flattered that Ye Tian called him his little uncle. Of course he did it all. It's a long story. It was a dark and windy night. As if he had opened a chatterbox, Long Yueshan chatted endlessly. And Ye Tian felt that something was wrong the more he listened. What a night with a dark wind and a high moon, and then encountering a dangerous little ant, and some wandering ones, he suddenly appeared and saved the little ant. Only later did he find out that his aunt Ye Nianmeng was actually his fiancée. Then he moved into the Zhang family again. From these words, Ye Tian felt a little strange. He couldn't see through this little uncle Long Yueshan. Out of curiosity, he also opened the Eye of Luck and looked at Long Yueshan. Name, Long Yueshan. Age, 28. Occupation, Dragon King of Dragon Temple, behind the scenes controller of Dragon God Group, housekeeper. Abilities, Dragon God Art, Dragon God Body, Fighting Proficiency, Assassination Proficiency, Financial Intelligence Proficiency, Master Cooking. Luck Value, 39,999. Life resume, he grew up abroad since he was a child. He was originally a victorious general in the fighting arena. Later, he was favored by the previous Dragon King of the Dragon Temple and trained him as the next heir. After that, after Ye Tian read it, he was even more dazed. Dragon Temple, Dragon King? This unremarkable little uncle is actually the Dragon King? Crooked Dragon King. Looking at the corner of Long Yueshan's mouth again, Ye Tian soon realized that it seemed that Long Yueshan was smiling with his mouth crooked. Chapter 58. FK. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Ye Tian couldn't help but exclaimed in excitement. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable little uncle is actually the Dragon King of the Dragon Temple. It's the Crooked Dragon King. And Ye Xingyu, Ye Tian and several others also turned their heads to look at Ye Tian. An unidentified appearance. What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable? Yan Meng asked strangely. She was a little strange about the sudden strangeness of her little nephew. And the same is true for everyone, isn't it, because the little uncle Long Yueshan said that he knew the little aunt. As for all the fuss? It's okay, I just accidentally stepped on a cockroach. Seeing everyone's strange eyes, Ye Tian also reacted. After using a lame reason, he also stepped on the ground like nothing. Cockroaches just, what's so strange? Ye Xingyu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Ye Tian is so big, is he still afraid of cockroaches? Of course he didn't know Ye Tian's mood at the moment, and the origin of Long Yueshan. If she knew, I'm afraid she would be startled too. And Long Yueshan's strength is also well hidden, it seems that he also has the Ye Tian hiding ring. Therefore, after seeing Long Yueshan for the first time, several people did not notice any difference in him. They just thought he was an ordinary person. And if it wasn't for the Eye of Luck, Ye Tian might not even know it. Okay, you sit down first, and I have to entertain other guests. Yan Meng pointed to a table and said to Ye Tian that he was still busy. After that, he left, and so did Long Yueshan. After Yan Meng left, he also found a reason and disappeared. And Ye Tian Ye Xingyu just sat down when he heard Ye Tian's voice. I'm going to the toilet. Ye Tian didn't wait for the two to respond, and walked straight to a place. Ye Tian, Ye Tian and Ye Xingyu were the ones who came to the banquet today, but Ye Xiu didn't. He didn't come back after going out in the morning, and Ye Xingyu also contacted him. It's just that Ye Xiu said that he had important things to do, so only the three of them came here. Of course, Ye Tian said that he just wanted to find a reason to go to the toilet. He was a little curious about what this Uncle Dragon King would do later. Especially in that famous scene, with the crooked smile. Ye Tian has some expectations. He followed Long Yueshan's footsteps, and soon found him in the corner of the hotel. At this time, Long Yueshan was like a servant, helping to bring some desserts, wine, and food. It was sent to a dining car. If anyone didn't know it, they would think that Long Yueshan at the moment was the waiter of this hotel. And this is also deliberately arranged by the Zhang family, that is, a cousin of the aunt Yan Meng. Zhang Xinyu. She was standing in front of Long Yueshan at the moment, looking at him with contempt. Every now and then he points to something and says something. Long Yueshan, remember to serve this dish to every table later. Remember, don't spill it. Also, after the banquet starts, you can go to the back kitchen to see and help, I am not raising you for nothing. Ye Tian heard what Zhang Xinyu said very clearly. It can be said to be arrogant and domineering, arrogant, just like the little villain who was beaten in the face. On the other hand, Long Yueshan did not speak, instead he was doing things silently. Ye Tian also opened the Eye of Luck and glanced at this woman, but it was very common. Just a little bit poisonous and mean. Completely small characters. After Ye Tian got close, Zhang Xinyu also discovered him. First glanced at Ye Tian's clothes, and then looked at Ye Tian's face. Although he doesn't know Ye Tian, but through Ye Tian's brand name Extraordinary Temperament, she quickly included Ye Tian among the luxurious children. Instead, he changed his face and greeted Ye Tian enthusiastically. I don't know which family's son this young master is. He looks so handsome. Ye Tian didn't answer him, but gave Long Yueshan a deep look. Then he turned his head to look at Zhang Xinyu and said lightly. The Ye family in Linqi, my sister-in-law invited us here. Upon hearing Ye Tian's answer, Zhang Xinyu's eyes lit up first, and she ignored Ye Tian's attitude just now. Instead, her attitude changed again, becoming more enthusiastic. It turns out to be my cousin's nephew, I am Zhang Xinyu, and your sister-in-law's younger sister. 99. In terms of seniority, I'm a generation older than you, so you can also call me auntie. The only family in Linchi surnamed Ye is the Ye Tian family, which is also the wealthiest family in Linchi. It has a property worth billions of dollars. For the Zhang family, it was a family that could be wooed, especially the huge financial resources of the Ye family. I do not know how many times stronger than Zhang Jiaqiang. She also knew the relationship between her cousin Ye Nianmeng and Ye Tian's family. Just for this, the Zhang family did not change her surname after Ye Nianmeng returned to the Zhang family. It is also to be able to climb up the relationship with the Ye family incidentally. There were several successful deals with Ye Bufan before. It also made the Zhang family make a lot of money. This time, on the 80th birthday of Mrs. Zhang, she even asked Ye Tian's family to participate. The main purpose is to make the Zhang family and Ye Tian kiss each other, or come to a marriage or something. Looking at Ye Tian's appearance, Zhang Xinyu suddenly felt a little fascinated. Apart from Zhang Xinyu, there are only a few younger sisters in the Zhang family who have not left the cabinet. And she is very confident about her beauty. So for a while, she mistakenly thought that Ye Tian was Ye Xian. After all, although Ye Xian is low-key, he is also the eldest son of the Ye family. Although she told Ye Tian to call her aunt, in her heart she also wanted to marry a wealthy family like the Ye family. Hearing that Zhang Xinyu still wanted to have a relationship with herself, Ye Tian immediately disliked this woman. He glanced at Zhang Xinyu coldly, and then seemed to treat her as an heir person. Facing Longjaihu Tiandao. Little uncle, what are you doing? How are you doing what the servants do? 97. Facing Ye Tian's indifferent attitude, although Zhang Xinyu was a little annoyed, she didn't dare to say anything. Just stood there awkwardly. And when Long Yueshan heard Ye Tian's caring voice, he was also stunned. Then he said nonchalantly. It's okay, I'm idle now anyway, I often do these things at home. By the way, why did you come here? The banquet is about to start, you go back. Yes, yes, the banquet will start soon, young master Ye, let's go together, leave him alone. Zhang Xinyu interrupted and invited Ye Tian to go to the banquet with her. And also let Ye Tian be controlled by Long Yueshan. It seems to her that Long Yueshan is not worth mentioning. Chapter 59. Finally, after Long Yueshan's dissuasion and explanation, Ye Tian also returned to Ye Xian's side. And Zhang Xinyu, he ignored her from beginning to end. Not to mention whether this kind of person can survive 3 chapters, Ye Tian is also a little disgusted with this kind of bitter and mean person. Just sitting down, before Ye Tian said anything to Ye Xian, Ye Tian heard someone at the next table start discussing the banquet. This time, the Zhang family's birthday banquet was very grand. That's right, the Lang Hotel, I'm afraid it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars a day for one floor. Hundreds of thousands? Small, your pattern is small. This Lang Hotel has never been contracted to the outside world, let alone a big banquet, and it is not necessarily possible to set up a banquet here with money. 33. How can the Zhang family contract this floor? I heard that it was because of the relationship between the third son of the Wu family. The third son of the Wu family? Wu Zigzun? That's right, don't you know that the third young master of the Wu family has been fascinated by Miss Ye Nianmeng? Oh? Brother, can you elaborate? When the 3 of Ye Tian heard the chat at the adjacent table, they were immediately interested. After all, this is the aunt's business. Although they don't want to gossip, they also want to know how the aunt is doing after returning to Zhang's house at 17. Although my sister-in-law had contacted them before, they were all busy afterwards. They don't even know when my sister-in-law is getting married. So they still want to know what happened after the aunt returned to Zhang's house. I see. The man first took a sip of tea, straightened his body and coughed. Then he raised his hand, raised his index and middle fingers, and signaled the few people beside him. A few people also picked up a cigarette and handed it to the man's 2 fingers, and also lit the lighter to light the cigarette for the man. The man first took a thin puff of cigarette and snorted. Then, I believe everyone is familiar with this third young master of the Wu family. His father is the largest wealthy businessman in Jiangxi City. After the second lady of Zhang family, Ye Tian, returned home, she took over a company of the Zhang family. Later, Ye Tian met Wu Zixun because of a business arrangement. After the man finished speaking, Ye Tian and the others also knew the reason. It turned out that Wu Zixun and his sister-in-law met because of business, and then Ye Tian became even more twilight. But just when he wanted to pursue Ye Tian, he learned that Ye Tian was actually married. And he is still recruiting a son-in-law, that is, a son-in-law. But Wu Zixun did not give up, but pursued Ye Tian more intensely. This time, he even dispatched his own relationship to hold a banquet for the 80th birthday of the old lady of the Zhang family at the Lang Hotel. Specifications can be described as very luxurious. For Ye Tian. As for Long Yueshan, that's a long way to go. That was because of a marriage contract left by the old man of the Zhang family, the grandfather of Aunt Ye Tian. That was what he had agreed with his old friend, but when he was about to forget about it, Long Yueshan actually approached the door with the engagement contract. Afterwards, in order to make an agreement, she had no choice but to abide by the marriage certificate. Ye Tian also married Long Yueshan, and he also entered the Zhang family. Of course, the Zhang family was very dissatisfied with the addition of a wasteful son-in-law. But the old man of the Zhang family is still there, so it's hard for others to say anything. After the old man passed away, the Zhang family's attitude towards Long Yueshan became more and more bad. And some people also want them to get divorced. He did not hesitate to force Ye Tian. But Ye Tian refused very harshly and reprimanded those people. In the end, because of the relationship between Ye Tian and Ye Tian's family, they were not too busy. Listen to the gossip of a few people. Ye Tian and the three also knew that the young aunt seemed to have a bad life in Zhang's house. There was some anger in them. I also know why my sister-in-law has not contacted them very much over the years, because she was afraid of causing them some trouble. For the sensible Aunt Ye Tian, Ye Tian felt sorry for her. Although they had little contact with each other before, she was also their sister-in-law, even though they were not related by blood. But anyway, she is also the godsister of Ye Bufan, their aunt. He considered whether to take his aunt back home. But then he thought, maybe after today, the Zhang family will change. Soon the feast began. The three of Ye Tian sat at a table closer to the main table, which also surprised Ye Tian. But thinking of the strength of his own relationship, he was relieved quickly. The old lady of the Zhang family also appeared at the scene. One with grey hair, standing on the floor, with the dragon head staff, was supported by Ye Tian and Zhang Xinyu to the main table. From time to time, some people who attended the banquet passed by, and they all cupped their hands and said to Mrs. Zhang He Shao, "Congratulations to Madame Zhang on her 80th birthday. And Mrs. Zhang is happy, thanks." The scene seemed very harmonious. Soon she took the throne under Ye Tian's help. She patted the back of Ye Tian's hand kindly and said, "Let's start." As her words fell, several people nearby shouted, "The banquet begins." Just after shouting this sentence, Ye Tian and the others had a middle-aged man standing up. He shouted in a loud voice, "Today is the 80th birthday of the old lady of the Zhang family. My Lu family hereby congratulates the old lady on her birthday and presents a pair of superb jades worth 30 million. Ho! Second Lu is really willing to pay for it. That's worth 300,000. Suddenly, the banquet was full of shock. 210 was shocked by Lu Laoyer's arrogance. And when the man finished speaking, the whole banquet hall seemed to explode, and everyone also ordered to stand up and give gifts. I heard that Mrs. Zhang believed in Buddhism. This jade Buddha was carved from a Hishan jade ball, worth 200,000. At this time, the people surrounding Mrs. Zhang stood up. These people are her children, grandchildren. They also gave generous gifts to show their filial piety. Grandma, this is the 500,000 jade Buddha relic that I specially prepared for you. Grandma, this is good. Good. You have your heart. The old lady Zhang looked at all kinds of gifts and laughed, and it seemed that the whole family was in a good mood. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Wu family Wu Zigzun heard that the old lady's 80th birthday banquet is here to visit. Outside the door, everyone saw a figure appear. The visitor was a young man, 26 or 7 years old. He looks quite handsome, with a height of about 1.8 meters, and immediately attracted everyone's attention as soon as he appeared on the stage. And the voice just now was obviously from him. I saw him look at the crowd with a smile on his face. Wu Xiao. Chapter 60. I didn't expect young Master Wu to come too. That's needless to say. Most of the people who came here came after hearing that Wu Xiaozhang was pursuing the second young lady of the Zhang family. It's just. Wu Zigzun also smiled confidently when he heard everyone's discussion. Next to him was a man like a bodyguard. He also held a simple and elegant box in his arms. It seems to be of great value. Seeing that the atmosphere was about the same, Wu Zigzun then gestured to the person next to him. He saw the man following him nodded and opened the box he was holding in his arms. He saw that there was a golden cloth covering the box, and he also reached out and uncovered the cloth. I saw a pair of extremely beautiful jade ruyi in the center of the box. Immediately, everyone in the audience was attracted by the yu ruyi in the box. This is actually glazed floating jade ruyi. Isn't this bought by the Wu family for 5 million at the auction? This is for the Zhang family? Such a large handwriting. Hearing the shock of the crowd, Wu Zigzun felt that it was very useful. He continued. This was bought by my Wu family at the auction with 5 million yuan, and it is also a birthday gift for the old lady's 80th birthday today. I hope you like it. Ho! As soon as Wu Zigzun finished speaking, the whole scene was silent. On the contrary, Mrs. Zhang's face was flushed, and she waved at Wu Zigzun with a smile. Good. 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 Come here. The 3 consecutive hellos showed her mood at the moment. And the people below were talking again. It's really for the Zhang family. I heard that Wu Xiao was pursuing Ye Tian, but I didn't expect to make such a big deal at the old lady's birthday banquet today. Isn't Ye Tian already married? Could it be that Wu Xiao has the hobby of cao thief? And when Wu Zigzun, who was striding toward the main table confidently, heard someone say that he has a habit of being a thief, he also turned his head to look at that person. He stared at the man coldly. It seemed that he had remembered that person in his heart. And that man was stared at by Wu Ziyi, as if he was facing a great enemy. He was very flustered and hurriedly prepared to apologize. Humph! But Wu Zigzun didn't take him seriously, just snorted coldly and walked towards the main table alone. And the people next to that person are far away from him, afraid of being harmed by innocent people. Wu Zigzun and the others are very familiar with him, especially his character of being vindictive, which scares them even more. I've heard before that someone's family was ruined because of a single sentence against him. Who dares to offend this young Master Wu in Jiangxi City? Soon, at the warm invitation of Mrs. Zhang, Wu Zigzun also sat down at the main table. And Mrs. Zhang arranged Wu Zigzun to sit next to Ye Tian, intentionally or unintentionally. It seems to be trying to match them up. Just as he sat down, Wu Zigzun couldn't help but greeted Ye Tian with concern. Nian, the time has been good recently. I remember the last time we met was half a month ago. And Ye Tian frowned slightly when she heard Wu Zigzun's concerned tone. She was a little disgusted with Wu Zigzun, but she still said lightly. As usual, why are you asking this? Ah, don't worry about it. Wu Zigzun smiled, and then asked, intentionally or unintentionally? Where's Long Yueshan? Didn't he come today for Grandma's birthday? That's outrageous. He asked this on purpose, and the purpose of coming here today is to belittle Long Yueshan. I managed to capture Ye Tian's heart smoothly. He paid a lot for this. Helped Zhang's family to book a restaurant, and gave away 5 million worth of Yurui. If Long Yueshan wasn't there, wouldn't he just fetch water from a bamboo basket? Leave him alone, he still doesn't know where he is, or is still cooking at home. Zhang Xinyu, who was on the side, listened to Wu Zixun asking about Long Yueshan, and she also sneered with understanding. Wu Zixun pretended to frown, and then said dissatisfiedly. Oh? Didn't he prepare a present for Grandma's birthday? Gift? Zhang Xinyu laughed sarcastically, and then said in a sarcastic tone. He eats from Zhang's family and wears clothes from Zhang's family, how can he have money to prepare gifts? 93. Immediately, when Zhang Xinyu said this, the scene also burst into laughter. But Ye Tian's face turned cold. After all, Long Yueshan was her husband, and these people were slapping him in the face by laughing at him like that. But she didn't blame Long Yueshan, after all, she knew his conditions. She hurriedly took out a small box from the bag on the side, which she prepared for Long Yueshan, and was also a gift for Long Yueshan to give to his grandmother. Grandma, this is a birthday gift from Ye Tian. Oh? Didn't it mean that Long Yueshan didn't prepare a gift? And why didn't he come to deliver it in person? Was it because he was afraid that Grandma would get angry when he delivered the goods from the stall? Ye Tian was just talking about me, and Zhang Xinyu couldn't help but start mocking me. Then I'll take a look for Grandma to see what this waste is sending. Then she took the small box in Ye Tian's hand, and when she was about to open it, she heard a clear female voice. What the Zhang family does is inappropriate. Besides. And Ye Xingyu next to Ye Tian also stood up, obviously this is what she said. Ye Xingyu picked up a glass of wine, approached her nose, sniffed lightly, and said lightly. The hospitality of the Zhang family is really good, we arranged our 3 brothers and sisters here. Ye Xingyu paused for a while, and then she continued in a very cold tone. Do you look down on my Ye family? As soon as this word comes out, the scene suddenly quieted down. And it's good, everyone also felt that the scene was very cold, like staying in an ice cellar. Originally, Ye Xingyu and the others were going to watch the play, but when they saw that they were actually arranged here, they were a little angry, but they also saw that some people kept embarrassing the aunt and mocking Long Yueshan. She was even more angry. Who are you? That is the Xingyu Empress. Can you bear this kind of bird anger? Even if these people don't know the identity of her Empress, don't they still know the Ye family? Anyway, when Wu Zixun, who was sitting in the main seat, suddenly saw Ye Xingyu and her extremely beautiful face, he also sighed. What a beauty! But when he heard Ye Xingyu calling himself the Ye family, he also came back to his senses and searched for the Ye family in Zhang City in his mind. But after thinking about it for a while, I didn't think that there is any Ye family in Jiangxi City. Chapter 61. Old Madame Zhang's face changed slightly, and she glared at Ye Tian next to her in dissatisfaction. It's not that I think it's inappropriate to arrange Ye Tian and the others, but I think Ye Tian's nephews are too naive. It's not that she doesn't know the identities of Ye Xingyu and the others, but that she thinks this arrangement is very suitable. After all, Ye Bufan and his wife were not there, they were just a few juniors, not suitable for the main seat. Ye Tian was at a loss and didn't know what to do. She also knew that Ye Xingyu was really angry, just when she was about to speak to dissuade a few people. Wu Zixun stood up at this time, gave Ye Tian a reassuring look, and then carefully looked at Ye Tian and the others. Looking at Ye Xingyu's extraordinary temperament, her hot body, and her extremely beautiful face, she was even 3 points better than Ye Tian. Wu Zixun suddenly had an idea of wanting to occupy, but when he thought of the reaction of the Zhang family, he still cautiously asked. This lady, I don't know which Ye family you are. The Ye family in Linji. Ye Xingyu answered coldly, as if she didn't take Wu Ziyi seriously. Brush. I saw that in the entire banquet hall, everyone was stunned, and their eyes turned to Ye Xingyu. They have all heard of the Ye family in Linqi, and they know a little bit, but they don't know much. Although the Ye family only developed in Linqi, they did not develop to other cities. But it should not be underestimated, especially for Zhang City, which is only a small city in the eastern province. The Ye family was like a giant to them. Maybe they only gave the Ye family 423 shoes. Everyone's agreement, if the Ye family's business spreads all over the eastern province, they may be listed as one of the big families in the eastern province. 10. They didn't expect that even the Ye family in Linqi would come to the banquet. For a while, they thought a lot, such as thinking that the Zhang family had a lot of face. But thinking about what Ye Xingyu said just now, he felt that the Zhang family was too stupid. Unexpectedly, the Ye family was not arranged to the main table. Wu Zixun was also stunned when he heard the words, but he quickly reacted. First, he looked at the expressions of the people around him, and he suddenly said. It turned out to be Miss Ye family, disrespectful. After speaking, Wu Zixun looked at Ye Xingyu apologetically. Then he picked up a glass of wine, and then raised the glass and said. My lord is Zhang Xi, Wu family, Wu Zixun, what an offense I was just now, I would like to offer a cup to Miss Ye. Wu Zixun's attitude was a little polite, but Ye Xingyu ignored him. It was as if I didn't hear what he said and didn't see him, as if I treated Wu Zixun as an airman. And Wu Zixun's raised hand was still in the air, his original smile froze, and he looked embarrassed. The eyes of the audience were all attracted by Ye Xingyu and the two of them. As if he knew his own situation, Wu Zixun was also a little angry. Originally, he suppressed the bottom of his heart, but seeing Ye Nianmeng ignoring himself, he could no longer suppress the anger, back, in his heart. The expression changed, it became a little hazy, some dissatisfaction and a hint of anger said. Miss Ye really doesn't give any face. Oh? Face. Ye Xingyu was also interested when she heard Wu Zixun's angry voice. Then she glanced at Wu Zixun and said slowly with disdain. Your father didn't dare to say that when he came. The words fell. Everyone in the audience was stunned, and then their expressions became exciting. Damn it, the people of the Ye family in Linqi are so arrogant. And she's just a woman, and it's not her turn to inherit the family property in the future, how dare you be so bold? 22. Are you an idiot? The Ye family in Linqi doesn't even know about it. That's a respectable family in Linqi. Be careful that your small company suddenly goes bankrupt for some unknown reason after today. What? She didn't hear what I said just now. Seeing that the situation became more and more out of control, Mrs. Zhang couldn't sit still. She had a cane stick on the ground, because the floor was a little hollow. In addition, she used some force, and the sound of a voice hitting the ground quickly sounded. Yo! Quiet! Hearing Mrs. Zhang's hoarse and thick voice, the scene suddenly fell silent. Then old lady Zhang also stood up tremblingly. Ye Tian saw that it was a little strange. The voice was so loud just now, but I didn't expect it to look so weak now. If old lady Zhang knew what Ye Tian was thinking, she might be angry. But she didn't know. With her turbid old eyes, she glanced at everyone now, and then looked at Ye Xingyu. She said as gently as possible. Junior Ye family, today is the old lady's 80th birthday, can you give me some face? Hearing that, Ye Nianmeng also looked at Ye Xingyu and the others with begging eyes, as if she wanted Ye Xingyu to agree. And Ye Xingyu also noticed Ye Nianmeng's gaze, she hesitated. After all, today is the birthday banquet of the little ant, although it is a bit inauthentic. But this is the little ant's family, and she also wants to give the little ant some face. And Mrs. Zhang also saw Ye Xingyu's hesitant look, and she felt relieved. Then he said to Zhang Mingyuan, the eldest son next to him. Rearranging the Ye family is in the main seat. And Zhang Mingyuan also nodded like a donkey down the slope, and then called the hotel management, signaled and said something. Soon the hotel management left, and then brought a few more chairs and a larger table with a few people. Soon Ye Tian and the three of them were placed at the main table, and the strange atmosphere slowly dissipated and became more relaxed. Afterwards, the Zhang family toasted and congratulated the old lady on her birthday again, bringing the atmosphere back to a happy look. Miss Ye, this arrangement is my negligence, I'm really sorry, this cup of honor to you is also an apology for what happened just now, I'll do it first. Xingyu, it's all my fault that my sister-in-law didn't make the arrangements, so don't think about it, the uncle didn't mean that. Yes, Nianmeng is right, the Zhang family and the Ye family have always been in contact, and have also cooperated. Several members of the Zhang family also played a roundabout way, but Wu Zixun, who was on the side, did not speak. He pondered in his heart, Ye Xingyu did not give him face just now, what should he do? Especially Ye Xingyu's appearance made him very tempted. Although the Ye family has a head and face in Linqi, this is Jiangxi city. Qianlong doesn't suppress the snakes, especially Ye Xingyu didn't give him face just now. It is very unpleasant to let his stubborn character. At this time, Long Yueshan also appeared at the scene. He also just finished working in the back kitchen, and then returned to the banquet without stopping. When he came to the main table, he found that there seemed to be no place for him, and a strange man was sitting next to his wife, Ye Nianmeng. He was a little embarrassed, and there was some anger in his heart. But when he thought that today was Mrs. Zhang's 80th birthday, he didn't have any trouble. Grandma, I wish you a happy birthday like Donghai and Nanshan. Long Yueshan said respectfully to Mrs. Zhang. However, Mrs. Zhang did not hear what Long Yueshan said, and continued to chat with a few people as usual. Immediately, Long Yueshan felt a little embarrassed. He wanted to sit down and there was no place, and he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. And seeing all this, especially Wu Zixun, a mocking color rose in his heart. Ye Tian's faces were a little ugly. Although they didn't come to attend the wedding of their aunt, now Long Yueshan is their uncle. The three of them were immediately angry. As two emperors, Ye Xianyu's family was treated like this. And Ye Tian and the others were about to attack. Sudden! A voice suddenly sounded outside the banquet. Jiangxi Longshen Group, Lu Feiyang came to congratulate Mrs. Zhang on her 80th birthday. 39. Besides, I want to wait for the protagonist's grandfather and the protagonist's family to recognize each other, and a new protagonist will appear. Let me tell you, the parking lot, the security. You should be able to guess. Chapter 62. The sound reached everyone's ears, and the scene instantly became boiling. Dragon God Group? How did Zhang City's rising stars come here? Is it also to wish the old lady of the Zhang family her 80th birthday? Today is really lively. First, the Ye family in Linqi, and now the Dragon God Group is here. 33. And it's Lu Feiyang who came in person. Didn't the Dragon God Group only appear in Jiangxi City a few years ago? Why is it related to the Zhang family, and why did they come to the birthday banquet? For a time, everyone looked out the door curiously. Soon 5 people came in, 4 men and 1 woman. The leader was a man in his 30s, who was Lu Feiyang, the chairman of Longshen Group. The Zhang family was even more delighted. They didn't expect their family to have such a big face. Even the latest rising star Dragon God Group will come to congratulate the old lady on her birthday. If there is another relationship with the Dragon God Group, or there is a business cooperation, then their Zhang family's assets may double again in the next 5 years. Still a guarantee. 3 years ago, the Dragon God Group appeared in Jiangxi City, and after that, relying on its strong strength and unknown background, its total assets soon exceeded 10 billion. But it is even higher than the Ye family's assets. Originally, for the Zhang family, the Dragon God Group and the others could not afford to climb high, and the Zhang family might be like an ant in front of them. I didn't expect to congratulate the old lady on her birthday today. And Zhang Mingyuan, Ye Tian's uncle, also got up immediately. Respectfully ran towards Lu Fiyang with a very respectful attitude. Mr. Lu, don't say hello in advance when you come, I can arrange someone to greet Mr. Lu. Ah, Mr. Zhang is very polite, I'm here today just to congratulate Mrs. Zhang on her 80th birthday, you don't have to be so arrogant. But Lu Fiyang said very politely. After he finished speaking, the woman next to him waved his hand very appropriately, and a person behind him took a step forward. In his hand, he was holding a precision box that was about 50 centimeters long and about 50 centimeters wide. The box is wrapped in delicately carved reliefs, and the box is golden yellow, which looks like a good value. This is a gift from the Dragon God group to congratulate the old lady on her 80th birthday. Lu Fiyang opened the box, and then said to the crowd. This is an 800-year-old ginseng, worth 10 million, a good medicine for nourishing qi and blood. Ordinary people can take a little ginseng to nourish the mind, soothe the nerves, and nourish the qi and blood. Having said this, Lu Fiyang paused for a while, and then said astonishingly. It can also prolong life. As soon as these words came out, the scene instantly fell silent. They know about ginseng, but they have never seen ginseng for 800 years. Especially after hearing what Lu Fiyang said about prolonging life. They were also shocked by it. Looking at the ginseng in the exquisite box, although it looks like a radish, it has many ginseng whiskers and is larger than ordinary radishes. And Ye Tian has such an expression as expected. After seeing Long Yueshan's life history, he also knew the story of the little uncle of the dragon god. Isn't it the crooked-mouthed Dragon King novel from the previous life? Still a son-in-law. It's just that Ye Tian felt a little strange that all his family members had become the protagonists. The eldest brother Yeshiu is, so is the little Suanzi, even the old sister and his parents. Now a little uncle has appeared again, and he is also the protagonist. Ye Tian also thought about why it was so weird. As far as he has no protagonist's fate, although he has a system, and the system is also very powerful. But this is all too outrageous. As if it would happen somewhere, Ye Tian also felt vigilant in his heart. But soon Ye Tian thought of another person, Ye Wuchen. His new head teacher who looks exactly like his father is also the person of the protagonist's destiny. Maybe it really has something to do with it. When Lu Fiyang opened the box, everyone was shocked and speechless. Although Ye Xingyu also sent a congratulatory gift, it was only a small gift of low value. At present, the highest gift in the family is Wu Zixun's pair of Yu Ruyi. But compared to the present when Lu Fiyang sent the congratulatory gift, it was nothing short of nothing. Good. The old lady was so surprised by the gift from Lu Fiyang that she was speechless. Just say 3 good words. At this time, Lu Fiyang glanced at Long Yueshan with unexplored eyes. I saw Long Yueshan nodded slightly, as if he was thinking something. However, everyone did not see the scene, and all looked at Lu Fiyang. I see. Lu Fiyang continued to take out a document and continued. This is a cooperation contract drawn up by the Dragon God Group, and it is also a gift for the old lady's birthday, and it is also specially prepared for the common development of the Dragon God Group and Zhangjianen. 0. I hope the old lady of the Zhang family likes it. After speaking, Lu Fiyang handed the contract to Zhang Mingyuan. Zhang Mingyuan was stunned again, and subconsciously took it and opened the contract to read it. When he saw the first page, his hands trembled involuntarily. After that, he quickly glanced at the contract, but his heart beat fast every time he turned a page. It was exciting, and when he saw the last page, he was even more excited. Then he murmured incredulously. Zhonghang Suburbs Project, can make, Zhangjia win, 50% profit and 80 million. Suddenly the scene fell silent. They could hear clearly what Zhang Mingyuan said. Earn 80 million? Isn't this sending money? The Dragon God group is really proud. The value of this gift is much higher than that of all the gifts at the scene, and it is many times higher. Then they pondered in their hearts whether they should cooperate with the Zhang family further after the birthday banquet, or whether they would be able to share a porridge. After reading the contract, Zhang Mingyuan hesitated. Lu Feiyang, who seemed to see what Zhang Mingyuan was going to ask, smiled slightly and said to him, "Mr. Zhang doesn't need to say more, these are all sent by someone to do this, so you can take it with peace of mind." After he finished speaking, he also glanced at Long Yueshan, as if he wanted to see satisfaction on his face. And Long Yueshan looked at him with a slight nod and a smile again. Immediately, Lu Feiyang was overjoyed. He knew that Long Yueshan was very satisfied with what he had done, and that he would be rewarded when he returned to the Dragon Temple, or can become the confidant of the Dragon God. Thinking of this, he was also very happy. At this time, after accepting the contract, Zhang Mingyuan turned around and said sharply to Long Yutian, "Why are you so ignorant, UBD? You haven't invited Mr. Lu and several distinguished guests to the table." He didn't notice Lu Feiyang's look at Long Yueshan just now, and he didn't think much about who the character Lu Feiyang was talking about. Now he was dazzled by the sudden surprise. Chapter 63. As soon as Zhang Mingyuan said this, everyone looked at Long Yueshan. However, Lu Feiyang's body trembled slightly, and he had a bad premonition that something bad might happen. At this time, several members of the Zhang family also reacted from their joy, especially Zhang Xinyu. She glared at Long Yueshan, and then said lightly, "UBD, hurry up and arrange a seat so that President Lu can sit. Do you want to make the Zhang family make a joke again?" In her eyes, she blamed Long Yueshan for what happened to Ye Tian and the others. If it wasn't for him, how could Ye Xingye be angry? He must have complained to Ye Tian when he ordered Long Yueshan to do something just now. Otherwise, how could that happen? Thinking of this, her attitude towards Long Yueshan became even worse. Ye Nianmen's face was a little ugly. She pursed her lips 423 and looked at the attitude of the Zhang family. It also caused some pain in the heart. Since returning to Zhang's house, she has encountered family members competing with each other, scheming and so on. She was a little tired, especially now that they still treated her husband Long Yueshan like this. When he thought about it again at home, he would call him trash every day, just like a servant. She couldn't help but bemoan her own fate. At this time, it seems that because of the lavish gifts sent by the Dragon God group, Mrs. Zhang was also because of Long Yueshan's disobedience. She hated Long Yueshan even more in her heart, and when she thought of her own birthday, Long Yueshan didn't say anything, like a rubbish, only doing some miscellaneous things. Looking at Wu Zixun next to him, he gave himself a big gift. Comparing Long Yueshan and Wu Zixun, there is a world of difference between the two. Wu Zixun is the son of the Wu family, while Long Yueshan is just a poor boy. No talent, no identity. If it wasn't for the Zhang family, he would have starved to death long ago, and when she thought of her dead wife, she even complained about her husband. Why would you find such a wasteful son-in-law for the Zhang family? She didn't want to see Long Yueshan, she just snorted coldly. Humph! Didn't you hear what Xinyu said? Don't hurry up and make arrangements. It was like ordering a servant, or speaking to a servant. There is no family feeling at all. At this time, Wu Zixun also seemed to have seized the opportunity. He pretended to be filial and said to Mrs. Zhang, "Grandma, don't be angry, I'll let someone arrange it. Manager Ma, I will trouble you with this matter. Add a few more seats." Hearing Wu Zixun's words, Mrs. Zhang was also satisfied, especially that Grandma's words came to her heart. She kindly said to Wu Zixun, "My dear grandson, it's you and me, I would have saved my mind, I knew that I would give you Nianmeng as a betrothed. I believe that Nianmeng will definitely be better off with you than now." Hearing what Mrs. Zhang said, Wu Zixun was overjoyed. Now the old lady of the Zhang family has a good attitude towards herself, and her chances are even closer. When he thought of marrying a beautiful woman named Ye Tian, he felt angry inside. Grandma! What are you talking about? Suddenly, Ye Tian's dissatisfied voice sounded. She glared at Wu Zixun with an ugly face. She already hated this man. Knowing that he has a husband and that he pursues himself aggressively, he also despises Wu Zixun, a pure-hearted child. Regarding Ye Tian's attitude, Wu Zixun said gently as always. Grandma is talking and laughing, don't worry about Nianmeng. After Wu Zixun finished speaking, he ignored Ye Tian, but spoke to Lu Feiyang very enthusiastically and with a bit of charm. After all, the people of the Dragon God group are still there. Although they want to win the favor of everyone in the Zhang family, they can't be left out in the cold. In addition, he is also the chairman of the Dragon God group, and he is young and promising. Even his family cannot find out the background behind Lu Feiyang. Uncle Lu, I'm Wu Ziyi, and my father has discussed business with you. His attitude is very low. Even Lu Feiyang is only a few years older than him, and he is the honorary title of his uncle. But Lu Feiyang was stunned and motionless. Although the scene just now happened quickly, he could see it clearly. Especially when his own Dragon King was mocked and teased so much. But looking at Long Yueshan again, he seemed to feel nothing different. Immediately, anger rose in his heart. For the Dragon God Temple, the Dragon King is a sacred and inviolable existence, that is, the god of himself and others. But these people are so ridicule. Can he bear it? If he doesn't do anything today and let the elders know, then he thinks he will die very miserably. Even turn to ashes. But suddenly, at this time, he suddenly heard Long Yueshan's voice in his mind. Don't reveal my identity, do as they say, and remember what I tell you. Lu Feiyang was stunned, and then said to Long Jiutiandao in his mind. Dragon King, the people of the Zhang family are so blind. Don't say it, do as I told you before. 59 But Long Yueshan scolded him in his mind. Yes. 93. Although he was helpless, he didn't understand why Long Yueshan, as a noble Dragon King, would commit himself to be a son-in-law, and he had not been doing well in the Zhang family for 3 years. But Lu Feiyang did not dare to go against what Long Yueshan said. Although he was fighting for his own Dragon King, all this was ordered by the Dragon King. He did not dare to disobey. Just when he was about to open his mouth to respond to everyone in the Zhang family, suddenly, a cold female voice sounded. Zhang family, very good, well done. And the source of the sound was Ye Xingyu. She couldn't help it anymore. Again and again, the Zhang family treated them like that, but they didn't expect to be so snobbish. Especially when she saw the pained expression on her sister's face, she became even more angry. Even Ye Tian, the immortal emperor who was as stable as an old dog, was like this. He was thinking about whether he slapped the moth ants to death. 0.2. Especially the wax ants who greedily stared at the old lady from time to time. He actually dared to think about doing something to my sister-in-law, especially since he was always disgusting them. At first glance, he is not a good person, and Ye Tian also knows his inner thoughts. He was also very upset to see Wu Zixun. On the contrary, everyone was stunned when they heard Ye Xingyu's voice. Obviously did not respond to what Ye Xingyu meant. Junior Ye family, what do you mean? And Mrs. Zhang had lived for nearly 80 years, so how could she not be able to hear what Ye Xingyu said? Her face was also a little ugly. Just now, because of the improper arrangement, they were not allowed to sit in the main seat, and now they are arranged in the main seat. But why is there dissatisfaction? Chapter 64. When Mrs. Zhang said it, Ye Xingyu laughed in anger, and then looked at the Zhang family coldly. She figured out these people, extremely snobbish, but stupid. At this time, Long Yueshan also appeared. He felt that he should stand up, after all, Ye Tian and several others are also his juniors. Although he can be bullied at Zhang's house, it is for the sake of agreement. And also has his wife Ye Meng. Stop arguing, we're all family. But just after he mentioned his family, Mrs. Zhang stared at Long Yutian with a single eye, ruthless and merciless. Family? You rubbish who eats and drinks for free, it's more useful to have a dog than you. Are you worthy of calling me Zhang's family? From today, you Long Yueshan will be expelled from Zhang's family, tomorrow you will go to divorce Nian Meng, and I will find a good husband's house for Nian Meng. From now on, the Zhang family will have nothing to do with you. If you let me know that in the future you are swindling and cheating under the banner of the Zhang family, don't blame me for being rude to you. Hearing Mrs. Zhang's ruthless words, everyone was stunned. Nian Meng looked at Mrs. Zhang in disbelief. She was a little lost, and murmured in her mouth. Grandmother. But Mrs. Zhang just glanced at her and didn't care what Nian Meng thought. 17. She continued. This matter is settled as it is, and, Ye family junior, I don't welcome you in the Zhang family, please leave. Nian Meng felt even more desperate when he heard that Mrs. Zhang still wanted to chase Ye Tian and the others. Since returning to Zhang's house, her grandmother has been very kind to her. But ever since she married Long Yueshan, she has been mocking and looking down on him. Originally, she also followed the words of her grandmother, and she never shared a room with Long Yueshan after getting married. But something happened after that changed her view on Long Yueshan, and the relationship between the two slowly merged. Until now, Nian Meng would sometimes want to change the Zhang family's views on Long Yueshan. But after working hard for so long, the Zhang family still looked down on her husband as always. It is more and more to provoke the relationship between the two. Today, I heard the words of trash in the mouth of Mrs. Zhang, and she also forced herself to divorce and remarry. She suddenly felt a headache, very painful. Especially now, he actually drove his nephews and nieces out of here. Changed, everything changed. Nian Meng looked at the Zhang family in disbelief, but none of them had the slightest emotion, and they all looked at Long Yueshan and Ye Xingye coldly. At this time, Nian Meng realized that he had not integrated into the family for all these years. After all, he is still the abandoned stray cat. It turned out that when Long Yueshan came to Zhang's house with the marriage certificate, he actually let him marry him. Instead of letting Zhang Xinyu marry Long Yueshan. It turned out to be just to replace Zhang Xinyu with herself. Thinking of this, her heart hurt even more. It's like being inserted into the heart one by one with steel needles. She was pale, and she was about to faint. Fortunately, Long Yueshan supported her in time and did not fall down. At this time, Ye Xingye's beautiful eyes narrowed. When I heard the disgusting words of old lady Zhang, she seemed to be treating my aunt as a bargain. A random word is her happiness at best. There was murder in her eyes. Humph! Ye Xingye snorted coldly, and then said to Nian Meng. Little aunt, we'll take you home today, this blind family will be destroyed. Ye Tian was dumbfounded, he didn't expect Ye Xingye to speak the lines of the little uncle. Shouldn't it be Long Yueshan who said it? With eyes but no pearls, and then with a crooked smile, a large group of men in black appeared. They all knelt in front of Long Yueshan and shouted, "Meet the Dragon King!" But how could Ye Xingye say it? And after Nian Meng was supported by Long Yueshan, he felt a little better. When she heard Ye Xingye's words, she hesitated. This. Nian Meng was a little embarrassed, but he didn't expect Ye Xingye to say such a thing. Speaking of leaving Zhang's house, she also thought about it just now. But he was afraid of causing some trouble to his brother's family. After all, he and Ye Bufan were not related by blood. There are also his own biological parents in the Zhang family. Although they are a bit snob like the Zhang family, they are also their own parents. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw Ye Xian stand up and said in an extremely domineering tone. You don't have to worry, little ant, if someone dares to persecute you, I can destroy it with one hand. In Ye Tian's eyes, these ordinary people are a group of moth ants. If it wasn't for his aunt Ye Tian's face today, he wouldn't waste his time here. It is better to practice well and enhance your own strength. And just after Ye Tian finished speaking, suddenly the scene became exciting. The expressions of the guests who came to the birthday banquet became abnormal. It was a real eye-opener for them today. Seeing that both Ye Xingyu and Ye Tian expressed their opinions, Ye Tian was wondering if he also said some compelling words. Or come forward like the two of them. He stood up and said with a gloomy expression. Little sister, there are us behind you. Ye Tian said that he had just finished speaking when he saw Wu Zixun jump up. When Wu Zixun opened his mouth, he looked at a few people with disdain and said. The Ye family in Linqi is really majestic. Is it really because there is no one in Jiangxi? He said this with consideration, after all, there is still a big man here. Lu Feiyang of the Dragon God group is still there, and what Lu Feiyang said before, he was also ordered to come to give gifts. Associating it together, he thought that the Zhang family might also know some big people. Perhaps Ye Tian dared to make trouble here, and Lu Feiyang decided to make 423 moves. This is a good opportunity. If the person behind Lu Feiyang is satisfied, maybe he can win some benefits for the family. Thinking of this, he glanced in the direction of Lu Feiyang. And when he saw Lu Feiyang's gloomy expression, he felt that he had made the right bet. He was also overjoyed. But he didn't know why Lu Feiyang did this, if he knew that he wouldn't dare to be the first bird if he was given 10 courage. And everyone in the Zhang family had the courage to see Wu Zixun come forward. Both of them thought about the same, and one of them thought that the Zhang family had something to do with the Dragon God group. On the other hand, one side felt that Wu Zixun would help their Zhang family, and there was still Lu Feiyang. Judging from Lu Feiyang's attitude of giving gifts just now, he will also be on their side. Immediately, Zhang Xinyu pointed at Ye Xingyu and the three of them, and said extremely arrogantly. This is Jiangxi City, not Lin City, don't you know that strong dragons do not overwhelm local snakes? Noisy. Then it was Ye Tian's impatient scolding who answered her. After speaking, Ye Tian thought a move. Ye Tian and the others clearly saw a transparent white light appear. Fly straight to Zhang Xinyu. Of course, only people with cultivation like Ye Tian can see this, and Long Yueshan can also see it. When he saw Ye Tian's shot just now, he was also taken aback. Chapter 65. I saw that light flew towards Zhang Xinyu and rushed directly into her body. It soon began to circulate in her body, but she didn't feel anything unusual. Instead, he looked at Ye Tian like an idiot. This person dares to scold himself, can't he see the situation clearly now? 1. Ah! It hurts. Just when she pointed at Ye Tian and was about to open her mouth to scold Ye Tian, she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her head. Then the pain felt as if it had been magnified countless times, and it felt like my head was about to explode. She couldn't help crying out in pain. She couldn't help holding her head with her hands, feeling like something was stirring her mind. Like being put in a meat grinder, colic. She was in so much pain that she knelt directly on the ground. He beat his head with his hands, and his mouth screamed from time to time. And everyone was frightened by Zhang Xinyu's strange scene. The person who was fine just now, how could he hold his head and cry out in pain all of a sudden? Xinyu, what's the matter? Where are you in pain? Don't scare mom. Immediately, Zhang Xinyu's parents hurried to her side and were about to help her up. I heard Zhang Xinyu cry out for help again. Mom, Dad, don't, my headache. Hurry up and call the ambulance. 99. Okay, okay. I'll call an ambulance for you. Quick, quick, didn't you see that baby girl has a headache? Hurry up and call. 93. Seeing her daughter like this, Zhang Xinyu's mother roared at the middle-aged man next to her. And Zhang Xinyu's father got up and ran to the front desk of the hotel to pick up the landline to make a call. Everyone was shocked when they saw the actions of Zhang Xinyu's family of three. On the other hand, Long Yueshan watched Ye Xian's eyes light up. Others didn't know why Zhang Xinyu suddenly went crazy like this. But he knew it, although he didn't know what method Ye Xian used just now. But obviously it doesn't look like ancient martial arts, some like the cultivators recorded in ancient books. He is the Dragon King of the Dragon Temple. He has read many ancient records and knows that there were cultivators a long time ago. It just disappeared for no apparent reason. And a little surprised Ye Xian's strength, it seems that he is not weaker than him. After all, he has already practiced the 6th layer Dragon God art, and he can possess 100,000 kilograms of strength with just one hand. And still without the use of the Dragon God body. Look at the expressions of Ye Xingyu and Ye Tian. It seems very normal. Long Yueshan's expression moved slightly, and it seemed that these three little nephews were not so simple. Just when he was thinking about it, he saw Ye Xian looking at everyone in the Zhang family. Just now he just tried to teach that woman a lesson, but now he wants to strangle everyone in the Zhang family. Everyone in the Zhang family was so frightened by Ye Xian's glance that their souls trembled. It seemed like something terrifying had happened. Just when Ye Xian wanted to do something, Ye Xingyu stopped her. Ye Xingyu's voice sounded in Ye Xian's mind. And that is the unique sound transmission of immortals. The little ant is still here, don't do it first, after all, they are still the little ant's family, don't make the little ant sad. It is good. Hearing what Ye Xingyu said, Ye Xian also responded. Just after Ye Xian stopped, he heard Ye Xingyu's voice again. Of course, not taking action now does not mean they can escape. Hearing Ye Xingyu's devilish tone, Ye Xian's expression was startled. But he quickly reacted and smiled lightly. He knew that his old sister was not a good one, and the Zhang family would be miserable in the future. Soon Zhang Xinyu's father finished the phone call and ran back. Don't be afraid, Xinyu, the ambulance will be here soon. It hurts, my head hurts. And the one that responded to him was a cry of pain. When Mrs. Zhang saw this scene, her heart was also beating wildly, and Zhang Xinyu was also very nervous. Seeing her idiot son and daughter-in-law, she couldn't help but let her scold an idiot in her heart. Now that Zhang Xinyu is in such pain, is she still here waiting for an ambulance? Don't know when to wait. She shouted angrily. What are you still doing? Let's send Xinyu to the hospital first. When the ambulance arrives, Xinyu doesn't know what will happen. 11. Ah, yes, drive Xinyu to the hospital. Idiot, go. Hearing that her son seemed to have lost his mind, Mrs. Zhang continued to curse angrily. After hearing the angry scolding of Mrs. Zhang, the husband and wife also recovered. Seeing Zhang Xinyu being carried by her mother, she ran out of the banquet hall. After the couple left with Zhang Xinyu, the scene became quiet again. Of course, when Zhang Xinyu left the banquet hall, Ye Xian's thoughts also moved. He wouldn't let her go so easily, just getting the light just gave her a splitting headache. After another half an hour, it is estimated that Zhang Xinyu's soul will be destroyed, and if she survives, it is estimated that she will become a vegetative person with only a body and no soul. Of course, it all depends on her good fortune, but Ye Xian estimates that Zhang Xinyu's biggest possibility is to become a fool. And this time, I saw Mrs. Zhang with a cane and stood up swayingly, pulling the faucet with both gloves and meditating. Today, my 80th birthday, old lady, so many things happened, I hope everyone can understand. The Zhang family will make amends for everyone in the future. Speaking of which, Mrs. Zhang paused for a while, and then she saw Ye Xingyu and a few people intentionally or unintentionally, and continued. Today's farce is over, and there is no need to continue the birthday banquet. Everyone, the Zhang family has housework to solve today, so it's not easy to keep everyone. I will invite everyone to visit the Zhang family again, old lady in Japan. Although Mrs. Zhang said that she clearly wanted to drive away the crowd, the one sitting there couldn't understand what she meant. People want to solve their family affairs, why are they still here? If that's the case, let's say goodbye first. Then I'll say goodbye first, and I'll visit Zhang's house next time. Hearing this, the guests bowed their hands to say goodbye to Mrs. Zhang, and left the banquet hall one by one. Soon, only the Zhang family, Wu Zixun and Ye Tian were left in the banquet hall. Of course, Lu Feiyang also stayed. Seeing that Ye Tian and the others hadn't left, Mrs. Zhang's expression was a little difficult to look at. The words he just said made it clear that he wanted everyone from the Ye family to leave, but he didn't expect them to stay here. The old lady Zhang looked at Ye Tian deeply with one eye and said, "Junior Ye family, why don't you leave?" Chapter 66. Junior Ye family, why don't you leave? As soon as Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. This old lady Zhang had been shouting at the younger generation in front of them, as if she thought she could use this to suppress them because of her age. As everyone knows, Ye Tian alone can be the ancestor of her ancestors for the 18th generation. Not to mention, the old lady Zhang has no strength yet, she is just an ordinary old lady. This made Ye Tian very unhappy when he heard it, so let's cut off the relationship of the little aunt first. Just because she dared to use the tone of elders to teach juniors how to speak to the three Ye Tian. Ye Tian just wanted to slap her to death. Ye Tian didn't even look at Mrs. Zhang, but said lightly, "I'm taking my sister-in-law away." Impossible. Nianmeng belongs to Zhang's family, and we still have to deal with housework. 97. As soon as Ye Tian said that he wanted to take Ye Nianmeng to leave, he heard Zhang Mingyuan repeatedly refuse. Ye Nianmeng is the Zhang family. But Ye Tian ignored him and instead looked at Ye Nianmeng and said softly, "Little aunt, let's go home, don't be mad at this." Knowing what Ye Tian meant, Ye Nianmeng was also struggling. She looked at Mrs. Zhang and then at her parents. But seeing those icy expressions, she felt a little moved in her heart. On the other hand, Long Yueshan was holding her hand tightly, as if 427 was trying to reassure her. She opened her mouth to speak. However, at this time, Mrs. Zhang spoke up. This is her home. She was born as a Zhang family member, and died as a Zhang family ghost. It's not your turn to talk to your juniors here. 22. Speaking of this, Madame Zhang narrowed her eyes and said in a cold tone, "Junior of the Ye family, the old lady will dissuade you again, don't cross the line, this is Jiangxi City. Calling you outside, do you really take yourself as something? Tell you, Nianmeng is my biological daughter, and no one can take her away." As soon as Mrs. Zhang finished speaking, Ye Nianmen's parent, Zhang Minghui, said the same. "Also, I've decided that after Nianmeng divorces this waste every day, I'll give Nianmeng to Zixun." As soon as Zhang Minghui finished speaking, Ye Nianmeng looked at his father in disbelief. When she saw her father's ruthless and cold expression, she felt even more desperate. But when she thought of her distressed grandmother, she easily exclaimed, "Grandmother! I agree to this matter." But before the words were finished, the old lady Zhang seemed to have given a death order. "Zixun, I hope you treat Nianmeng well and don't be like this trash." Wu Ziyi, who was watching the play as if nothing else, heard what Mrs. Zhang and Zhang Minghui said. He was instantly excited. "Don't worry, Grandma and Uncle, after Nianmeng marries me, I will treat her very well and let her live a happy life. And my Wu family will know that the media is marrying Nianmeng and go home, and I will tell my father about the cooperation between our two families." 99. Good, really good grandson. Hearing what Wu Zixun said, Mrs. Zhang was also a little funny, looking at Wu Zixun with kindness on her face. It seemed like she was looking at her own grandson. In a few words, the Zhang family decided Ye Nianmen's stay, regardless of her opinion or whether she agreed or not. Just like back then, with just one sentence, he let himself marry Long Yueshan. Divorcing myself from Long Yueshan and marrying Wu Zixun again today is like a deal. Looking at Wu Zixun's eyes again, he stared at himself sternly, as if he wanted to eat her up. She was instantly disgusted and extremely disappointed with the Zhang family. But when he thought that he would be arranged to marry her next, Ye Tian was even more desperate. She only felt that her eyelids were heavy, as if she was about to fall asleep. On the other hand, Long Yueshan held her little hand tightly with a distressed face and injected energy into her body. Don't let her pass out. Nian Meng, come here, come to mother, don't worry about that trash. Ye Tianmen's mother also said to her. After I finished speaking, I wanted to pull Ye Tianmeng over. But at this time Long Yueshan spoke up. This piece of home will be set up even if it doesn't wait, it's not up to you to decide what happens to me and Nian, back, dream. UBD, do you have your share of words here? Humph. Hearing that the woman opened her mouth and shut her mouth and scolded her Dragon King as a waste, Lu Feiyang felt that he couldn't help it. He snorted coldly, then pointed at the Zhang family and said angrily. The Zhang family is really blind. Even the Dragon King of the Dragon Temple. Lu Feiyang paused when he said this, because just when he was about to reveal Long Yueshan's identity, he heard Long Yueshan's voice transmission telling him not to reveal it for now. He looked at Long Yueshan incomprehensibly, but when he saw Long Yueshan's threatening eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. Mr. Lu, you. Wu Zixun was stunned. Didn't he say that Lu Feiyang was helping the Zhang family? Why did you look so angry just now? But when he came into contact with Lu Feiyang's eyes, he could clearly see that there was a fire in his eyes. A mass of anger burns. And just when everyone was wondering why Lu Feiyang became like this, they saw him say solemnly again. The Zhang family's power, I have seen it today, the contract just now is abandoned, and the Dragon God group will not admit it, the Zhang family is good to do it. After being reminded by Long Yueshan, Lu Feiyang also changed his rhetoric. After speaking, he was ready to leave, and just now Long Yueshan gave him an order. He wants to take Ye Tianmeng to leave Zhang's house, and he still needs to prepare. At this time, Ye Xingyu also walked over and came to the side of the two. Little aunt, look me in the eyes, go to sleep, just get a good night's sleep. Hearing Ye Xingyu's magical voice, Ye Tianmeng subconsciously looked into Ye Xingyu's eyes. I saw Ye Xingyu's big eyes slowly becoming deep, and then like a whirlpool. Like hypnosis, she slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep leaning on Long Yueshan's shoulder. Little uncle, take care of my little aunt. Ye Xingyu exhorted, and then ignored Long Yueshan's surprised expression. What Ye Xingyu did was to let Ye Tianmeng fall asleep, and also erased some of her memories. When Ye Tianmeng wakes up again, she will forget everything in Zhang's house, and will only remember that she has always lived in Yi's house. Of course, she did not erase the memory of Long Yueshan, but kept it. She turned around and looked at the Zhang family. Today, there is no need for everyone in the Zhang family to exist. She decides. Destroy this little family. How dare you let my sister-in-law be like this, do you really think her Empress Xingyu is a soft persimmon? And Ye Xian thought so too, his immortal Emperor Baichuan was unpredictable all his life. And also try to kill. Chapter 67. Seeing everyone in the Zhang family now, Ye Xingyu angrily released all the aura of her Yuan Ying cultivation base. Just listen. Puff. A crisp sound rang out. Then, like a guiding rope, several clear voices sounded in succession. It was like the sound of the flesh hitting the ground hard. Everyone in the Zhang family, even Wu Zixun, was overwhelmed by Ye Xingyu's terrifying and powerful sense of oppression. They all knelt down. Even the 80-year-old Mrs. Zhang was the same, she used to be on crutches. But he knelt down unconsciously, and the dragon head fell to the side. And she still knelt down towards Ye Xingyu, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. As if something terrifying happened, his body couldn't help trembling. Ye Xingyu spoke, and she said coldly. The Emperor's family is actually traded by you as items at will. Could it be that Bendai's family is trash? You can discard it at will. When she raised her hand, a light condensed in her hand. It would not take 10% of her strength to crush and kill these people. These people are just ordinary mortals, and maybe they can be reduced to ashes with just one finger. Sister, you don't need to take action, I'll just come. So as not to get your hands dirty. But just when Ye Xingyu was about to make a move, Ye Xian suddenly stood up and spoke to Ye Xingyu with a blank expression. Without waiting for Ye Xingyu to answer, he also released his coercion, only to see the waist of the Zhang family being bent again. Kneeling on the ground and bowing. There are a total of 13 people in the Zhang family, including Wu Zigzun, all kneeling on the ground. Seeing that Ye Xian also released the pressure, and Ye Xingyu also withdrew the pressure, she also wanted to see how Ye Xian would treat everyone in the Zhang family. I see. Ye Xian pointed at one of them, and a white light appeared. Then it shoots out at an extremely fast speed that is invisible to the naked eye. Pang! A loud bang was heard. Like a balloon popping, the man's last expression was only in fear, and he didn't even scream for help. The blood all over the body is like gas, and the wine is flying in the hall. Not even a single bone could be seen, all were crushed and turned to ashes. It all happened very quickly. Just a blink of an eye. What? Murder its son. Several women in the Zhang family saw this scene, plus the slight moist feeling and the bloody smell in the air. They screamed in agony, and some rolled their eyes and passed out. One of them was the man's mother, and she howled in a heart-wrenching way. When they reacted, they all looked at Ye Xian in disbelief and fear. Those who were timid urinated on the spot, mixed with a bloody smell and a strange smell. Immediately disgusting. They are all just ordinary people, and they have never seen an ancient warrior, let alone an immortal cultivator like Ye Xian. In their perception, Ye Xian's method only exists in fictional novels and TV. But now they are on the scene in person, it is a living person, and it explodes like that. That's their family. And looking at Ye Xian's appearance, it is estimated that the next person to explode is one of them. The old lady Zhang was also scared to death, but subconsciously shouted to Ye Xian. Junior, you dare to kill my grandson. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? Devil, I want to call the police and arrest you. 11. You wait in jail. Hearing the idiot-like words of Mrs. Zhang and the Zhang family, Ye Xian sneered. These people are really interesting. I still can't see the current situation clearly, and actually dare to threaten him. Brush. The wind blew lightly over Ye Xian's body, along with his messy bangs. There was no wind in the room, but there was no wind around Ye Xian. He glanced at Madame Zhang lightly, as if looking at an ant. It seemed that she would be trampled to death in the next second. At this time, Wu Zigzun, who was kneeling on the ground, screamed and wailed. Don't kill me, there is surveillance here, you will go to jail. I'm not the Zhang family, my dad is Wu Gang. He knew the existence of ancient warriors, and that was what his father said. Ancient Wu, the real law can't punish them at all. When he saw Ye Xian take action, he thought that Ye Xian was an ancient warrior. When Ye Xian heard Wu Zigzun's voice, Ye also glanced at him. Just now, this ant was staring at the old sister all the time, and he wanted to kill him for a long time. Now he jumped out again and threatened Ye Xian with his father Wu Gang. Ye Xian immediately had a second target, and he slowly walked towards Wu Zigzun. My family has money, I can give you money. Wu Zigzun said more and more vigorously, and used wealth to tempt Ye Xian, just wanting him to let him go. But Ye Xian didn't respond, the only response to him was the sound of his feet stepping on the floor. Tread. Tread. Like a countdown, when the sound stops, he will turn into ashes. Ye Xian stopped 2 meters away from Wu Zigzun, did not speak, just patted his hand lightly. With a thought, Wu Zixun screamed. This time, Ye Tian didn't want to point his finger at the man just now, but pointed his palm to Wu Zixun's body. Immediately, Wu Zi felt as if there was a strong suction in Ye Tian's palm, as if something was about to be sucked out of him. He wailed and screamed, trying to escape from here. But he found that he couldn't move. Then he found himself speechless. And soon his eyes darkened, but when he opened his eyes again, he saw the most terrifying thing in his life. He actually saw his body kneeling on the ground motionless. The eyes and mouth were wide open, and it seemed that there was no life. Look at yourself now, as transparent. And he wanted to make a sound for help, but found himself speechless. And everyone also saw that a somewhat transparent object came out of Wu Zixun's body, somewhat similar to the one seen in the movie. Ghostly. And that was Wu Zixun's soul, which was forcibly pulled out by Ye Tian. He didn't want him to die so easily, he still wanted to torture him. Taking out a fiery red stone, Ye Tian directly took Wu Zixun's soul into it. This is a small magic weapon that he refined in his spare time. It can be used to melt the soul, and the magic weapon has an effect similar to the torture of hellfire. It is the most suitable for torturing ants. Seeing this scene, everyone was also taken aback. Although she was afraid of Ye Tian, Mrs. Zhang was still ready to speak. She just uttered the word, and saw Ye Tian's figure disappear in front of her eyes in a flash. Brush! In the blink of an eye, she saw Ye Tian suddenly appear in front of her eyes. And Ye Tian pointed an index finger at Mrs. Zhang's forehead. Noisy! An ant should have the consciousness of an ant. Looking at Ye Tian, old lady Zhang's eyes deepened with fear, and the whole old wrinkled face was pale and colorless. Sweat came out of her forehead. In an instant, she seemed to understand something. That is, there is nothing that can make Ye Tian jealous. He just threatened him just now to seek death and hasten her death. And Ye Tian didn't wait for Mrs. Zhang's response to beg for mercy, only to hear a familiar voice. Madame Zhang was like her grandson, her whole body exploded. Mom! Grandmother! Several screams sounded again. The faces of everyone in the Zhang family were ashes, and their beloved old lady of the Zhang family was actually killed by Ye Xuanyi. Chapter 68. However, Ye Tian did not stop. As if he was bored, Ye Tian shot it with a palm. He looked at everyone in the Zhang family and dealt with them one by one. And they also pumped all their souls into that fiery red stone. The corner of Long Yueshan's mouth twitched. He could see this scene very clearly, and he sighed inwardly that Ye Tian was really too cruel. Looking at people who are elegant and elegant like a student, who would have known such a ruthless shot? Kill the Zhang family directly. Although the Zhang family was destroyed, there was no turbulence in his heart, and he was even a little relieved. In the Zhang family for 3 years, if it wasn't for the agreement, he would be a servant for the Zhang family. Today, Lu Feiyang's gift is just to help the Zhang family. After all, the 3-year contract is about to expire. He will also leave with Yan Meng. Unexpectedly, these people actually forced 427 to force him to divorce his wife, and force his wife to marry a pure-blooded. Who can endure the revenge of his wife? After dealing with everyone in the Zhang family, Ye Tian smiled and said to Long Yutian. Little uncle, didn't you scare you? Looking at Ye Tian's harmless smile, the corner of Long Yueshan's mouth twitched again. Not scared? Joke? With such a terrifying side, ordinary people have long been frightened. After all, he is the Dragon King of the Dragon Temple, otherwise he might leave a shadow behind. But when he thought that he couldn't reveal his identity for the time being, he pretended to be dumbfounded. Zhang nodded. No. No. All right then, let's go home. Seeing Long Yueshan like this, Ye Tian also smiled mysteriously. Of course, several people knew that Long Yueshan was not easy. The souls of several people are already strong, and even the weakest Ye Tian is already in the heavenly soul realm. Although Long Yueshan's cultivation system was different from theirs, they were aware of it when Long Yueshan transmitted his voice transmission to Lu Feiyang just now. Although I don't know what Long Yueshan's voice transmission said, I can still clearly feel the mental fluctuations. That is the breath of the soul. Ye Tian's question just now was just to test this mysterious little uncle. Unlike Ye Tian, he completely knew Long Yueshan's identity. At this time, Ye Tian was like a wooden man, standing still. Actually not. Ye Tian is communicating with the system at the moment. Because just now he picked up the treasure chest again. It was dropped by Long Yueshan, a special treasure chest. Because of the system upgrade, Ye Tian no longer needs to touch the treasure chest to pull it. Instead, you only need to be 50 meters away from the treasure chest to get it. Very convenient. Looking at the familiar item in the system space, Ye Tian was a little puzzled. System, does the Eye of Fortune still have fragments? Why is the same Eye of Fortune opened in this special treasure chest? The treasure chest that was just opened actually opened the Eye of Luck, but it was only a fragment. Ye Tian, who already had the Eye of Luck, immediately expressed his doubts. Can you still get the same thing in a row? Host, the full name of the Eye of Luck is the Eye of Heaven's Luck, and the host only got most of the shards, so it is not surprising to open the shards this time. So my Eye of Fortune is a defective product. However, the system did not answer Ye Tian. Forget it, let's merge. Although he knew that his Eye of Fortune was not complete, Ye Tian still chose to fuse the fragments. Fusing. And this time, Ye Xingye felt a little strange looking at Ye Tian's appearance. She waved her hand in front of Ye Tian and asked with concern. Xiao Tian, what's the matter? Are you scared by Xiao Xuanzi? Hey! Then she sighed and said in a long voice. Xiao Tian, the journey of cultivation is against the sky, and you will encounter powerful enemies or friends along the way. But you must never be kind to the enemy. The biggest enemy is kindness, you know? Weeds need to be eradicated. I hope you understand this truth. 99. After speaking, she sighed again, but she thought about changing Ye Tian's character slowly. After the big deal, he will recover his strength and protect Ye Tian for the rest of his life. She is very confident in her future strength. Ye Tian was still too young without having experienced intrigue in the world of immortal cultivation. What? Ye Tian came back to his senses and heard what Ye Xingye said. He was a little embarrassed. He was not scared because of Ye Tian's shot. It's just communicating with the system. Although Ye Tian was ruthless, it really scared him. Not to mention that he, who has lived for 2 lives, is also a great power in the Yuan Ying period. How can you be frightened? But he couldn't tell Ye Xingye that he wasn't frightened, he was just communicating with the system to integrate the Eye of Luck, right? He quickly waved his hand and said perfunctorily. No, I was just thinking about something. However, Ye Xingye did not believe it. And this time, Ye Tian's mind suddenly heard the sound of the fusion of the Eye of Fortune's fragments being completed. Ye Tian was overjoyed. I immediately wanted to test what would happen if the fragments were fused. Then he opened the Eye of Luck and looked at the old sister Ye Xingye. Name, Ye Xingye. Age, 24. Occupation, President of Xingye, Boss. Abilities, Xingye Emperor Sutra, Mountain Turning Palm, Spirit Gathering Technique, Item Refining, Pill Refining. Cultivation, the peak of Yuanying period, full strength can cross a big realm. Air value, 99,999. Life history, the 10th Empress reincarnation. Unpredictable profit, 3 days after returning home with his family, he retreated and practiced, and 3 days later he broke through the nascent soul stage and reached the transformation of God. After seeing Ye Xingye's luck panel, Ye Tian was surprised to find that the elder sister's luck value actually increased. Changed from 39,999 to 99,999. But soon Ye Tian could guess that the luck value should increase with strength or others. Looking at Ye Tian again, Ye Tian also saw that his luck value also reached 99,000. And Ye Tian also discovered that there are 2 more items in the luck panel. Cultivation and unpredictable profits. The cultivation base is easy to understand, but when you see the profit, and there is a bracket behind it for 3 days. Ye Tian was a little puzzled. It looks like something like 0.2 will happen in 3 days. Soon the system also explained to Ye Tian what the future profit means. It turned out that after merging the fragments of the Eye of Luck, the Eye of Luck also became the Eye of Heaven's Luck. The 2 extra items are all the effects of the current Eye of Heaven's fortune. In other words, Ye Tian could see everything that happened to this person in the next 3 days, as well as the strength of his cultivation and so on. This is the power of the Eye of Heaven's fortune. Of course, the current Eye of Heaven's fortune is still incomplete, and some fragments are still missing. But Ye Tian said not to panic. Is there a treasure chest next to the protagonist's family? Maybe it won't be long before his Eye of Heaven and fortune will become complete. Ye Tian is very confident about this. Because the luck of the family is really unbelievable. Even if he is now a great master of nascent soul, he only has a luck value of 9,999. Chapter 69. Just then, when Long Yueshan hugged Yannianmeng and Ye Tian, he just walked out of the hall and was about to take the elevator downstairs. Suddenly they saw an old man and 2 young men, a man and a woman, appearing in front of them. Blocked their way. The old man looked 70 or 80 years old, but he had a childish appearance. The man and the woman seemed to be his grandchildren, almost 17 or 18 years old. He was staring at a few people. But the old man squinted at them, as if to see something in them. Ye Tian and the others were also a little puzzled, but they all tacitly agreed and did not speak first. Instead, wait for the other party to see what the other party is going to do. The same is true for both sides, no one speaks. And several people also felt a strong breath of qi and blood from the old man. It seems to be like the blood of ancient warriors. Ye Tian also opened the Eye of Heaven's fortune and looked at the 3 of them. Name, He Hongqing. Age, 85. Occupation, Head of the Crane Family, Vice President of the Eastern Province Ancient Martial Arts Association. Abilities, Body Refinement 17, Remnant, Flame Palm. Cultivation, Middle Grandmaster. Air Luck, 3888. Life Resume, I got the inheritance of ancient martial arts by chance, and broke through the master after the age of 60. Unpredictable Profit, 3 days I met Ye Tian by chance, and after 3 days, I will break through to the later stage of the master. Seeing this, Ye Tian was also stunned. I thought that the old man came from an extraordinary background, but unexpectedly, he came here to find an opportunity. And this He Hongqing will actually learn to apprentice Ye Tian, and will break through in 3 days. Seeing this, the corner of Ye Tian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a mysterious smile. A long time. It seems that they can't see through a few people. He Hongqing also opened his mouth to speak, and saw that he was staring at Ye Tian, looking at Ye Tian fiery. Young man, that powerful aura just now came from you, right? You are also responsible for such a strong bloody smell here. Hey, are you going to help them get ahead? Ye Tian said lightly. Ye Tian answered very succinctly and did not hide anything. If the old man wanted to meddle in his own business, he wouldn't mind pumping 3 more souls from ashes. He Hongqing's expression suddenly changed when he heard Ye Tian's words, and he was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Ye Tian looked young, and his strength was not weaker than him. Although he didn't know how Ye Tian made his move, he could still feel that more than 10 people died here just now. There were no corpses on the ground, only bloodstains. To be able to turn a complete person into scum is something only a grandmaster can do. And it can only be done by a powerful grandmaster, not just like a grandmaster who has just been promoted, and has not yet fully controlled. And He Hongqing regarded Ye Tian as a master realm, with the same strength as him, but he did not know how many Ye Tian were cultivators. Hearing the coldness in Ye Tian's words, the old man quickly explained. No, little friend misunderstood me, I didn't mean that. Although he is now a master, he can't see through Ye Tian's strength at all, and he also has a few people next to Ye Tian. Although he looks like an ordinary person, there is also a person who looks like a 17 or 18-year-old high school student. But he could feel that the few people present might not be weak. But he only regarded Ye Tian and the others as secret energy. This is his sixth sense, and it is also because of the cautious heart that has saved him many times. And he is still in the ancient martial arts world because of his prudence, and he is also known by others as stable as an old dog Ye Hongqing. Especially before he came here, he sensed an unknown and powerful aura, and came here with his 2 grandchildren. Just to see which grandmaster took the shot, there are very few grandmasters in the eastern province. He had a basic understanding, but after seeing Ye Tian and the others, he was still very shocked. And a little surprised that Ye Tian's appearance and strength do not match. And here is the area under his jurisdiction, and if Gu Wu appears, he must limit the jurisdiction. So, why are you blocking us? Of course Ye Tian didn't care what he was thinking, he only knew that the old man was blocking their way. He has to take his sister-in-law and others home, and he doesn't want to delay any time. And he has to go to the hospital and go to the Wu family. The purpose is to cut the weeds and eradicate the roots without leaving a little calamity. This is the reason why he has been in the cultivation world for thousands of years, never giving the enemy a chance to breathe. Killing decisively is the name of his Baichuan immortal emperor. My name is Ye Hongqing, I came here not to stop the little friend, there are other reasons. After all, this is the jurisdiction of the old man, don't you know the rules of ancient martial arts? You can't shoot at ordinary people at will. 2. So what? Ye Tian said indifferently. It seems that Ye Hongqing didn't take it seriously. Right. Who is he, immortal Emperor Baichuan, can ordinary people put him in his eyes? Shooting and crushing to death makes him feel that the price has dropped. He also included Gu Wu in the ranks of ordinary people. And seeing such arrogance, Ye Hongqing's granddaughter, Ye Ma, couldn't stand it any longer. Her grandfather is the supreme existence in her eyes, sacred and inviolable. I didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant. Boy, do you know who you are talking to? Don't think that you can do whatever you want with some strength. Ye Ma was not as cautious as Ye Hongqing, but she felt that Ye Tian's age was only dark at best. Having said that, she glared at Ye Tian viciously, and then said in a threatening tone. Be careful, I don't know how you will die in the future. Hey! Ye Tian hummed when he heard the woman's tone, and his eyes turned cold when he heard the threatening words. And Ye Hongqing's face changed, he did not expect his granddaughter Ye Ma Ran to say such a thing. Yan Ran, don't talk, step back. Seeing that Ye Tian was obviously angry, he whispered to his granddaughter to shut up and retreat. Regarding Ye Hongqing's scolding, Ye Ma Ran said indifferently and with dissatisfaction. Grandpa, this kid doesn't take you seriously, let the granddaughter teach him a lesson. After speaking, Ye Ma Ran took a step forward, jumped up, and swept away with her right leg towards Ye Tian. All this happened very quickly, and Ye Hongqing was not prepared to stop Ye Ma Ran in time. His complexion changed, and he was about to speak to stop Ye Ma Ran and Ye Tian. When he called out the word little friend, he realized that it was too late. Brush! He only heard the sound of wind blowing, and then Ye Tian's figure disappeared in a flash. When he looked at Ye Tian again, he found that Ye Tian had disappeared. He suddenly appeared in front of him, in short, in front of Ye Ma Ran. It rose into the air and stopped in mid-air. He grabbed Ye Ma Ran's neck with one hand, as if he was carrying a chicken. What is surprising is that the two took off in mid-air as if time had stopped. Ye Ma Ran's originally confident expression condensed, and then she looked at Ye Tian, who was pinching her neck with fear. She didn't understand, she was in the middle stage of darkness, why Ye Tian was so fast. She didn't even see clearly, she was caught by him. Lu, the land gods. Chapter 70. He Hongqing was at a loss for words. He looked at Ye Tian incredulously, and stammered. Lu, terrestrial fairy. Moreover, only terrestrial gods can do it, and he didn't expect that he saw the wrong eye. Ye Tian is actually a land fairy. Grandpa, what did you say? What terrestrial fairy? He Shan asked in amazement. He didn't know what land was called a god, only that his grandfather was an ancient martial artist, and his grandfather never mentioned the realm behind the great master. He Hongqing was stunned when the term came out of He Hongqing's mouth. Ancient martial arts are divided into 5 realms: Ming Jin, Dark Power, Grandmaster, and Great Grandmaster, and the highest realm of ancient martial arts is the land gods, and it is also the realm that our ancient martial arts pursue throughout their lives. But in the past few hundred years, there have only been 5 ancient gods who have reached the level of land gods, and there has been no one in the next 100 years. The land gods are also legendary existences, and even I have never seen them. He Hongqing finished the explanation quickly, but Heshen didn't understand. In his cognition, isn't the highest only the great master? Grandpa, didn't you say that the highest ancient martial artist is the Grand Master? Hey! He Hongqing sighed, then looked at Sun Tzu and said earnestly. That is to allow you to cultivate and grow well, and I don't want you to be too attached to the realm of strength like me, pursuing a lifetime to reach the master, so I didn't tell you about the latter realm. Hearing the collapse of Heshen's worldview, he was a little dazed, and muttered something in his mouth. And this time, He Marin, who was patted on the neck by Ye Tian, was pale, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. She looked at He Hongqing for help, struggling to say something. Grandpa, Grandpa! He Hongqing, who was still sighing, suddenly heard her granddaughter's voice. Then he came back to his senses and remembered that his granddaughter was still in the hands of others. He stepped forward quickly, lowered his posture, and bowed respectfully to Ye Tian. Little Sir, can you spare Yan Ran? She disturbed you ignorantly, I will apologize to you, Sir 33. After He Hongqing saw that Ye Tian was unmoved, he also knew that he could not beat Ye Tian. And it was the granddaughter He Maran who provoked the first, so she was not as good as others. He struggled inwardly for a while, and then it seemed like he had made a major decision. Some distressed, took out a crystal clear jade from his arms. My lord, this is a treasure that I got by chance, although I don't know what it does, but when I wear it to practice, I will feel that the training speed is extremely fast. As long as your lord spares a lot of my ignorant granddaughter, I will present this treasure to you. Having said that, He Hongqing handed the jade stone to Ye Tian, as if he was waiting for Ye Tian to take it at will. However, Ye Tian just glanced at the jade, and he had no interest in seeing this ordinary jade. But soon he found something, and he found something unusual in it. What? Ye Tian frowned slightly and coughed regretfully. Then he released his soul to explore the jade in He Hongqing's hand, and soon felt that the jade was a bit complicated. It seems that there is a separate space inside the jade, similar to the storage space. After adding his soul to explore the jade, Ye Tian was surprised that he suddenly felt a familiar aura in the jade space. Baixuan Xianding. Ye Tian was extremely excited in his heart. This Baixuan immortal cauldron is his companion immortal weapon, how could it appear here? And isn't he reborn? Why did Baixuan Xianding appear earlier? Is it to accompany you to be reborn? And He Hongqing looked at Ye Tian and seemed unmoved, and seemed to despise him as a precious jade. He was ruthless, and took out a secret book from his arms. Sir, this is the ancient martial arts secret book that my He family has passed down for many years. And He Marin and Heshen, who were patted on the neck by Ye Tian, opened their eyes wide. I didn't expect that Grandpa would actually take out the cheats. Immediately, He Ma was remorseful. Why did she provoke Ye Tian? Now, in order to save himself, he even took out the most important secrets of his grandfather. Her eyes were sore, and she couldn't help shedding tears of regret, which slipped from the corners of her eyes and landed on Ye Tian's hands. Seeing his granddaughter like this, He Hongqing felt even more distressed, and he just wanted to open his mouth to speak again. Before he could speak, he was interrupted by Ye Tian's voice. I agreed. What? He Hongqing hadn't reacted yet, and Ye Tian had already let go of He Marin. Of course, before letting go, he wiped the tears from his hands on He Marin's collar. Puff! Only a thudding sound was heard. He Marin also fell to the ground, although it was not high, it was nearly 1 meter. Before she could react, she fell to the ground. Although it hurt a little from the fall, she could feel that she could breathe, and she didn't care about the pain from her buttocks. He took a few deep breaths of air greedily, feeling the burning sensation in his lungs a little better. Then he raised his head and looked at Ye Tian, who was still in the air. He looked at him resentfully. But nothing could be said. When Ye Tian let go of her just now, he wiped the tears she left on her collar, and she could see clearly with a look of disgusting cleanliness. Especially not at all pity Xiang Ziu, and directly fell her. My butt still hurts a bit. When she thought about Ye Tian touching her neck again, her face flushed slightly. But it was soon covered up. On the other hand, Ye Tian and Ye Xingyu were silent. Crazy. The corner of Ye Tian's mouth twitched, and he said to Ye Tian with a thumbs up. He really couldn't think of any words to describe Ye Tian's actions. There are only 2 words to praise him. He Ma is a delicate and clear beauty. It's much better than those coquettish bee out there. Ye Tian actually looked at beauty like a pink skeleton. Ye Xingyu was the same. She began to worry a little. Worrying about whether Ye Tian will be single for the rest of his life in the future, or whether he will not be able to inherit the Ye family. Long Yueshan, on the other hand, admired Ye Tian a little. He was not tempted, regardless of male, or good, female, old, or young. He was ruthless, boring, and decisive. If Ye Xingyu knew his thoughts, she would definitely slap him. Long Yueshan is married, but Ye Tian is not. But Ye Xingyu quickly thought of Ye Tian. She thought in her heart that it seems that in the future, Ye Tian can only rely on Ye Tian to spread the branches of the family. Maybe there is Ye Xiu. Ye Tian is already helpless. Definitely a single dog for 10,000 years. Xiao Xuanzi, you will be single for life like this. Ye Tian spoke earnestly. Instead, Ye Tian pondered what Ye Tian said, and then said seriously. Beauty will affect my Dao heart. Ye Tian heard Ye Tian's serious answer, his expression became a little complicated. And Ye Tian didn't care about everyone's opinion. He took the jade from He Hongqing's hand, but he didn't want the secret book. In his eyes, the secrets inherited by the Crane family are like garbage. Chapter 71. After taking the jade, Ye Tian took a deep look. After that, he just put it in his pocket, and now he has no storage space. Just put it in your clothes pocket. He Hongqing, on the other hand, looked at Ye Tian with a worried look. Seeing what He Hongqing wanted to say, Ye Tian said lightly again. What else? This, my lord, I have an idea, a slightly bold idea. Hey! Ye Tian looked at He Hongqing hesitating to say something, a little hesitant and a little angry. And when He Hongqing saw Ye Tian's cold eyes, his heart tightened, and then he said loudly. I hope to take the master as a teacher. Suddenly, the scene instantly quieted down. He Shan was about to help his sister He Ma ran up, but was frightened by his grandfather's words and almost fell. He turned his head to look at his grandfather in disbelief. A face full of doubts, and a head full of question marks. You want to worship me as a teacher? Ye Tian said with some doubts. He was looking at He Hongqing. After seeing his qualifications, he shook his head and said. Your qualifications are too low to be my apprentice. He Hongqing was a little unwilling to hear Ye Xian's refusal. He stayed in the Grandmaster realm for many years and finally encountered the legendary land fairy. He didn't want 430 to let go of another chance. He reluctantly said with expectation. It's okay to name the children. But even he blushed a little when he heard the words. He is already in his 80s, and he actually thinks of taking a young man as his teacher. But Ye Xian still shook his head. An unmoved look. It's not that he doesn't want to accept He Hongqing as his apprentice, it's really that He Hongqing's qualifications are too low. If he takes He Hongqing to the immortal cultivation realm in the future, it will really lower his status. If the Ancient Martial Arts Association of Eastern Province sees their vice-chairman like this, I thought I would drop my jaw in surprise. But He Hongqing did not give up, as if he had made a decision. Puff! A crisp sound came. I saw He Hongqing kneeling directly towards Ye Xian. I beg heaven and man to accept me as a named disciple. From now on, my He family will follow the lead of my master. 39. Ye Xian still shook his head. Seeing that apprenticeship is hopeless, He Hongqing suddenly thought of a good method. Maran, Heshen, come and meet the patriarch. Grandfather. Together, the two stopped talking. Back, come on, stop talking nonsense, get down on your knees. On the other hand, He Hongqing angrily rebuked the two of them, and without waiting for them to react, he stood up and kicked Heshen directly with a hatred of iron. Just heard a pop. Heshen's feet softened and he knelt down directly towards Ye Xian. Call master. I don't. Believe it or not, you will get all your pocket money back in the future. Master. The group took the elevator out of the Lang Hotel, and the three of them Ye Tian came. However, when they left, there were a few more people, namely my aunt and Long Yueshan, plus the three grandparents of He Hongqing who were apprentices behind. Originally, he rejected He Hongqing's apprenticeship to Ye Xian, but later he was extremely cheeky. Called two grandchildren to kneel directly in front of Ye Xian. Tian shamelessly called Master Ye Xian's name. In the end, under the dissuasion of Ye Tian and several others, Ye Xian still accepted this extremely cheeky apprentice. Certainly several disciples. Besides, 2 disciples. Ye Xian looked at He Hongqing a little helplessly. How could he meet such a shameless person? You have to accept him as your apprentice. What surprised several people the most was what He Hongqing did after he succeeded in apprenticing. Master, I have asked Heshen to arrange the vehicle, we will go back to Linchi. He Hongqing said with a dog-legged look, and his expression was a little sweet. It's not like the one when it first appeared, it has a strong style. I don't know if he will blush, but now he seems to be enjoying himself. The corner of Ye Xian's mouth twitched, and he thought in his heart whether it was good or bad to accept He Qing. Hey, does your grandpa always do this? Ye Tian touched Heshen and gestured to He Hongqing next to him. Hey! Heshen blushed suddenly, sighed, shook his head and still didn't speak. His heart is really broken now, when he thinks of the appearance of his grandfather just now. He's like the kind who finds a hole and never comes out. He even threatened his grandson with pocket money. Little does he know that in the future he will know how fragrant it is to be Ye Xian's disciple and grandson, and how wise his grandfather's decision is. Go to Wu's house first, I still have some things to do. Good master. In the end, Ye Tian and the others took the car back to Linchi. Of course, Ye Xian and He Hongqing went to deal with the Wu family and Zhang Xinya from the hospital. And He Hongqing said that if a small family dared to provoke his master, he would just kill it with one hand. He was also very arrogant and said that Ye Xian didn't need to take action. Ye Xian was also very happy, and of course he had to go personally to extract the souls of those people. And He Hongqing as the vice president of the Eastern Province Ancient Martial Arts Association is still beneficial, such as solving the trivial matters of the destruction of the Zhang and Wu families today. It will not trouble Ye Xian and the others. This also made Ye Xian somewhat satisfied, especially because he wanted He Hongqing to send him his own companion immortal, the Baichuan Xianding, and Ye Tian also slowly accepted this old apprentice. Although it was only a named disciple, if He Hongqing performed well, Ye Tian would not hesitate to improve his qualifications. After the people separated, Heshen, He Maran and Ye Tian returned to the city. Sitting in a commercial car arranged by Heshen, Ye Tian looked at Long Yueshan next to him in a trance. Ye Xingyu was sitting in the co-pilot, while He Maran was driving. Only Ye Tian, Heshen, and Aunt Long Yueshan were in the back row. Today, I didn't see the famous scene, only Ye Xingyu and Xiao Suanzi pretended to be forceful. He felt some regrets. On the other hand, Long Yueshan was holding Ye Nianmeng who was still awake. He felt Ye Tian staring at him, he didn't know why. But he still smiled slightly towards Ye Tian, but his smile was a little weird. The mouth is a little crooked, and ordinary people seem to have a cool smile. But Ye Tian tightened when he saw it. And just when Long Yueshan was about to speak, just listen to Ye Tian shouting loudly. Heshen! Quickly cover his mouth, don't let him smile. And He Maran, who was driving in front, was so frightened by Ye Tian that the steering wheel was tilted. Fortunately, she quickly steadied and straightened the steering wheel. Everyone was confused by Ye Tian's sentence, especially Heshen. Long Yueshan was stunned, and before he could react, Ye Tian reached out and slapped Long Yueshan on the face. Little uncle, don't laugh, I'm afraid. Chapter 72. Woohoo! Long Yueshan, who was hung up, was stunned and could not make a sound. And he was still holding Ye Nianmeng, unable to free his hand. When Ye Xingyu saw Ye Tian like this, she said warmly. Xiao Tian, what are you doing with your little uncle's mouth? It's outrageous. Sister, you don't know, you don't understand. Don't understand what? You don't know what will happen when the little uncle laughs, it's terrifying. 93. Everyone is speechless, what happens when they laugh? What else could be so terrifying they couldn't deal with? You Ye Tian are an immortal cultivator in the Jindan stage. Afraid of what? Ye Tian ignored everyone's expressions, but looked out the car window. He suddenly noticed that there were several black benbans following them. He could vaguely see that there was an acquaintance in a car. Lu Fei Yang. Immediately, Ye Tian is even more convinced of the thought in his heart, that is, as long as Long Yueshan smiles crookedly, the people from the Dragon Temple under his command will appear. This is a special summoning skill. It seemed that Ye Tian was observing his subordinates. Long Yueshan immediately sent a voice transmission to Lu Fei Yang, telling him not to follow him. Lu Fei Yang, who soon received the sound transmission, ordered several cars to deviate from the track and stopped following them. Ye Tian seemed to be relaxed, and his hand moved away from the mouth that was hanging on Long Yueshan. Little uncle, don't smile crookedly in the future, it's not good looking. Little uncle, you promise me that even if you want to smile, you can't smile in front of us. Long Yueshan was speechless, why did he laugh? It would make Ye Tian have such a big reaction, but he still nodded in astonishment. Okay. Feeling that his little nephew was somewhat interesting, Long Yueshan subconsciously wanted to continue to laugh. 8. Snapped. Ye Tian slapped Long Yueshan's mouth again and hung his mouth. Because he just saw that just when Long Yueshan was about to laugh, those black benbans drove back. This can't actually be blamed on Long Yueshan, but because of Lu Fei Yang. He was about to leave, but when he thought that Long Yueshan had left Zhangqiao city, would the Longshen group move to Linqi? After all, Long Yueshan had told him before that he wanted to take Ye Nianmeng to leave the Zhang family in Jiangxi city. Just when he was about to ask Long Yueshan about the sound transmission, he realized that he was a little far away. So he drove the car back again. Long Yueshan, who was covered by Ye Tian, was suddenly a little angry, and he heard Lu Fei Yang's voice in his mind just as he was about to attack. Dragon King, Do you want your subordinates to move the dragon god group to Linchi? Move, move. Move all the special meows. Get out of Laozi after moving. When Lu Feiyang suddenly heard Long Yueshan's scolding, he was also stunned. After that, he was very innocent. Didn't he just come to ask, as for so much anger? Yes. But he didn't dare to say anything, and after agreeing, he drove the vehicle away again. After a few people returned to Yi's house, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, although there were some small episodes on the way. But it also adds some fun to the boring life, and it's not so boring in the car. Of course, Long Yueshan said he was aggrieved. Even Long Yueshan looked at Ye Tian with strange and resentful eyes. On the contrary, Ye Tian acted like no one else, and prepared to go to Yeshiu to play games on his own. And Ye Xingyu also arranged rooms for several people. Fortunately, the Ye family villa was big enough. Enough for Long Yueshan, He Marin, and others to stay. Originally, the two of He Marin lost their parents since they were young, and they have always lived with their grandfather He Hongqing. They will go wherever He Hongqing goes. Now that grandfather worships Ye Xian as his teacher, he will definitely live in the Ye family. Then of course they followed their grandfather. Just after returning to the room, Ye Tian wanted to find Yeshiu to play games together. However, he found that Yeshiu hadn't returned home yet, and no one was there to accompany him. He felt that it was boring to play alone. Alone in the room, he took out his luck mirror and wanted to see how his parents were doing. A thought moves. Ye Tian saw the picture coming from the mirror. Just seeing the picture in the mirror, Ye Tian heard a sound of da-da-da. And from time to time came the sound of bombs exploding, and there were some screams. In the picture, Ye Tian only saw his father Ye Bufan alone, and his mother Lin Qing was not there. At this time, Ye Bufan was in a forest somewhere in Southeast Asia, and he was shooting at the front with a silver-white Gatling. Gatling spit out bursts of flames frantically, and the trees and people passing by were smashed, and their stumps were broken. It's horrific. Ye Tian was stunned. He didn't expect Dad to use Gatling. Still the kind of blue fire. Countless tongues of flame spit out from the muzzle, and there were dozens of people around Ye Bufan, but most of them were rifles, etc. Some people were lying on the side covered in blood, and they were treated by some people. Those are the subordinates who came here with him. Although injured, and some were serious, none of them screamed or screamed. All of them kept their mouths tightly closed and let their companions treat them. However, it seems that the other party has more serious casualties. Although it is dark now, Ye Tian can still see it clearly from countless firelights and bombs flying around. The group of people on the opposite side fell down in groups like wheat being reaped. It's the same as crushing. Without seeing his mother, Ye Tian was a little worried. Mom is not with Dad, where will it be? 0. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem safe at Dad's place. Ye Tian was also a little nervous immediately. He thought again, only to see the picture changed. He soon saw his mother, Lin Qing, who was sleeping peacefully on a bed with two women guarding her. A woman who looked like a bodyguard wearing a strong suit with a pistol around her waist said to another person, "I don't know what happened to the boss. Seeing that my sister-in-law is safe here, let's help the boss and them." You forgot what the boss said before he left? We have to protect my sister-in-law. From the conversation between the two, Ye Tian also knew that the mother was knocked unconscious by the slap of the father, and it seemed that she was not allowed to follow because she was worried about the danger. Ye Tian also let go of his nervous heart, and he continued to look at the picture of his father. Meow, old black. Bring my RPG up. Blast these little cherry blossoms to death. Only after looking back at the picture of his father Ye Bufan, Ye Tian heard his father's voice. His face darkened. He didn't expect to even come up with an RPG. Dad is not a soldier king, he even created an RPG. Ye Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. Seeing Ye Bufan holding an RPG, aiming at the opposite side, Pull the trigger. Taste. A harsh voice sounded, and the RPG in Yebufan's hand also shot out. Go straight to the opposite side with a piece of fireworks. Baga, it's an RPG. Hurry up. Destroy Dad. Chapter 73. Rumble. After a loud bang, Ye Tian only saw a group of people flying up in the picture. Or it was blown up by the RPG explosion, with broken limbs, blood mixed with mud flying. But Yebufan crossed his hips and laughed. Look that I can be arrogant. Ha ha ha. Bomb your MR. The subordinate's blackened face that had been smoked by gunpowder became even darker. Boss, didn't you teach us not to swear? Hearing what his subordinates said, Yebufan just remembered that when he was at home, he often taught Ye Tian several people to be a good boy with civilization. At this time he burst out. Has lost the style of the strict father. That's right, we Lao Ye are also literate people. Yebufan thought about it for a while, and then suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of something very cultural and compelling. 433 looked at the subordinate next to him, and he also felt that he should be a role model. In the eyes of everyone's expectations, Yebufan said with all his strength. My RPG goes and returns, your lives go and return. 99. Puff. Ye Tian, who had just taken a sip of water while holding a water cup, was sprayed out by Lada's father before he could swallow it. If the RPG goes and returns, then what have you been bombarded with? Not only Ye Tian, but all the brothers and subordinates next to Yebufan. He was struck by Yebufan's words. The subordinate who just spoke lit up, as if he had met a confidant, and said to Yebufan. Boss, you also play King Pesticide? 19. Okay. What pesticide? Is that a weapon of destruction? 93. HJE. The subordinates were a little disappointed. It seemed that Yebufan didn't know the game of King Pesticide. Taste. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. A small spot of light suddenly appeared from the opposite forest, and then the spot of light slowly enlarged and flew towards Yebufan. RPG. Protect the boss. Hearing this voice, his subordinates obviously panicked and shouted. Obviously, there is also an RPG on the opposite side, which is flying in the direction of Yebufan. Well, this time it's really gone and back. Ye Tian thought so, but then his heart instantly raised his throat. What if Dad is blasted to pieces? Going to eat by myself. And the flying shells were so fast that there was no chance for people to react. When he was about to fly to Yebufan's feet, he saw Yebufan's eyes narrowed. A confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and it has to be said that Ye Tian saw his father like this. Really handsome and cool. 1E. That's an RPG. If Ye Tian is present, he can follow at will, but he is not now. Ye Tian looked at the screen worriedly. Seeing that Yebufan took out a 7-headed piece from his waist, he stepped back, and with a strong hand, he moved forward. I saw that the dagger in Yebufan's hand accurately shot at the RPG shell. The speed is fast, much faster than bullets. Yebufan had used a lot of strength here, and it was estimated that it weighed 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. When he was a mercenary abroad before, he became famous with a dagger that killed a mercenary group of 500 people. It is because of this that he broke into the name of Langthorn. I saw that when the cannonball was still 10 meters away from Yebufan, the 7 songs had already flown in front of the cannonball. The two collide. Pang! With a loud noise, the RPG shell exploded in midair more than 10 meters away from Yebufan. And it still stirred up a burst of gunpowder in front of the spit. When the gun smoke cleared, Yebufan was still standing in place, still with that really awesome akimbo. Brilliant! No smoke. This is the protagonist's halo. Protagonist halo YYDS. Ye Tian couldn't help but sigh. Dad really deserves to be the protagonist of the King of Soldiers. And his worries were unnecessary. What is an RPG? As long as there is smoke, then Yebufan will be fine. Smoke-free is not normal. All the subordinates turned to Yebufan with fiery and admiring eyes. But Yebufan's expression was indifferent, and then he said nonchalantly. Let's go. Let's get someone to rush over. I'm going to slash the Rishuan steel plate. I let him run away. I didn't expect to come to Laozi for revenge now. Yes. Boss, Lao Xiang has already led people to surround Rishuan steel plate, but this time he can't fly. 93. Soon Yebufan surrounded the opposite side with people, and Ye Tian also saw his biggest enemy. Nichikawa steel plate. First, a wave of villains struggled, and then was despised and ridiculed by the father. Ye Tian also learned from the conversation between the two that this Rishuan steel was a small enemy that Dad encountered back then. After that, luckily, he escaped. Later, in order to get revenge on his father, he planned carefully for more than 20 years, and also spent a lot of money to hire killers to assassinate Ye Tian. At this time, seeing that he could not run away, Rishuan steel said to Yebufan. Yebufan, I'm going to pick you up. Hey! Okay, how do you want to play? Just use the rules of our little cherry blossoms. Okay. Yebufan said lightly. Seeing Yebufan's agreement, Rishuan steel was overjoyed. He pulled out his samurai sword from his waist, posed and waited for Yebufan. Don't say I bully people, I'll fight you with a dagger. 93. After Yebufan finished speaking, he gestured to a subordinate. And Rishuan steel was overjoyed when he heard that Yebufan was arrogant and wanted to use his head to duel with him. He understands the principle that 1 inch is long and 1 inch is stronger, especially he is very sure of his own strength. But when Yebufan's men brought 7 songs for him, he was dumbfounded. Ye Tian too, he saw the old man take out a sword mysteriously. Wrong. It should be the first to hand it to Yebufan. Yebufan, are you 7? When Rishuan steel saw that Yebufan's men had taken a dagger that was nearly 1 meter long and resembled a sword, he was stunned. Humph! It's just 7 specially made songs. What? It's hard to make 7 daggers with 0.2 special daggers. You are clearly a sword. Who told you that the extended version of the 7 is a sword? This is my special first. Yebufan said it eloquently, and after he finished speaking, he put on a pair of I'm so arrogant, what can you do to me? A small villain is a small villain. Although he is lingering, he is only giving experience after all. Under Yebufan's specially made 7 head split, the Rishuan steel plate couldn't resist at all, and was split into 2 halves by Yebufan. It was a very tragic death. At this time, Yebufan saw that the Rishuan steel plate had been solved, and he could go home, and his expression relaxed when he thought of the few troubled children at home. But... Boss, there is C4, let's go. Chapter 74. Hearing someone call C4, Ye Tian's heart raised his throat again. Boom! Only to hear a loud noise, a sound like thunder sounded in Ye Tian's ear. And the picture of the luck mirror was pitch black, Ye Tian couldn't see anything. It was obscured by the waves caused by the smoke from the explosion. Dad! Ye Tian stood up abruptly and shouted nervously. But the picture in the mirror was as dark as ever. I can't see Yebufan's situation at all. Ye Tian's heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Dad, is something wrong? He murmured in amazement, and now he regrets it very much. I regret why I didn't help my parents, but I thought my dad could handle it. Why do you think that Dad will not die if he is the protagonist? That is a C4 bomb. Dad is just a soldier king, his physical body is not strong, and he does not have a physical body like himself. Ye Tian was full of remorse, he didn't have time to think about it, he was ready to teleport out of the villa with a dragon step. In just a blink of an eye, it was also an instant, Ye Tian came to a place 100 miles away from home. Hurry up! He muttered in his mouth. 17. Then, he continued to perform the dragon step, heading towards the position of Ye Tian in Southeast Asia. 100 miles. 200 miles. Thousands of miles. Soon Ye Tian came to the border of the Great Xia Kingdom, and he estimated in his heart that there was still a distance of 800 miles. He took out a top-quality spirit stone, and while absorbing it, he performed the dragon walking step. Although he was already at the nascent soul stage, he couldn't stand the spiritual power that he used to display the dragon step again and again. In this way, he absorbed the spirit stone and moved towards Ye Tian in an instant. Soon, Ye Tian felt a familiar breath. It was the breath of his mother Lin Qing. It is only more than 10 kilometers away from him, but it is too late for him to go to his mother's place now. He still has to find his father. As long as his father is still alive, he believes that he can definitely be saved. Dad, wait for me. Almost a few dozen seconds later, Ye Tian came to the battlefield just now. There is a large soil here, which is obviously the effect of the bomb explosion. The soil pit has a range of nearly 100 meters. The soil was already charred and black, and it was impossible to see anything at all, not even a corpse. Seeing this, Ye Tian glared for a moment. He quickly released all his soul to investigate Ye Tian. In an instant, every grass and tree within a radius of several miles was in Ye Tian's mind. But he couldn't find any trace of his father. Even the soul cannot be searched, and the soul will exist in the world for a short time after death. Just like Ye Tian, killing everyone in the Zhang family can still extract their souls. But now it is impossible to probe Ye Tian's soul. Cold sweat broke out on Ye Tian's forehead, and his face changed drastically, becoming a little pale. Ye Tian felt a little desperate. Even if the old man's body was smashed into slag, he could still stabilize Ye Tian's soul. Then take it home and ask the old sister and Ye Tian if there is anything they can do. Both of them are immortal emperors. Although they have not recovered their strength now, there will definitely be a way. But now even Dad's soul has disappeared. Suddenly Ye Tian thought of a good way. Air mirror. You can definitely find out where Dad is with the air scope. Thinking of this, Ye Tian hurriedly took out the Qi Luck mirror and moved his thoughts. I see. The air mirror soon appeared on the screen. In the picture, Ye Tian suddenly saw that there was an old man beside him. And Ye Tian didn't pay attention to the old man. When he saw that the old man was fine, he appeared in the picture intact. No broken arms or legs. Ye Tian just felt relieved. The old man had grey hair, but his face was unusually young. C#. It's a bit like Dad, and leafless. When he saw the old man's face clearly, Ye Tian opened his mouth wide in disbelief. But after a closer look at Ye Tian, he realized that the old man was not Ye Tian. Is the face of the protagonist so popular now? Come one that looks like your own parents? However, this old man is Ye Tian, but Ye Tian doesn't know it. At this time, Ye Tian suddenly heard his father speak. He looked into the screen. Your kindness for saving your life, Ye Tian, will never forget it. Ye Tian bowed his hands to Ye Tian. He was also puzzled that this person had used terrifying means to save him and all his subordinates. Although the two have never communicated until now, Ye Tian felt very strange when he saw the old man's face. Although he was puzzled, he still bowed to the old man. After all, they saved their lives. But the old man stared straight at Ye Tian. His fiery eyes made him feel a little scared. But there is some kindness in his eyes, as if an old father looks at his son. And Ye Tian took advantage of this kung fu. He also opened the eyes of heaven and luck to look at the old man. As soon as the eye of heaven's luck opened, Ye Tian saw a terrifying luck panel. Name, Ye Tian. Age, 90. Occupation, Ye family patriarch. Abilities, Tyrants, Tyrants. Cultivation, Peak of Void Refinement. Air value, 49,999. Life resume, with the physique of a tyrant, he has been gifted since he was a child. Unpredictable prophet, 3 days originally looking for his son, he suddenly felt that his son was in danger, appeared with great strength and rescued his son Ye Bufan, and then recognized each other. When Ye Tian saw the long list of life history behind Ye Basian, especially when he saw that there was actually 433's father's name behind him, he was also taken aback. "FK, this is my grandfather," he murmured, when Ye Tian saw the back of his life history and said that his father had been living in the world since he was a child because of a fake day. He also understood something. It was this man who looked exactly like his father, his own grandfather. And the most important thing, Ye Tian, the new head teacher at his school, is actually his uncle. 3 question marks appeared above Ye Tian's head. It turned out that when he saw Ye Tian at first glance, he felt familiar, and then Ye Tian's strange behavior. Thinking of this, Ye Tian immediately understood. There are more protagonists in his family. Ye Tian's face turned black. Looking at the picture, Ye Tian heard Ye Basian say slightly trembling, "Bufan, my son, I am your father." But when Ye Basian said this, he saw that Ye Bufan's face was extremely ugly. I saw that he hastily interrupted Ye Basian's way. "FK. Old guy, I am your father. 99. I'm really your father, back then." Ye Basian was a little helpless, but still wanted to explain. But the words were only halfway through when they were interrupted again by Ye Bufan. "You shut up." Chapter 75. Seeing that he was interrupted by Ye Bufan repeatedly, Ye Basian was also a little angry, and when he raised his hand, he patted Ye Bufan with his big palm. He patted him directly on the shoulder and called out some cultivation strength. Ye Bufan was suppressed. And Ye Bufan just opened his mouth to speak, but found that he could no longer speak, as if something blocked his throat. Ye Bufan glared at him, knowing that it was the ghost made by the old guy in front of him. Silent cursing. "Hey!" Seeing this appearance, Ye Basian knew that Ye Bufan must be scolding him in his heart. He took a breath, slowly closed his eyes, and said with some pain, "Bufan, you don't know what happened that year, you were just born that year." Soon Ye Basian finished talking about what happened in the past, and Ye Bufan's scolding eyes became complicated. He was also surprised when he heard that Tianzhe was almost eaten by a wolf back then. From the moment he can remember, the dean told him that she picked him up from the river. And there are wolves howling from time to time by the river. It seemed to be guarding him by his side. Later, the dean told him that he survived because he was raised by several wolves and drank wolf milk. At that time he thought he was an abandoned child who was raised by wolves. Later, with his ruthlessness, he also fell down the name of Langthorn. Over the years, he has never found his biological parents, because he feels that parents who can abandon their children are not qualified to be parents at all. And he never mentioned everything before to the children. Even Ye Tian chased after him and asked when he was a child, "Why does everyone else have a grandfather, but he doesn't? He is just simple." It was said that Ye Tian's grandfather had long since died, and his body was eaten by wolves. But now when Ye Basian said that he was his father, Ye Bufan's mood was even more complicated. "Bufan, don't blame Dad, at that time you were out of breath, and I had nothing to do at that time. The enemies I encountered at that time were too insidious." Ye Basian said helplessly, and after he finished speaking, he retracted his hand, and no longer suppressed him from speaking. A long time. The two of them didn't speak anymore, but after Ye Bufan heard what Ye Basian said, in his heart, he obviously believed it 9 times out of 10. After all, the looks of the two people were exactly there. And with Ye Basian's powerful strength, there is no need to lie to him at all. Hey! Thinking of this, Bufan Ye hesitated, but couldn't say anything. Seeing this, Ye Tian was stunned. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not speak, and Ye Basian also chose to allow time for Ye Bufan to digest it. He turned around and walked slowly in one direction. And Ye Tian saw his back, a little lonely and lonely. He couldn't bear it either, and raised his hand to stop him from saying something. But when the words came to the mouth, nothing came out. And Ye Tian, who saw all this in his eyes, smiled bitterly. Father was really. Fate is hard. And Ye Tian knew that Dad was all right, and knew where he was now. He was also relieved a lot, and he didn't want to go to his father's place to disturb him again. After all, he still needs to be quiet now. He cast the dragon step again and teleported away in the direction of his mother. Dad is safe now, so he is ready to guard Mom. After all, there is no such a powerful person like Ye Tian around. What if there is any danger? But Ye Tian is only preparing to protect in secret, and will not appear in front of his mother. If his strength is exposed, it will be difficult to explain. It is better to wait for the old sister Xioxwenzi to explain before he exposes. Ye Tian's figure appeared outside Lin Qing's hut, and he concealed his figure above a big tree. Waiting for the old man and the grandfather who refines the void. In the house, Lin Qing hadn't woken up yet, and was still in a coma. After 2 hours, Ye Tian suddenly felt some movement not far away. He reached out his divine sense to check, but saw that it was Ye Tian and his father's subordinates. At this time, Ye Tian had already accepted his extra father. Father, you have had a hard time all these years. Look, you've been wearing this dress for a long time, and you're not willing to change it. Fortunately, my son has accumulated a lot of family property over the years, and when he brings his mother home, his son will definitely be filial to you. Along the way, Ye Tian also observed that Ye Tian's clothes were a bit vulgar and a little old. He thought that Ye Tian had been unhappy all these years, and suddenly he felt a little distressed. However, Ye Tian, who was beside him, was stunned, and he turned his head to look at Ye Tian. But when he saw Ye Tian's distressed and sincere eyes, he also smiled and shook his head without speaking. He has been in charge of the family for these years, not to mention that the Ye family is rich in assets and can rival the country. But it's not like Ye Tian said that he was reluctant to change his clothes. As if it was his son's kindness, he didn't want to attack Ye Tian. Seeing Ye Tian like this, Ye Tian was even more convinced of his own thoughts. Ye Tian, who saw all this in his eyes and listened to his ears, was silent. But at this time, Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. When he stopped, he stood still. He looked in one direction and seemed to notice something. And the place he was looking at was the big tree that Ye Tian was hiding. At this time, Ye Tian secretly cursed badly. He just found his soul and was discovered by his grandfather. He hurriedly took back his divine soul, and used his long walk to walk away quickly. Just for a moment, Ye Tian's figure disappeared. And Ye Tian didn't notice anything. He thought it was because he felt wrong. Father, what's the matter, is it okay? Seeing Ye Tian stop suddenly, Ye Tian said suspiciously. And Ye Tian shook his head without explaining anything. He thought to himself that maybe the feeling just now was just his own delusion. It's nothing, let's go and see my daughter-in-law there. 100 miles away. Ye Tian suddenly appeared here. Just now he found out his soul, and was almost discovered by his grandfather. Fortunately, he retracted it in time and teleported here, otherwise he might not be able to beat Grandpa, if he was caught and killed. Not to explain. After thinking about it, Ye Tian felt that his parents were fine now, so he could go home too. He continued to use the dragon step again, and began to teleport towards the Linchi villa. Chapter 76. Ye Tian had just returned home when he realized that Ye Xian had also returned. But Ye Xiu never came home, and it seemed that he was still addicted to the life outside. And Ye Tian also returned to his room, but fortunately no one noticed that he had just disappeared for a few hours. Being bored, Ye Tian also chose to practice. Silent all night. The next morning, Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that his cultivation level has increased a little, he expects that if he uses a combination of resources, if he cultivates like this for a few days, he may be able to break through the spiritual transformation stage. On the way, Ye Tian used the luck mirror to see the whereabouts of his parents. After listening to Dad and the others, they should go home today. Bell bell. At this time, the alarm clock next to Ye Tian's bedside table suddenly rang, making a disturbing sound, reminding him that it was time to get up and prepare for class. Ye Tian turned over and jumped up, finding a set of clean clothes from the closet. Put it on in one go, and walked out the door. Just opened the door of the room, Ye Tian saw a strange scene. I saw that He Hongqing was preparing something in the kitchen downstairs at this time. It looks like it's making breakfast. And it seems that he is the only one who is busy at the moment. Ye Xian and the others seem to have not woken up. Ye Tian picked up a glass of water and walked to the kitchen while drinking. Old Crane, why are you doing 4:33? What? He Hongqing was seriously cooking breakfast when he was suddenly taken aback by Ye Tian's words. He turned his head and found that it was Ye Tian's words that he was happy with. It turned out to be Uncle Ye Tian. I am making breakfast. He Hongqing has now apprenticed to Ye Xian. In his imagination, since Ye Xian is his master, and Ye Tian is the master's younger brother, then Ye Tian is his little master. Hey! Hearing what He Hongqing said, Ye Tian suddenly became interested. He looked in front of He Hongqing and happened to see a steamer and a few plates of side dishes. Obviously steamed buns and some fried side dishes. Ye Tian sniffed lightly with his nose, and it seemed that the taste was not bad. When He Hongqing saw Ye Tian's appearance, he quickly opened the steamer, took out a steamed bun and handed it to Ye Tian. Uncle Master, try it. Ye Tian was embarrassed to refuse He Hongqing's kindness, and took a bite after taking the steamed bun. Just took a bite, Ye Tian's eyes lit up, and he drank it carefully, feeling that the taste was good. Ye Tian also praised it. Old Crane, not bad. This steamed bun is chewy, not bad. He Hongqing also said cheerfully upon hearing Ye Tian's praise. That's right, this steamed bun is Laihe's exclusive secret recipe, but I've been researching it for decades. I used a lot of strength when mixing noodles. I specially made 9 to 81 times. The force is also very particular. It needs to be perfect and skilled. When it is soft, one more time is not less than one time, and there is no such chewy. Ye Tian was startled for a moment. The strength of the CO author of this master is specially used to make steamed buns with noodles? Seeing that He Hongqing became more and more energetic, Ye Tian quickly interrupted. Okay, then you can just steam the steamed buns, you can't waste this craft. Hey, haole! 99. And He Hongqing didn't hear what Ye Tian said, and thought he liked to eat. At this time, Ye Xingyu's voice suddenly sounded on the second floor. Xiao Tian, don't go to school later, I'll ask for leave for you, my mother just called to say they're going home. It seems as if there is something important to tell us. 19. Hey, good. Ye Tian, who knew the reason, agreed, but he knew which grandfather the father and mother would bring home to recognize them. Seeing Ye Tian agree, Ye Xingyu also walked towards Ye Xian's room. She also wants to inform Ye Xian. On the other hand, Ye Tian grabbed 2 steamed buns and took a bottle of happy water from the refrigerator and ran back to his room. Since you don't go to school, you should get good grades. These days, he has been abandoned a lot, and he didn't even play in the promotion round. Woohoo! Gold today! I.e., EQ2 consecutive. Take off, the pain will give ye the pain. A strange, back, sound was heard in Ye Tian's room. And Ye Tian just like this, locked himself in the room and played games all morning. Finally, Ye Tian also succeeded in the promotion after going through untold hardships, reaching the honorable glory gold. Looking at the golden exclusive logo on the computer screen, Ye Tian took a sip of happy water with satisfaction. And at this time, Ye Tian also heard the noise of the villa. It seemed that his parents had returned, so he quickly took out his mobile phone, took a picture on the computer screen, sent it to a circle of friends, and got up to go out. As soon as he arrived in the hall, Ye Tian saw his parents and Ye Tian. And his family is all here, and of course the three He Hongqing. It is extremely lively. Ye Xingyu, Ye Xiu and Ye Xian looked at the old man in front of them with disbelief. Dad, you said this is our grandpa. They were notified early in the morning that their parents would be back today, but they didn't expect to come back. They also brought back a grandfather. And Ye Bufan nodded seriously to Ye Xian's question. Seeing Ye Tian smiling at himself, Ye Xian couldn't believe it. Is your memory messed up again? I remember, I don't seem to have heard of any grandfather in my previous life? Ye Xian said subconsciously. Dad! Didn't you say that your grandfather died when you were just born? And grandma was also difficult to give birth. Originally, Ye Tian's kind smile froze, and he looked at Ye Bufan strangely. When Ye Bufan heard what Ye Xian said, he instantly felt a little chill on his back. Before he could stop him, he heard Ye Xian continue talking. You also said that grandpa died horribly, and that the body was eaten by the old grave created by the wild wolf? Not even the bones were left. You were adopted by the orphanage after that. Having said this, Ye Xian finally reacted, as if he had said something wrong. He looked at Ye Tian cautiously, and when he saw his face, Ye Xian glared inwardly. He felt something bad was about to happen. At this time, Ye Tian's face was getting darker and darker, outrageously dark, just like Mr. Bao, and his mouth twitched from time to time. When he heard Ye Bufan talking about himself in front of several children, he felt heartache. He co-authored it because he thought that Ye Bufan had died at the time, and was buried in haste, and later thought that he was eaten by the wolf. Now it's on its own again? Did you die early? He instantly felt angry. And Ye Tian felt that something was wrong. He quickly opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere. But as soon as Ye Tian opened his mouth, he saw Ye Tian turned his head and looked at Ye Tian with a strange smile and tried his best to pretend to be kind. My dear grandson, go back to your room first, and your dad and I want to talk about something. Chapter 77. Ye Bufan felt that he was straight today. However, Ye Tian's eyes and several grandsons remained unmoved and stood still. He tried his best to speak to Lin Qing in a calm tone. Xiao Qing, take a few children and avoid it first. After he finished speaking, he also showed a kind smile to Ye Tian and others, come out. Lin Qing was a little hesitant. He saw Ye Bufan's look for help. But she still wanted to persuade her. Father. But just as soon as he opened his mouth, Ye Tian said in an unquestionable tone. Go. 11. Hey. Lin Qing sighed, looking at Ye Bufan with pity in his eyes, and some good intentions. As for Ye Tian and the others, they thought they were going to do something, but when they faced the old man's eyes, they flinched a bit. Helpless only choose to obey and avoid. And when they had just turned around and were about to leave with their mother, they heard the aggrieved voice of their father. Father, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to me, I tell the children that for a reason. The reason? You tell me the reason? Ye Tian touched his waist, and then he remembered that he had not worn a belt for many years, and the 7 wolves were still at home. He looked around and suddenly saw the 7-wolf leash on Ye Bufan's body. His eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled from Ye Bufan's waist, and saw that the 1 meter too long belt was completely pulled off by him. You tell the kids that I'm dead, and you look at what you've done all these years. Ah? What have I done? Ye Bufan was stunned, he didn't understand the last sentence Ye Tian said. Besides saying that he died, what other things did you do to make the old man unhappy? But before he could react, he saw that the 7 wolves on his body were about to be pulled off. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and raised his hands together to catch the belt perfectly. The speed was so fast that Ye Tian was a little surprised. And Ye Tian saw that his draw was taken down, and he laughed angrily. Okay, you take the belt empty-handed, right? I didn't, you read it wrong. It's an instinctive reaction. I smoke. 22. You ask what you've done all these years, and I'll tell you how much you've made your children suffer all these years. There are only billions of family properties in decades. If I hadn't found you now, I don't know how a few children will survive with billions in the future. Ye Tian's mouth twitched. Isn't billions of money? It's enough for them to live a lifetime, huo, and that kind of rich life. Father, 1.5 billion for each of the 4 children is enough. 1.5 billion? You send beggars. You still dare to quibble, see if I don't kill you. The next few people saw the most terrifying thing so far. His grandfather in his 90s chased Ye Tian with the 7 wolves. And Grandpa didn't even catch his breath, he looked like a young and strong guy. But they didn't step forward to stop him, because Grandpa didn't use any force when he was pumping Dad, although it seemed to hurt a little. But to Ye Tian, it was like tickling. No matter how I look at it, I think this scene is very strange. Seemingly tired, Ye Tian also stopped. I ask you, why do you tell the children that my grave was wounded by a wolf? That's to prevent the children from thinking they don't have a grandfather since they were young. Not knowing why, Ye Tian said this subconsciously. But when he finished speaking, he regretted it. When Ye Tian heard this sentence, he was obviously stunned. Turning his head to look at Ye Tian and the others, when he saw the tender faces of several children, his heart ached. Yes, I have not known Bufan family for so many years. I also thought that my son was devastated. He thought again that when several grandchildren were young, they felt distressed because they saw that other children's children had grandparents, but they did not. Naively asked Ye Tian, where are his grandparents? And in order not to attack them, he can only say that he died a long time ago. Just to not make the kids sad. Thinking of this, Ye Tian was a little moved. He loosened his hand, and the 7-wolf leash in his hand fell to the ground. It seems a little lonely. Ye Tian couldn't bear it, and when he looked at his old father, he didn't even have a belt. It was obvious that he had a long hard time. Father! Now that you're home, I'll take good care of you when I bring my mother back. Hey! Ye Tian sighed again after hearing this. At this time, Lin Qing also gestured to the old man's side and helped him sit on the sofa. And also very filial piety to hold up the teacup. Dad, don't be angry. I'm not angry. Ye Tian looked at his daughter-in-law and shook his head, then blamed himself, it's all my fault, why didn't you check for Bufan well in the first place? Dad, I didn't blame you. Ye Tian looked at his parents seriously. He thought he was abandoned before, but he didn't know until yesterday that so many things happened when he was just born. After knowing the reason, Ye Tian didn't blame himself for this old father at all. Yes, Grandpa, calm down. Hearing this, Ye Tian took turns to dissuade Ye Tian. Grandpa, don't compete with father, father has such a temper. Ye Xiu also said to Ye Tian. Yes, Grandpa, you don't know yet, I was given to me by my father. Woohoo! But halfway through, his mouth was covered by Ye Tian. Okay? Why are you? Seeing this scene, Ye Tian, who was in a slightly better mood, was suddenly puzzled. But Ye Tian quickly explained. Dad, it's all right. But the hand that held Ye Xiu did not loosen up. If Ye Xiu said that he had lost him back then, I'm not sure I'll have to slap the 7 wolves again. Ye Xiu looked at Ye Tian resentfully, but what greeted him was Ye Tian's threatening look. It seems to be saying to him, if you dare to say the thing that lost you in the past, then you feel like you can't escape a meal of 7 wolves. Seeing this father's threatening eyes, Ye Xiu felt helpless, but he still signaled that Ye Tian would not say it himself. But Ye Tian didn't care about this, and saw that he slapped Ye Bufan's arm and directly knocked off the hand that was covering Ye Xiu's mouth. Good grandson, tell me what your father did to you back then. Chapter 78. After listening to Ye Xiu's story, Ye Tian's mouth twitched from time to time. And Ye Xiu said the last sentence innocently, Grandpa, is our family's ancestral lost children? You lost my dad lost me. It made his heart hurt even more. He reached out and touched Ye Xiu's head. Son, I'm so sorry for you. Ye Bufan, who was on the side, felt that Ye Xiu was taking revenge on himself for the accidental loss of him. But it was no wonder he was at first. Just when he was considering whether to let Ye Xiu also try the taste of the 7 wolves, Ye Tian glared at him fiercely, as if seeing what he was thinking. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. What if Ye Xiu didn't get a taste of the 7 wolves, and 3 would suffer instead? A few people soon learned the general situation. Of course, when Ye Xingyu and Ye Tian felt that their grandfather actually had an aura of cultivation, they were also a little surprised. After all, the spirit power of the 2 people is strong. After all, the power of soul is much higher than Ye Tian. They all thought in their hearts, this grandpa doesn't look simple. There is also the mysterious Ye family, it feels like everyone in the clan can cultivate. And Ye Tian also said that in a few days, he will take his family to the Ye family in Washington to recognize their ancestors and return to the clan. And at this time, Ye Tian waved to Ye Tian with a kind smile. Good grandchildren, come here, Grandpa will give you some pocket money. Although a few people don't know what Grandpa is going to do, they may just be like ordinary people when they say that they need to spend money. Only 180,000 for the new year. But they still came to Ye Tian very obediently. I saw Ye Tian took out a few black bank cards from his pocket. This is from Xiao Xiu, and Xiao Xingyu. He put the card in the palms of several people, and said from time to time. How many people were stunned when they looked at this weird bank card, a black bank card. They haven't seen it before, and it seems that the workmanship is different from ordinary bank cards. Ye Tian glanced at Ye Bufan with some dissatisfaction, and then said softly. Ah, your father is stingy and doesn't want to give you pocket money, Grandpa. I don't know how to pitch. There are 10 billion in each of these cards, which are pocket money that Grandpa gave you, and tell Grandpa when it's not enough. 93. And when Ye Xiu heard that there were 10 billion in the card, he was also shocked. I was used to living in poverty before, and suddenly I got 10 billion. Although I heard the old man say it very lightly, he still refused in his heart. Grandpa, this is too much, I can't use so much, you can take it back. Good grandson, be obedient, this little money is nothing to our old man. How can you do without money when you go out? Go and buy some Rotten Genie, and Charmelade, your cousins like these toy cars. All together. Ye Tian was ashamed, he couldn't help reminding. Grandpa, that's Lamborghini and Maserati. Practice right, Lamborghini. Ye Tian said with a smile. Ye Tian paused for a while, he suddenly thought of something, and continued to ask Ye Tian. Xiao Tian, did your school have a new head teacher named Ye Wuchen? Ye Tian looked at his grandfather with a blink of an eye, thinking in his heart that he really wanted to ask Ye Wuchen, but he still pretended not to know. Yes, how did you know that, Grandpa? Ah, that's your uncle. Ye Tian smiled and said casually, but in the bottom of his heart he couldn't help sighing and laughing. Boy, see how you run, I will arrest you this time to marry the little girl of the Ling family. Ye Tian thought so, but no one knew what he was thinking. On the contrary, everyone was confused by Ye Tian's sentence that he was your uncle. Of course, Ye Tian doesn't count. Ye Xingyu asked in surprise. Grandpa, did you say that Xiaoshan's head teacher is our uncle? Yes. Ye Tian answered affirmatively. But when he saw Ye Xingyu's surprised expression, he was also a little puzzled. Have you met? When she heard Ye Basian's answer, Ye Xingye painted Ye Wuchen's appearance in her heart and compared it with this grandfather in front of her. Although Ye Wuchen often wears a pair of glasses, he can't hide their eyes. Yes, he came to the house last time. Oh? 99. Ye Basian was a little surprised. He thought in his heart, did Ye Wuchen already know that Ye Bufan was his elder brother and his own son? But this stinky boy didn't tell me sooner. If he hadn't seen Bufan's name by chance one day, maybe he would have to wait a long time. Thinking of this, Ye Basian thought that when he found Ye Wuchen, he would definitely give him a good taste. 97. At this time, Ye Wuchen, who was just preparing for class, suddenly sneezed 3 times. He was puzzled in his heart, rubbed his nose, and wondered if someone was thinking of him? Or which lady in the family misses him? Shaking his head, Ye Wuchen didn't think any more and continued to walk towards the classroom. Ye Basian said righteously to several people. Bufan, get ready, we'll go home the day after tomorrow, just to surprise your mother and Xioxiu and their grandma. 99. She still doesn't know that you didn't know what to do in those days. Ye Basian couldn't help but smile when he thought of Ye Ji's grandmother of 0.2 children. Okay, don't worry, I'll drop by. His wife was a man of the year, and he pursued success only because he was a scumbag. But then because of Ye Bufantian's incident, his wife washed her face in tears all day. Fortunately, I worked hard enough and gave birth to Ye Wukai at a young and strong age. Thinking of this, Ye Basian just thought of taking Ye Wuchen home with him. After returning home, the little BD must marry the little girl from the Ling family. Little Tian, let's go to your uncle. Chapter 79. In the afternoon, it was time for school to end. Ye Tian took Ye Basian to the school gate by car. Master Uncle, old ancestor, here we are. He Ma, who was driving in the front row, turned her head and said to the 2 people in the back row. It was He Marin who drove the car. Since her grandfather visited the Ye family, she has figured out her status. So still very happy to drive for them, for no other reason. That's because yesterday, Grandpa told them that the secret book of his own cultivation had been repaired by Ye Xian. In the future, there is no need to be so troublesome to cultivate an incomplete cheat book. He also told them a shocking secret, that is, their grandfather's master, that is, Ye Xian is not an ancient warrior. It was the legendary immortal cultivator, and the grandfather also told them vaguely that if they behaved well in the future, maybe they will step into the ranks of immortal cultivators and seek longevity. This made the 2 brothers and sisters look forward to it, especially when they thought that they would be able to fly with the sword and obtain longevity in the future. They admired Ye Xian extremely. I also think that Grandpa's choice is really correct, especially Grandpa's cunning, he can see people very accurately. Although Grandpa shamelessly licks a dog, they don't think it's anything. If you do it yourself, you might lick more than your grandfather. Of course, Ye Xian is a 17th immortal cultivator, so his family will definitely not be bad, so in order to please Ye Xian's family, she took the initiative to ask Ying to drive for them. Squeeze out the position of Lu Jun's driver. And also very respectfully called Ye Tian Chai Zuzu, called Ye Basian as the ancestor. Because she didn't know how to call Ye Basian, she chose the honorary title she thought was the most suitable. And hearing He Maran's voice, Ye Tian was a little dumbfounded. Although I am almost 18, I am still underage. Especially He Maran was a little older than herself, even though she was only 20 years old. But listening to that sentence of Shishuzu felt very strange. But he still nodded in response, and turned to his grandfather who closed his eyes and rested. Grandpa, we're here. Shall we go find uncle now? But Ye Basian slowly opened his eyes, and a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay. Are you there? Then wait for him here. Pay attention, when your uncle comes out, don't let him run away. 93. After Ye Basian finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, and continued to close his eyes to rest. Seeing Ye Tian's full smile and those very meaningful words, Ye Tian had a hunch that something very interesting might happen when he saw Ye Tian again. He immediately looked forward to it. He also wanted to see how the old man taught the uncle who didn't know what to do. But Ye Tian, who was still in the office earnestly preparing the lesson plan for tomorrow, suddenly felt a little strange. Taking off the gold-rimmed glasses, he rubbed his eyebrows. It seemed like something bad was going to happen. He looked absent-mindedly at the lesson plan, a little trance. But that strange feeling is getting stronger and stronger, it feels like it will happen soon. Could it be that I will be robbed when I go out? He murmured a little weirdly. Ah, what color? Teacher Ye, what are you talking about? At this time, a young and beautiful female teacher at the table next to Ye Tian looked at Ye Tian puzzled. She has a beautiful appearance, and she has a pure and beautiful appearance, and Bai Chuan's skin can be broken by blowing bullets. Her name is Shen Ziyai, she is 21 years old this year. He is also a new teacher from a middle school. He has just graduated and is only an intern teacher. He is not like Ye Tian, who has just taken office and is directly a class teacher. She only came yesterday and knew that Ye Tian had just come to be the head teacher, and she was also very dissatisfied. After all, she graduated from a key normal university, so how could Ye Tian be the head teacher directly? She also felt it was unfair, but when she came into contact with Ye Tian, only then did she know that there are people outside the world, Ye Tian is really powerful, and she will ask him for some questions today. Ye Tian came one by one, just like the old professors. She was still in school. So in just one day, she has already dismissed her unfair treatment. After all, people are really powerful. In the following day, whenever she had time, she pestered Ye Tian to ask some academic questions. The reason of course was that there was no end to learning. And Ye Tian looked at the beautiful woman next to him, and he also felt a little joking. After all, it's nice to have a beautiful woman to accompany you in a boring life. Nothing, Mr. Shen, are you free this Sunday? Yes? What's wrong? Shen Ziyai didn't understand what Ye Tian said, but she answered subconsciously. She was thinking in her heart what Ye Tian meant by asking this question. Did he want to date him? But I have never been in love. But it seems to be pretty good to fall in love with Ye Tian, who is temperamental, academically good, and most importantly, a handsome guy. But I just came to school, you look like a big radish when you do it. Also, why make an appointment on Sunday? Wouldn't it be fine this afternoon? Seeing Shen Zi's simple answer and such a cute expression, Ye Tian was also taken aback. Could it be that Shen Ziliu didn't hear the meaning of his words? Surely handsome guys are privileged? Ye Tian then compared Shen Ziyai with the fiancé of the Ling family. Shen Ziyai looked innocent and lovely, while the young lady of the Ling family was violent. If Ye Tian teased her like this, he might be lying on the ground now. Thinking of this, Ye Tian couldn't help shivering. He thought it was better to stay by Shen Ziliu's side. Even if you want to marry that, you have to marry a gentle and sensible girl. Of course, it would be nice if it was that kind of sister. After all, my sister is gentle, considerate, and cough cough. Thinking of this, Ye Tian realized that he seemed to think too far, and he coughed awkwardly. Then he said to Shen Ziyai, Mr. Shen, why don't I invite you to dinner tonight? 99. Shen Zi's originally white face turned slightly red, and she said a little embarrassedly. Ah? So fast. But, they're not ready yet. Ye Tian's mouth crooked, and some ruffians said with a smirk. There is nothing to prepare, just bring your stomach. If Ye Tian was asked to watch 433 to Ye Tian like this, then he decided to shoot it with a big mouth. Because he is a little resistant to the crooked smile now. It seems that as long as someone smiles crookedly, he will feel that something bad is happening. Ye Tian, it's terrifying. Do you understand 100,000 soldiers? Do you panic when you have an AK in your hand? I'm going, teacher Ye, you hooked up with Xiao Shen so quickly. The rest of the teachers in the office also heard the exchange between the two. Although Shen Ziliu spoke in a low voice, they couldn't stand Ye Wuchen's words, "Are you free this Sunday?" but they could hear them clearly. Naturally he understands the meaning of words. Haha, this is pretty good too, I just want to introduce a partner to Xiao, this is not too bad for Xiao Shen. Looks like we might have a couple in our office. Shen Ziliu blushed even more after listening to the jokes of the people next to her. Especially the sentence that a couple appeared in the office made her shy. But she still quietly and subconsciously looked at Ye Wuchen's face. When she saw that handsome face, she couldn't help but fantasize. I fantasize about myself and Ye Wuchen falling in love, getting married, having children, being a pair of excellent teachers, and then growing old together, loving each other and teaching children. When she reacted, she also felt that the thought she had just thought was too incredible, and she only knew Ye Wuchen for a day, and she even thought of the child's name. This is the prerogative of the handsome guy. Envy others. Chapter 80. Bell Bell. Just then the school bell rang. Ye Wuchen also stretched and felt very comfortable. He turned his head to face Shen Zidao. Let's go, Mr. Shen, let's go to dinner, let's have hot pot today. You. Shen Ziliu hummed softly like a rainbow, thinking about her fantasies just now, she felt very ashamed. Some did not dare to face Ye Wuchen, it was just a fantasy, Ye Wuchen didn't know what she was thinking. If Ye Wuchen knew about it, she must have thought she was that kind of casual woman. Say hello to other teachers in the office. The two walked out of the school gate together. In the middle of the conversation, they had a good time, and when Ye Tian's class saw it, they were also startled and booed. This is especially true for those children's shoes who don't take it too seriously. As soon as he left the teaching building, he heard someone booing. Woohoo! Mr. Ye has hooked up with a beautiful woman so quickly. Mr. Shen just came today, and was taken by teacher Ye. 99. Mr. Ye, will you fall in love? Hold hands, Bo 1. It's really terrifying me. And Ye Wuchen was also Lea's response to the classmates who made fun of him. Take it down. Woohoo! This made Shen Ziyu on the side so shy that she wanted to find a place to burrow in. Of course, it would be better if it was in Ye Wuchen's arms. And when she realized that she was thinking the wrong way again, her face turned even redder. As red as an apple. If Ye Tian was present, he would definitely be surprised, saying, "The protagonist's lifestyle is really easy to use, and I want the coach too." And Ye Wuchen saw all this, especially Shen Zi's red and transparent face, which made him even more interesting. Mr. Shen, can you drink cold and spicy food today? Shen Ziliu didn't know why, but she still answered very seriously. Yes, do you also like spicy food, teacher Ye? She was suddenly a little surprised. Could it be that in order to pursue her, Ye Wuchen even knew that she liked spicy food? There is also a change to eat spicy and drink ice water, it is very comfortable, the experience of ice and fire, cool. Hearing Shen Sang's answer, Ye Wuchen pushed his glasses and said in a righteous manner. That's good, I just found a hot pot restaurant with a good taste in the past 2 days, which is close to my house, let's go together. Although Shen Ziliu was a little puzzled, why was she so close to Ye Wuchen's house? But she still nodded and agreed with what Ye Wuchen said. In her heart, she wondered if Ye Wuchen wanted to go home after dinner? But, are you not going to take me home? I will give him a bad review here, and I will teach him well when we are together in the future, but I can't let the girl go home alone. Thinking of this, Shen Ziyu made a note in a small book somewhere in her heart, which she will never forget in her life. On a certain day, after the two are together, she will often take it out and talk about it, which is unreasonable. Because this is the nature of a woman, she will remember a little thing for a lifetime. It's not a small belly, but, you know, crooked eyes and smiles. Ye Tian, who was sitting in the car, suddenly saw a familiar figure at the school gate and shouted excitedly. Come on, uncle is out. But when he saw the beautiful woman beside Ye Tian, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Damn it, I'm hooking up with the little girl? Grandpa, look, I want it too. Okay? Ye Tian slowly opened his eyes and turned his head to look out of the car window. When he saw Ye Tian and the two of them, he was also stunned, and then felt a little relieved. He thought to the bottom of his heart, sure enough, it was my problem, the love of liberty and freedom, all inherited from Lao Zi. But when he thought of the Ling family, Ye Tian still had a marriage contract with them. He frowned. If Ye Tian had a new love outside, what would the little girl in the Ling family do? Thinking of this, Ye Tian felt that he had to stop it, and he said to Hima. Drive, keep up with them. The corners of Himaran's mouth rose slightly, which seemed to arouse the unusual excitement that resonated in her DNA. Old ancestor, you all sit firmly, I am familiar with this. She started the car, turned on the music subconsciously, and heard a burst of exciting singing. Arrest! The action is fast, in one go. Listening to the exciting singing, Ye Tian wondered if Himaran had done this kind of thing before? The old man, on the other hand, looked at Himaran, who was driving in front of him with a strange expression, thinking in his heart, is this little girl usually like this? And when he noticed the strange behavior of the two, Himaran reacted and said a little embarrassedly. Then what? Get used to it, hee. Soon, Himaran drove the car to a stop not far from Ye Tian and the two of them, leaving a sizzling sound of tires rubbing against the ground in the middle. Immediately, all the eyes of the entire school gate were attracted by Benben. FK, it's amazing to drive. This is the gate of the school. If you bump into any flowers and plants, it will not nourish the motherland. It's just. Ye Tian also frowned slightly when he smelled the burning smell and the sound of the brakes, and he pulled Shen Ziyi to his right. To protect her, and then look at the black Benben in front of him with dissatisfaction. But the black Benben couldn't see the inside from the outside, so Ye Tian didn't see that it was Ye Tian. He thought it was those people who were driving to pretend. He, who was just about to go up to discuss something, suddenly had a bad premonition. I saw that Ben's car door was opened, and then he heard a roar. Xiao Tian, grab him quickly, don't let him run away. FK, kidnapping. Ye Tian and Shen Ziyi were sitting in the back row of Benben, while Ye Tian stared at them both. To put it simply, he looked at Ye Tian alone and blocked the door with his body, as if afraid that he would run away. And Shen Ziyi shivered. The scene just now was too terrifying. She didn't dare to think about it, especially the boy in front. It's really terrifying. Ye Tian looked at Ye Tian helplessly, then turned to look at Ye Dao, who was sitting beside him as steady as an old dog. Father, why is your old man here? Humph. I won't come again, I'm afraid your children will grow up in a while. Ye Tian snorted coldly, then looked at Shen Ziyi with scrutiny eyes. When he saw Shen Ziyi's somewhat frightened and pale face, his serious expression changed, and he turned into a peaceful smile at Shen Ziyi. Nizai, don't be afraid, who else is in your family, how many brothers and sisters? What? And Shen Ziyi was a little flattered, but in fact she still looked very scared. How good Zhao, she said weakly. 3 people, I have no siblings, I'm an only child. Well, that's not bad, it would be even better if there are sisters and sisters. It is good? Does the old man think, the old cow eats the tender grass? Ye Ba said to Shengu unconsciously, but he soon realized that he seemed to be wrong, and seeing the weird expressions of several people, he knew how many people were thinking about it. Ye Tian explained somewhat embarrassedly. That's not what I meant, I want to say that if there are any sisters and sisters, you can introduce them to Xiao Xiu and they will know each other. After all, catching pornography, gambling and drugs is very strict recently. If I catch a single dog, I'm afraid that several grandchildren will be caught. Ahem, I'm thinking about lifelong events for a few children. Having said that, Yabassian looked at Ye Tian with a distressed look. In the next year, at the age of Ye Tian, the baby will be born. Chapter 81. Master, so his father is really my third brother? Ye Tian opened his eyes wide and looked at Yabassian in disbelief. And when he saw the old man's default expression, he was also taken aback. Thinking back to when he saw Ye Tian's appearance, he thought Ye Tian was the illegitimate son of the old man. Now I didn't expect it to be his little nephew. Shocked him for 10,000 years. Ye Tian sighed helplessly. Looking at Yabassian, so the third brother is still alive. And Yabassian nodded flatly. Then, Ye Tian was a little excited, and he turned to Ye Tian and said, "Boy, call my uncle to listen." After he finished speaking, he still winked at Ye Tian, looking very ill-fated. No. Ye Tian refused very sternly. Just call and listen. You think too much. Ye Tian rolled his eyes, of course he wouldn't bark. It seemed so shameless. Ye Tian raised a finger meaningfully. A Ferrari sports car. 11. Do not. And Ye Tian still refused as always. Really not. Ye Tian thought about it for a while, and then said very spinelessly, I have to pay more, and another Lamborghini. 9. Haha, I thought you had a 437 backbone, so it's settled. Ye Tian was very domineering and laughed out loud, but then he felt that there was something wrong with Yabassian's expression. Before he could think about it, he heard a crisp sound. Just listen. Snapped. With a sound, Yabassian slapped him on the head, and he only felt the pain and couldn't help crying out in pain. Oh, what are you doing? But Yabassian was full of black lines on his forehead, and he looked at Ye Tian displeasedly. Your account hasn't been settled with you yet. It's up to you to explain to your mother about the escape from marriage. Shen Ziyai, who was watching the play with gusto, heard that Ye Tian had escaped from the marriage. She stared at the bottom of her heart, and she felt a little inexplicable panic. And a sense of loss. That's right, after all, he and Ye Tian have only known each other for a day, and it seems that Ye Tian's family is 1,000 times better than his own. Maybe he wasn't good enough for him. Thinking of this, Shen Ziyu's expression was startled, and she quickly thought a lot in her heart. But she found that she was too whimsical, and after thinking about it, she still felt that it was better to stop the loss in time. Well, can I get out of the car and go home first? After she finished speaking, she didn't wait for, back, to respond, grabbed her seat, opened the door and got out of the car, walking in one direction. That was the direction she was heading home. At this moment, she didn't want to touch Ye Tian anymore. I just want to go home and be quiet. Ye Tian, the protagonist's life, the protagonist's life. Ye Tian was stunned. He didn't expect Shen Ziyu to have such a big reaction when he heard that he had a fiancé and that he had escaped from the marriage. Looking at Shen Ziyu's lonely back, he felt that if he didn't do something, he seemed to lose an important person, the protagonist's confidant. Even he didn't expect that he would have this feeling after only knowing Shen Ziyu for a day. It seems to be the same kind of subtlety. And Yabassian is an old man who has lived for so many years, how could he not see the thoughts of the two? He glared at Ye Tian. Why don't you go after it? It's not like our family can't marry more wives. When he heard Yabassian's reminder, Ye secretly said yes, and he no longer hesitated as soon as he clapped his hands. He got up and got out of the car, chasing after Shen Ziyu. Yabassian stuck his head out of the window and reminded Ye Tian. I'll remember your third brother's house later. Got it. Ye Tian did not look back, but beckoned, saying that he would go back to Ye Tian's house. And Ye Tian shook his head and looked at his back with relief. And at this time, Ye Tian suddenly made a sound. Is it really possible? Ye Tian said with wide eyes. Looking at Ye Tian's hopeful eyes, Ye Tian knew what Ye Tian was asking, and he smiled. Of course, there is no one in our family, there is nothing wrong with such trivial matters. Having said that, he looked at Ye Tian's body, it seemed that he looked quite strong, his eyes showed satisfaction, and he felt that he might be able to hug his great-grandson soon. Then he raised his eyebrows and said to Ye Tian. Would you like to go home? Grandpa will find you a daughter-in-law from 10 different families. Not bad. Sure. Then I'll choose it myself. Ha ha ha. Ye Tian smiled cheerfully. When the two returned to the Ye family's villa, they had just sat down with the old man before their buttocks had warmed when they saw Yeshu walking over with a heavy heart. Well, Grandpa, I'm going to pay homage to Master tomorrow, so I might go back to Washington later with you. When Ye Tian and the others left, he thought that tomorrow would be the death day of his master, and he was raised by the master alone. The master has no children, and the worship is on him. As the saying goes, the master is the master, and the teacher is also the father. As an apprentice, he is also like a son, and it is impossible for him to let his master be a lonely ghost without incense. More importantly, Yeshu had a feeling. If he went to pay homage to master this time, maybe he could get a lot of benefits. It was as if the master told him in the dark, making him feel more and more intense in his heart to worship the master. When Ye Tian saw Yeshu's appearance, he also knew how important Yeshu's master was to him. He also knew that Yeshu had been raised by his master from childhood to adulthood, and he also said very understandingly. It's okay, don't worry, you'll be back the day after anyway. It is good. On the other hand, Ye Tian felt that things seemed a little complicated. Could it be that the eldest brother was simply worshipping his master? Thinking of this, Ye Tian immediately opened the eyes of Heaven's Dao Chi Luck to look at Yeshu. Since the upgrade of the Eye of Fortune, it has added a function of the Prophet of Unpredictability. Although it can only know the events of the next 3 days, it is also very against the sky. Name, Yeshu. Age, 20. Occupation, Ancient Medicine. Abilities, Body of Extreme Yang, 12 Needles of Jin Xian, Xian Finger, Ancient Martial Arts Bone Refinement, Qi Raising Technique. Cultivation, Early Stage of Jindan. Luck Value, 19,999, Unawakened. Biography, Lost as a Child. Unpredictable Prophet, 3 days he was originally going to sacrifice to his master, but he suddenly awakened his bloodline in front of his tomb, and successfully obtained all the inheritance of the fairy doctor. After reading all Yeshu's luck panels, Ye Tian was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Yeshu's progress was so fast, it was already in the early stage of Jindan, and what was even more terrifying was the unpredictable prophet. It was inside that Yeshu went to pay homage to his master this time, and he would awaken his bloodline and obtain the inheritance of the immortal physician. Originally, Ye Tian thought that the second one was the elder brother Yeshu, apart from the fact that the main characters of Old Mom and Dad were a little short of fate. Unexpectedly, the fate of the main character, the big brother Yeshu, seems to be, not too bad. As soon as the fairy doctor sounded, he felt very high, and he felt sad that Yeshu would go to pay homage to his master. Chapter 82. Brother, I'll go with you, it just so happens that I have nothing to do. 99. Because Ye Tian and Ye Xian took a long vacation at school these few days. So don't worry about going to school. Of course, there is no need for the two of them to go to school now. After all, they are all cultivators, so who would learn that worldly thing? Yeshu was startled, he didn't expect that Ye Tian would actually want to go to worship his master with him. But he thought that Ye Tian chose to accompany him because he was afraid that he would be lonely and bored alone. Well. After hesitating for a while, Yeshu chose to agree. After all, this is also a piece of Ye Tian's kindness, no. Ye Xiu just agreed, Ye Tian is a joy. This time, if Ye Xiu obtained inheritance and bloodline awakening, he might have picked up some treasure chests. He hasn't picked up the treasure chest for a long time, and he feels that the system is a little rusty. In the afternoon it was approaching dinner time. Ye Wuchen just returned to the villa. First, he chatted with Ye Tian's family for a while, and then he called Ye Tian out of the house mysteriously. Just after leaving the gate, Ye Tian looked at Ye Wuchen with a mysterious face and felt very puzzled. "Little boy, why did you call me? I originally wanted to call my uncle, but when he thought about his time at school, Ye Wuchen would trouble him from time to time. He got through it several times by making up stories. That's why Ye Tian felt that in front of his family, he would call his uncle, and in private he would call Xiao Kenzi. Of course, Ye Wuchen didn't care about Ye Tian calling him like that. Instead, he said with a heavy heart, "Can you drink? I'll take you to earn a skewer." "Okay? What's the matter? Are you lost in love?" Ye Wuchen, bitter. Seeing that Ye Wuchen did not speak, as if he was really in the middle of what he said, Ye Tian hurriedly shut up and stopped teasing him. "Come on, I know a good shop." After he finished speaking, he strode forward to lead the way. "Boss, come with 3 boxes of snowflakes, and some kidneys and non-vegetables." Soon the two came to a barbecue stall not far away, and they both ordered something and a few cases of beer. "Go go go go!" The beer was just carried by the boss when Ye Wuchen bit the bottle cap with his teeth. Roar! After spitting out the bottle cap in his mouth, Ye Wuchen raised his head and drank. If it weren't for the pair of gold glasses he was wearing, he would have thought it was a Russian drunk. Seeing Ye Wuchen's appearance, Ye Tian's mouth twitched. "Damn it, don't you show off one when blowing a bottle. Drink." Soon after a bottle of beer was eaten, Ye Wuchen made another order. Looking at Ye Tian, he didn't understand what Haiyun meant. "Haiyun? How to show off? I teach you." Ye Tian picked up a bottle of beer, put his mouth to the mouth of the beer, raised his head and shook the beer regularly. Soon Ye Wuchen watched in disbelief that a small vortex appeared in the center of the transparent glass bottle. Until Ye Tian drank the whole bottle. He couldn't help exclaiming, "FK, this is cool, I'll come too." 99. After he finished speaking, he also imitated Ye Tian and dazzled. Ye Tian wiped the wine foam zingzi around his mouth and looked at him with a look of relief. "Take it and deal with it, that's it." Another bottle. After dazzling a few bottles of beer in a row, Ye Wuchen didn't use the strength in his body to suppress it, and soon he felt some small hauls. Seeing that the time was almost up, Ye Tian asked. "Xiao Chenzi, so you are really lost in love?" "Ai." Ye Wuchen looked at Ye Tian with some loss, then sighed and said with relief, "Don't mention it, you must accompany me to drink happily today." Seeing Ye Wuchen like this, Ye Tian's inner doubts deepened. He opened the way of heaven and looked towards Ye Wuchen. Soon he saw the reason in the prophet. It turned out that when Ye Wuchen went to chase Shen Ziu, she was strongly rejected by Shen Ziliu. Afterwards, he cried to him and said that they were people from 2 worlds. The love that Ye Wuchen had not started ended just like that. Although he had never been in love, he thought that the 2 of them were just like that. Of course, there may be the blessing of the protagonist's fate, and it is outrageous to only know each other for a day. To say that Shen Ziliu only knew Ye Wuchen, how could Tian be like this? Ye Tian felt that the pen was in the author's hand, and he could write whatever he wanted. Inhuman. Where Ye Wuchen enjoyed his drink, he carried a bottle of beer, stood up swayingly while drinking, and sang. "Humph! Ask what love is in the world, and teach you about life and death. Boss, 2 more bottles of spirits, the strongest one." 99. Ye Tian came back to his senses and saw that the ground was full of wine bottles. And seeing Ye Wuchen like that, it was obvious that the beer was not happy, and he wanted to drink white wine. And Ye Tian wanted to stop immediately, but he couldn't bear to see Ye Tian like that. With a sigh, Ye Tian felt that it was better to let him get drunk. Anyway, since he has a cultivation base, it's a big deal to inject a little spiritual energy into him. Hallie, the strongest wine is Urquatu, how many bottles does the boss want? Ye Tian swayed and drank the last sip of beer, slamming the bottle like a martial arts hero. Extend 5 fingers and say. 5 bottles, no, 10 bottles. The owner of the barbecue stall was ashamed, and said weakly. Brother, can you really finish it? Seeing the boss like that, Ye Tian also raised his eyebrows at him and said. Boss, get it for him, just return it if you can't finish drinking it. A look that is not too big to watch the fun, but the boss is a little hesitant. Seeing that Ye Tian looks like that, it's not for drinking, and he got drunk after only a few cases of beer. But thinking that his food has not yet been served, he drank a few cases of beer, and he didn't know how his stomach was packed. But thinking about having a business and not doing it, wouldn't it be a fool? He directly gave a box of Urquatu, as well as the grilled barbecue. Little brother, you persuade your brother to eat more vegetables and drink less. Before leaving, the boss kindly reminded him. Seeing the wine on the table, Ye Tian continued to domineering and dazzled. Today, everywhere, today there is wine and today is drunk, and tomorrow's worries come tomorrow. Ye Tian couldn't help chanting poetry again, but seeing Ye Tian unmoved, he frowned slightly. You also have a word, drink. Ye Tian's eyes widened, he didn't expect that Ye Tian would actually let him recite a poem. But seeing that Ye Tian is obviously drunk now, if he doesn't respect what he said, I am afraid Ye Tian will not let him go so easily. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Tian realized that he couldn't find the appropriate poems. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes lit up, mysteriously pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. Very forcefully, he lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a smoke ring. Cough cough. 99. Ye Tian coughed and said seriously. I drink. Haha, whoever said this just now? Ye Tian lit the lighter. Put the flame to the Urquatu bottle mouth. Light the lantern. I drink spirits and light a solitary lamp, and some people get drunk and some people go crazy. I feel icy cold, a few people hurt and a few people support. Chapter 83. Ye Tian was stunned for a moment, until Ye Tian finished singing, he was still savoring it. But it feels like I've never heard of such a poem. He couldn't help but wonder. However, Ye Tian lit a bottle of Urquatu with a lighter and said maliciously to Ye Tian. Boy, drink up this glass of spirits and relieve your worries today. And although Ye Tian was a little drunk, he could clearly see that the bottle of Urquatu was still burning with flames. Blue flames, his eyes widened. But I also thought in my heart that Urquatu is really pure. Especially when he saw the flames, he felt a little nervous in his heart. But seeing Ye Tian's provocative eyes, his heart sank. Pick it up directly and show off again. Woo! A loud soundproof sound came from Ye Tian's mouth again. And Ye Tian clearly saw that Ye Tian's mouth actually spewed out a string of flames, like a fire-breathing dragon. 437 Ye Tian predicted that the blue flame was estimated to be more than half a meter away. Fortunately, he was far away from Ye Tian, otherwise he might burn their hair and eyebrows. The boss who was watching from the side was really frightened, and he couldn't help exclaiming. Damn it! Little brother, you can handle it, is that liquor? That's fire liquor. 22. Then he hurriedly took a bottle of mineral water, opened it and handed it to Ye Tian, signaling to let him cool down. Little brother, you really can't drink anymore, you'll have an accident. People can't, at least not like this, at least eat some peanuts. Don't stop me, I still want to drink. Supporting Ye Tian on the way home, Ye Tian recalled what happened just now. Couldn't help but feel a little funny. The barbecue stall owner kindly reminded Ye Tian, but he didn't expect him to be unhappy. He thought the boss looked down on him, so he made 10 bottles of Urquioto with blue fire all by himself. Or that's the real spirit. Of course, the consequence is that Ye Tian recites poetry while breathing fire. There are also some people who watch the fun and take pictures with their mobile phones and post them online. And just now Ye Tian mobile phone also received such a video recommendation. It was one of the people in the group just now. It also made Ye Tian a fire, with over 10 million views in just a few hours, and hundreds of thousands of likes and comments. Directly to the hot search. And when Ye Tian woke up the next day, he was stunned when he saw the hot search. And just when Ye Tian slowly supported Ye Tian on the way home. In a rental house. Shen Ziliu had just come out of the pain, and when she was a little better, she wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with a tissue. Suddenly she heard her cell phone ring. She thought it was her parents who sent a message, and she quickly picked up her phone to take a look. And when she saw it was a junk, she was a little disappointed and a little fortunate. I was disappointed because the phone ringing was not a message from my parents. Fortunately, if my parents had a video with her, they would definitely see her tears and red and swollen eyes. She also didn't want her parents to worry too much. Just when she wanted to turn off her mobile phone and continue to immerse herself in grief, she suddenly saw the big headlines on the junk. Shocked. Somewhere in Linchi, the reason why a man drinks 3 boxes of snowflakes and 10 bottles of Urquioto in a row is this. Seeing the dots behind the, Shen Ziliu frowned. Title party is like this, always like to arouse people's curiosity to turn into traffic. But it has to be said that her curiosity was indeed seduced. She was also curious as to why the man even drank 10 bottles of liquor. Slim fingers clicked on the ad. As far as the phone is concerned, a software application pops up. And she also saw the report. Shock. At 9 o'clock at night in this city, 2 young people appeared at the XX barbecue restaurant on XXX Street. One young man drank 3 boxes of snowflakes and 10 liquor bottles in a row because of his lovelorn. Now some people have filmed the video and sent it to the internet. Please watch the video. Immediately, Shen Ziliu became curious, and unconsciously swiped his finger to the screen of the mobile phone. When she saw a short video, she clicked play, and saw that the 2 people in the screen looked familiar. Yet. Teacher Yet. Shen Ziliu exclaimed in disbelief with a big mouth. And the people she saw were Ye Tian and Ye Tian. Why is it him? Could it be that, the one who drank 10 bottles of liquor was Ye Tian? Suddenly thinking of this, Shen Ziliu hurriedly looked at the video. I see. In the video, Ye Tian is like going crazy, pouring bottles of Urquioto with blue fire into his mouth. After drinking a bottle, he recited a poem. And. The poems chanted are the kind that make people feel as if they have lost their love because of a painful loss of love. Especially that sentence, ask what love is in the world, and directly teach life and death. It made Shen Ziliu feel a little stinging like being stabbed by a needle. She covered her mouth and stared at the screen of her phone in disbelief. When she saw Ye Tian suddenly spewing out a fire dragon from her mouth, she shouted even more. Just when she was very worried about Ye Tian, the video suddenly stopped. I saw a few large characters appear in the center of the video. You are not a member. To watch the next video, you need to watch a 30-second. Would you like to watch it? Of course, you can also choose to open a membership, and you can open a membership with only 19.9 in the first month. Although Shen Ziliu, who was worried about Ye Tian, was a little reluctant to 19.9, that was her meal money. But she didn't have time to think too much, she quickly clicked to open a membership. Soon saw the next video. Shen, like, you said that I'm not worthy of you, we are not the same way, then, I'll go. You, don't look down on me, not necessarily no one can look down on me, hi. Hi has a confidant, and the ends of the earth are like neighbors. Shen Ziliu felt a pain in her heart again, and she remembered that what she said to Ye Wuchen was too cruel. Seriously hurt Ye Wuchen's heart, so, will choose to buy drunk. Immediately. Shen's eyes were hazy, as if tears were about to fall. She twitched, and then began to cry. But before she could cry, she saw the exclamations of the onlookers suddenly came from her mobile phone. FK, look at it. Shen Ziqian quickly wiped away the tears that hadn't fallen, and watched the video. I saw another ad pop up. Seeing this, do you like it with your little hands, and send flowers at 0.2? Shen Ziliu's face turned black. If anyone saw her appearance, they would definitely shout, Sichuan opera has changed face. But it is a pity that she is the only one in this small rental house, and she has no friends in Linchi. But when Shen Zii thought about it, wasn't he already a member just now? Why are there still ads? Although a little irritable, she still chose to send out all the flowers in her account. Then the video plays again. FK, you see a beautiful woman went to that little brother. 93. You said that the beauty is the Shen Ziliu that the little brother called out? Possible. FK, this scumbag appeared, she hurt my little brother so badly, how could she still have a face? Shen Sample. Chapter 84. And Shen Ziliu saw that in the video, a woman with a bit of coquettish dress and heavy makeup appeared. It's not a beautiful woman like those people in the video say, but a bit like a rich woman. She walked to Ye Wuchen's table and looked at Ye Wuchen with bright eyes. When she saw Ye Wuchen's face, she was overjoyed. Then he took out a bank card from the luxury bag that seemed to be worth a lot of money. Brother, are you lost in love? I heard from my sister that she has a little money and also has a small toy Porsche 911 car. Why don't you go home with my sister and she will take care of you in the future? That toy car is yours too. After he finished speaking, he handed the card to Ye Wuchen and threw a wink. There is 1 million in this card, and I will give you another 500,000 every month with my sister in the future, okay? After speaking, he licked her bright red lips. FK, 1 million, I'm really willing to spend all my money. I want this kind of sister too. Sister asks for her support. Just you? Don't people look at you without looking at you? That's right, don't even look at that little brother's appearance, he is a handsome guy. If the little brother is willing, I want to be 0 for him. There were more and more people watching in the video. When they heard that the rich woman was going to spend 1 million to support Ye Wuchen, they each expressed that they could, and they wanted it. More is to express envy. And Shen Ziliu could see clearly, and what the people said. In the picture, Ye Wuchen's pair of gold-rimmed glasses had long since disappeared. Therefore, his extremely handsome and beautiful face can be seen at a glance. Perfectly exposed to the public. However, Ye Wuchen stopped drinking for a while, then glanced at the woman, and said disdainfully. Bold, what's your identity, what's my identity? Just 1 million want to support me. After saying that, Ye Wuchen pointed his finger again, pointing to one of the onlookers and said. What you said just now makes me even a pervert feel perverted. And the person Ye Wuchen pointed to was the one who said that if Ye Wuchen's reason, he could be 0. Between his face, and then saw everyone's mobile phone cameras were shooting at him, he hurriedly dodged and covered his face with his hands. He also murmured in his mouth, it's okay to do it, as for being so angry. However, when he finished speaking, it was Ye Wuchen's drunken roar. Bold, what's your dog's name? I ask you what's your dog's name? After saying that, Ye Wuchen directly spewed out another fire dragon. The horror of the machine, and Ye Tian has long been dumbfounded. Staring blankly on the spot. However, the video was not over yet. Ye Wuchen saw that the man had fled, and he was indeed aiming at the rich woman and said. Ye Wuchen, Ye Wudi. How can I be supported by a mere 1 million? Having said that, Ye Wuchen in the video hit another one, and his body was shaky. Then just listen to his tone change, become very gentle. Of course, if that's the case, I can also post it upside down, hee. He looked at the video camera with a smirk, as if he knew that Shen Ziyu was watching the video. Take, a good young man, how could he become like this? Lick the dog. Heartache. The melon eaters all sighed, but Shen Ziyu, who was watching the video, was stunned. She didn't expect Ye Wuchen to be so infatuated with her, as the saying goes, drunk to tell the truth. But she doesn't know, as the saying goes, a man is 3-point drunk, and you cry when you act. She simply thought that what Ye Wuchen said was the truth. Especially that, as long as it is her, Ye Wuchen can choose to post it backwards, which makes her heart rippling even more. As if to cooperate with Ye Wuchen, the phone rang for a while. Don't slack off for your sake. And Ye Wuchen suddenly heard the song, and he sang along to sing along. No matter how tired you are, disguise it, for the admiration in your eyes, Zi Lu. My story unfolds because of you. Hearing Ye Wuchen singing, Shen Ziyu couldn't bear it any longer, she broke her defense. Hanging up and crying. Woohoo! However, the rich woman with heavy makeup had red eyes, and she looked at Ye Wuchen with a distressed face. Brother, we are people who share the same illness. I used to be as affectionate as you, but in the end I was abandoned by the heartless man. Brother, don't worry, this $1 million will be your sister's investment for your love and unemployment, come on. Affectionate lover. After speaking, she forced the bank card into Ye Wuchen's hand and looked at him seriously. A look like I like you. After Ye Wuchen took the bank card with a confused look, the rich lady and sister walked towards her white Porsche 911 without turning her head. But through the video, you can still see her trembling back. Ye Wuchen was also moved by Ye Wuchen. Seeing this, Ye Tian almost laughed out loud. At the end of the video, Shen Ziyu couldn't slow down for a long time. She regrets it now, why would she say that to Ye Wuchen today? And the bottom of the video is full of comments from netizens, and Shen Ziyu can also see it. Netizen, I envy the girl named Shen, she must be very lucky, but he lost the boy with her eyes. Netizen 1, it seems that my sister is also a person with a story, please contact my sister, I want to comfort my sister. Netizen 2, upstairs, I'm too embarrassed to expose you, are you trying to comfort my sister? Netizen 3, Shen Ziyu came out and apologized for the little brother. Netizen 4, scumbag Shen Ziyu. We denounce my brother. Woo. Shen Ziyu couldn't bear it any longer, she cried out loud. But Ye Wuchen, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, didn't know everything, except of course Ye Tian. He used the eye of heaven and luck to see what would happen to Ye Wu in the next 3 days. Of course, I also know that Ye Wuchen was drunk and was photographed online. The next day, Ye Wuchen slowly opened his eyes. Why do you feel a headache in your head? Touching his head, Ye Wuchen only felt very thirsty. After getting up and pouring a glass of water and drinking it, he slowly recalled what happened yesterday. But after thinking about it for a long time, I can't remember what I did yesterday. I just remember that I seem to be breathing fire, and Ye Tian also seems to be beside him. But he couldn't figure it out, he shook his head, he circulated the breath in his body, and began to adjust his body. Feeling better, he remembered to check the time. After all, he was still in class, but he just turned on his phone and saw a very terrifying scene. Missed call, Shen Ziyu 81 times. He widened his eyes with a look of disbelief on his face. Then he unlocked it in a panic, and he saw countless messages pop up again. Shen Ziyu, teacher Ye, are you asleep? Shen Ziyu, I saw that video. Shen Ziyu, I'm sorry, I said such a heavy word yesterday, please forgive me, poor emoji. Shen Ziyu, why don't you reply to my message? Shen Ziyu, Ye Wuchen, what do you mean, no news yet? Angry. Shen Ziyu, Ye Wuchen, you're dead. You'd better not go to school today. Seeing this, Ye Tian felt that the headache that had been slightly better started to hurt again. He really can't remember what happened yesterday. While he was thinking hard, Shen Ziyai is here. At this time, she looked a little haggard, and her panda eyes and bloodshot eyeballs looked like she hadn't slept all night. And since Shen Ziliu watched the video last night, she has been calling Ye Tian and sent countless text messages. From the beginning of harmony, to the final anger. It can be said that the expression changes faster than flipping a book. Chapter 85. And here in Ye Tian, he and Ye Xiu went to their hometown in the countryside to worship his master early in the morning. He Shen was also with him, and of course he was regarded as a coolie. Pulled up by Ye Tian to carry some things for the two of them. It took more than 3 hours by car, and walked for nearly an hour on the mountain road. If all three of them had some strength, it might have taken a little longer. Although Ye Tian really wanted to move away in a blink of an eye, he learned from Ye Xiu's unknown prophet. Maybe his chance was on this road, so he chose to climb the road together. The place where Ye Xiu lived since he was a child is somewhere in the mountains of Gan province, which is also the famous 100,000 mountains. It was also the reason why Ye Tian had been looking for him for so many years and couldn't find it, because the place was too remote. Traffic is inconvenient and information transmission is blocked. Climbing to a halfway up the mountain, He Shen was exhausted and out of breath. Looking at Ye Xiu and Ye Tian again, their faces were neither red nor panting. He looked much more relaxed than him, and when he thought that he was still carrying dozens of pounds, he felt a little tired. Big uncle, little master uncle, I can't take a break, my throat hurts. Ye Xiu shook the soil on his shoes towards a tree, looking at a nearby mountain in the distance. Looking at He Shen's appearance again, he obviously knew that He Shen was in a situation of physical exhaustion. Let's take a break, anyway, there is still a long way to go. After hearing Ye Xiu's pardoning words, He Shen only felt that Ye Xiu at this moment was like an angel. He sat down on the ground, and he didn't care whether there was dirt on the ground, whether it was dirty or not. He wanted to lie down all the time now, to lie down for a long time. Ye Xiu couldn't help but feel a little bit when he looked at the mountains in the distance. I have lived here for more than 10 years, I just left not long ago, and now I am back. Maybe this time, it should be the last time to come back. He thought so in his heart and looked into the distance. Seeing that he was almost resting, Ye Xiu took some travel bags on He Shen's back, and placed the list on his back with one hand. Let's go, I'll carry the rest of the way. Climbing one mountain after another, the three of them arrived at their destination. In front of Master Ye Xiu's tomb. This is a small mountain, surrounded by other large mountains, and if you look down from the sky, you can see that it looks like a basin. And there is only one grave here. Master Ye Xiu's grave is a very ordinary little dumpling and a tombstone that doesn't look very good. The tombstone was carved with only a few words, an unnamed old Taoist, and Ye Xiu respected it. Obviously Ye Xiu carved it himself, maybe even this grave was built by him for his master. Just arrived here, when Ye Xiu saw the tomb, he knelt down in front of the tombstone. With a gloomy expression, he murmured, "Master, I'm here." And taking advantage of this gap, Ye Tian also looked around, he wanted to see what was different about Master Ye Xiu's grave. Seeing from the prophet, Ye Xiu got the big chance and the bloodline awakened this time. But after watching it for a while, Ye Tian didn't find any clues. Although there are records in the prophets, there are too many and too complicated, basically trivial matters, and some important matters are all taken care of. It doesn't seem to be documented in too much detail. For example, what happened to Ye Tian yesterday and today, Ye Tian only knew that the relationship between the two would get better in 3 days and so on. After kowtowing 3 times, Ye Xiu said hesitantly to the two of them. "Xiao Tian, I want to help Master tidy up the grave, maybe it will take some time." He is also afraid that Ye Tian and the two are not used to the environment here, after all, this is an old forest in the deep mountains, and Ye Tian is pampered. He was also afraid that Ye Tian would get bored. On the other hand, Ye Tian's face was full of indifference. Anyway, he accompanied Yeshu here, and there was no big problem. It's okay, big brother, let me help you. 99. Well, then thank you. Hearing that Ye Tian not only didn't blame him, but also wanted to help him tidy up the grave for master. He was also a little moved. Heshen also took out the paper money to worship from the bag, and the two cleaned up some grave grass, tombstones, etc. for the unknown old Taoist. It was soon finished, and Yeshu also knelt on the ground to burn paper money for master. And there were sacrifices in front. Ye Tian also brought 3 sticks of incense for Yeshu's master. Although he didn't bow down like Yeshu did. But he also respected the old man very much. Master, you liked to drink alcohol when you were alive, this time Shiu'er came back and brought you a few bottles of good wine. I heard that this wine is still expensive. Yeshu Nanan was talking to himself, as if his master was right in front of him. As before, he stroked his head with those big hands full of calluses. Living in a thatched cottage, the two spent more than 10 years in this way. Yeshu thought about the past while burning the paper. During the festivals, the master will cook the pheasant and hare that he has hunted for a delicious meal for him. Master is eating pickled sauerkraut soup and thick rice alone. Leave the best to him, the master is not in good health. At night, he could still hear his master's coughing clearly. But it seems that he is afraid that he knows that his health is not good, and even the sound of coughing is suppressed, unless he can't bear it before he makes a sound. Until the day when master was about to die, he was very reluctant to hold his hand, and the last words he said were also worried about him. I was worried about what Yeshu would do alone after he left, and how he would marry a wife in the future. Just like an old father, although he was a little harsh on him, Yeshu knew that it was good for him. Most importantly, the master didn't tell him his name until he died. It's just that he is called Wuming Leadao. Thinking of this, Yeshu's tears couldn't hold back anymore. Master! Can you see Shiu'er in the sky? I miss you. Seeing that big brother was sad, Ye Tian couldn't bear it. Although I can see Yeshu's previous life from his life history. But he had never experienced the hardships of Yeshu before. Although he was poor at first, he was not like Yeshu, and now he is one of the richest in this world. He patted Yeshu on the shoulder and comforted in a low voice. Brother, I believe that your master is an old master, and the old man will be sad when he sees you like this, right? It's okay, I'm just afraid that master and his old man will never be able to drink good wine again in the sky. Yeshu answered in a low voice. Ye Tian opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say any more comforting words. He had to squat down and burn paper with Yeshu for his master. And when Heshen saw Ye Tian like this, he also rushed over to join in. The scene was silent, only the sound of wind and paper money burning and turning to ashes. Whoosh! At this time, Yeshu, who was still burning paper money, suddenly heard a sigh. He looked at Ye Tian and the two of them strangely, but it seemed that the sigh was not from the two of them. He suddenly felt some doubts. He suddenly thought of an impossible event, and he looked at the tombstone in front of him. I thought to myself, could it be the voice of the master? But soon he felt it was impossible, the master had been dead for 3 years. How could he still be alive, just when he thought it was his hallucination? Suddenly he heard a familiar voice in his ear. Idiot! Chapter 86. Idiot! Suddenly, he heard that familiar voice again. Yeshu's eyes widened in disbelief. And Ye Tian and Heshen on the side obviously didn't hear it, and they were burning paper on their own. Master, is that master? Yeshu whispered tentatively, looking forward to getting an answer in his heart. Moreover, Ye Tian and the two looked at it strangely, but they thought that Yeshu might have missed his master too much. The two of them gave up and didn't bother or ask Yeshu. It's me. Soon Yeshu heard the long-lost voice again, and his heart was shocked. It was the voice that he had been thinking about day and night. It was his master, the voice of Wuming Leadao. Slightly old and hoarse, he will never forget it for the rest of his life. And at this moment, Ye Tian also discovered something was wrong, and he also felt something wrong. It seems like the breath of the soul. But it feels a little different from the soul breath of ordinary people. That soul breath is a bit cold. Maybe it's a cold feeling. Suddenly Ye Ziyutang stood up and shouted into the air. Master, where are you? However, there was no response this time, as if the owner of the voice just now was silent. Yeshu suddenly panicked. When he opened his mouth and was about to say something, he suddenly heard Master's voice again in his ear. Xiaoshu, there are still people next to you, wait for 440 to stun them for Shi Mei. But he was stunned in place, excited inside. And Heshen also felt a little scared when he saw Yeshu looking like he was going crazy. And before he had time to ask Ye Tian next to him, he felt that something piercingly cold entered his body. Then, when he rolled his eyes, he fell straight back and fell asleep on the ground. However, Ye Tian is not like Heshen, and although he has the same experience as Heshen. However, the cultivation base in the body and the powerful soul force blocked it. Just when he wondered why Heshen suddenly fainted. What? Suddenly a puzzled voice sounded, this time Ye Tian also heard it. Thinking of Yeshu's strange behavior just now, Ye Tian expected that the chance for the eldest brother Yeshu had come. Little baby, you can actually bear a trace of Lian's soul power. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Suddenly, Ye Tian was a little surprised when he heard this voice. It seemed that Yeshu's master, Wuming Leadao, was not weak, and his soul might be stronger than him. And he didn't find Wuming Leadao's figure either. Hearing the master's voice, Yeshu thought that his master was going to take action against Ye Tian, so he hurriedly stopped him. Master! Don't! He is my younger brother, his name is Ye Tian. He came with me to pay homage to your old man. He, I know, I can sense your blood. 9. However, his master was Ye Xiao. Then the sky, which was still clear and cloudless, changed, and in an instant, dark clouds blocked the sun. I saw this hill, and the attached mountain became completely dark. There are also countless winds blowing over, and the feeling of gloomy and cold. Ye Tian knew very well that this was Yin Feng. After the voice fell, suddenly the two of them also saw the figure of Wuming Leadao appear in front of the tomb. Lao Dao was dressed in gorgeous clothes, just like those ancient emperors wore. It is also similar to the ancient official uniform, but it can be seen that there are 9 black dragons embroidered on the robe. At this time, the nameless old Taoist was not like what Yeshu remembered. He is thin and has hair and beard that has never been taken care of, but his face is full of red, although it has some cold colors, and it seems to be a lot older. Like a man in his 30s, he is not that old. Especially that pair of eyes also became piercing, wearing a black dragon-patterned crown. Just like an emperor, and he was accompanied by some people, guarding his side. There are about 100 people, but fortunately this hill can hold it. Looks like his subordinates, and he's more like an emperor with some generals. Those people were civil servants and military officers, but more often they had weapons such as chains attached to their waists. From the aura and weapons on their bodies, the two could feel the cold aura, as if they were in hell. And when the two saw Wuming Leadao showing his body, they felt a little weird. At this time, although Lao Dao looked like his soul was stepping on the ground, he could still see clearly, and he did not really step on the ground. Back, but it floated up 3 centimeters off the ground. And so are the people behind him. The corner of Ye Tian's mouth twitched, and then he exclaimed in disbelief. Damn it, ghost! Hey, you dare to yell in front of the cloudy day, and I will wait for my soul to go to the underworld and experience a sea of swords and flames. Just after Ye Tian shouted haunted, a red-robed, burly figure, more than 8 feet tall, unusually rough, a strong man with a tiger-headed sword stepped forward and shouted to Ye Tian. Zhongkong, step back. Cloudy boy. Zhongkong. Both Ye Tian were shocked when they heard the names of the two of them to each other. Zhongkong and the others know who it is, that is Su Chu, a famous man in the Three Kingdoms, and Su Chu, a tiger idiot. There is also the Ye Tian, who seems to be an honorable nameless old man. Ye Xiu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Master! Master, how did you become the son of heaven? 9. Oh, this is a long story. And the nameless old man, no. It should be said that it is cloudy now, and he looks like he is only in his 30s. He smiled and waved to the person next to him. I saw a few big men in golden armor carrying a few chairs and tables and so on. Although they were walking on their feet, what the two of them saw was floating. Soon the chair was carried by the golden armored man and placed on the ground in front of several people, and Wu Ming sat casually on a black dragon-patterned chair. Then, with a gentle smile, he pointed at the chair to the two of them and said, "Have a seat." Ye Xiu didn't have any doubts and just sat down. And Ye Tian saw that the chair was a real thing, he touched it with his hand, and felt that there was no other strange feeling except a little gloomy. After sitting down, Ye Tian also opened the Eye of Heaven and Luck to look at Wu Ming. Name, Wu Ming, Ye Tianzi. Age, 9999, I don't know how old. Occupation, Underworld Emperor. Ability, Ye Tianzi, Reincarnation Seal. Cultivation, Quasi-Saint Midterm, Prehistoric. Air value, 999,999. Life resume, he was originally the underworld son of heaven, but because he felt that life in the underworld was too boring, he split up into reincarnation. Unpredictable profit, 3 days? The way of heaven is shielded, it is impossible to know, until 6/10 of the fragments of the Eye of Luck in the way of heaven are collected to detect. FK 9. Ye Tian was also shocked after reading the nameless luck panel, and he couldn't help but groan. But Wu Ming felt a little interesting to look at Ye Tian, his eyes had some meaningful meaning. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth rose slightly, and then Ye Tian saw a familiar smile. But he didn't dare to slap it at the moment. Because the person in front of him is the underworld son of the underworld. In charge of the 10 halls of hell, and the entire underworld. If I offend him, I don't know how I died. As for the cultivation base, it is a quasi-sage. Chapter 87. Master, why did your old man become a cloudy child? Ye Xiu looked at the familiar Wu Ming. Although he looked very young now, he was sure that was his master. But when he saw the golden armored men and Su Chu accompanying him, Ye Xiu shuddered. Knowing that Ye Xiu was not used to this feeling now, Wu Ming was also very considerate to remove the gloomy atmosphere of the underworld, and also blocked the atmosphere of the accompanying people. Immediately, that gloomy feeling suddenly disappeared, and the two of them got better, suffered a little. As for Hessian, who was lying on the ground, he was also carried to a place to rest by 2 golden armored men. Of course, he still didn't wake up. After he woke up, he was seriously ill for several days because he came into contact with the 2 big men in golden armor and was invaded by the breath of the underworld. Hehe, it's too long to talk about this. Wu Ming smiled and then pointed at Ye Xiu and the two. Soon the two of them had more memories in their minds. Ye Tian learned everything. It turned out that Wu Ming wanted to go to reincarnation because it was too boring in the underworld. To experience the worldly feeling, as for accepting Ye Xiu as an apprentice, it was also a secret arrangement. Ye Tian digested it quickly, while Ye Xiu was still digesting slowly because of his low cultivation. Before the age of 18, you are already at the nascent soul stage, which is not bad. Wu Ming praised Ye Tian with a slightly hoarse voice that did not match his appearance. Ye Tian was stunned, he didn't expect Wu Ming to actually see his cultivation base, but when he thought that Wu Ming was a quasi-sage cultivation base. It also makes sense, Ye Tian also knows the realm of the system from the system. For example, Ye Xian and Ye Xingyu have the highest cultivation system, which is the Immortal Emperor. And the realm of the Immortal Emperor is also the Tai Jingxian in the high-level prehistoric wilderness. Of course, it does not mean that the two will only reach the highest realm of the Immortal Emperor, and there will be more, but it is still unknown. But Wu Ming is not the high-end version of the high-end version, it should only be the low-end version. According to his memory, Ye Tian also knew that although the Ye Tianzi sounded very tall, he was definitely not comparable to those terrifying monsters in the Great Desolation. In the midst of the Great Desolation, that was the Golden Immortal, the Wei Deluo walked all over the place. Moreover, Ye Tian doesn't have to worry about the system being detected, after all, the system is something that defies the sky. With the system, Ye Tian can feel that his future path will definitely be higher than Wu Ming. Senior is rude. Ye Tian answered neither humble nor arrogant, as if facing Wu Ming without much pressure. Yes, the character is very good, and the future is promising. Wu Ming affirmed and praised Ye Tian again, he also felt that Ye Tian was a good person. Just like his apprentice Ye Xiu. Thinking of this, Wu Ming looked at Ye Xiu again, with a little more complexity in his eyes. Although Ye Xiu was an apprentice who was reclaimed from the avatar cycle after being idle and bored, the memory returned to him after the avatar cycle ended. Of course, he has also been observing the clone in the underworld. But now I don't know how to treat Ye Xiu, do you want him to follow him to the underworld? The exercises he cultivated were also not suitable for him. Of course, the exercises passed down to Ye Xiu were too low. They were some garbage collected by the clone in the world. He was too embarrassed to take it out. Suddenly, Wu Ming's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something. He suddenly thought that in the abyss of the underworld, there is still a good thing, although it is not as good as his own inheritance. But it was enough for Ye Xiu to use, and it was just enough to awaken Ye Xiu's blood. He looked at Ye Xiu silently, waiting for him to digest his memory. On the other hand, Ye Tian was a little bored, so he opened the eyes of luck and looked at Su Chu. Name, Su Chu, Zi Zhongkong. Age, 2202 years old. Occupation, Golden Armor Commander, Golden Armor General. Ability, Overturning Mountains and Seas, Proficient in Art of War, Proficient in Leading Troops. Cultivation, Human Immortal, Ghost Immortal, Immortal. Air Luck, 19,999. Life Experience, when he was young, he cooperated with the villagers to defend against thieves and bandits together. After following CAO, he was mainly responsible for CAO's escort work. Looking at Su Chu, Ye Tian couldn't help but feel a little interesting, and he asked curiously. General Su, I heard that after CAO died, you cried until you vomited blood, is it true? Su Chu stood there speechless, like a wooden man. However, Ye Tian didn't stop, he continued to ask like a curious baby. General Su, is CAO really as suspicious as in history? Are you worried all day long when he accepts the job? General Su. Su Chu was a little irritable when asked, he stared at him and interrupted Ye Tian. There's no end to it, if it weren't for your brother Ye Xiu, I would kill you with a knife and take your soul to the underworld to experience the torture. Since Su Chu came to the underworld, he has become a lot more cautious, knowing that Ye Xiu is the apprentice of Son of Heaven. And Wu Ming has no children, and only one apprentice, Ye Xiu. He also called Ye Xiu His Highness. However, Ye Tian looked indifferent. Oops, calm down, don't be angry, General Su, I'm just curious. Ha ha ha. Wu Ming saw this scene and smiled heartily, and Ye Tian heard his laughter and became normal again. Not that hoarse and old appearance, but became like an ordinary person. He looked at Wu Ming and was puzzled. And Wu Ming also seemed to know the question in Ye Tian's heart. He said. I said that just because the fusion clone hasn't reacted yet, it's also sure. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ye Xiu with a doting look in his eyes. Then Wu Ming looked at Ye Tian and felt a little interesting. Don't ask him any more. Cao Amo also worked in the underworld after his death. Would you like to take you down and ask him in person? Hearing Wu Ming's words, Ye Tian's eyes widened, and he said with anticipation. Really, can you? And what about Zhuge Liang? Does he also serve in the underworld? Ye Tian was very interested in the characters of the three kingdoms. And Wu Ming smiled faintly. Can. After speaking, Wu Ming thought for a while in his mind, and then he remembered Zhuge Liang, and said to Ye Tian, he seems to be a military advisor in the Hanshu camp. At this time, Ye Xiu also digested his memory, and just after he came back to his senses, he heard that Ye Tian actually wanted to go to the underworld. He hurriedly said. Don't make trouble, master, don't listen to this kid. But seeing Ye Xiu awake, Wu Ming was smiled and said. It doesn't matter, this teacher will also take you to the underworld this time, and there will be your benefits. 22. Benefit? Yes, the inheritance suitable for your cultivation and the benefits of awakening your bloodline. Ye Xiu thought carefully in his mind. He looked at Anonymous seriously. And Wu Ming nodded lightly. Ye Xiu responded firmly, okay. And Ye Tian just remembered that, from the prophet, he saw that Ye Xiu would have a great chance to come here this time, and he would also awaken his blood. It's here. Chapter 88. After agreeing with the two that they would send someone to pick them up at night, Wu Ming disappeared with them. Hey! Ye Xiu looked at Ye Tian with a wry smile and sighed, not knowing what to say. Ye Tian raised his eyebrows at Ye Xiu and said. Brother, do you want to continue burning paper? Just when Ye Xiu was about to say burn his he suddenly heard a slightly angry voice. Hey! What are you doing? Just when the two didn't know why, a boy like a monkey suddenly appeared. Some are thin and not tall, and they look like they are 13 or 14 years old. Hey, don't you know how dangerous this is? It can cause a fire. If you accidentally set this mountain on fire and the wind blows, it will also bring disaster to other mountains. This is a prison sentence. Brother Ye Xiu. The young man climbed up the mountain, but when he saw the faces of the two of them, 453, he shouted in surprise. Aman? How is it you? Ye Xiu was also a little surprised when he saw the face of the person who came. The person who came was Aman in the village under the mountain where Ye Xiu and Wu Ming lived before. Dressed in black and somewhat weird clothes, it looks like the costumes of ethnic minorities. At his waist was a machete, about 50 centimeters long. It looks a bit inconsistent, compared to his body. And Oman was a little surprised and pleasantly surprised. He turned 2 steps into 3 and ran towards the two and said. Brother Ye Xiu, didn't you go out? Why did you come back so soon? And is brother Ye Xiu having fun outside? Ah, come back and pay homage to master. Ye Xiu laughed, then thought of something and said to Ye Tian who was next to Aman's introduction. By the way, this is my brother Ye Tian. 33. The three of them and Aman walked down the mountain, and Heshen also woke up after being stabbed a few times by Ye Xiu. Only after Ye Xiu's introduction and explanation, Ye Tian and the two knew. It turned out that Ye Xiu and master met everyone in the stockade when they were here. On the other hand, Aman was a 15-year-old boy who usually had a good relationship with Ye Xiu. Aman enthusiastically helped a few people carry their luggage. Ye Tian was a little surprised. The skinny teenager looked malnourished. How could he have so much strength? Although most of them were carried by Heshen, Aman also helped to carry 2 large bags with both hands, about a few dozen pounds. Brother Ye Xiu, so you went out this time to find your family? Aman led the way, turned around and asked Ye Xiu curiously as he walked. Right. Seeing Yeshu's answer with a slight smile, he also looked at Ye Tian curiously. Just when he saw Ye Tian's appearance, he thought it was Yeshu. But seeing Ye Tian's clothes, it's like seeing on TV. And Ye Tian also noticed that a man was observing him, and he also smiled kindly. But seeing Ye Tian like this, he suddenly turned around, a little flustered, and more of a feeling of inferiority. Children in the mountains are like this, they are used to being wild in the mountains, but they will be like this when they see outsiders. He would compare himself in his heart, listening to Yeshu talking about life outside. He didn't even dare to talk to Ye Tian. Ye Tian didn't know what Amon was thinking, he just felt that this young man was a little strange, but he just smiled helplessly. Continue to follow him down the mountain. Among these 100,000 mountains, there are only a few people living there. When Ye Tian came here, he observed that there was no one living around. After walking with Aman for nearly an hour, a few people came to a stockade and observed that it was a small basin surrounded by mountains. And there is a blue stone at the gate of the village, and some words that Ye Tian does not know are engraved on it. It seems that the words are similar to oracle bone inscriptions, and Ye Tian learned it from Yeshu later. That character is the special character of the Amon tribe, and the word engraved on it is the word Kingsai. Entering inside, several people soon saw some people with similar clothes as Aman appear. More are women, either carrying the laundry or carrying water in wooden tubs. When they saw Ye Tian and the others, they all cast curious glances, and some of them looked a little bad. But seeing a man beside him and Yeshu, they relaxed a little bit. They greeted Amon and Yeshu who were passing by. Amon is back, where did he go wild? Xiaoshu is back too. Yeshu also responded one by one. When I was on the mountain with Master, some people in the stockade would come to Master and me if they were sick and couldn't be cured, so they formed a good relationship. Knowing that Ye Tian and the two did not understand the situation, he turned to explain why those people in the stockade were so enthusiastic about him. Looking at the simple stockade, Ye Tian estimated that there might only be dozens of families in this stockade. Most of the houses are made of wood, and there are only a few thick logs below them, and the first floor is still empty, just like a wooden building. Ye Tian guessed that the building on the first floor should be to prevent mosquitoes and wild beasts in the mountains. After all, in the deep mountains, there are many wild beasts and weird bugs. Maybe you don't know how to die accidentally when you sleep at night. At this time, Aman was a little embarrassed and scratched his head and said to several people. Brother Yeshu, why don't you come to my house for a meal? I believe your aunt will be very happy to see you. Daddy beat a pheasant yesterday. 99. Okay, it just so happens that I have something to do with uncle. Aman's father is the only person in the stockade who has gone out to the mountains, and he is also considered to be highly respected in the stockade, although he is not as majestic as the stockade. Hearing what Yeshu said, Aman happily ran ahead. Okay, I'll go back and tell Dad first. He wanted to go home as soon as possible so that his father and mother could prepare to receive Yeshu and the others. Gently sniffing the only air in the mountains, Heshen couldn't help but sigh. It's really comfortable in the mountains. If I had a rocking chair, I could lie down for the rest of my life. What? After speaking, Heshen shuddered and then said strangely, why is it so cold today? Seeing this scene in Heshen, Ye Tian laughed without saying a word. I'll go forward. And Heshen shook his head and chased after him. Wait for me. Night fell quietly, and the three of them also came to Amon's house. It is also similar to the buildings seen outside the Great Wall, and the living place is also on the second floor. Sitting around the house to raise a fire, Ye Tian Heshen looked at the bonfire in surprise. They thought in their hearts, aren't they afraid of setting the house on fire? Especially this small building is made of wood. A man's father looked to be in his 40s, with a dark complexion, but he looked very strong and strong. Ye Tian doubted whether a man was his own. His mother looked like a peasant woman. A man's father's name is Qinghai, and his mother's name is Axiu. No matter how you look at a man, it looks like he is malnourished, but his grandfather is. Qinghai cut off a chicken leg with a knife and stuffed it into Yeshu's bowl, then asked Yeshu curiously. How many days will Xiaoshu stay here this time? Yeshu, who was still whistling the pheasant, couldn't evade it, and the meat was still stuffed in his mouth. Well, I should be leaving tomorrow, there are still things outside. The same is true for Ye Tian's two-person bowl, and Qinghai enthusiastically filled the small bowls with pheasant chicken. Hey! It's been a little rough in the mountains recently. Chapter 89. Hearing Qinghai's suddenly solemn tone, the three of them felt a little strange. Uncle, did something happen in the mountains? This. You don't know the situation in the mountain, it's just that there are more wild wolves recently, and I'm just afraid that you will meet. Qinghai was a little hesitant. He still advised Yeshu and the others to leave the mountain as soon as possible, and he still said vaguely. But when he thought about that incident, he was a little scared, and he felt like the rest of his life. Hearing what Qinghai said, Yeshu was reluctant. When he heard what he meant, it meant that something had happened in the stockade. He eagerly asked. Uncle, is there something wrong in the stockade? Don't hide it from me. You know my character. If you don't tell me, I won't leave tomorrow. Xiaoshu, don't ask, it's just that there are more beasts in the mountains, nothing else happens, don't think too much, eat more. Amon's mother, Axiu, was also trying her best to discourage him. Yeshu was almost the one who watched them grow up. How could he get involved in that matter, and that matter was really going to be weird. After she finished speaking, she also gave Aman a look. 17. Aman also indicated what his parents meant, and he also opened his mouth and said. Brother Yeshu, it's really nothing, let's eat quickly, it's been a long time since we've eaten pheasant. Hearing the three of them say this, Yeshu also frowned slightly. He felt that the three of them were concealing things like this, maybe something really happened. And it was still related to the stockade, and he felt more and more wrong. But it was not easy for him to ask the two of them anymore, they didn't want him to know and get involved in it. Thinking of going out to inquire about the news at night, Yeshu gave up and stopped asking. It's just that some minds lowered their heads and ate the meat in the bowl. And the chicken that I eat now feels as tasteless as chewing wax. And Ye Tian is the same, he released the eye of heaven and luck to look at the husband and wife. Ye Tian was a little surprised when he saw the item of unpredictable profit and just glanced at it. In the profit Ye Tian saw that 3 days after the couple would die. And the whole stockade is full of people, and no one is spared. All brutally murdered by a ghost. The reason is that that specter was actually brought back by a female high school student named Kinjao in the stockade. In fact, it can't be considered that she brought it back, because she is also a victim. At night, the three Yeshu lay on a bed each, because there was only one bed. Only Ye Tian slept on the bed alone, while Yeshu and He-shan slept on the floor. The room was dark, except for the faint light of the moon shining through the small window. At this time, Ye Tian and Yeshu did not fall asleep, they both waited with their eyes open. And He-shan, who was beside him, fell asleep long ago. The snoring that was not like ordinary people also made the two of them unable to sleep. Ye Tian was thinking about everything that happened during the day. He originally thought that there were no ghosts and underworlds in this world. But the appearance of the nameless made him feel very surprised. I've never encountered any ghosts or gods before. He thought to himself, if the underworld is there, what about the heaven? Does it really exist? At this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Interrupted Ye Tian's thinking. And the two were also shocked in their hearts, thinking excitedly in their hearts. Is it finally here? The two of them waited like this during the day. Wu Ming said that he would send someone to take them to the underworld, where Yeshu had a chance. Your Highness Yeshu. At this moment, the two of them heard a clear but somewhat gloomy female voice calling Yeshu. Yeshu's expression moved slightly, and when he was about to answer, he suddenly saw a human head appearing out of the small window. A pale and beautiful woman's face appeared outside the small window, and Ye Tian and Yeshu were both immortal cultivators, and their eyesight was different from ordinary people. So they could clearly see that face. Originally, the room Qinghai had prepared for them was on the third floor, 5 or 6 meters high, but the sudden appearance of a human face made it feel weird. Her eyeballs twitched as she looked inside the room, and soon she saw Yeshu and the two of them. Her pupils, which were like dead fish, were filled with joy, and she stared at Yeshu. Yeshu was also taken aback, while Ye Tian was slightly better. But the strange human head's expression immediately became respectful, and said in a sinister voice, "Your Highness, my servant Xiao, it was your Majesty who asked me to pick you up." 99. Yeshu and Ye Tian looked at each other, then they both stood up and quietly left the room. As soon as they came downstairs, the two saw the entire face and body of the self-proclaimed servant Xiao outside the house. The floating body is dressed in ancient women's clothing, but the difference is a blood-red dress. And behind her, there are several people dressed like her who are carrying 2 strange sedan chairs. There were 17 people in total, and 8 people carried a sedan chair. Both of them wanted a name, a noun they had only heard on TV. 8 ghosts lift the sedan chair. If it wasn't for the two of them, Ye Tian might have slapped them out and killed these little devils. Because he had never seen such a strange scene before. "Your Highness, please get into the sedan chair." Xiao bowed respectfully and bowed to the two of them. Then they saw that the rest of the female ghosts squatted down one after another, and used the most suitable position to let the two get on the sedan chair. Yeshu turned his head to look at Ye Tian, but found that Ye Tian walked over directly. Stepping into a sedan chair of 457, he also hurriedly chased after him. "Get up!" Seeing the two get on the sedan chair, Xiao continued to shout softly in a negative voice. More than a dozen little ghosts immediately lifted the sedan chair and floated away in one direction. And Xiao led the way in front. Ye Tian, who was sitting in the sedan chair, was full of surprise. He originally thought that he would feel shaking. But he found that the sedan chair was very stable, just like riding a high-speed train. He opened the curtains and stuck his head out, shouting to Yeshu in the sedan next to him. "Brother, don't say it, it's quite comfortable." "Yeah, it's pretty good." And Yeshu also lifted the curtain and responded to Ye Tian cheerfully. "By the way, that Xiao, why are you talking negatively, are you trying to create a sense of terror?" However, Xiao, who was leading the way in front, changed her expression slightly, and said a little embarrassedly. "This, Lord, don't laugh at slaves, slaves speak like this." "Ha ha ha, not bad, this atmosphere is really scary. If you make a horror movie, I think it will be a big hit. Why don't you talk? Isn't it right?"